Chapter 1: The Inherited Offspringoth Grey Temperer Within the Mortal Source. In the realm of 9 heavens. Within the forbidden ground soft family, an imperial lineage. I have it traversed through time? In the darkness, Suchin gradually opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found himself in an oval-shaped enclosed space, filled with a mysterious liquid in which was currently submerged. Strangely enough, he felt no sensation of suffocation. Instead, a comforter warm enveloped his entire being. Wait a moment. My body. We has it sudden libby commissati diminutive? In a state of alarm, Suchin turned to discover that this form had an explicable revertedo thedofin infant. His mandraced, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It seemed he had not merely traversed time. He had also transformed into a baby. Phew. With this thought, Suchin took a deep breath, forcing himself to get composure. A young from that 21st century, he had grown accustomed to the concept of travel. After all, who hasn't seen a pig run after having known? There were a countless stale softy travel novels. In his recollection, he had been burning the midnight toil, engrossed in old popular fantasy novel titled Master of 9 Heavens. Just as he found himself sympathizing with the plight of the villainous boss who bore his name, hesitantly fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this peculiar place. Could it be that he have traversed in the world of the novel Master of 9 Heavens? Suchin speculated haphazardly. In the next moment, a brief and unfamiliar memory flickered through his mind, akin to a fleeting panorama. After a cursory glance, Suchin inhaled sharply. Indeed, his earlier conjecture was correct. He had truly crossed over into the fantastical realm of Master of 9 Heavens. Moreover, he had become the villainous boss named Suchin, sharing both name and surname. However, that was no focal point. The crux lay in the fact that Master of 9 Heavens was renowned in his previous life for its grand world-building and exceptional in some belief characters. Remarkably, the number of protagonists in this book reacted their 12. The story commenced said with a high school reunion in the real world. As the reunion drew to close the end of very own prepared to return home, a celestial phenomenon occurred on the blue star, manifesting is a colossal altar thought collided with the realm of 9 heavens. Thus, all 32 students from the reunion were transported to the realm of 9 heavens. The realm of 9 heavens was majestic beyond compare, as Suprema Holland, where forbidden imperial lineages and Dimital dynasties coexisted, with countless clans roaring and prodigious vying for supremacy. Moreover, every region within the realm of 9 heavens was vast and boundless, such that an ordinary person could spend an entire lifetime without traversing even a fraction of it. In addition to the absurdity of faving 32 protagonists, the most outrageous aspect was how the Tim possessed the system. Of this realization, Suchin took another deep breath. According to the novel, the premise of this villainous bosses. The legitimate Akaldefinancian temperer, born prematurely and thus lacking in innate strength. Consequently, he was sealed within the mortal source by his father, Sutyinching, Tamakup for his deficiencies. Upon breaking free from the mortal source, he become as the sola tabu chilled off sufamily, a bango salted stat capable of overlooking gall living being synth 9 heavens. His talents are said to be unparalleled and extraordinary, heralded de serere since ancient times, with the potential tozer pass his father and as intotherang kofum peror. It can be said the theorly soon was a radiant figure, a true epragon, rendering is contemporary suitable to hold theorhead shy. Regrettably, he later encountered the protagonist group, plotted against them, besieged him, and shattered his resolve, ultimately reducing him to a mere put leaf mud, while the imperial sufum libby in him was obliterated between of the protagonist group in virulence and dynasties. As for Iskyled Hootswe Artan Confidant, 1b1, they were reseduced with the protagonist group, eventual live and turning gun. Murmuring softly, Suchin recalled the plot of the novel. The thought that these events would soon unfold in his own life filled them with dread. Time travel was nothing. But twine hubby theba die of such a tragically fated villain weighs another matter entirely. Though he would emerge as the taboo chilled off sufamily, akin to a true dragon of 9 heavens, with the pierce to rival him. The looming 3 tough te protagonist group's relentless chemis and assaults was a grave concern. In the originalstraline, the antagonist Suchin possessed formidable strength, capable of crushing Gani's member of the protagonist group Hinani unoni combat, or of in several latents. Yet the problem lay in the fact that there were not just stone, beauty staggering 34 protagonists, each equipped with a system. Furthermore, his confidante and childhood sweethearthood betray him at a critical juncture. Future schemes, assaults, betrayal be my confidante and childhood sweetheart. Even me family will face annihilation. This outcome is far too tragic. Suchin fell tutor lid spondent at this moment. Being besieged and schemed against B32 protagonists bearing system sways a fia ton parallelidum and galvilance and thermophone line litera. However, just as she grappled with despair, contemplating whether Hesh who'd remain hidden within the mortal source and ever emerge. Ackling mechanical voici suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, detecting a villainous to met traveler. The destiny off great villain system is initiating binding. Binding in progress, please wait. Binding complete. Signin function activated. Task function activated. No completing system tasks will grant the host generis ruard sand destiny villain points, which can be used in the system shopto purchase an item from the myriad realm, and can also be used to enhance attribute and increase mastery of divine powers. Note breaking through realms will also yield destiny villain points. Devour function activated. Note for every protagonist defeated, this system will automatically devour their system, granting the host substantial words and dropping destiny treasure chests. System shop locked. Note the ship will unlock automatically when destiny villain points reach 100,000. Signin location with the mortal source. Doest the host twishto signine immediately? Listening to the incessant mechanical voice reverberating in his mind. Suchin felt a jolt of energy surge through his body. Asada Metravler has certainly understood what the existence of a system implied. A golden finger. A mean stolterous fate. Atoll to combat those 34 protagonists. With his thought hottenmend, Suchin immediate little the she citation. To king a deep breath, hesitantly intoned. System. Sign in. Chapter 2 Altering the Course of Destiny. Reversing Fate. System. Sign in. As Suchin medi hiskois, the cold mechanical voice oft he system begin to resonate a continuous line in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful signin. Congratulations to the host for receiving the word donate, sacred body Dao embryo. Congratulations to the host for receiving the word Zhongtong, double eyes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the word supreme bone. Congratulations to the host for receiving the word indestructible scriptures. Boom. Themament the system's voice fell. Suchin felt his body tremble, as a mysterious nagai abrupt lie surged within him. Under the transformation of thigh's nigmatis energy, his physique underwent a monumental change. Stream soft primal source power ushered into his bow with fervor. Countless profound symbol soft deus guest, intertwining, and then evolving into a piece of divine bony spurious jade. Upon this divine bone, countless golden inscriptions shimmered. These inscriptions exuded in array of grandeur, radiating essency of dread. Supreme bone Thebono Faborn supreme being, containing thesency of Tao. Possessor soft this bone are born supreme, transcending the ordinary, and inherently endowed with the divine ability, known as 10,000 calamities divine light. 10,000 calamities divine light, the supreme ability born from the fierce stray of destructive divine light at the dawn of creation, capably of slaying gods, subduing demons, vanquishing monsters, and annihilating the heavens and earth. As the supreme bone took shape, in the next moment, Suchin's pupils began to undergo transformation. Stars extinguished, cycles of reincarnation unfolded, myriad spirits bow Eden reverence, and deity is offered tributes. A kaleidoscope of terrifying visions flashed through his eyes. In that instant, his gaze deepened, as if containing gain entire universe within his pupils. Zhongtong double eyes, those born with W. Yeseret esteemed Toba divine, inherently holy, unmatched in their prowess, and undefeated since ancient times. Abilities possessed. I oft heaven's assingle guz determine s life and death, ruling govern the fatoful beings unlocked. I oft source through thy illusion soft world, the source, and swift like capture ethicus of swily infinite, lee slowing their movements unlocked. Double eye space locked. Eye off creation locked. Divine armor off Tao locked. Ultimate mystery off double eyes locked. Withe supreme bony and double eyes fully formed. The next o emerge was thenate, sacred body downbrio. Suchen full taser geof energy, a kinta theveriasensiof Tao, sudden limerge within yis being. Boom! A terrifying erupted, ast hat peculiar forces circulateth roughest limbs, bones, and heart. His blood seem tob wallenburn, and the intense pain foresaid, him to gryth his teeth. This was the innate hollybuddy Dao Tai replacing is constitution androts. Were Ethereathers present at this moment, they would undoubtedly witness Suchen, within whom a celestial dragon spiraled, his vital essence so airing like Hiradiansen. Einadays Suchen found himself standing at the Geof time, gazing down upon the Ivarof time itself. God. Demon? Monster? All beings. Everything was merely a small fish swimming in the vast driver of time. Only has stood hab above, transcendent and detached. Innate holy body Dao Tai own Naft has strongest constitution so fall time, unmatched in physical form, natural I clossitoth Dao, capable of competing with a formidable effizy keshuchist chaos body and eternal immortal body without falling short. Ashisen said that transformation, then Yimzulf. Suchen couldn't help but stand dazed. Undoubtedly, whether it was Tong Tong, the Truzungu, or the innate Holibody Dai, each represented an unparalleled and extraordinary talent. Even an ordinary person possessing just stone Naft, he would be hailed as an extraordinary prodigy. Particularly, the entity Holibody Dao Tai, weighs among the strongest battle effizy, kes within the 3000 das. Unmatched in physical form, natural I clossitoth Dao. Once his constitution reached its pinnacle, even without attaining thestate so fain emperor, Hekeldreval perfect, emperor-level powerhouses. And at Thismet, all three Eftisa talents resided within Sin alone. Innate holy body Dao Tai, Chong Tong, Zhizungu. Let's just say, some people toil their entire life estoria chrome. While ethers are born in Thivery Hartoff Frome. And in addition to these three suprema talents, there exists an extraordinary cultivation method. Ash spoke, Suchen focused said his thoughts within his mind. Countless scriptures flowed through his consciousness. It was known ether than the indestructible scripture, airward from the system. Indestructible scripture and unparalleled body Finman technique, divide into 10 levels with each brain eye through, the physical body undergo essay transformation. When perfected, the body become eastern lie indestructible, capable of traversing the of time. Even if the true spirit fades, after many years, it can reconstitute from physical body. Gazing at the system's description of the indestructible scripture, Suchen and hold deeply. Needless to say, these indestructible scripture soon deniable a formidable technique for badarfinment. Ta cultivity it toits it mistu dolo the badai to navigate to the of time you wait a profound concept that is. One must understand that heaven impair or level powerhouses would refrain from stepping lightly into the of time, lest they risk falling into oblivion. With a theonate holly body Dao Tai sun-matched physical form, combined with thrice indestructible scripture, I can only wonder how powerful me but will mind the future. Suchen felt a surge of excitement to what began as a catastrophic start had, transformed into an extraordinary one at this moment. Third twa protagonists with systems? Even if there were 320 protagonists with systems no, Suchen will remain afraid. After all, in the original narrative, Suchen, even to normal beginning, could effortlessly overpower several members soft te protagonist Grunbudel. Now, with head dishing off the system, if he could not dominate te the protagonist group, it would but better for him to find a softo footo and diddle. Calculating the time, the protagonist group should havio reati, Travers said to ease world. Thus, the foremost task is to utilize these indestructible limertal sorcatotaligent like cultivate. The indestructible limertal sorcy I so noft hemist prestigious treasuress within th 9 heavens realm. Its rarity surpasses event that oft elixir of immortality. Years ago, when darkness erupted in th 9 heavens, and being soft to forbidden lands, slaughtered across the heavens, Forian god sendiments menacingly. Suchen's father, Sutyenshing, alongside his mother, Xian-in, fought valiantly in the forbidden lands. At the time, Suchen had yet be born. To prevent unexpected occurrences, Su Ti and Kinj employed great mystical powers to hasten to Chin's birth. However, this resulted in Su Chin being born with deficiencies. Tormedy Heezen Ite shortcomings, Su Ti King traverseth 9 heavens realm, ultimately discovering the indestructible immortal source in a perilous location, sealing Susha with a neat for his eventual birth. From Thismet forth, the trajectory Yaffe Teshel Bealtered, Thedestini reversed. I am the antagonist. Thedestined Griat Villain. Whether it bit ha protagonist, Gruperani Foil Hakameshel perish. With this thought, Sushin officially began his cultivation. Asked the Techniquecamist. Thine destructible immortal source surged towards him, transform engine to pure, specialner githroot, hear of him and toff the indestructible scripture, cleansing his physical form. Chapter 3. The Emperor's Personal Guard, the true essence of blood condensation. In the realm of the 9 heavens. Within the Su clan, in the Battle Emperor Pavilion. As one of the 10 pavilions of the Su family. The Battle Emperor Pavilion stands as a sanctum for all members of the clan. Under ordinary circumstances, only the current clan leader and a select few dignitaries are permitted to tread within its confines. Anyone else who dares to encroach upon this sacred space shall face execution without exception. At this moment, deep within the Battle Emperor Pavilion, a colossal immortal source quietly stands, and within it, an infant slowly rises and sinks. This infant is none other than Su Chen. At this moment, he remains with his eyes tightly shut, and as he embarks on his cultivation, the essence within the immortal source begins to visibly diminish. Gradually, crack, a faint, crisp sound is heard, and as the essence decreases, a tiny fissure unexpectedly appears on the surface of the immortal source. Boom. At the instant this fissure emerges, the entire Battle Emperor Pavilion trembles imperceptibly. In the next moment, hundreds of elderly figures materialize silently beside the immortal source. Each of these elders bears the marks of age. Their faces are deeply lined, their hair a stark white, and some are so emaciated they resemble mere skeletons. Their attire is distinctly reminiscent of a bygone era, and upon closer inspection, one realizes they are garbed in the fashion of the Forbidden Age. Should any member of the Su family have been present, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment upon recognizing these individuals. For these are none other than the Supreme Legion of the Su family from the Forbidden Age, once invincible across the heavens and the earth. Subduing an entire era, they were the personal guards of the Su family's emperor, who followed in his footsteps to suppress one forbidden domain after another. They embody the true foundation of the Su family. Each one a great sage in their own right, and should all 300 veterans emerge, they would be capable of instigating a seismic upheaval throughout the entire realm of the 9 heavens. At this moment, these veterans gaze upon the fissure that has appeared in the immortal source, their eyes alight with fervor, some even unable to restrain their tears. Old 16, do you think my eyes have grown dim? The immortal source has cracked. Is the Emperor's son finally about to emerge? The elder known as Old 16, tears streaming down his face, replies, Ninth brother, you see clearly. The essence within the immortal source is rapidly depleting. The Emperor's son is to be born at last. In the days when the Su family's emperor had yet to fall, this group of elders had fought alongside him as his personal guards during the dark turmoil. However, they were later wounded in the final battle to pacify the forbidden zones and were sealed within the immortal source by the Emperor's formidable powers to protect the still embryonic Emperor's son. Yet, this guardianship has persisted through countless epochs, and had it not been for the faint trace of life still lingering within the immortal source, they might have believed the Emperor's son had perished. Fortunately, today, the fissure has appeared, and the Emperor's son is finally set to emerge. Contemplating this, these once undaunted veterans who had battled through forbidden domains cannot help but shed tears of joy. Within the immortal source. Although Su Chan cannot articulate, he is acutely aware of the events unfolding outside. The elders, left behind by his father, Su Tianqing, shower him with affection. In later chapters, when the protagonist and his cohort repeatedly conspire against him, surrounding him and leading him to the brink of death, it is these very elders who come to his rescue, even at the cost of their own lives. Even when the Su family meets its demise, these veterans never retreat, steadfastly guarding Su Chun until they are ultimately slaughtered by the protagonist's group. It can be said that they regard Su Chun as their everything. Whatever he desires, they would not deny him, no matter if it meant sacrificing their lives in the process. Reflecting on this, Su Chin's heart stirs with profound emotion. In his past life, he was an orphan who, despite his hard work, longed for familial bonds. Thus, his heart is warmed by this moment. Simultaneously, he cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. The tragic fate depicted in the novel shall not befall me. This lifetime's destiny will be in my own hands. Whether it be the Su family or all the veterans, this time, I shall be the one to protect. As he whispers these thoughts, Su Chun's gaze becomes resolutely steadfast. He resumes his cultivation, fervently absorbing the essence from the immortal source to refine his physical body. In this world, the cultivation realms are hierarchically divided as follows: blood condensation, transcending mortality, sea of suffering; divine aperture, dragon transformation; divine powers, nirvana, great ability; saint, saint king, great sage, quasi-emperor, supreme, and emperor. Each realm can be further subdivided into 9 minor stages. At this moment, after several days of cultivation, Su Chun has reached the 3rd level of blood condensation. As a natural saint body Tao, theoretically, he should have received the blessings of the heavenly Tao upon the initial fusion of his physique, propelling him directly to the saint realm. However, the system has forcibly retained him at this level. According to the system, the cultivation attained through the blessings of the heavenly Tao is ultimately merely an external aid, less solid than the foundation established through personal effort. This, Su Chun, while grumbling, internally acknowledges the system's wisdom. After all, a towering edifice must rise from solid ground. Should the foundation be shaky, advancement will only become increasingly arduous. Even if one is born a saint, surpassing others merely becomes a matter of time. Especially considering the adversaries he faces, all 32 of whom possess their own systems. At this moment, within the immortal source, the essence flows abundantly, providing him with the optimal environment to forge an unparalleled foundation. With this thought in mind, Su Chun begins to fervently practice the indestructible scripture, absorbing the essence surrounding him. Blood condensation, as the foundational realm, embodies the very essence of its name. By refining his vital energy, he inscribes the runes of the Tao into his flesh and blood, continuously tempering his physique and enhancing his strength. Ordinary cultivators, upon mastering this stage, can wield a tremendous force of 50 to 60,000 pounds with a mere shake of one arm. Exceptional prodigies and ancient beasts can elevate this power to an astounding 180,000 pounds with the slightest motion of a single arm. What I strive for is to shatter this limit and transcend beyond. Su Chun silently muses. As a natural saint body Tao, he is inherently formidable, and with the indestructible scripture and the immortal source at his disposal, he possesses every capability to achieve this. When the time comes, his foundation will be so formidable it will be truly terrifying. Even relying solely on his physical strength, he could suppress all enemies with a single punch. With this in mind, he begins to fervently circulate the indestructible scripture, inscribing the profound runes of the Tao into his flesh and blood. The surrounding immortal source resonates with a thundering energy that converges into his body. Outside the immortal source, a cadre of veterans stands vigil, patiently awaiting the emergence of the Emperor's son. Chapter 4. Emergence, a multitude of phenomena. In the tireless pursuit of cultivation, time seems to lose its significance. Su Chun is unaware of how long he has spent within the immortal source. Each day, he diligently practices the indestructible scripture, engraving its profound verses into his very being. The essence of the immortal source diminishes at a visible rate, and the fissures upon its surface grow increasingly numerous. Although Su Chun currently exists in an infantile state, the vigor of his internal energy is almost astonishing. It is as if a true dragon swirls within him, emanating an aura that evokes trepidation. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one can discern the myriad runes of the Tao intricately woven into his flesh. These runes, manifestations of the indestructible scripture's true essence, shimmer and autonomously absorb the surrounding vitality, fostering the growth of his body. Even without deliberate cultivation, his form continues to develop. At this juncture, Su Chen's cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of blood condensation. The indestructible scripture stands on the verge of breaking through to its first layer. With a deep breath, Su Chen prepares to unleash the full force of the indestructible scripture. Suddenly, the runes within him erupt in a blinding radiance. The surrounding essence surges uncontrollably into his being. Stimulated by the influx of essence, the runes inscribed with the indestructible scripture undergo a mysterious transformation. The already arcane runes become even more complex, as if they are elucidating the profound truths of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Su Chen's physical body emits a cacophony of cracking sounds. His bones, meridians, and flesh shatter simultaneously, transforming his form into a mere puddle of goo. A wave of excruciating pain washes over him. Su Chen grits his teeth, fully aware that this is a normal occurrence, a sign that the indestructible scripture is about to break through to its first layer. No destruction, no construction. From the ruins, brilliance shall be reborn. With a faint, crisp sound, the indestructible scripture officially broke through to the first level. Simultaneously, a peculiar secret power suddenly emerged within him. His previously tattered body began to repair itself at a visible pace. Growing increasingly powerful, the terrifying force of vitality swirled within him, resembling a great sun illuminating the heavens. At this moment, his cultivation, originally at the 9th level of blood condensation realm, unexpectedly broke through once more. Not merely to the transcendence realm, rather, he achieved an unprecedented 10th level of blood condensation realm. With a single arm's tremor, he unleashed a colossal force of 1,000,000 pounds, breaking through the limits. Reaching the 10th level of blood condensation realm, a single arm's shake, 1,000,000 pounds of power. What a relief! Su Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. The 10th level of blood condensation realm, a special realm that existed only in the conjectures of ancient powerful beings, had never been reached by any living entity throughout history. Yet at this moment, Su Chen had accomplished it. If this news were to spread, not only would those prodigies and saints be alarmed, but even the ancient recluses and taboo figures would likely be frightened into revealing themselves. However, Su Chen did not allow himself to become overly complacent. After all, he was endowed with an innate sacred body and the existence of the indestructible scripture and immortal source. Given such conditions, if he were unable to break through the limits and shatter the ancient myths, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable. And at that very moment, as the immortal source liquid dissipated, the immortal source suddenly began to shake violently. The pre-existing fissures rapidly expanded. Concurrently, the excited voices of the veterans outside resounded. The immortal source is shattering. The young emperor is about to emerge. Ha ha ha, after countless epochs. The young emperor has finally arrived. My heavens, we have awaited this day. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath and murmured, "The time has come. It is indeed time to emerge." As he spoke, the immortal source completely cracked open, and Su Chen officially came into being at the same time. At the moment of his emergence, the essence of heaven and earth surged forth, with countless sun, moon, and stars showering down their silvery light. The winds and clouds shifted, the void trembled. Illusions of dragons and phoenixes took shape, spiraling above the Su family. The great Tao of heaven and earth gave rise to myriad spiritual phantoms, kneeling in worship towards the direction of the Su family's War Emperor Pavilion. As if welcoming the descent of a supreme being, at this moment, everyone in the Su family was shaken, gazing at the celestial phenomena above with astonishment. What is happening? Such a terrifying spectacle. Some ancient beings were awakened, gazing at the sky in horror. This is the direction of the War Emperor Pavilion. Could it be that a slumbering ancestor has awakened? Or is it that a supreme figure from our Su family has transcended the level of life? Stepping into the realm of taboos? The discussions among the crowd were fervent. Meanwhile, the current patriarch of the Su family was also alarmed, his face pale as he looked towards the direction of the War Emperor Pavilion. Quickly leading a group of elders towards it, however, before they could reach the War Emperor Pavilion, the celestial phenomena shifted once more. A blue lotus surged towards the heavens, its leaves reflecting the stars. A colossal figure of an immortal king, surrounded by ethereal energy, sat atop the 9 heavens, gazing down upon all living beings. In the boundless ocean, turbulent waves surged as a great sun and moon slowly rose from the sea surface. Simultaneously, a tattered battle flag and a gigantic bronze cauldron soared from the War Emperor Pavilion, shaking violently as a terrifying imperial aura permeated the surroundings, causing the space to shatter and collapse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, including the patriarch of the Su family and the elders, who found themselves frozen in place. The blue lotus shone with the stars, the immortal king descended from the 9 heavens. The sun and moon rose over the sea, and our Su family's imperial flag and imperial weapon autonomously surged forth. Could it be the return of the remnants of our Su family's great emperor? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Su Mingri, the current patriarch of the Su family, exchanged glances with the elders. They had already begun to surmise what was happening. They hurried into the War Emperor Pavilion. To their astonishment, all the veteran legions that should have been in slumber awakened at this moment. Everyone looked with excitement at the infant suspended in midair. This infant radiated boundless Tao laws. His body translucent, resembling a child of the Tao. This is the young emperor. The young emperor has emerged. All those celestial phenomena were caused by the young emperor. Su Mingri and the elders, as the current leaders of the Su family, usually appeared unflappable even in the face of calamity. Yet at this moment, gazing at the infant in midair, they felt parched and dry. For that infant was none other than the posthumous child of their great emperor. The true young emperor, the child of the emperor. Naturally, compared to them, the veterans were even more exhilarated. Ha ha ha, the young emperor possesses unparalleled talent. Upon his birth, he has already caused such terrifying phenomena, destined to become an emperor in the future. Let me see. Innate sacred body, dual pupils, supreme bones. Ha ha ha. The young emperor's premature birth had previously damaged his foundation. Yet now he has not only restored it but advanced further. His talent is so formidable that even scouring ancient history, few could rival him. With the young emperor present, our Su family is destined to once again dominate the heavens and earth. Perhaps after the young emperor achieves enlightenment, he can lead us to quell the chaos in the forbidden zones and pacify foreign realms. Chapter 5. Heavenly Tribulation, the 10 Forbidden Dragons. The veterans gazed at the myriad phenomena triggered by Su Qin's emergence, their faces filled with excitement. Innate sacred body, dual pupils, supreme bones, imperial bloodline, gathering all top-tier talents. Even though they had witnessed the rise and fall of countless epics and encountered numerous unparalleled figures, they had never seen anyone with such defiant talent. The phrase imperial bearing hardly sufficed to describe his extraordinary gifts. With the young emperor present, our Su family is sure to once again revive the glory of the taboo era, extending the legacy of the emperor for another age. The lineage of the ancient divine mountain, Dragon Nest, produced a dragon Aotion, who possessed a trace of true dragon bloodline, yet dared to claim that no one among the younger generation of our Su family was worth mentioning. They were truly ignorant. Su Mingri and the elders also bore expressions of excitement. Although they were quite aged, when they looked at Su Chun, their eyes shone with reverence. For he was the posthumous child of the great emperor. And no one in the entire Su family held a status more noble than his. Just as everyone was still immersed in excitement and exhilaration, the celestial phenomena in the sky shifted once again. A strand of unparalleled immortal light suddenly appeared, floating in the void. Gods and demons knelt in worship, myriad spirits fell, the path to the underworld, the emperor's bloodshed. Various apocalyptic scenes emerged spontaneously from this immortal light. At the same time, boom! Thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and a breath of destruction rippled through the heavens and earth, countless bolts of lightning flickering in the void. This is the heavenly tribulation, as everyone gazed at the terrifying scene in the sky. Reminiscent of world-ending chaos, they were left speechless in shock. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed as people struggled to swallow their saliva. According to legend, whenever a being becomes too defiant, heaven grows jealous, descending a heavenly tribulation to obliterate them. Throughout history, those who could provoke a heavenly tribulation were almost always renowned supreme beings. Yet at this moment, Su Chun had only just been born, and already due to his overwhelmingly extraordinary talent, he had attracted the heavenly tribulation. The sky was filled with flickering lightning, the light of annihilation illuminating the heavens, and the breath of destruction rippling forth. This terrifying spectacle instantly stirred the entire nine heavens realm. Everyone looked up in horror towards the sky above the Sioux family. And why heavens? What on earth has transpired in the Sioux family? First, various magnificent phenomena, and now the annihilating heavenly tribulation. Could it truly be, as the rumors say, that the remnants of the supreme emperor of the Sioux family are about to return? Or perhaps, a certain supreme giant of the Sioux family has taken that crucial step, about to become a being of taboo. At this moment, the entire nine heavens realm trembled, as the renowned sacred places and immortal dynasties cast their gaze upon the Sioux family. Even some long-secluded forbidden beings and ancient relics were stirred, opening their eyes and fixating their attention on the Sioux family, eager to investigate the truth behind the phenomenon. However, as a supreme imperial clan, the Sioux family was protected by formidable emperor-level formations, rendering all prying eyes utterly powerless. In no time, the major immortal dynasties and top sacred forces began to mobilize, dispatching numerous scouts to trace the source of this unusual occurrence within the Sioux family. Such was the influence of the Sioux family, one of the few imperial clans in the current Nine Heavens realm. Every action they undertook attracted the attention of the most powerful factions. The term imperial clan holds immense significance, representing a lineage that has endured through countless epochs, with ancestors who have attained supreme emperor status, possessing imperial blood and profound heritage, capable of overlooking all realms and wielding forbidden methods such as supreme emperor weapons, making them one of the foremost dominators of the Nine Heavens realm. Meanwhile, within the War Emperor Pavilion of the Sioux family, as they gazed at the increasingly coalescing heavenly tribulation above, the expressions of everyone shifted from initial astonishment to deep concern. The reason was simple. This heavenly tribulation was terrifyingly grand, far surpassing the tribulation faced when becoming a saint, emanating a dreadful aura that sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, a mere infant like Su Chun could not possibly withstand it. Humph! A mere heavenly tribulation dares to challenge our esteemed young lord, exclaimed the leader among the veterans. Today, let alone the tribulation, even if the laws of heaven and earth were to descend, they would not be able to harm our young lord in the slightest. With that, he stepped forward, his once stooped figure now standing tall and proud, his white hair billowing as if he had regained the vigor of his youth. His gaze sparkled with lightning, and with a commanding gesture, he summoned the imperial banners and the bronze furnace of war from the sky, intending to use these two supreme imperial weapons as a medium to burn his own life force in a desperate bid to shield Su Chun from the heavenly tribulation. Though he knew that this act would cost him his life, he remained resolute. The surrounding veterans, witnessing this, were filled with sorrow and let out anguished roars to the heavens. Just then, a cold snort echoed, and a terrifying aura surged forth. The life force of the veteran leader was forcibly suppressed, and he reverted to his elderly appearance. A mere heavenly tribulation dares to challenge the Sioux family's young lord? In the next instant, a colossal black hand appeared in the sky, descending upon the fearsome heavenly tribulation to suppress it. Boom! Deafening sound reverberated, and the sky fell silent once more as a ray of sunlight illuminated the scene. Astonishingly, the heavenly tribulation was instantaneously obliterated by that colossal hand, as if it had never existed. The heavenly tribulation obliterated by a single hand. What sort of power is this? The onlookers felt parched, their mouths dry. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared soundlessly within the War Emperor Pavilion. This elder, with white hair and a common appearance, donned coarse linen garments, exuding no discernible aura. It was the 10th ancestor, Su Tianming. Recognizing the elder, the veterans gasped in astonishment. In the bygone era of taboos, the Sioux family's emperor, Su Tianqing, had suppressed the heavens, and the entire Nine Heavens realm had bowed beneath the iron heel of the Sioux family. That era was indeed one of unparalleled glory for the Sioux family. Besides Emperor Su Tianqing, the Sioux family was also guarded by 10 formidable taboo ancestral dragons during that time. Each of these 10 ancestral dragons was extraordinarily talented, unmatched among their contemporaries. Some even claim that had Su Tianqing attained enlightenment first, Each of the 10 ancestral dragons would have had the potential for transcendence. During the climactic battle that marked the end of the era of taboos, the 10 ancestral dragons shone with an extraordinary brilliance. United, they annihilated a significant forbidden zone, slaying all forbidden beings within. However, following that, the 10 ancestral dragons fell silent. The world speculated that they had all perished in that climactic battle. Yet now, one of the 10 ancestral dragons stood before everyone. Should this news spread, it would surely cause a stir throughout the 9 heavens realm, including among the forbidden beings in the life-death zones. Chapter 6. The Resplendent Age of Stars, the Young Lord's Palace. We pay our respects to the 10th ancestor. A group of veterans and the Su family's elder, Su Mingri, knelt in unison. Their eyes filled with awe. The name Su Tianming resonated among them like a legend, a truly forbidden figure, an unparalleled being. However, Su Tianming paid them no heed. Instead, he stepped forward, gently cradling the still infant Su Qian in his arms. Ah, truly, he is the son of my brother, an innate sacred body with a Tao fetus, dual pupils, and supreme bone. From birth, he has shattered the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm. Such talent, even in the era of taboos, would be unrivaled across the land. Yu Tianming gazed fondly at the infant Su Qian, his eyes brimming with affection. Having spoken, he turned to the kneeling veterans and Su Mingri, declaring, from this day forth, I shall take the young lord to the ancestral grounds for seclusion for several years. Regarding today's events, no one is to disclose any information concerning the young lord. Those who defy this command shall face execution. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with an overwhelming authority that sent shivers down the spines of those present, compelling them to bow their heads in submission. When they raised their heads again, Su Tianming had already vanished, cradling the still infant Su Qian. Only then did the onlookers breathe a sigh of relief. The veterans fell silent once more, returning to their slumber, awaiting Su Qian's emergence. Meanwhile, Su Mingri and the elders immediately began making arrangements for the construction of a grand palace dedicated to the young lord's future. Time, like grains of sand slipping through fingers, swiftly passed, and 8 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this period, countless immortal dynasties and top sacred places sought information regarding the Su family's extraordinary occurrences, with even forbidden beings covertly gathering intelligence. Yet, all inquiries yielded naught. Moreover, within the Su family itself, aside from a select few, the majority remained oblivious to the source of this anomaly. Consequently, various rumors regarding the Su family's phenomenon began to circulate. Some speculated that it was the indomitable true spirit of the Su family's emperor, returning home and causing the imperial weapons to tremble. Others conjectured that it heralded the impending birth of a descendant from a supreme figure within the Su family. There were even whispers suggesting that a certain forbidden creature from the Su family had comprehended the secrets of life and death, advancing to become a forbidden existence. Countless versions of the tale emerged, yet the specifics remained elusive. Furthermore, the fervor surrounding this event did not linger long, soon overshadowed by a major happening: the arrival of the Trial Divine Steel and the imminent opening of the 3,000 Celestial Realms. The 3,000 Celestial Realms, also known as the 10th realm, were said to have once existed alongside the 9 heavens realm, but for reasons unknown, the 10th realm was shattered, transforming into the 3,000 celestial realms. Sealed away by mysterious forces, preventing beings from entering unless at a specific time, at that moment, all young prodigies below the Nirvana realm could leave their names upon the Trial Divine Steel to gain entry, where they would engage in competition on the celestial ancient platform. Victors would be granted bountiful rewards, including imperial scriptures, true celestial relics, and gifts from immortals. An array of rewards awaited. The 3,000 celestial realms also brimmed with opportunities, offering countless sacred and divine medicines. Even immortal elixirs, true dragon eggs, and phoenix eggs could be sought after in no time. All prodigious talents endeavored to etch their names upon the Trial Divine Steel, while ancient beings long sealed away began to emerge, challenging the strong and honing their skills. Throughout this period, numerous young prodigies shone with unparalleled brilliance, leaving spectators in awe. The holy son of the primordial sacred land, Wang Tianke, the holy maiden of the Yinyang sacred land, Mu Qingqing, the barbarian clan of the eastern wilderness, barbarian child, and the ancient divine mountain S. Long Outyin. Various talents emerged before the world, as prodigies vied for supremacy across the heavens. Everyone was astounded by this resplendent era, where these once rare, unparalleled prodigies coexisted, challenging one another. Some proclaimed this as a flourishing age, where the fortunes of countless epics converged, heralding a golden era of dazzling stars. In this age, historically renowned talents would emerge to vie for the singular imperial throne of this generation. Others claimed that this era would witness prodigies breaking the cycle of countless epics, transcending to become celestial beings, ascending to the celestial realm. There were even speculations that this era would represent the utmost flourishing before destruction, where countless prodigies would converge, heralding a cruel age of darkness and chaos. The return of forbidden calamities, with the netherworld becoming the ultimate refuge for all souls. Regarding the future, all could only speculate. The precise conclusion remained uncertain. However, one thing was certain. In this world, where prodigies arise in great numbers, it is destined that one individual will stand atop myriad paths, transcending the flowing river of time. Resplendent and magnificent, the imperial clan, the Sioux family, dragons and serpents rise, phoenixes soar from cliffs, and cheilants lie upon mountains. Embodying a scene of auspiciousness ascending, as a prominent imperial clan of the present age, the Sioux family is truly resplendent, boasting vast mountains and rivers within their ancestral lands. This moment, within the Sioux family's martial arts arena, the entire youthful generation is diligently honing their skills. Not far from them stands a grand palace, magnificent and exuding a unique aura, reminiscent of a colossal primordial beast, evoking a sense of insignificance in those who stand before it. The gaze of all the young individuals in the arena is imbued with fervent longing as they behold this palace, known as the Imperial Prince's Palace, a residence only fit for the imperial prince. Yet, to this day, no one has ever dwelled within its confines. Ever since the palace's completion, rumors have circulated within the Sioux family, stating that it is a dedicated abode prepared for the future imperial prince. However, the identity of this prince remains uncertain. This implies that anyone among the young generation could potentially become the master of this palace. The most outstanding individuals among the youthful Sioux clan members all covet ownership of the palace, and even engage in clandestine skirmishes over it. After all, the title of Imperial Prince carries immense significance. Meanwhile, at a certain ancient teleportation array outside the Sioux family estate, Su Mingri, along with a host of esteemed elders and 300 veteran warriors, has gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gaze towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, a faint force of spatial energy emanates, illuminating the array as a portal to another realm materializes. In the next moment, the figure of a young boy slowly steps forth from the portal. This boy appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Despite his youth, he possesses an upright stature, his hair shimmering, and his gaze flickering with an otherworldly brilliance, as if one could see the cosmic dissolution reflected in his pupils. Moreover, an aura of extraordinary authority envelopes him, transcending his age. The crowd is momentarily entranced, perceiving not a mere boy, but a peerless celestial king, gazing down upon the heavens. This boy is none other than Su Chun. Chapter 7. The mighty dragon drives the chariot, 300 saints pave the way. Salutations to the imperial prince. 8 years have swiftly passed. Su Chun has transformed from a swaddled infant into a graceful young lad, strikingly handsome and exuding a unique ethereal charm. Upon witnessing this, Su Mingri promptly kneels before him, accompanied by the esteemed elders. Rise. Su Chen's voice is cool and detached, nodding gently, exuding an air of composure and calm, as the Sioux family's imperial prince and the posthumous son of a great emperor. He is fully deserving of this reverence. Thank you, Imperial Prince. The crowd rises in unison. The 300 veterans remain silent, choosing instead to quietly guard Su Chun, for this is their duty and the very essence of their existence. Each one possesses at least the cultivation of a great sage, some even nearing the threshold of quasi-emperor. In any other realm, they would be figures of great renown. Yet, at this moment, they willingly stand by Su Chun's side. serving as his protectors. Imperial Prince, your dedicated palace is ready. At this juncture, Su Mingri steps forward, summoning a magnificent chariot with a respectful demeanor. Although he is the current leader of the Su family, he displays utmost reverence before Su Chun. The chariot he presents is crafted to the highest standards of the Su family. Before the chariot, 9 colossal dragons stand proudly, prepared to pull it. Each of these dragons is resplendent, their scales dark and exuding an overwhelming dragon might. Astonishingly, all 9 dragons possess the cultivation of mighty beings. In the outside world, such power would denote a leader of a sect. Yet here, within the Su family, they are merely harnessed to draw a chariot. Roar! The dragons bellow, lowering their heads in respect upon seeing Su Chun. He ascends the chariot with measured steps, and under Su Mingri's guidance, they proceed toward the Imperial Prince's palace. The 300 veteran saints pave the way ahead, while the chariot soars, illuminating the skies with divine radiance. The spectacle of 9 mighty dragons drawing a chariot, accompanied by 300 veteran saints, creates a tremendous stir within the Su family estate, inciting waves of astonishment. All activities cease as onlookers pause to gaze in awe. Who is this individual, commanding such a grand procession with 9 mighty dragons? The 300 veterans are equally formidable. Just the aura of any one of them is enough to chill the spine. Such a display rivals even those of the sovereigns of sacred lands and the emperors of immortal dynasties. The crowd cannot help but murmur in fear, speculating the identity of the occupant within the chariot. However, the ensuing events only deepen their trepidation. As the chariot glides through the air, ethereal images of countless sacred beasts manifest around it, and a magnificent golden road unfurls, leading directly to the Imperial Prince's palace. Upon reaching the palace's entrance, a figure leaps down from the chariot, standing respectfully by the side. The moment the Su family members behold this figure, they collectively gasp in astonishment. For the individual who has just ascended is none other than Su Mingri, the current leader of the Su family. Who is this person that the clan leader personally attends to him? The murmurs of the crowd grow louder, all eyes fixated upon the chariot, eager to unearth the mystery. In the next moment, amidst their scrutiny, Su Chun gracefully steps forth from the chariot, though still young. He exudes an unparalleled majesty, radiating a luminous aura that elevates him to an otherworldly realm, resembling a youthful celestial emperor, both extraordinary and transcendent. Most remarkable are his eyes, which shimmer with reflections of the stars and the cosmic dissolution. What a handsome young man! Such a beautiful boy! I wish I could pinch his cheeks. Some girls, captivated by Su Chun's striking visage, cannot help but murmur, so young, so adorable. I want to ride him. A fiery young lady smiles dreamily. It must be said, the young women of the Su family are particularly enthusiastic. In contrast, many young men gaze at Su Chun, their eyes gleaming with intensity. What terrifying vitality! Even from a distance, the aura he exudes sends shivers down my spine. As if I were facing a true dragon from the heavens. One astute young man, sensing Su Chun's energy, cannot help but exclaim in amazement. The rest of the crowd shares similar reactions, their expressions shifting as they fixate on Su Chun. At such a tender age, his aura is already so formidable. Coupled with the grand display of his arrival and Su Mingri's demeanor, Su Chun's identity becomes an enigma wrapped in mystery. Yet, in the next moment, even more astonishing events unfold. As Su Chun steps down from the chariot, he maintains a calm demeanor, striding directly towards the Imperial Prince's palace. Witnessing this, the faces of the youthful Su clan members shift dramatically. The Imperial Prince's palace is a dedicated abode for the Imperial Prince, its symbolic significance far too immense. And now, this young boy disregards the crowd, advancing without hesitation. Most notably, the clan leader and esteemed elders remain silent, as if this were entirely natural. Observing this scene, the onlookers exchange glances, their curiosity piqued as they begin to speculate on Su Chun's identity. Some whisper that he is the descendant of a forbidden figure within the Su family, possessing unparalleled talent and the potential to ascend as an emperor. Others suggest that he is a reincarnation of an esteemed ancestor, having returned to youth and living a second life. Even more outlandish are claims that he is the illegitimate son of clan leader Su Mingri and a supreme female sovereign of a sacred land. Having roamed the world for years before returning to the Su family, in any case, one thing remains undeniable. This young boy has taken residence in the imperial prince's palace in an instant. All eyes among the youthful generation of the Su family are fixed upon Su Chan. However, Su Chan is wholly unfazed. Upon entering the imperial prince's palace, he dismisses everyone, retreating alone into a private chamber. System, open the personal panel. With his command, a property panel, visible only to him, materializes before his eyes. Name, Su Chan. Age, 8 years. Identity, posthumous son of the great emperor Su Tianqing of the Su family. Cultivation, 10th layer of transcendence. Cultivation method, indestructible scripture, 1st layer. Divine powers, none yet. Treasures, none yet. Destiny villain points, 100,000 points. Chapter 8. The transformative immortal decision. One thought blossoms. You reign over the world. Gazing at his personal attributes panel, Su Chan could not help but nod in satisfaction. Over the span of 8 years, his cultivation realm had ascended from the 10th level of the blood condensation realm to the transcendence realm. Furthermore, he had shattered the ancient limits, reaching the unprecedented 10th level of the transcendence realm. Currently, the vitality within him surged to a somewhat frightening degree, and his physical body was extraordinarily strong, capable of effortlessly crushing top-tier Taoist weapons with his bare hands. Of course, this was the result of his deliberate suppression. Throughout these 8 years, he had refrained from actively cultivating, and the 9 ancestors had not instructed him in any techniques. Instead, they delivered daily teachings and utilized various celestial materials to refine his physical form, laying down an unparalleled foundation. The essence of the transcendence realm lies in the refinement and suppression of the physical body, transcending the mundane world. With the 9 ancestors' direct teachings, coupled with the refinement from celestial materials, it was only natural for Su Chan to break through the limits of this realm. Now, both his body and soul existed in a state of purity, rendering him ethereal and transcendent. Next, he could attempt to break through to the sea of suffering realm. However, before that, he should first explore what the system marketplace had to offer. The system marketplace required the accumulation of 100,000 destiny villain points to unlock. Throughout these 8 years, the system had not issued any tasks, nor had new sign-in locations appeared. Thus, he could only rely on continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation realm to obtain destiny villain points. Fortunately, with his recent breakthrough to the 10th level of the transcendence realm, he had finally amassed enough points to unlock the system marketplace. With a mere thought, the interface of the system marketplace sprang to life. Ding! Your destiny villain points have reached 100,000. The system marketplace is now officially open. The marketplace boasted a plethora of items, allowing the host to purchase at will by expending destiny villain points. 2 notifications rang in his mind. The system marketplace was officially open. Su Chan briefly perused it, noting that it was divided into 3 categories: weapons, divine techniques, and monthly gift packs. His gaze settled on the weapons section. Changhong Sword, 300 destiny villain points. Dragon Slayer Knife, 400 destiny villain points. Heavenly Sword, 400 destiny villain points. Peerless Sword Box, 500 destiny villain points. Mysterious Heavy Ruler, 1,000 destiny villain points. Heavenly Scale Ancient Halberd, 1,500 destiny villain points. Great Sumaru Divine Pillar, 3,000 destiny villain points. Void War Halberd, 50,000 destiny villain points. 5 Elements Battle Armor, 80,000 destiny villain points. 6 Paths Reincarnation Bracelet, 120,000 destiny villain points. Immortal Heavenly Knife, 600 million destiny villain points. Great Luo Sword Embryo, 800 million destiny villain points. Zhu Xian Sword Array, 1 billion destiny villain points. Pango Axe, 1.5 billion destiny villain points. Good heavens! After a glance at the weapons section, Su Chan felt his heart racing uncontrollably. From mundane weapons to supreme imperial weapons, even legendary immortal artifacts were available in this weapons shop. Unfortunately, Su Chan was currently financially constrained, unable to afford any of the exquisite weapons. The ordinary weapons held no necessity for him to purchase. As the heir of the Su family, he could freely choose from all the weapons in the family treasury, including sacred weapons. In critical moments, He could even mobilize 2 supreme imperial weapons from the Su family. Thus, he found no reason to purchase ordinary weapons from the system marketplace. As for the items he desired, they were all beyond his financial reach. Shaking his head, Su Chun decided not to dwell on it further and closed the weapons section, shifting his attention to the divine techniques and methods category. Similar to the weapons, this section was equally diverse, featuring a myriad of techniques and divine powers. Even legendary artifacts such as the 9 secrets, 10 fiend treasures, emperor scriptures, and immortal gifts were present. However, the prices were exorbitantly high. Su Chun could only admire them from afar, as he genuinely could not afford them. How enticing, Su Chun sighed, turning his gaze to the final category, the monthly gift pack. This monthly gift pack was akin to a blind box from his past life, costing 100,000 Destiny Villain points each, with 10 available each month. Every item in the system marketplace could potentially be obtained from within. If luck were on his side, he might even procure supreme imperial weapons, immortal artifacts, immortal gifts, or emperor scriptures from it. Of course, if luck were to abandon him, the 100,000 Destiny Villain points would be wasted. Let us try one monthly gift pack. Later on, when he encounters the protagonist, he could directly purchase those exquisite items. There are 3 methods to obtain Destiny Villain points. First, breakthrough and cultivation. Second, sign-ins and system tasks. Third, defeating the protagonist or those close to him would yield Destiny treasure chests, which upon opening would guarantee significant amounts of Destiny Villain points. Ding! Do you confirm the expenditure of 100,000 Destiny Villain points to purchase one monthly gift box? P.S. Current stock, 10. Yes. No. The system prompt appeared before him. Without hesitation, Su Chun selected yes. In the next moment, a black treasure chest materialized in his hand. This chest was visible only to him and could be opened solely by him. With a slight exertion of force, he heard a crisp sound as the lid of the chest popped open. Ding! You have opened the monthly gift box. Congratulations! You have received the item Golden Vine X1, Spiritual Herb. Congratulations! You have received the item Purple Cloud Sword X1, Weapon. Congratulations! You have received the item Premium Spirit Stone X100, Miscellaneous. Congratulations! Congratulations! You have received the item Myriad Transformation Sacred Decision, Divine Technique. Congratulations! You have received the item One Thought Blossoms, Ruling the World, Divine Technique. A flurry of golden light flashed as the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed incessantly in his ears. Su Chun felt a surge of excitement within him, his breath quickening. The monthly gift box yielded numerous items. However, for Su Chun, most of the earlier rewards were largely useless trinkets. It was the last 2 items that stirred his heart with exhilaration. Myriad Transformation Sacred Decision, an unparalleled divine technique created by an extraordinary female emperor, tailored to the Taoist 9 secrets, characterized by its endless transformations, devoid of fixed forms, allowing for free application. With a single technique, it can obliterate myriad laws, possessing the terrifying power to transmute the miraculous into decay, countering all secret arts in existence. One Thought Blossoms, Ruling the World, an unmatched divine technique created by a prodigious female emperor, wielding unparalleled destructive power, capable of striking the heavens above and suppressing the abyss below. Chapter 9. Sign-in locations refresh, breakthrough to the Sea of Suffering realm. Whether it is the Myriad Transformations Sacred Decision or One Thought Blossoms, Ruling the World, both are supreme divine techniques belonging to the imperial level of inheritance, possessing unparalleled might. One has the ability to transmute the miraculous into decay, countering all laws, rendering even the mightiest divine techniques mundane in the face of the Myriad Transformations Sacred Decision. Meanwhile, One Thought Blossoms, Ruling the World, is a devastating technique. Once invoked, blossoms of the great Tao bloom across the skies, capable of striking the heavens and suppressing the abyss. Truly terrifying. This time, what a windfall! A grin spread across Su Chen's face. From a monthly gift box costing 100,000 Destiny Villain points, he had drawn supreme divine techniques valued at millions of Destiny Villain points. The odds of this are hardly better than winning 5 million in the lottery. It can only be said that Su Chen's luck is extraordinary. With this thought, he unhesitatingly accepted the rewards. In the next moment, a multitude of items appeared within the system space. Simultaneously, two segments of runic formulas began to flow slowly through Su Chen's mind. These runic formulas carried an aura of celestial grace, their complexity so profound that an ordinary person might spend a lifetime trying to fathom their intricacies. Yet, as a congenital sacred body and having received teachings from the 9 ancestors over the past 8 years, Su Chen's comprehension and insight into the great Tao had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. In nearly an instant, he had preliminarily mastered both supreme divine techniques. One thought blossoms, ruling the world. As he murmured softly, Su Chen attempted to invoke the formula. In the next moment, an extraordinary force erupted forth, and 3,000 pristine flowers of the great Tao began to bloom within the confines of the chamber. Appearing ethereal and sacred, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Do not underestimate these flowers of the great Tao. While they may seem ethereal and divine, they harbor an exceedingly terrifying power of destruction, capable of vanquishing all beings. Amidst these 3,000 flowers, Su Chen stood with closed eyes, his already transcendent aura becoming even more ethereal, akin to an immortal who has transcended the mundane world. Strike! With a gentle utterance of the word, Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes and hurled a fist toward the wall of the chamber. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3,000 flowers surged forth alongside the momentum of his punch, crashing into the wall. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, akin to the clash of bronze gongs, deafening in its intensity. The entire chamber trembled subtly. An invisible barrier flickered upon the walls of the chamber, successfully intercepting Su Chen's strike. A slender crack materialized upon the barrier. This was the protective array inherent to the chamber, now activated. At that moment, had anyone witnessed this spectacle, their jaws would have surely dropped in astonishment. For this array was no ordinary formation. It had been laid by a master of formidable prowess. Not even cultivators at the transcendent stage could hope to shake it, let alone those at the divine ability stage. Yet, under Su Chen's singular assault, a fissure appeared. It could only be said that the force of his attack, akin to the blooming of a flower, was indeed unparalleled, wielding immense power. Without pausing, Su Chen endeavored to execute the Wan Hua immortal technique. In stark contrast to the resplendence of his previous attack, the Wan Hua immortal technique appeared exceedingly mundane, reminiscent of the most commonplace of secret arts, seemingly unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a peculiar decaying force emanating from its shimmering radiance. This decaying force did not target tangible entities, but was specifically aimed at runes. Every divine rune that came into contact with it would be disassembled and corroded, rendering its formidable power ordinary. 2 divine abilities were more than sufficient for my current needs. In a low murmur, a faint smile danced upon Su Chen's lips. Ding dong, the sign-in location has been announced. Ancient Emperor City. Trial Divine Monument. Please proceed to the sign-in location within 10 days. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of this sign-in opportunity. This moment, the system's voice echoed once more. A brand new sign-in location had finally arrived. Su Chen's expression shifted with excitement. Since his last sign-in, the system's functionality had languished for 8 long years, offering no refreshment. Now, at last, it was reinstated. With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm. After all, the rewards from his last sign-in could only be described as extraordinary. He was immensely eager for the rewards of this upcoming sign-in. Ancient Emperor City. In a whisper, Su Chen couldn't help but grin. He suddenly recalled that, according to the records in the original novel, this ancient Emperor City harbored a deeply mysterious origin. Moreover, one of the 32 main protagonists would also appear at this juncture. After 8 years, I wonder how far these protagonists have progressed. In quiet contemplation, Su Chen did not hasten to set off. Instead, he closed his eyes and commenced his cultivation. His cultivation had already transcended the pinnacle of the transcendent stage. Lingering in this realm held no further significance for him, as he sought to break through to the next stage, the sea of suffering. This stage's true essence lay in transforming one's own essence into a sea. The accumulation from the previous 2 realms would be manifested in this stage. The more solid the foundation, the more expansive the sea of suffering would become. Indeed, Those prodigies with sufficiently deep roots could even give rise to extraordinary phenomena during this transformation. These phenomena were reflections of their principles and paths, representing the potential they contained. Simultaneously, the sea of suffering represented the stage with the greatest disparity in combat power among cultivators. The powerful could effortlessly suppress the weak, even when the latter were several minor realms below them. To gauge whether someone was a true prodigy, one need only observe their performance in the sea of suffering. At this moment, Su Qian sat cross-legged, eyes closed, beginning his breakthrough. For others, a breakthrough is an arduous endeavor, particularly at the level of major realms, where an ordinary person might require years of accumulation. Even geniuses need time to consolidate their powers. Yet Su Qian, with his innate talent and foundation, required none of that. Had he not actively suppressed himself, his realm would have likely reached an extraordinarily terrifying level by now. Buzz. A silent tremor resonated. All sources of primordial power converged upon Su Qian's abdomen, the very locus of the sea of suffering. As the essence gathered, a golden point suddenly emerged, its area rapidly expanding. For ordinary individuals, the initial size of the sea of suffering upon breaking through was typically no larger than a palm. It would subsequently enlarge as their cultivation advanced. However, at this moment, Su Qian's sea of suffering, still in its nascent stage, already resembled a small puddle and was expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Soon reaching the size of a small pond, countless streams of golden liquid flowed within, all of which comprised Su Qian's primordial power, the very source of his strength. Chapter 10. 3,000 demons offering sacrifices. 3,000 Buddhas chanting scriptures, 3,000 deities paying homage. At this juncture, with the continuous influx of primordial power, the sea of suffering, already expanded to the size of a small pond, surged dramatically once more. Having shattered the peaks of the blood condensation and transcendence stages, coupled with 8 years of relentless teachings from the 9 ancestors, Su Qian's foundation was astoundingly robust. Throughout ancient history, few could compare with him. The expansion speed of the golden sea in his abdomen intensified, ultimately transforming into an endless expanse of golden ocean. The surface roiled with golden waves, crashing with a sound akin to thunder. Yet, this was not the end. Above the golden sea of suffering, an array of phenomena began to unfold spontaneously. Azure lotuses soared towards the heavens, their leaves reflecting the stars of the cosmos. The immortal king sat upon the 9 heavens. Gazing down upon all, a great sun and a full moon rose simultaneously from the sea of suffering. Azure lotuses shone with starlight. The immortal king graced the 9 heavens, and the sun and moon ascended from the sea. These phenomena, which had manifested upon Su Qian's emergence, re-emerged within his sea of suffering at this moment, rendering it both sacred and transcendent. And yet, this was not the conclusion. After these phenomena had completed their evolution, a burst of golden light erupted once more from above his sea of suffering. Even more terrifying phenomena began to take shape. 3,000 demonic phantoms surrounded the golden figure, continuously offering sacrifices. 3,000 Buddhas sat around the golden figure, reciting scriptures. 3,000 deities knelt beneath the golden immortal, persistently bowing in reverence. The echoes of ancient chants reverberated across the golden sea of suffering, mysterious and timeless, as if traversing the river of time itself. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden figure, encircled by 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities, bore a striking resemblance to Su Qian, resembling a youthful celestial emperor. This was the manifestation of his Tao fruit, a reflection of his accomplishments after breaking through the previous 2 realms. Simultaneously, above the imperial sun's palace, as Su Qian successfully broke through to the sea of suffering, the heavens and earth instantaneously shifted and hued. A golden beam of light shot forth from the chamber where Su Qian was meditating, illuminating the entire expanse in a golden glow. Concurrently, the scenes from Su Qian's sea of suffering were projected into the firmament. The golden sea of suffering shimmered brilliantly, with countless phenomena suspended above it. 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, 3,000 deities prostrating below. This terrifying spectacle instantly captured the attention of all. The sea of suffering reflected the heavens. Myriad phenomena swirling within. Who is breaking through? Such a fearsome display, an overwhelming depth of power. An ancient relic, stirred from its slumber, gazed at the heavenly phenomenon, unable to contain its astonishment. Who is this person? Such a terrifying sea of suffering, surpassing even the most extraordinary prodigies. Does this person possess the bearing of an emperor? This astonishing phenomenon was astonishingly unprecedented. The commotion of this breakthrough was too immense. When did the Su family produce such a prodigy? Another unparalleled genius has emerged, and this phenomenon originates from the imperial son's palace. The youth brought back by the clan leader. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the youth brought back by the clan leader is a certain taboo figure living an extraordinary second life? It is unfathomable. The sea of suffering is so vast. How profound must the accumulation be? It is simply more astounding than the young emperors of the same era. The members of the Su family gazed at the sky, unable to suppress their awe. Each face bore an expression of disbelief. The golden sea of suffering that appeared in the heavens was simply too immense, and the phenomena it birthed were utterly terrifying. Such a fearsome display, even the most powerful among the younger generation of the Su family. The top 10 holy sons did not exhibit such grandeur during their breakthroughs. As the crowd marveled, the clan leader, Su Mingri, along with several elders, were also stirred. Gazing at the celestial phenomena, their expressions turned vacant. The imperial sun has broken through, but this commotion is far too great. When our Su family's emperor broke through to the sea of suffering, such a terrifying phenomenon did not occur. How formidable is the talent of the imperial son! Heavens tremble at his emergence, and now the sea of suffering reflects the heavens. This is no longer the demeanor of an emperor, but the true bearing of an immortal. A few individuals exchanged glances. Unable to suppress a swallow, as the head of the imperial clan Su family, Su Mingri had witnessed countless extraordinary talents, yet none could compare to Su Chun'ai in that moment. An exhilarating thrill coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. With the presence of the imperial scion, perhaps the Su family could contend for the imperial mandate of this generation. Meanwhile, within a certain pavilion on the Su family estate, an intriguing spectacle unfolded. The boundless sea of suffering reflected myriad celestial phenomena, and to be granted entry to the imperial scion pavilion was indeed a remarkable privilege. A young man gazed at the wonders in the sky, murmuring softly to himself. Clad in a flowing white robe, his tall figure exuded an aura of grace akin to a gentle spring breeze. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense an overwhelming sharpness beneath that serene demeanor. Akin to a divine sword shimmering with a chilling brilliance, both formidable and piercing. This young man was none other than Su Tianjian, one of the top 10 holy sons of the current Su family. Endowed with an innate 5-element sword physique, ranking among the top 50 of the myriad physiques, it was said that upon his birth, celestial phenomena had graced the land, and countless sword energies surged within a 100-mile radius. With all divine swords of the Su family autonomously flying towards him, young master, could this person, with such terrifying phenomena in the realm of suffering, possibly? A captivating young woman with an enchanting demeanor voiced her concerns behind Su Tianjian. However, before she could finish her thought, Su Tianjian confidently interjected, "There is no need for concern. If it were merely this, the Imperial Scion Pavilion would not hold him for long." His voice momentarily faltered, tinged with regret, as he added, "If only I had not already advanced to the divine aperture realm, I would relish the opportunity to measure his strength against my sword." With that, he fixed his gaze upon the Imperial Scion Pavilion, his aura suddenly surging as a tangible sword energy soared into the heavens, manifesting as a colossal divine sword suspended in the firmament. Simultaneously, in several other pavilions within the Su family estate, a mighty true phoenix soared into the sky, releasing a resounding roar as divine flames radiated from its wings, scorching the heavens. A battle immortal materialized from the void, wielding a bronze halberd, causing the air to tremble with an overwhelming battle intent. These manifestations were all the result of the unique auras of several other holy sons of the Su family. Their cultivation had long transcended the realm of suffering, and as prodigious talents, they harbored their own distinctive pride. Even with Su Qin's ascendance to the Imperial Scion Palace, they remained disdainful of engaging directly, preferring to await an opportunity to confront him on equal footing. Chapter 11. Ancient Emperor City. The fated protagonist Lin Yin. Within the Imperial Sion Palace, Su Chun observed the surge of energy from several holy sons of the Su family in the sky and could not help but chuckle lightly. They wished to wait for him to engage them on equal terms. One had to admit, these individuals possessed remarkable audacity. Although he had only just entered the realm of suffering, his combat prowess had already reached a staggering level. With an innate holy body, dual pupils, supreme bones, and imperial blood, he was endowed with various top-tier talents, coupled with 2 breakthroughs of limits and formidable techniques. It could be said that while Su Chin's cultivation level was merely at the threshold of the realm of suffering, he harbored no fear even when facing those prodigious talents in the divine aperture realm. He could easily suppress them with sheer force. Enough of this. The most pressing matter is to complete my sign-in. As for you all, there will be time to subdue you later. Su Chun proclaimed confidently, his spirit unwavering, firmly believing in his invincibility and ability to dominate all adversaries, dismissing the top 10 holy sons entirely from his thoughts. As he spoke, he closed his eyes once more, solidifying his cultivation. Having stepped into the realm of suffering, advancing within this level would be quite simple. He merely needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy, transforming it into the power of origin and infusing it into the sea of suffering. A night passed in silence. The following morning, bathed in the warm sunlight, Su Chun slowly opened his eyes. Dressed in white, he strode out of the Imperial Sion Palace and ascended the 9 Dragons carriage point. 300 veteran soldiers swiftly followed, clearing the way as they set forth towards the ancient Emperor City. The 9 Dragons carriage soared through the sky, a golden pathway of shimmering ahead, with myriad phenomena unfolding around the vehicle. Su Chun stood at the center of the carriage, robed in white, exuding an unparalleled grandeur that commanded respect despite his youth. As the 9 Dragons carriage exited the Su family estate, its imposing presence immediately captured the attention of all. Is that the esteemed figure from the Su family? The 9 Dragons pulling the carriage. What a grand spectacle! Each of the 9 Dragons possessed formidable prowess, their bloodlines astonishing, capable of leading a sect of their own in any other realm. Yet here they were, harnessed to a carriage. The contingent of veteran soldiers clearing the path exuded an aura so formidable that merely their casual presence instilled a chilling dread. Could this be the head of the Su family making an appearance? The crowd buzzed with speculation, pausing to gaze upward, some even attempting to use techniques to probe the situation within the carriage. However, a veteran soldier merely glanced at one such individual, and an invisible wave surged forth, causing the person to explode on the spot, reduced to a puddle of flesh before they could even scream. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd immediately scattered in terror. A single glance had obliterated a formidable being of the divine aperture realm. What was the true cultivation level of that veteran soldier? Fear etched on their faces. They dared not pry into the carriage any further. At that moment, Su Chun reclined languidly within the 9 Dragons carriage. His expression indifferent, he felt no disquiet regarding the recent events. After all, he was not the protagonist but rather the antagonist, the destined great villain. Attempting to pry into his affairs, they should be prepared for death. Ignoring the murmurs below, Su Chun began to meditate, lightly tapping his forehead with his fingers. According to the records within the original narrative, at this juncture, one of the 32 protagonists would also make their appearance within the ancient Emperor City. Su Chun was eager to see what kind of scene would unfold upon their meeting. Meanwhile, outside the ancient Emperor City, a young man bearing an exaggerated divine measuring staff approached the city gate. Dressed in black, he had a robust physique and rugged features, exuding an aura of a hardened warrior. Moreover, his presence radiated an intense heat, like an eternal divine fire capable of incinerating everything in its path. This young man was none other than Lin Yin, one of the protagonists. Raising his gaze to the grand gates of ancient Emperor City, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Lin Yin, 8 years ago. When you climbed the lofty branch of the Imperial Su family, you confidently sought to annul our engagement with the Yin clan, even going so far as to humiliate me, trampling my dignity underfoot. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Today, I shall come to fulfill the vow of yesteryears and repay you for the humiliation you inflicted upon me 100-fold. As he spoke, Lin Yin hefted the imposing staff upon his back and strode boldly into the ancient emperor city. Once an unremarkable programmer from Blue Star, he had faced years of frustration, unable to buy a house, a car, or even marry. Yet, fate smiled upon him. After a class reunion, celestial phenomena descended, and when he awoke, he found himself transported to this fantastical world. Moreover, he had become the young patriarch of the Yin clan, one of the ancient 8 clans. Though lacking any extraordinary talents and ridiculed as a waste by others, Lin Yin remained unfazed. After all, given his status within the Yin clan, even with the lack of talent, living as a carefree young master was more than sufficient. Compared to his previous life, his current existence felt like paradise. Additionally, he had a childhood sweetheart fiancée who resembled a celestial maiden. However, just as he was savoring the tranquility of life, an unforeseen event shattered his current circumstances. His childhood sweetheart and fiancée had, unbeknownst to him, become entangled with the illustrious Su Yanghua from the imperial Su family, publicly annulling their engagement in the Grand Hall. Consequently, Lin Yin became a laughingstock among the entire Yin clan. With the vast expanse of the azure sky above him and the scornful laughter of the crowd echoing in his ears, Lin Yin could bear it no longer. He resolutely established an 8-year pact with Su Yanghua, declaring with fervor the words, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Everyone mocked Lin Yin for his audacity. After all, his cultivation talent was evident to all. After years of practice, he had yet to reach even the blood condensation realm. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Lin Yin awakened the strongest flame emperor system, which immediately rewarded him with a ball of extraordinary fire. Although the initial strength of this fire was not particularly high, it could continuously evolve by burning enemies. Moreover, as long as he used this fire to incinerate foes, the system would bestow various rewards. Armed with the system, Lin Yin decisively left his family to embark on a journey of training. Over the course of 8 years, with the system's assistance, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate. He had now reached the 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm and had earned a reputation as the Son of Flame. Bestowed upon him the title of prodigy by many, today, he returned to the ancient emperor city to seek retribution from Nalin Yin and Su Yanghua for the humiliation he endured. Nalin Yin, today I shall make you kneel in repentance for your decision 8 years ago. As for you, Su Yanghua, you claim to hail from the imperial Su family. Today, I shall show you that your so-called imperial glory is worthless before me, and I will trample you underfoot and humiliate you thoroughly. Chapter 12. Su Chen's Versailles. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat cross-legged in the 9 Dragons palanquin, surrounded by hundreds of spirit herbs releasing abundant spiritual energy. In the 9 Heavens realm, ordinary cultivators primarily practiced with spirit stones, while top-tier factions or sects utilized even more precious spirit sources. However, for someone like Su Chen, who directly cultivated with spirit herbs, it was a rare occurrence. Each of the spirit herbs surrounding him was of the highest quality. Merely presenting one in the outside world would provoke intense competition among many at this moment. As Su Chen circulated his cultivation technique, the essence contained within these top-tier spirit herbs was forcibly absorbed, transforming into pure primordial power that flowed into the Bitter Sea. The Bitter Sea realm is relatively simple to cultivate. One only needs to accumulate primordial power within it. It could be said that as long as resources are abundant, even an ordinary person could swiftly break through to the peak. However, at this moment, after absorbing several hundred top-tier spirit herbs, anyone else would have likely advanced 2 or 3 minor realms by now. Yet, Su Chen's Bitter Sea showed no signs of turbulence. The vastness of the Bitter Sea was not entirely advantageous. It consumed resources excessively. Su Chen sighed softly. The seasoned warriors outside the palanquin couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. Throughout history, which cultivator has not believed that a more expansive Bitter Sea is better? It seems only their young master would lament the enormity of the Bitter Sea. The 9 Dragons palanquin glided through the void, and a golden avenue unfurled beneath it. Upon witnessing this, Everyone gasped in awe. Halting to gaze, "Young master, we have arrived at the ancient emperor city," one veteran said respectfully. Su Chun nodded, stepping out of the palanquin to look down. Before him stood an ancient city, reminiscent of a colossal primordial beast towering between heaven and earth. So this is the ancient emperor city. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. According to the original novel's records, the origins of this city were staggering, being the homeland of a certain supreme emperor, imbued with a trace of imperial aura, existing for countless epochs. Furthermore, within the city, there existed a fragment of a great emperor's legacy. Although this legacy was incomplete, it was still formidable. After all, an emperor resides at the pinnacle of the extreme path, and any connection to an emperor is no trivial matter. According to the novel, that fragment of the emperor's legacy was ultimately acquired by Lin Yin, who, with its aid, soared to prominence, embarking on an invincible path. As he whispered to himself, a smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. Since he had arrived at the ancient emperor city, he would not miss out on the fragment of the emperor's legacy. As for Lin Yin, the destined protagonist, he certainly would not spare him. At this moment, Lin Yin had likely gone to the Nailin family to fulfill his 8-year pact with Su Yanghua. As they spoke, the 9 dragons' palanquin slowly approached the gates of the ancient emperor city. The city forbade flying, however, that only applied to ordinary cultivators and factions. As a contemporary imperial family, the Su family faced no such restrictions. At this moment, the 9 dragons' palanquin, traversing the void, quickly attracted everyone's attention. That a significant figure making an appearance. What a grand spectacle! Even the lords of sacred lands and eternal emperors could hardly compare. Observing the family emblem on the palanquin, they realized it belonged to the imperial Su family, likely indicating the patriarch's outing. The crowd murmured. The palanquin soon entered the ancient emperor city. Nailin family. As one of the 5 prominent families in the ancient emperor city, while not classified as a top-tier force in the 9 Heavens realm, it held a modest reputation within the city. Especially 8 years ago, Nailin Yin, through unknown means, had allied with the imperial Su family, significantly enhancing the Nailin family's strength in recent years. They now subtly exuded the aura of the foremost family in the ancient emperor city. However, today, the Nailin family faced an uninvited guest. Su Yanghua, Nailin Yin, come out. A low growl reverberated through the skies. Lin Yin, bearing a heavy burden, wore a resolute expression. In an instant, all members of the Nailin family rushed out. Lin Yin, I never expected you to dare to honor the 8-year pact. What audacity, however, I must say, you are courting death. How could you possibly defeat young Master Yanghua? A waste is destined to remain a waste. Just as you were 8 years ago and still are now. The crowd jeered at Lin Yin with derision plastered across their faces. Lin Yin remained silent, his gaze fixated on a young man amidst the throng. The youth, clad in splendid garments, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, an aquiline nose, and occasionally shimmering golden Dao symbols in his pupils. His long black hair cascaded freely behind him, emanating an air of arrogance. Beside him stood a stunning maiden in a flowing red gown, her lips a vibrant red, and her cascading waves of hair added to her allure, rendering her enchanting. This young man and maiden were none other than the protagonists of this incident. Su Yanghua and Nailin Yin. Lin Yin, I never expected you to truly come. Su Yanghua smiled at Lin Yin, his expression devoid of concern. As a young prodigy of the imperial Su family, he bore the blood of emperors and possessed strength far surpassing his peers. To him, Lin Yin was merely a toy that could be effortlessly destroyed. The so-called 8-year pact was merely a fleeting game in his eyes. Today, he would conclude this game. Lin Yin's eyes locked onto Su Yanghua. Remaining silent, after a moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze to Nailin Yin, speaking in a deep voice. I am no longer the same as before. If you are willing to turn back now, I can still forgive you. It must be said that despite acquiring the system, Lin Yan's inherent nature had not changed. He remained a lovesick fool. Nailin Yin cast a glance at Lin Yin, her eyes reflecting a trace of disdain. Do you think that is possible? I have never regretted what happened 8 years ago. If given another chance, I would still choose to annul our engagement. Years ago, Nailin Yin chose to break off the engagement not for any other reason but due to Lin Yan's excessively weak character and lack of ambition. As the young master of the Yin clan. His inadequate talent was one thing, but his complacency and constant mediocrity were intolerable. Furthermore, he took pride in his failures, often boasting in front of her. Initially, Lin Yin tried to encourage him, but Lin Yin remained unrepentant. Over time, Lin Yin became utterly disappointed in him and ultimately chose to annul the engagement. In her eyes, Lin Yin was simply unworthy of being called a man, let alone deserving of her. Lin Yan's words pierced Lin Yan's fragile heart, causing his body to tremble, his eyes turning crimson as he pointed at her, his voice rising. Very well. If that is the case, today I shall make you regret your actions from 8 years ago. Kneeling before me in repentance, you shall understand what it means to say, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. As he spoke, he turned to Su Yanghua. Come, today, let us battle to avenge previous humiliations. I will make you realize that your so-called imperial Su family is utterly worthless. I shall surely trample you underfoot. Chapter 13. The Divine Flame Lotus, Lin Yan's Scheme. Lin Yin gazed at Su Yanghua with eyes ablaze, as if flames were igniting within. 8 years ago, it was this very person who had destroyed everything he held dear. Not only did he make him the subject of ridicule, with his head held high above the verdant pastures, but he also snatched away his fiancée. The hatred of a stolen wife is a grievance that transcends the heavens. Ha! To think you would trample me underfoot, to shatter the glory of the imperial clan. Utterly laughable. Su Yanghua's gaze towards Lin Yin grew progressively colder, a chilling murderous intent spreading through his pupils. It turns out that I treat you like a cat plays with a mouse. Today, this game shall come to an end. You shall pay for your earlier words and learn what it means to insult the imperial family. As he spoke, he leaped onto the already prepared arena. Lin Yin followed suit without hesitation. There was no exchange of idle words between the two. The battle commenced immediately. Su Yanghua struck first, for those who dared to insult the majesty of the Su clan warranted no mercy. He was unwilling to waste time and sought to eliminate his foe with the utmost swiftness. With a flick of his fingers, radiant light cascaded down, transforming into a piercing sword aura in that instant. The entire arena was enveloped by the icy gleam of sword energy, with 5 strands of sword aura interweaving, exuding a formidable power. This was the 5 elements Kong sword chi, one of the supreme core inheritances of the 5 elements sacred land. Comprising the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 sword energies that, when unleashed simultaneously, were said to be capable of slaying gods and vanquishing demons, annihilating all celestial Buddhas. When the 5 elements sacred land was obliterated by the Su clan, this 5 elements sword chi naturally fell into their possession. Swoosh! The golden sword energy surged forth towards Lin Yan. Su Yanghua, do you think I am still the youth you could trample upon back in the day? Lin Yin growled, raising his fist to confront Su Yanghua's 5 elements Kong sword chi head-on. A burst of white flames erupted from his fist. Curiously, while the flames burned fiercely, they emitted no sensation of heat, instead radiating a bone-chilling cold. This was one of the extraordinary fires he had collected over the years. The bone-cooling fire, ranked 14th on the list of extraordinary fires, boasting tremendous power. As the cold spread, the 5 elements Kong sword chi was instantly frozen and subsequently shattered by a single punch. His Lin Yin had indeed undergone a transformative change during his 8 years of training. Bystanders could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing this, Lin Yan's face broke into a smug smile. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a deafening roar erupted, and a monstrous beast suddenly materialized behind Su Yanghua. This beast resembled a true dragon, adorned with 2 horns and covered in black scales, emanating a potent dragon might. This was the true dragon treasure technique. The onlookers gasped in shock, their faces painted with terror. The true dragon, the foremost among the 10 fierce beings, was a creature that existed solely in legend. Its innate divine abilities were so terrifying that they surpassed many imperial inheritances, and now it was being wielded by Su Yanghua. However, it didn't take long for an ancient figure among the crowd to discern the truth. This was not the true dragon treasure technique. Although it appeared similar, it lacked the invincible aura of the true dragon. This should be the Qi-Long treasure technique. With this revelation, the crowd understood. Nonetheless, it was still astonishing. After all, the Qi-Long was a descendant of the true dragon, a celestial fierce beast, renowned in the Nine Heavens realm. The Su clan had actually acquired the foundational treasure technique of this lineage point. One could only say that the Su clan, as an imperial family, looked down upon the countless epics of the Nine Heavens realm. Their foundation frighteningly deep. It is worth noting that the Qi-Long, as a celestial fierce beast, possessed a foundational treasure technique that was nearly impossible to disseminate. Even if someone were to accidentally obtain it, the Qi-Long clan would surely employ every means necessary to reclaim it, never allowing it to circulate freely. There was a time when a major sect inadvertently acquired the Qi-Long's foundational treasure technique, only to be completely eradicated by the Qi-Long clan within a single day of discovery, and now, Su Yanghua was brazenly utilizing the Qi-Long treasure technique. One could only conclude that the Su clan was truly deserving of the title of imperial family. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated through the heavens as a phantom, born from the Great Path's runes, lunged at Lin Yin. Initially lost in the adulation of the spectators, Lin Yin was suddenly startled by the unexpected appearance of the Qi-Long phantom and hastily sought to evade. Although he narrowly escaped using his top-tier agility, he stumbled and fell to the ground, appearing exceedingly disheveled. This made Lin Yin, who was always concerned about his image and enjoyed flaunting his superiority, feel utterly humiliated. Su Yanghua, this battle must come to an end. The time for an overwhelming victory has arrived. Lin Yin roared, resolved to unleash his ultimate move. He raised his hand to summon the bone-cooling fire, followed by two additional extraordinary fires. One was the Xian Huang flame, and the other was the 10,000 beasts spirit fire. 3 extraordinary fires in total represented the culmination of his 8 years of training. In addition, he had also received rewards from the system, granting him a total of 4 extraordinary fires orbiting around him. The spectators were astonished at this sight. Extraordinary fire, a natural phenomenon of heaven and earth, was a rare fortune for any ordinary person to possess even a single type. Yet here was Lin Yin, who had unexpectedly mastered 4 at once. What immense fortune, such profound blessings bestowed upon this youth. Listening to the surrounding praises, Lin Yin cast a disdainful glance at Su Yanghua. Today marks your demise. The humiliation of the past shall be repaid in full. As he spoke, he rapidly fused the 4 extraordinary fires together. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged forth. Extraordinary fires were inherently volatile and incompatible. However, as Lin Yin forcibly merged them, the explosive energy erupted with a power comparable to that of the dragon transformation realm. Not good. Su Yanghua's expression changed drastically. He sensed that if he allowed Lin Yin to complete the fusion, he would surely face defeat. His only chance was to interrupt the fusion before it was too late. With that thought in mind, Su Yanghua unleashed both the 5 elements Kong Sword Qi and the Qi-Long treasure technique to suppress Lin Yin. However, at that moment, a profound soul force emanated from Lin Yin. An ancient soul phantom appeared above Lin Yin's head, binding Su Yanghua in place. A sage-level soul phantom. Su Yanghua's countenance turned grim. The crowd gasped in unison. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Yin had summoned a sage-level soul phantom to assist him. This behavior could only be described as beyond despicable. It was an affront to the very notion of being a prodigy. Lin Yin, you are vile and shameless. Lin Yin exclaimed angrily. A black figure shot forth rapidly. It was Su Yanghua's protector, a peak-level powerhouse. However, despite the thin line separating the peak level from the sage level, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth, an insurmountable chasm. The peak-level protector was instantly immobilized. Lin Yin watched the unfolding scene without a hint of embarrassment. On the contrary, he wore an expression of pride and self-satisfaction. To him, all of this felt entirely just. At that moment, the 4 extraordinary fires had completely fused, transforming into a flaming lotus. The extraordinary fire divine lotus. Su Yanghua, today is your day. Meet your end. With a furious roar, he hurled the fire lotus towards Su Yanghua. The scorching energy made the surrounding space feel almost viscous. Just as the extraordinary fire divine lotus was about to descend upon Su Yanghua, a voice suddenly echoed through the heavens. Impudence. Chapter 14. Lin Yan's System Alert, Impudence. The sudden voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Though not loud, it resonated in everyone's ears. At the same time, a figure appeared before Su Yanghua like a specter. Faced with the incoming extraordinary fire divine lotus, the figure displayed no expression, not even lifting an eyelid, and simply caught it bare-handed. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, incinerating everything in their path. The terrifying heat thickened the surrounding air, waves of scorching heat radiating outward at a visible speed. Amidst the crowd, the figure stood like an ancient divine mountain, unwavering. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. This was a veteran clad in dark armor. Though hunched, the aura he exuded was as deep as an abyss, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines, as if confronted by an ancient fierce beast. "Who are you? Why do you intervene in our duel?" With his attack thwarted, Lin Yin's eyes brimmed with fury. Had it not been for this interruption, his earlier strike with the extraordinary fire divine lotus would have surely subdued Su Yanghua. However, in response to his inquiry, the elder said nothing, merely casting a calm glance in his direction. That single glance extinguished Lin Yan's rage instantaneously, plunging him into an icy abyss. He could sense the overwhelming strength of the elder. If the elder had wished, that mere glance could have been sufficient to obliterate him. Upon reaching this thought, an emotion known as terror began to spread within his heart. He hastily conveyed messages to the remnant soul of the sage residing within him. This sage's remnant soul, known as Yao Lao, was an accidental discovery in an ancient relic. The two had reached an agreement. If he were to encounter danger, the sage would intervene to save him. In return, once Lin Yin matured, he would need to assist in reconstructing the sage's physical form. The reason Lin Yin felt confident in defeating Su Yanghua was due to Yao Lao's presence within him. However, at this moment, confronted by the sudden appearance of the old soldier, no matter how fervently he called out, Yao Lao remained utterly unresponsive, as if he did not exist at all. "Damn it, old man. You chose to fail me at the crucial moment. If anything happens to me today, you can forget about surviving," Lin Yin cursed inwardly. Fortunately, the old soldier did not seem inclined to attack. After thwarting his assault, he remained still, as though awaiting the arrival of something. Observing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Lin Yan's heart. He swiftly retrieved a talisman from his storage ring. This talisman, known as the boundary-breaking talisman, was one of the exquisite rewards he had acquired from the system, belonging to ancient runes and imbued with intense spatial power. Upon activation, it could instantly open a portal, allowing for interdimensional travel, an unparalleled life-saving artifact and one of his ultimate trump cards. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure from the old soldier, he would never have resorted to using it. Humph! I will remember this debt. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Today's events will one day be repaid, Lin Yin declared fiercely, pointing at the old soldier. He then cast a glance at Su Yanghua, growling, "Consider yourself fortunate today, having narrowly escaped death. The next time we meet, I will surely kill you. And as for your pathetic imperial clan, the Su family, I will one day personally trample it into the ground." In the next moment, he decisively activated the talisman in his hand. Instantly, a dense spatial power surged forth, and a magnificent portal was swiftly formed. Without hesitation, Lin Yin dashed through it. However, at that very moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the void. "To trample upon my Su family?" Bold indeed. The voice was not loud, yet it contained an aura of supreme authority. In the next instant, the void trembled, and an exceedingly terrifying black hand emerged from the abyss. The portal conjured by Lin Yin's ancient talisman was instantly obliterated. Reduced to ruins, simultaneously, a roar erupted. The sound of a dragon's cry resonated through the heavens, causing the entire space to tremble. In the next moment, 9 colossal dragon serpents emanating a terrifying dragon might emerged from the void. Pulling a golden chariot that glided out majestically, its golden eyes shining like radiant suns. A golden avenue stretched across the heavens, unfurling as countless wondrous phenomena manifested around the dragon chariot, akin to a celestial emperor making his grand entrance. Countless old soldiers paved the way ahead. Each of these soldiers exuded an aura that was as oppressive as the depths of an abyss. Together, their mere presence was enough to cause the surrounding void to quiver. The voice they had just heard originated from within the dragon chariot. "Hiss, a great figure has arrived. What a terrifying display!" Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. The mere presence of the 9 dragon serpents instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness, while the 300 old soldiers were nothing short of monstrous. Was this grand display the arrival of a sovereign from a sacred land or an emperor from an immortal dynasty? The crowd prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Beside them, Su Yanghua's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. Upon seeing the dragon chariot, he had already begun to deduce the identity of the person within, the one who had entered the imperial prince's palace. With this thought, he swallowed hard. Such a terrifying procession. Could the rumors be true? Was that individual indeed a forbidden figure of the Su family, reborn into a second life? As for Lin Yan, upon witnessing the collapse of the portal, his expression froze. Simultaneously, a vague sense of impending doom stirred within him, as though a formidable adversary were about to emerge. In that moment, his heart began to race with panic. This sense of crisis intensified until it peaked with the appearance of the dragon chariot. Concurrently, an urgent alarm blared in his mind from the system. "Beep beep, emergency alert," the system warns. "Host must immediately vacate the current location. A great terror is about to manifest." Beep beep, emergency alert, the system warns. "Host must immediately vacate the current location. A great terror is about to manifest." The rapid alarms only heightened Lin Yan's dread. The system had issued a warning of an impending calamity. This was a first. With this realization, he instinctively sought to flee. Yet, at that moment, an extraordinarily terrifying aura suddenly locked onto him from the dragon chariot, paralyzing him with fear. "You, who dare to trample upon my Su family?" Chapter 15. 3 steps to kneel. The protagonist. A chilling voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, rendering the entire arena silent. All eyes were fixed upon the dragon chariot. Lin Yan, at this moment, felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. An invisible force locked onto him, making him feel as though he were crushed under the weight of a mountain, causing his breath to quicken. The curtain of the dragon chariot was drawn back. A youth emerged slowly from within, dressed in white. The boy possessed an unearthly grace. Though youthful, he had already grown remarkably tall and radiated an aura of celestial energy. Resembling a fallen immortal, he exuded an air of authority that belied his age. As the crowd beheld his silhouette, they were momentarily entranced, as if witnessing a celestial emperor turning his back on the world. Moreover, what was most extraordinary were his eyes, within which myriad runes flickered, intertwining to form an expansive universe. This youth was none other than Su Chen. At that moment, a girl suddenly gasped, having been drawn into the depths of Su Chen's gaze. Had it not been for an elder pulling her back at the critical moment, her true essence might have been lost in eternal oblivion. Such terrifying eyes! The crowd instinctively took a step back, no longer daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. Wait, those eyes, they possess a duality. Could they be the legendary? Just then, an ancient figure gasped in shock, recognizing the unique eyes of Su Chen. Instantly, the crowd stirred, all eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Su Chen. The renown of the was simply too great. In ancient times, those born with were revered as divine beings, saints. The saying opens the heavens. Invincible since antiquity was not mere rhetoric. It was earned through the prowess of generations of bearers. It is known that while may not be among the 3,000 physical bodies, it could contend with the top 10 formidable physiques among them. And now, the had manifested in this young boy before them. The golden age has arrived. Could this truly be happening? Even a bearer has emerged that had never known defeat. It was an unparalleled gift of invincibility. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, as Lin Yan listened to their discussions, his heart sank. The gaze he cast towards Su Chen was laced with fear and intense jealousy. Why? Why was he born to shine so brightly? Why did he possess such extraordinary talent, drawing the awe of all upon his arrival? With this thought, Lin Yan's disdain for the boy grew even stronger. At the same time, he resolved that once he matured and ascended to power, he would not let this young man escape, nor would he spare the Su family. He would ensure their blood flowed like rivers, drowning them in the annals of history. However, before that, he needed to devise a way to survive this impending calamity. With this thought, he refrained from directly answering Su Chen's question and instead pointed at Su Yanghua, exclaiming, "He insulted my dignity first. Today, I seek a fair duel with him. Yet, your Su family has repeatedly intervened, obstructing me. Is this the demeanor expected of an imperial clan? Resorting to oppression? Clever tongue, still attempting to argue." Su Chen scoffed, stepping forward. In that instant, the sea of suffering trembled, and golden spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Yan in an overwhelming pressure. Although Lin Yan was significantly stronger in terms of cultivation, he found it difficult to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Su Chen. His body involuntarily bent, nearly causing him to kneel. At that moment, Su Chen continued, "You dare to speak of a fair duel? During the battle, the remnant soul of the sage within you intervened. Is that what you call fairness?" With that, he stepped forward once more, the invisible pressure intensifying, the golden sea shimmering with light, as if one could hear the waves crashing. Moreover, ethereal phenomena began to manifest behind Su Chen. Furthermore, it seems you have misunderstood something. The Su family is an imperial clan, and the dignity of an imperial clan must not be insulted. As he spoke, Su Chen took another step forward. In that instant, the countless visions from the depths of his suffering completely manifested. 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities worshipped behind him, chanting scriptures, their voices echoing like ancient Zen melodies in the ears of the onlookers, both archaic and enigmatic. The celestial king descended upon the 9 heavens. The sun and moon rose over the sea, and the azure lotus shone amidst the stars. Various extraordinary phenomena unfolded above Su Chen's head, elevating his presence to an even more transcendent realm. An invisible pressure surged dramatically. Lin Yan could no longer withstand it. His body bent, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the floor. He struggled desperately to rise, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in shock at this spectacle. What a terrifying phenomenon! No wonder he was a wielder of the, even in the same realm of suffering, he could compel a peer to kneel merely through sheer might. The saying that those with are invincible throughout history, without a single defeat, was indeed not mere rhetoric. Surely, within the entire 9 heavens, the wielder of is among the most elite of talents. The throne of this generation. This wielder of has the potential to contend for it. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with astonishment. Some young maidens gazed at Su Chen's tall figure, unable to suppress the flicker of admiration in their eyes. Such formidable strength, unparalleled grace, and an impressive background. For all the young women, a youth like this is simply too captivating. Yet, amidst the crowd's chatter, Lin Yan, now kneeling on the ground, was consumed by humiliation. 8 years prior, his fiancée was taken from him, and he was mocked by all. He had thought that through 8 years of trials, he could redeem his honor. Little did he know that he would once again face disgrace. In broad daylight, he was forced to kneel, unable to resist. At this moment, Lin Yan's pride could bear no more. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Su Chen, growling each word with a low ferocity. "Today, if I do not die, in the future, the shame of today, I will repay you 100-fold. As for your Su family, I shall pay a visit, letting their blood flow like a river." "Ha, it seems you still do not comprehend my words." Su Chen regarded Lin Yan with a bemused smile. "There is a saying that rings true. Weakness is never an obstacle to survival. But arrogance is. Even when faced with imminent death, he dares to utter threats. Is this not a blatant invitation to demise? One must admit, individuals like Lin Yan, the so-called destined protagonists, would have met their end long ago were it not for their protagonist's halo. This time, however, his luck had run out, as he encountered Su Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen appeared above Lin Yan, and with a single step, he crushed his foot onto Lin Yan's face. The overwhelming force rendered Lin Yan's visage a bloody pulp. I have already stated it once. The might of the imperial lineage is not to be insulted. Oh, you truly believe I jest with you? As he spoke, Su Chen, disinterested in wasting time, summoned his powers, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, thunder erupted, and amidst the flickering of countless bolts of lightning, the atmosphere shifted ominously, a terrifying pressure enveloping them. In the next instant, the entire sky turned a fiery crimson, resembling molten lava descending. What is happening? The crowd gazed in terror at the heavens. Su Chen squinted slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Here it comes." In the blink of an eye, a colossal fiery phoenix soared into the sky. With a resounding cry, the mighty roar echoed through the clouds. Simultaneously, a massive fiery visage appeared across the heavens, its grand and furious voice resonating. "Who dares to lay hands on my son?" Chapter 16. The Father and Son Underfoot. The voice, laced with fury, reverberated across the skies. In the next moment, the massive fiery face began to morph, ultimately transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a flowing red robe. Landing atop the fiery phoenix, this man exuded an unparalleled dominance, his gaze ablaze, his body wreathed in 7-colored flames, the surrounding space scorched to a deep crimson, as if on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing Lin Yan, who was being trampled by Su Chen, his expression momentarily froze, then his eyes turned bloodshot, exuding a murderous intent. "It is you. Who dares to harm my son?" He glared at Su Chen. Articulating each word with a fiery intensity, he extended a hand, which transformed into a colossal flaming palm. Reaching out to grasp Su Chen, Su Chen remained unfazed, his eyelids not even twitching. Indeed, as recorded in the original text, Lin Yan's father was a peak saint-level powerhouse, and the Yin clan behind him was one of the ancient 8 clans. Murmuring softly, a smile crept across Su Chen's lips. On the surface, the Yin clan appeared to be a declining minor family, and his father was merely an ordinary practitioner at the enlightenment stage. Yet, in truth, the Yin clan was anything but simple. It belonged to the ancient 8 clans, a prestigious family of the highest order. Lin Petion, his father, was not merely at the enlightenment stage, but a bona fide saint. In this era where emperors do not emerge, and supreme beings and quasi-emperors lie dormant, saints are already the most formidable visible power. When Lin Yin encountered Old Yao in the ancient ruins, did he truly believe the latter willingly engaged in a transaction with him? Clearly not. A saint-level remnant soul would never barter with a mere practitioner of the suffering realm. The reality was that Lin Pution's avatar acted in secret, compelling Old Yao to agree to the transaction with Lin Yin. The true target of Old Yao's dealings was never Lin Yin, but rather Lin Petion behind him. However, despite the terror of a saint-level powerhouse, in Su Chen's eyes, they were nothing. After all, among his 300 veterans, each possessed the cultivation of a great saint, capable of crushing the opponent with a mere finger. Hmph! To dare lay hands on our esteemed prince, seeking death. Su Jiao, the veteran commander, scoffed, raising a hand to grasp at the sky. In the next instant, the colossal flaming hand disintegrated. His cultivation had long reached the threshold of quasi-emperor, rendering Lin Petion's peak saint-level prowess utterly insignificant before him. Had it not been for the prince's earlier command to spare Lin Petion's life, he could have easily eliminated him hundreds of times over with a single slap. Lin Petion was momentarily taken aback, a dazed expression crossing his face as he murmured, "This, a half-step quasi-emperor. What on earth did Yin do to provoke such a terrifying existence?" Just then, a soft voice broke through his reverie, bringing him back to reality. "You are Lin Yan's father?" Lin Petion looked down to see a young man gazing at him with an expression of calm indifference. Though this youth appeared young, he radiated an extraordinary demeanor, an intangible authority, especially those eyes, within which myriad symbols of the Tao intertwined, forming a complete universe. As a peak saint, Lin Petion found himself dwarfed in presence before this youth. A wielder of Lin Petion's expression shifted in shock as he instantly recognized the origin of Su Chen's eyes. However, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening thing was that the previous half-step quasi-emperor level powerhouse seemed to implicitly regard this youth as their leader. Moreover, only then did he notice the veterans surrounding this young man. He realized he could not see through any of them, as a peak saint, if he could not discern the cultivation of this group of veterans. How formidable must they be? A saint king, a great saint. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Petion's spine. This situation, not to mention his Yin clan, a mere prestigious family, even those holy lands and immortal dynasties might not possess such terrifying depth. With that thought, he felt his previous sense of dominance wane, replaced by an involuntary sense of restraint. Our esteemed prince is speaking with you. Did you not hear? Get down here. Sujio barked, a faint quasi-emperor aura emanating from him. Under the pressure of this quasi-emperor aura, Lin Petion's body shook, and he plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, the blood-stained fiery phoenix beneath him exploded into a shower of blood. Boom! Lin Petion crashed to the ground, landing in a most disgraceful manner. Yet, upon seeing Lin Yan's wretched state beneath Su Chen's foot, he quickly regained his footing, eager to rush forward. However, at that moment, Su Jiu appeared before him like a ghost. A heavy foot descended, crashing onto his face, pinning him firmly to the ground. Lin Petion found himself utterly immobilized, filled with profound humiliation. As a peak saint, he was accustomed to walking with an air of superiority. When had he ever endured such treatment? However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Observing Lin Yan, who was similarly underfoot, Lin Petion wisely chose silence, instead directing his gaze towards Su Chun. Awaiting further developments, Su Chun lifted his foot from Lin Yan and approached Lin Petion. He did not immediately strike down Lin Petion, for this was merely one of his avatars. Killing him would hold no significance. Casually restraining the already unconscious Lin Yan before him, Su Chun smiled at Lin Petion. Do you wish to rescue your son? I shall grant you an opportunity. I will remain here for 3 days. During this time, you may attempt to bring people to rescue your son from my grasp. If you succeed, I shall spare both you and your son. Remember, I grant you but 3 days. Should you fail to appear after this period, it shall be the demise of your son. As he spoke, Su Chun cast a glance at Su Jiu, who unhesitatingly shattered Lin Petion's avatar with a single strike. Subsequently, Su Chun ordered the complete destruction of Lin Yan's cultivation, shattering his entire skeletal structure. As for the remnant soul of the saint within him, it was personally extracted and obliterated by Su Jiu. Ding dong, you have slain Elder Yao, and it has been detected that Elder Yao's growth is closely linked to the destined son, Lin Yan. You have received a reward. Side character treasure chest X1. A treasure chest materialized within the system space. Su Chen chose not to open it immediately but instead turned and returned to the 9 dragons carriage. Your Highness, are we truly letting them go? One must remember, cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow anew. Sujio hesitated, stepping forward to remind him. He feared that Su Chen might cultivate a habit of arrogance and underestimation by sparing their enemies, leading to future troubles. Fear not, I have my own plans, Su Chen replied with a gentle smile. He was well aware of the principle of eradicating roots. Lin Yan must certainly be killed, and Lin Petion would not escape either. However, before their demise, he intended to extract every ounce of value from them. He aimed to lure all individuals associated with Lin Yan and eliminate them in one fell swoop. After all, slaying the destined protagonist grants a destiny treasure chest, and eliminating those closely tied to the protagonist yield side character treasure chests as well. Such opportunities for acquiring destiny villain points are not to be missed. Chapter 17. Origin Divine Pill. Cultivation Breakthrough, Nightfall, with stars twinkling and moonlight cascading like water. In the city of ancient emperors, within the Lord's manor. My lord, your secret chamber is prepared. Lord Zhou Ming stood respectfully behind Su Chun. The 9 heavens realm is divided into celestial realms, terrestrial realms, mysterious realms, yellow realms, cosmic realms, temporal realms, flood realms, and wasteland realms, corresponding to the heavens and earth's mysteries. Additionally, there exists the 9th realm, the imperial realm. Su family's stronghold resides within this imperial realm. As an imperial clan, the Su family commands countless subordinate forces, with 30% of the imperial realm under their jurisdiction. The city of ancient emperors lies within this 30%. Upon Su Chen revealing his imperial token, Zhou Ming immediately recognized his identity and became exceedingly respectful, even offering the Lord's manor to him. Very well, you may withdraw. Su Chen nodded casually, and Zhou Ming retreated in trepidation. Once outside the manor, he exhaled a sigh of relief and gazed back, marveling, truly, he is the son of the imperial lineage. Despite his youth, merely standing beside him exudes an intangible aura that imposes immense pressure, akin to facing a youthful emperor. As the lord of the city of ancient emperors, Zhou Ming prided himself on having encountered countless prodigies and even some ancient anomalies. Yet, compared to the figure within the manor, none could match his demeanor. In this lifetime, perhaps the Su family could soar to prominence once more, seizing the imperial destiny alongside this child. Within the lord's manor, after sending Zhou Ming away, Su Chen entered a secluded chamber alone. He retrieved a quasi-imperial level formation disk and set up a formation. Only then did he settle down. He accessed the system space and took out the side character treasure chest obtained from slaying Elder Yao earlier. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. With a crisp sound, the chest lid sprang open. Instantly, a series of mechanical synthesis sounds echoed in his mind. Ding dong, you have opened the side character treasure chest. Ding dong, you have opened the side character treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Silver Dragon Lotus. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Millennium Galaxy Sand. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Origin Divine Pill. Congratulations, you have received the reward. 5,000 Destiny Villain Points. Due to Elder Yao's status as a relatively insignificant side character, the rewards from this treasure chest were not particularly lavish. The Silver Dragon Lotus, a sacred herb, is said to have been born from the blood of a true dragon during its battle across the heavens, possessing the formidable ability to cleanse the marrow and alter one's constitution. However, Su Chen's innate talent had already reached a daunting level. Even the sacred herb could no longer enhance his physique. As for the Millennium Galaxy Sand, it is a prime material for forging Dao weapons. Given Su Chen's current physical prowess, it surpassed that of ordinary Dao weapons in durability. Lastly, the Origin Divine Pill was somewhat beneficial. This ancient divine pill, with its recipe long lost, can enhance one's origin, particularly suitable for practitioners of the Bitter Sea realm. Most importantly, the use of this Origin Divine Pill incurs no side effects. It is indeed a rather practical reward. A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he took the Silver Dragon Lotus and Origin Divine Pill, swallowing them whole. Although the Silver Dragon Lotus could not augment his constitution, it contained vast energy that could be converted into a substantial amount of origin power. As the Origin Divine Pill and Silver Dragon Lotus entered his body, they transformed into pure energy, surging into Su Chen's being. He quickly mobilized the indestructible scripture. In the next moment, this pure energy morphed into a dense source of power, infusing the bitter sea within him. With the infusion of this source power, the once tranquil golden bitter sea began to roil, expanding at a visible rate. At this instant, Su Chen's cultivation level began to soar. Bitter Sea Realm, 2nd layer. Bitter Sea Realm, 3rd layer. Bitter Sea Realm, 4th layer. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's cultivation surged to the 7th layer of the Bitter Sea Realm. The already vast Bitter Sea expanded further, becoming boundless and seemingly endless. The phenomena above the Bitter Sea also grew increasingly sacred. The golden immortal figure, surrounded by 3,000 demons, 3,000 Buddhas, and 3,000 deities, became more corporeal. Suppress it. Just then, Su Chen bellowed, commencing a fervent suppression of his realm. This was a method taught to him by the 9 ancestors. By constantly suppressing his realm, he could solidify his foundation. Having just ascended to the 7th layer of the Bitter Sea realm, he began to regress. Ultimately, he forcefully suppressed himself to the 3rd layer of the Bitter Sea realm. However, while his realm diminished, the area of the golden Bitter Sea remained unchanged, still grand and sacred. Moreover, as his realm stabilized at the 3rd layer of the Bitter Sea realm, within the golden Bitter Sea, the source power surged, and 2nd and 3rd golden immortals emerged in succession. These were manifestations of Su Chen's Dao fruits. Indeed, a single divine pill not only allowed me to break through 2 minor realms consecutively, But the indestructible scripture also reached the late stage of the first layer, rendering my physique even more formidable. As he spoke, Su Chen examined his physical form. He could sense the terrifying vitality contained within his body. Now, even without employing any magical powers or runes, merely relying on the vitality within him, he could effortlessly slay practitioners at the opening realm with a single slap. Should he incorporate magical powers and runes, he could even contend against those at the transforming dragon realm. Indeed. Satisfied, he nodded, feeling quite pleased with his current state. For the time being, he planned to complete his sign-in before preparing for Lin Putian's arrival in 3 days. Murmuring softly, Su Chun had already devised a plan for the upcoming 2 days. Meanwhile, at the Yin clan, in a certain secret chamber, Lin Putian suddenly opened his eyes, filled with rage and humiliation. Emotions surged within him. A tangible flame erupted from his being. The chamber ignited in flames, resonating with the might of a saint. Very well. You dare to insult my son and trample upon my dignity. I, Lin Putian, shall remember this day. As he spoke, 3 ancient figures suddenly emerged from the Yin clan's ancestral shrine. Putian, what has transpired? These 3 individuals were all ancestral-level figures of the Yin clan, each possessing a minimum of Saint King cultivation, with the strongest among them teetering on the threshold of the great saint. As one of the ancient 8 clans, the Yin clan, though diminished, still boasted a legacy far grander than most. Upon seeing the ancestors, Lin Putian hurriedly approached and recounted the events that had transpired. However, he intentionally chose to conceal the existence of the 300 soldiers, aware that revealing their presence would lead the 3 ancestors to vehemently oppose any attempt to rescue Lin Yan, possibly even preventing him from acting. Chapter 18. A meeting of winds and clouds, the shock of the reincarnated I. In the Yin clan, after hearing Lin Putian's account, the 3 ancestors erupted in simultaneous fury. This is outrageous. Do they truly believe my Yin clan is easy prey? A mere child dares to defecate upon the head of our clan leader, the most irascible of the 3 ancestors. Lin Yin could not help but let out a low roar. The other 2 ancestors nearby exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a cold glint. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Yenner must be rescued, and the dignity of our Yin clan must be restored. Lin Kuan, the leader among the 3 ancestors, spoke in a chilling tone. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan's heart surged with joy. With the involvement of 3 ancestors, his chances of rescuing his son had dramatically increased. However, the presence of the 300 veteran soldiers cast a shadow of worry across his face. But ancestor, after all, the adversary is the imperial family of the Su clan. Just relying on the 4 of us. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Kuan interrupted him coldly. Rest assured, there are imperial families beyond just the Su clan in this world. Though our Yin clan has fallen, we are not a target for casual bullying. Moreover, in this operation, not only will we act, but the other 7 clans will also join forces. The involvement of the other 7 clans in this operation left Lin Yan astounded. Although the ancient 8 clans publicly declared a united front, their internal harmony had diminished significantly, especially in recent years as the Yin clan's decline had led to increasingly sparse connections with the other 7 clans. The relationship between the factions had long ceased to be as harmonious as in ancient times. Yet, Lin Kuan displayed a confident smile. Under normal circumstances, the other 7 clans would undoubtedly refrain from aiding us. But what if the 3 generations of our ancestors are still alive? At this point, a hint of self-assuredness bloomed on his face. What? The 3-generation ancestor is still alive? Lin Putian gasped in astonishment. As a supreme family, the Yin clan had once basked in glory. Their 3-generation ancestor, Lin Lan, was renowned as an unparalleled powerhouse, with cultivation that reached the terrifying quasi-emperor realm, overshadowing all others. Although he gradually faded into the annals of history, unbeknownst to the world, he had never truly died but had been clinging to life through the roots of certain longevity elixirs, existing in the Yin clan's ancestral worship. Recently, he had finally achieved a monumental breakthrough. Utilizing the roots of those longevity elixirs as a medium, he had lived a second life. His cultivation had further ascended, reaching the half-step supreme realm in this era. with no emperors emerging and supremes and quasi-emperors lying low. A half-step supreme ancestor is undoubtedly a being that surpasses the limits of combat prowess. This was precisely why Lin Kuan could disregard the Su clan and confidently assert that there are more imperial families than just the Su clan in the world. This time, not only must we rescue Yenner and reclaim the dignity that has been trampled upon, but we must also declare to the world that our Yin clan will rise again. Restoring the brilliance of ancient times, Lin Kuan's expression was invigorated. Lin Patian beside him was equally swept up in excitement. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. He chuckled, "That golden-haired boy from the Su clan. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me and Yenner, in 3 days' time, I shall return it all to you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the poverty of the old." Meanwhile, on the other side, as time flowed on, all events within the ancient emperor city swiftly spread. Among them, news about Su Chun was the most prevalent. The reincarnated one has emerged. The reincarnated one hails from the imperial Su clan. The son of the Su clan. Whispers such as these resounded endlessly, shaking the very heavens, as curiosity bloomed regarding this reincarnated individual of this generation. The reincarnated one opens the heavens, undefeated since ancient times. Never known to suffer defeat, among the supreme talents, anticipation flickered in their eyes. With confidence soaring, they wished to compete against the legendary reincarnated one. There were also whispers from ancient anomalies. The reincarnated one, with imperial blood flowing within, one wonders just how powerful he shall become. The 3,000 celestial realms are on the verge of opening, with countless vessels vying for supremacy, who shall ultimately emerge as the strongest. I await with bated breath. Instantly, numerous young prodigies set their sights on ancient Emperor City, eager to witness the legendary reincarnated one. Ha! What reincarnated one? What imperial blood? In this era, my Taiku Divine Mountain is destined to keep your Su clan from raising its head. From the Taiku Divine Mountain, a supreme being let out a cold laugh, then spread their wings and transformed into a soaring azure rock, racing towards ancient Emperor City. The reincarnated one, how intriguing. Such a prodigy should be fated to cross paths with my Buddhist teachings. Let me guide him towards redemption. In the Western Buddhist lands, a revered disciple flew towards ancient Emperor City, stepping upon a cluster of azure lotuses. Countless similar scenes unfolded. At this moment, as the news of the reincarnated one spread, myriad clans were shaken, and ancient Emperor City became a hub of intrigue, drawing countless prodigies towards it. Even prodigies from other realms, upon receiving the news, hastened towards ancient Emperor City, eager to witness the grace of the legendary reincarnated one. However, at this moment, Su Chun, the very center of this gathering storm, remained remarkably calm. After successfully breaking through, he contemplated for a moment before making his way directly to the dungeon beneath the city lord's mansion. In the dim and damp dungeon, Lin Yin, who had been so spirited just a day prior, boasting about 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, now lay on the ground like a dead dog, occasionally emitting painful moans. His cultivation had been obliterated, and every root and vein within him had been shattered by Su Chin's strike. Upon seeing Su Chin's arrival, he suddenly became agitated, his pupils dilating as he struggled and roared. "Su clan's imperial son, may you meet a wretched end. I will kill you. I will make your Su clan's blood flow like a river." Lin Yin appeared utterly deranged, resembling a beast that had lost its mind, ready to devour its prey. The weak must bear the demeanor of the weak. Roaring and baring teeth before a strong adversary, do you truly think I am easy to deal with? Su Chun frowned slightly, his gaze flickering as he casually unleashed a divine light that directly sealed Lin Yan's mouth, while severing all 4 of his limbs. Lin Yan instantly felt excruciating pain, but with his mouth sealed, he could not even let out a wail. Su Chun was no benevolent savior. Had it not been for the desire to extract the remaining value from his opponent, he would have long since obliterated him with a single punch. Su Jiao, who followed behind, felt a wave of relief upon witnessing this scene. He had initially worried that the imperial son would lack the ruthlessness to eradicate his enemies completely. However, upon seeing this, it was clear that his concerns were unfounded. The Imperial Son was evidently not one to show mercy. Imperial Son, the task you entrusted has been completed. The from this brat has been entirely extracted. At that moment, an old soldier stepped forward, presenting 4 clay jars and a storage ring with its seal broken to Su Chun. Chapter 19. Supreme Insights, The Abyss of Suffering. Su Chun stowed the 4 clay jars and the broken storage ring into his possession. Lin Yin, observing this, felt a surge of rage threatening to burst forth. These were originally his possessions, the fruits of his labor. Especially the 4. Aside from the one rewarded by the system, the other 3 were obtained at great peril and sacrifice. Now, they had been effortlessly plundered, becoming someone else's spoils. Wu Lin Yin struggled frantically, but with his mouth sealed and limbs severed, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly, unable even to express his impotent fury. Hee, let you live for another 2 days. In 2 days' time, I shall send you on your way. Su Chun, having secured all the items, cast Lin Yin a chilling smile before leaving. Returning to the secret chamber, Su Chun wasted no time, first examining Lin Yan's storage ring. Well, it is all garbage. Su Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. Shouldn't these fated protagonists be continuously encountering fortuitous events, capable of finding treasures in the streets? Why are they so impoverished? Indeed, it is only natural for Su Chun to think this way. As the imperial son of the imperial family, his starting point was alarmingly high. With access to quasi-emperor inheritances and supreme techniques, he could freely select from the Su clan's treasury whenever he pleased. Meanwhile, those fated protagonists were still in their developmental stages. Let alone quasi-emperor inheritances or supreme techniques, even items of the nirvana level would be considered treasures to them. It merely highlights how differing statuses lead to divergent perspectives. What Su Chun deemed as trash was, to others, a rare treasure. Suddenly, Su Chun noticed an item within Lin Yan's storage ring that piqued his interest. It was a deep gray talisman, engraved with dragon patterns. This item seems intriguing. As he spoke, Su Chun picked it up and faintly sensed a trace of supreme aura emanating from the dragon pattern talisman. With a flick of his wrist, he attempted to infuse a stream of mana into it. The next moment, a terrifying suction force erupted, greedily drawing upon the mana within him. Su Chun frowned slightly, but did not immediately release his grip. He had a feeling that after absorbing his mana, this dragon pattern talisman would undergo a transformation of sorts. Indeed, as the mana continued to be absorbed, the originally deep gray seal began to reveal specks of golden light. This golden radiance grew increasingly intense, ultimately illuminating the entire secret chamber. Shortly thereafter, countless runes suddenly emerged from this seal. These runes were remarkably peculiar, unlike any existing script or the runes of the Great Path. They were the characters of the Forbidden Era. Su Chun was slightly taken aback, recognizing the origin of these runes. The meanings conveyed by these characters were quickly deciphered by him. Moments later, after casting a cursory glance, Su Chun could not help but take a deep breath, a flicker of joy crossing his face. He had stumbled upon a treasure. The dragon pattern seal contained not just anything. It was a record of a supreme being from the Forbidden Era, detailing insights into the cultivation of the Bitter Sea realm. Within it, that supreme being had even deduced methods to potentially transcend the extremity of the Bitter Sea realm. Such knowledge was exceedingly precious. This dragon pattern seal had been inadvertently acquired by Lin Yin from a street stall, and although he had once activated this seal, he lamentably could not comprehend the script of the Forbidden Era. Ultimately, it had remained unresolved, and now it serendipitously fell into Su Chun's hands. After a brief glance, Su Chun learned that in the deductions of that supreme being, the Bitter Sea realm was a crucial juncture on the path of cultivation, one that even pertained to the future of becoming an emperor. The 9 realms of the Bitter Sea, with each breakthrough of a minor realm, would culminate in the formation of a Tao fruit body. According to that supreme being's deductions, if one could condense a 10th Tao fruit body using a substantial amount of primordial power, one could leverage the strength of this 10th Tao fruit body to shatter the limitations of the Bitter Sea realm. However, while this process might sound straightforward in theory, in practice, it was fraught with challenges. Indeed, even that supreme being, despite having devised this method, had not achieved this step in their time. 9 represents the pinnacle of the world. To condense the 10th Tao fruit body required an unimaginably vast amount of primordial power. Moreover, the bitter sea itself had to be sufficiently vast and solid. Otherwise, it could not withstand the weight of the 10th Tao fruit body. Furthermore, there were numerous other limitations to condensing the 10th Tao fruit body, each as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Ah, what an unexpected delight! Su Chen could not help but take a deep breath, a hint of joy illuminating his face. The significance of the bitter sea realm was profound. Should he succeed in breaking through its limits, the benefits would be unfathomable. Previously, Su Chen had been contemplating methods to transcend these limits within his mind. Yet he had found no direction, however. After reviewing the Supreme Being's deductions regarding the bitter sea realm, a nascent idea began to form in his mind. It could be said that this insight into the cultivation of the bitter sea realm held immense significance for him, its value rivaling that of an emperor-level inheritance. He carefully secured the dragon-patterned seal in his possession. As for the other items in Lin Yan's storage ring, he could not muster the interest to even glance at them. After accomplishing all this, he once again retrieved the ceramic jar containing Lin Yan's 4 strands of. With a decisive crack, without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen shattered it. The 4 strands of were immediately exposed to the air, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to soar uncontrollably. Had Su Chen not previously set up a protective formation, it was likely that the moment these 4 appeared, the entire chamber would have been reduced to molten ruin. According to records in the original novel, to unlock the incomplete inheritance of the emperor within the ancient emperor city, the primary requirement was to use as a medium. Moreover, the quality of the used as a medium could not be low. It had to rank within the top 10 of the ranking. As he spoke, a smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. In the original narrative, Lin Yan, the destined protagonist, only unlocked that incomplete imperial inheritance in the mid-stages of the plot. Yet, Su Chen clearly lacked the patience to wait that long, nor did he wish to search for before him lay ready-made options. With a simple gesture, he summoned the 4 strands of floating in mid-air towards him. Merge! Su Chen uttered softly, directly employing his great magical power to forcibly fuse the 4 strands of together. The highest ranked among these strands was the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which, while still insufficient to unlock the incomplete imperial inheritance, would suffice if forcibly blended into a brand new. This method bore similarities to Lin Yan's. However, the difference lay in Su Chen's approach being far more straightforward and crude. He did not concern himself with the potential conflicts of the 4's properties, but instead wielded his great magical power to merge them forcibly. This method of fusion was perilous. It could even result in the 4 collapsing shortly after merging. Nevertheless, Su Chen remained unfazed. To him was ultimately a minor path. True strength, after all, depended on oneself. Chapter 20. The Nirvana Tower. The Fire Qilin Beast. In the ancient Emperor City, within the Lord's mansion, in the secret chamber, the intense heat rendered the surrounding air thick and viscous. The 4 intertwined before Su Chen, being miraculous flames born from the natural world, was inherently volatile, harboring tremendously frightening power, making natural fusion nearly impossible. Yet, nothing is absolute. Under Su Chen's forceful suppression, the 4 of varying forms began to gradually merge, evolving into a nascent form of a brand new. The violent energies clashed, indicating that the rankings of these 4 on the list were not particularly high. Otherwise, with Su Chen's current strength, it would have been impossible for him to achieve their mutual fusion. Consolidate. Just then, Su Chen bellowed. Dense primordial energy surged from the golden bitter sea, accompanied by the faint sound of crashing waves. The 4, each with its unique form, began to accelerate their fusion process. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 repelled each other, instantly unleashing terrifying power. The nascent, which had begun to take shape, now showed signs of imminent collapse. Fortunately, Su Chen's strength was formidable enough, with an endless stream of primordial energy flowing from the golden bitter sea. Even the 3 golden figures representing Su Chen's Tao fruits suddenly surged forth to assist in the suppression. Gradually, the tumultuous energy began to calm down. Buzz. After an indeterminate period, the space suddenly trembled violently. The nascent, which had only just begun to take shape, finally crystallized completely. A black, brand new manifested before Su Chun. This emitted an extremely intense heat, as if it could incinerate the void, yet wherever it passed, it left behind a trail of black ice, chillingly cold. Moreover, the flame's form continuously morphed, with phantoms of myriad beasts flashing in and out, appearing extraordinarily divine. It has finally succeeded. Su Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, cautiously sealing this newly formed into a pre-prepared container, feeling at ease only once the sealing was complete. Although this newly formed was immensely powerful and inherited all the advantages of the original four, it remained highly unstable internally, at risk of collapsing at any moment. As for using it in battle, that was utterly impossible. Any slight disturbance could shatter its balance, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. It was likely that before it could be wielded against an enemy, he himself would be reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. After all, to Su Chun, this merely served as a key. After unlocking that incomplete imperial inheritance, it would hold no further utility for him. With this thought in mind, Su Chun wasted no time. He directly communicated with his mind, summoning Su Jiao. The location of that incomplete imperial inheritance was not entirely secure. Guarded by a saint-leveled in an instant, Su Jiao appeared behind Su Chen, asking no questions, simply unwaveringly following in Su Chen's wake. In his eyes, regardless of what the prince might undertake, he needed not ask further. He merely had to steadfastly follow, serving as the spear in Su Chen's hand. Su Chun led the way, accompanied by Su Jiao, as they exited the ancient emperor city. Moments later, they arrived at a towering, dark spire. This tower soared to a height of 10,000 meters, piercing the clouds, seemingly without end, emanating a searing heat. Standing before it, one felt as though they were not confronting a mere tower but rather an ancient flame giant. This tower was known as the Nirvana Tower, an entity that shared the same origin as the ancient emperor city, having existed for countless epochs, with its origins shrouded in mystery. It was known, however, that cultivation within it could refine magical power, temper the soul, and accelerate healing in wondrous ways. Practitioners frequented this place. Anyone could enter for a mere 100 spirit stones. Yet, at this moment, the Nirvana Tower stood completely empty. Su Chun had previously arranged for Zhou Ming to clear the area. This is the place. Gazing at the towering edifice before him, a grin spread across Su Chen's face. He then stepped forward and pushed open the grand door, with Su Jiao closely following. The Nirvana Tower, viewed from the outside, appeared to be 10,000 meters high. However, within, it consisted of only 13 levels, with each ascending level becoming more potent. Yet, Su Chun did not head for the top floor. Instead, they proceeded towards the terminus of the first level, where a concealed door awaited them. Upon this door lay a seal array of the utmost caliber. Yet with Su Jiao present, this array posed no challenge. Su Jiao struck forth with a palm, shattering the array effortlessly, revealing a dark passageway before the two. Su Chun took the lead, stepping into the abyss. The darkness stretched endlessly, its length almost unnerving. Even Su Jiao, being a half-step quasi-emperor, took a full half-hour to traverse the passage alongside Su Chun until they finally emerged at its end. Before them lay a seething expanse of molten lava, the air thick with an oppressive heat. This lava was terrifying, its temperature so extreme that even a typical powerful being would be reduced to cinders within moments of entering. Yet, that was not the most alarming aspect. More fearsome was the crimson-fired Qilin beast that lay coiled upon the lava, emanating strands of sacred majesty. At that moment, it noticed Su Chen and Su Jiao. Instantly, the fiery Qilin awoke, its icy golden eyes fixated on the two, emitting a continuous growl of fury. This was the place. Ignoring the beast's roars, Su Chun surveyed the surroundings and smiled faintly. He then nodded slightly at Su Jiao, who immediately understood and charged forth with a hearty laugh. "Your Highness, I believe this beast would serve you splendidly as your mount." Though the creature was not a pure-blood Qilin, its bloodline was remarkably potent, making it a top-tier entity even among the celestial beasts, with astonishing strength. Roar. At that moment, the Qilin beast bellowed in anger as it beheld Su Jiao's advance. However, in the next instant, the imposing aura of a half-step quasi-emperor erupted from Su Jiu. He unleashed a punch, manifesting myriad Dao runes that transformed into a colossal seal of thunder, aimed at suppressing the Qilin. In an instant, the Qilin was sent flying, crashing violently against the nearby rock wall. Its body riddled with cracks, blood streaming from its wounds. The phrase beneath quasi-emperors, "All are but ants," was not mere rhetoric. A saint-level Qilin beast? Merely a toy, vile creature, perish. With a successful strike, Su Jiu roared. His hand morphing into a black gauntlet that ensnared the Qilin beast, he swiftly conjured a black seed, implanting it within the beast's body. This seed, known as the Celestial Slave Seal, once sown, ensured eternal servitude to the practitioner. The Qilin beast struggled frantically, desperate to break free, even contemplating self-destruction. A top-tier celestial ferocity, it possessed its own pride. Even in the face of defeat, it would rather explode than succumb to enslavement. Yet, in the hands of Su Jiu, a half-step quasi-emperor, such thoughts became a mere luxury. Despite its desperate resistance, the Qilin could only watch helplessly as the celestial slave seal took root within it. In the next moment, the seal's effect surged forth, completely subjugating the Qilin, rendering it incapable of rebellion. The terror of the celestial slave seal lay not only in its ability to control the enemy's body, but also their very soul. Chapter 21. The Ethereal Fire Square, the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill and its concomitant elixirs. Your Highness, this fire Qilin beast would be the perfect mount for you. After successfully subduing the fire Qilin beast, Su Jiu returned to Su Chen's side with a smile, presenting the master imprint of the celestial slave seal. Indeed, Su Chun replied with a slight smile, nodding in satisfaction as he accepted the imprint from Su Jiu. Merging it within himself, he then leaped onto the back of the fire Qilin beast. A mount of saintly caliber was a rarity in the entire 9 Heavens realm, and this fire Qilin beast, with its remarkable bloodline, could easily rival other prodigious beings of its rank. Roar. The fire Qilin emitted a low growl, and under Su Chen's command, it charged rapidly towards the molten lava below. Su Jiu followed closely behind. With a splash, molten rock erupted, but under Su Jiu's protection, these searing torrents, capable of incinerating powerful beings, could not approach Su Chen. Seated atop the fire Qilin, Su Chen advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the bottom of the lava. Before him loomed an ancient and enigmatic bronze door. This door, while not colossal, exuded an aura that faintly resonated with imperial might, instilling a sense of trepidation. Moreover, the door was adorned with countless ethereal figures, and amidst them, a true phoenix sword, surrounded by swirling flames. They had arrived at the site of the fragmented imperial inheritance. Upon seeing the bronze door, Su Chen's gaze flickered as he retrieved a sealed urn containing ethereal fire from his robe. Crack! With a slight exertion, the urn shattered, and a new ethereal fire, forged from his essence, materialized in the void. Open! Su Chen commanded fiercely, thrusting the ethereal fire towards the mysterious and ancient bronze door. Boom! The moment the black ethereal fire made contact with the door, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, causing the ancient door, which had stood for countless epochs, to tremble and gradually creak open, revealing a narrow gap. Hiss! As the bronze door swung wide, a primal aura reminiscent of ancient times surged forth, evoking a sense of returning to a primordial age. Concurrently, a swirling vortex of black space appeared behind the bronze door. Go! Su Chen called out, spurring the fire Qilin beast forward as he plunged into the spatial vortex. With Su Jiu promptly following suit, as the two stepped into the vortex, the void flickered, and their surroundings grew increasingly blurred. When clarity returned, they found themselves upon a desolate expanse, littered with the carcasses of various creatures, each at least 10,000 meters in size, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. At the far end of this land stood an ancient altar, bathed in a fiery crimson hue as if drenched in blood, emanating an ancient aura that wafted through the air. Before the altar lay a vast square, flanked by towering azure stone pillars, upon which burned clusters of ethereal flames of various forms, creating a magnificent spectacle. Su Qian, seated atop the fire Qian, descended upon the square. Your Highness, this ethereal fire square appears to be an ancient form of inheritance, Su Jiu remarked in surprise. Su Qian nodded nonchalantly. The ethereal fire square was indeed a formidable quasi-imperial legacy. According to the original narrative, the destined protagonist Lin Yan had, during the mid-narrative, reached a stagnation in his cultivation primarily due to reliance on elixirs for his earlier breakthroughs, ultimately resulting in a bottleneck. It was only through this ethereal fire square that he managed to shatter this impasse and attain quasi-emperor status. However, for Su Qian, the ethereal fire square held no utility. His foundation was unparalleled, his innate talent extraordinary, and he faced no bottleneck whatsoever. Nevertheless, while it may serve him no purpose, it could be invaluable to Su Jiu. After all, during the era of taboos, Su Jiu, as the personal soldier of the emperor, had fought alongside the emperor across the heavens, quelling anomalies and dark chaos, enduring countless battles, which ultimately led to the accumulation of hidden injuries, preventing him from advancing beyond the half-step quasi-emperor realm. It was worth noting that Su Jiu's potential was not lacking. Even amidst the tumultuous era of kings, he would undoubtedly rank among the most exceptional prodigies. He had also contended with the celestial prodigies of myriad realms on the ancient star path for the title of emperor. However, he was eventually swayed by Su Tianqing and chose to follow. Reflecting on this, Su Qian spoke, Su Jiu, the ethereal fire square can greatly benefit you, aiding in the resolution of your hidden injuries and propelling you to quasi-emperor. Initially taken aback, Su Jiu's face soon broke into an uncontrollable expression of excitement. As a former top-tier prodigy, how could he possibly resign himself to stagnation? Moments later, he suddenly knelt before Su Qian's back, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." To this, Su Qian merely nodded indifferently before proceeding towards the altar at the far end of the square. Su Jiu, meanwhile, sat cross-legged in the center of the ethereal fire square, beginning to absorb its power. Like Su Qian, he chose not to accept the inheritance of the ethereal fire square, but rather to absorb its strength to recover from his hidden injuries and elevate his realm. Su Qian glanced back at Su Jiu, confirming there were no unforeseen complications, and ascended to the apex of the altar. Atop this altar stood a stone platform. On the stone platform lay two exquisite treasure boxes. Su Qian hastened forward and picked them up. Upon opening the first box, he discovered a pill the size of a dragon's eye, with a dull yellow HUE. At first glance, this pill appeared rather unremarkable. In fact, if placed by the roadside, most passers-by would likely mistake it for a mere clod of dirt. Yet, Su Qian knew better. This pill was far from ordinary. Rather, it was an extraordinary item, a companion elixir of the legendary 9-turn immortal pill. It is worth noting that the 9-turn immortal pill is a supreme divine pill capable of prolonging the peak lifespan of an emperor-level powerhouse. Throughout ancient history, few such pills have been unearthed. Although this dull yellow pill lacked the astonishing effects of the 9-turn immortal pill, its terrifying medicinal power remained immensely beneficial even to supreme-level beings. With this pill, the primordial energy required to condense the 10th bitter sea fruit body would be more than sufficient. Murmuring softly to himself, a faint smile crept across Su Qian's lips. The energy consumption for the 10th bitter sea fruit body was staggering, and even the supreme being who originally devised this method had failed to succeed. Yet, with the companion elixir of the 9-turn immortal pill in hand, Su Qian no longer needed to worry about depleting his primordial energy. He could confidently condense the 10th bitter sea fruit body and shatter the limits of the bitter sea. Chapter 22. True Phoenix Secret Art, Su Jiu's Breakthrough. Truly, it was a legacy of imperial caliber. Even in its incomplete form, it contained the exceptional companion elixir of the 9-turn immortal pill. As he murmured, a smile of anticipation began to form on Su Qian's face regarding the contents of the second treasure box. After carefully stowing the companion elixir of the 9-turn immortal pill, Su Qian raised his hand and opened the second box. With a soft click, the lid of the treasure box sprang open. Before Su Qian appeared a palm-sized crimson scroll, radiating a faint vitality. Though this vitality was delicate, it was remarkably tenacious. As the treasure box opened, this vitality surged forth, transforming in mid-air into a vibrant crimson true phoenix. dancing gracefully in the air. Could this be? Su Chen gasped in astonishment. Recalling the carvings on the bronze door, coupled with the image materializing from the scroll's vitality, he had begun to surmise the nature of this scroll. Without hesitation, he grasped the scroll and unfurled it, revealing a dense array of bone scripts before his eyes. These scripts seemed almost alive, surging upward as soon as the scroll was opened, interweaving in the void, ultimately evolving into a fiery red egg that surged into Su Chen's mind. Su Chen felt his consciousness expand, and a momentary haze enveloped him. In that instant, he felt as though he had returned to the primordial era, becoming a true phoenix, mastering the power of rebirth. Perching atop the world tree, soaring beneath the heavens, after a moment, this sensation of disorientation dissipated, and Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. The scroll contained the true phoenix's secret art. As he spoke, a surge of ecstasy welled up within Su Chen. The true phoenix, also known as the phoenix, ranks among the 10 fearsome beings and is considered the progenitor of all birds. One of the most powerful beings in existence. The true phoenix secret art is the origin divine ability of the phoenix, a true forbidden art endowed with unfathomable power. However, it was unfortunate that the scroll appeared to be missing a portion of its content. It is important to note that as a tenacious being, the phoenix not only wields the power of rebirth, but can also be resurrected through this power, emerging even stronger. Moreover, it possesses formidable offensive capabilities, capable of suppressing all beings. Yet, Su Chen's inheritance from the scroll contained only the records of the rebirth power of the true phoenix secret art, lacking the corresponding offensive techniques. Fortunately, the scroll also indicated the coordinates of another part of the true phoenix secret art, offering hope for its completion. The only downside was that the coordinates lay within the 3,000 immortal realms, which had yet to officially open. Though it was merely an incomplete version of the true phoenix secret art, it was still a significant treasure. At the very least, the knowledge of the rebirth power was intact. As he spoke, Su Chen produced a holy grade divine sword. After a moment's contemplation, he thrust it into his thigh. With a splatter of golden holy blood, a sharp pang of pain coursed through him. Nevertheless, Su Chen maintained a stoic expression. In the next instant, he resolutely activated the true phoenix secret art. As the art was invoked, a mysterious rebirth power suddenly manifested at the wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound left by the holy grade divine sword healed completely, leaving no scar behind. Remarkably, the power of rebirth truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most enigmatic forces in existence. Even in its nascent form, its healing abilities were astonishing. Should he fully master this power, the notion of being indestructible would not merely be an empty claim. Even if his true spirit were to perish, rebirth through this power would still be possible. Furthermore, this rebirth power not only boasted impressive healing capabilities, but also facilitated transformation and rebirth through the flames. Murmuring softly to himself, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Undoubtedly, he had acquired another supreme forbidden technique. Roar. At that moment, a low rumble of a roar echoed. The sound emanated from the Su Chen turned to look and saw Su Ju sitting cross-legged on the square, enveloped in a swirling mass of gray-red flames, continuously burning away. Simultaneously, waves of potent rebirth energy surged toward him. Having acquired the incomplete true phoenix secret art, Su Chen immediately recognized that the flames surrounding Su Jiu contained a portion of the true phoenix's origin divine fire. Though it was but a small fragment, the rebirth power within was still astonishing. As the rebirth power coursed in, Su Jiu's previously stooped figure began to straighten, his aged visage gradually regaining youthfulness, and his once gray hair regained its luster. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura emanated from within him. This was the might of a quasi-emperor. Given Su Jiu's innate talent, he could have already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm long ago. However, due to hidden injuries within his body, he had been unable to break through. Now, with all his hidden injuries healed, coupled with years of accumulation, Su Jiu soared to the heavens, directly breaking through from half-step quasi-emperor to the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, after countless epochs, his foundation was exceedingly rich. Following his breakthrough into the quasi-emperor realm, his momentum did not wane but surged forward unabated. Quasi-emperor First Heaven. Quasi-Emperor Second Heaven, Quasi-Emperor Third Heaven, until he finally stabilized at Quasi-Emperor Seventh Heaven. Thank you, Your Highness the Imperial Son. At some point, after completing his breakthrough, Su Jiao had arrived behind Su Chun, his face radiating respect as he transformed back into the youthful figure he had once been. Indeed, achieving a simultaneous breakthrough of 7 minor realms to reach Quasi-Emperor Seventh Heaven was no small feat. Su Chun felt immense satisfaction. The 300 veteran soldiers led by Su Jiao were truly his own power. Regardless of what he undertook or any requests he made, they would never refuse. I must also thank Your Highness the Imperial Son. If it were not for the true Phoenix's origin divine fire burning away all my hidden injuries, I fear I would have remained stuck at half-step Quasi-Emperor for the rest of my life. Su Jiao exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude, and the transformation he had undergone prompted him to become more loquacious. In response, Su Qian merely smiled. With such a Quasi-Emperor Seventh Heaven powerhouse as his guardian, as long as he refrained from recklessness and did not venture into forbidden zones, there were few who could contend with him in the current 9 Heavens realm. Next, he would await Lin Patian and his entourage to deliver themselves right to his doorstep. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Qian's eyes. He eagerly anticipated Lin Potion's reaction upon witnessing Su Jiao. This Quasi-Emperor Seventh Heaven existence, when he arrived to rescue Lin Yin. Chapter 23. The Ancient Eight Clans Alliance, the overbearing Lin Lan. Meanwhile, in the border town of the Yin clan. Since ancient times, the Yin clan had gradually declined, with each successive generation of youth proving less capable than the last. The once bustling family had become a mere shadow of its former self, and the alliances with other families had grown distant. Even the other 7 clans of the ancient 8 clans began to shun them, with some proposing to expel the Yin clan from the ancient 8 clans altogether. Were it not for the presence of 3 old ancestors, the Yin clan might have long been removed from the ranks of the ancient 8 clans. Yet today, the beleaguered Yin clan had become lively once more. Majestic warships emerged from the void, teeming with black-armored soldiers wielding long spears and iron halberds. Among these soldiers, any one of them could be deemed a top-tier powerhouse in this remote town. The townspeople gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene before them, utterly incredulous. They found it hard to fathom that the once impoverished Yin clan possessed such formidable strength. In that moment, the families and factions that had previously opposed the Yin clan trembled in fear. Meanwhile, within a certain assembly hall of the Yin clan, all the clan leaders of the ancient 8 clans convened. An uncommon occurrence indeed. Lin Patian, you have summoned us with the supreme order. What could this possibly be about? Could it be that your Yin clan is truly on the brink of collapse? Remarked Feng Wujia, the leader of the Wen clan, with a scoff. The expressions of the other 6 clan members reflected a mix of amusement at the spectacle. The supreme order of the ancient 8 clans is divided into 8 segments, each held by its respective clan leader, and is not to be invoked lightly. My son, Lin Yan, has been imprisoned by the prodigy of the imperial Su family. I have gathered you all here to seek your assistance in rescuing him, Lin Patian stated candidly. Among those present, regardless of their cultivation level or lineage, they far surpassed him. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt a surge of trepidation. Yet at this moment, he remained remarkably composed. This tranquility stemmed from the fact that the ancient ancestor of the Yin clan still lived and had attained the pinnacle of semi-supreme power, possessing the ability to look down upon others. Humph, do you hear what you are saying? You wish for us to assist you in rescuing your son from the hands of the imperial Su family? How can you utter such words? Lei Yun, the leader of the Thunder clan, sneered disdainfully. He was aware of the events surrounding the ancient emperor city. Your son, Lin Patian, has provoked the wrong individuals and has been left battered and broken. Now you wish for us to join forces against the Su family? You must be dreaming with that. Lei Yun coldly stood to leave. My apologies, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. The leader of the Rain clan also laughed as he prepared to exit, followed closely by the others. Those present, each a shrewd leader of a great clan, would never risk their resources for a declining Yin clan. Lin Patian watched the departing figures without an ounce of anxiety. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips as he picked up a cup of tea and sipped leisurely. Ladies and gentlemen, must you leave so hastily from your visit to my Yin clan? At that moment, the great doors of the assembly hall swung shut on their own, accompanied by a faint chuckle. Suddenly, three figures appeared out of thin air before the gathered assembly, none other than Lin Kuan and his companions. It's you. The leaders of the seven clans were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three, however. They quickly regained their composure. Humph, I wondered who it was. I did not expect to see you three old relics still alive after all these years. But I must say, you three are quite patient. With the addition of Lin Patian, you now possess 4 saints among you, a formidable force indeed, yet you choose to remain in this backwater region. Feng Wujie remarked with a mocking tone, dismissing the trio entirely. The others, though initially startled, soon returned to their indifferent demeanor and turned to leave once more. Just then, a cold snort echoed through the hall. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated in the ears of everyone present as if it were a thunderous bell. A faint aura of supreme pressure descended upon the assembly. Beneath the supreme, all are mere ants. This phrase was not to be taken lightly. In the next moment, the leaders of the 7 ancient clans felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, their faces wrought with terror. This is supreme pressure. Who is it? As the crowd was engulfed in fear, the previously closed doors of the assembly hall swung open once more. An elderly figure appeared before them, silent and unassuming. Dressed in a red robe, with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, this elder exuded an aura of vitality that belied his aged appearance, reminiscent of youth. This was none other than Lin Lan, the 3rd-generation ancestor of the Yin clan. You are Lin Lan, someone gasped, recognizing his identity. Weren't you supposed to be dead? How the crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Ha, dead? My fate is determined by me. Not the heavens, as long as I desire to live. Who in this world can bring about my demise? Lin Lan proclaimed with unyielding authority. A hush fell over the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall speak plainly. The ancient 8 clans were once united as one, sharing a common bond. Today, I wish to gather the strength of all 8 clans to rescue my Yin clan's Qilin child. Who is in favor? Who is against? With that, Lin Lan leaned forward, eyeing the assembly with fierce intensity. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, Feng Wujie broke it, stating, the Wind clan will lend its strength. But the Su family is an imperial clan. Even if we unite the power of all 8 clans. The weight of the words imperial clan hung heavily in the air. Yet before he could finish, Lin Lan interrupted him. What of the Su family being an imperial clan? The age of taboos has passed, and their great emperor has long since fallen. As a supreme being, why should I fear the imperial clan? Lin Lan's expression was filled with dominance, and he spoke with conviction. Furthermore, this realm is not solely the domain of the Su family. There are still those capable of standing against them. I have reached an agreement with the ancient divine mountain to form an alliance. This time, we need only to eliminate that boy with the dual pupils of the Su family. As for the others of the Su family, the people of the ancient divine mountain shall handle them. At this point, Lin Lan's gaze swept over the assembly. I am willing to join. I too shall join. Moments later, under Lin Lan's formidable pressure, all the members of the 7 clans chose to agree. Observing this scene, Lin Patian could not suppress a smile of elation. You young scion of the Su family, how you once insulted me and my son Lin Yin. Tomorrow, I shall repay you 100-fold. 1,000-fold. The Su family? An imperial clan. What does that matter? Chapter 24. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion S ranking. The True Moon Fairy. Within the ancient emperor city, Su Chun, clad in white, sat serenely atop a fire Qilin beast, with Su Jiu quietly following behind. Together, they exited the Nirvana Tower. This time, his gains were nothing short of extraordinary. The 9-turn immortal pill, companion elixirs, the fragmented True Phoenix treasure technique, and Su Jiu had also ascended to the realm of a quasi-emperor at the 7th level. First, let us head to the Trial Divine Steel to check in. Having spent considerable time in the Nirvana Tower, tomorrow was the day to reap the rewards. Before that, Su Chen resolved to complete the system's check-in first. The Trial Divine Steel was located at the very heart of the ancient emperor city. Su Chun, seated atop the fire Qilin beast, made his way directly there. as a formidable beast of the saint level. Augmented by its rich Chilean bloodline, it drew the curious gazes of all who beheld them. What a handsome young man! What breed is his mount? It bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Chilean. Such a mount suggests this young man hails from an astonishingly powerful background. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, captivated by the fire Chilean beast, while some young women gazed at Su Chen's back with starry eyes. Such striking features, an impressive lineage, and unparalleled talent. Who could resist such a young man? Though his age was a touch youthful, the idea of nurturing a Tao partner was undeniably thrilling. Wait, look at that young man's pupils. Is he a dual pupil wielder? By heaven, he truly possesses dual pupils. No wonder he could command such a powerful beast as a mount. Someone suddenly recognized Su Chen's identity, unable to contain their astonishment. There was no denying that his reputation was far too dazzling. A dual pupil wielder, the scion of the imperial Su family, with imperial blood coursing through his veins. Each of these identities, on their own, would signify unparalleled talent. Yet they were all embodied in one individual. One could say Su Chen's attempts at low profile were utterly futile, and of course, the onlookers remained unaware that beyond his dual pupils and imperial blood, Su Chen also possessed the supreme bone and the innate sacred body Tao. Should this information come to light, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Nine Heavens realm, even rousing the slumbering forbidden beings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor and soon arrived at the site of the trial divine steel. As a conduit for entry into the 3,000 immortal realms, there were 3,000 trial divine steel scattered across the Nine Heavens realm. To gain entry into the 3,000 immortal realms, one needed only to inscribe their name on any of these steel. Each steel could accommodate the names of up to 10,000 individuals. Upon Su Chen's arrival, he found a considerable gathering around the trial divine steel, all attempting to leave their mark as aspirants. Su Chen paid no heed to the crowd, lifting his gaze to behold a towering stone monument amidst the throng. This colossal stone tablet soared to a height of 10,000 meters. Its surface a deep ebony hue, marred by countless scars of axes and blades, exuding an aura of antiquity and enigma. Upon the monument's face, a multitude of names was intricately carved. A cursory glance revealed that the foremost name belonged to a prodigy known as Yumingzi. Hailing from the netherworld, he was a being born from the true spirit of a corpse, possessing the unparalleled nether body, which ranked within the top 300 among the 3,000 physical forms of the great Tao, a truly astounding feat. Moreover, whispers in the wind suggested that the corpse from which Yumingzi's true spirit emerged bore an extraordinary legacy. It belonged to a paragon of the Forbidden Era, who had once shone brilliantly amidst the imperial contest, even clashing with the youthful war emperor Su Tianqing. Though ultimately vanquished, his obsession remained undiminished, leading him to reincarnate as a true spirit within this era, intent on once more treading the imperial path. Look, the true moon fairy has arrived. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and all heads turned upwards. A young maiden descended upon a flying sword, her visage veiled by a delicate white gauze. Although her true appearance was obscured, her graceful figure and ethereal presence spoke volumes of her breathtaking beauty. It was indeed the true moon fairy. None expected her to grace this gathering. Renowned as the most exceptional individual of her generation within the true moon sect, she not only possessed the heavenly fragrance body but was also innately attuned to the sword, having reached the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm at a tender age. Her prowess was undeniably remarkable. Beyond her formidable strength, the true moon fairy's beauty was nothing short of legendary, placing her among the top 20 in the renowned beauty rankings. An admirer could hardly contain their infatuation. Su Chen himself was taken aback. In the Nine Heavens realm, there existed an ancient entity known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery. It was known to have existed since the Forbidden Era, its influence sprawling across the entire Nine Heavens realm, and even extending to other worlds. Yet, this venerable power had always maintained a low profile, seldom engaging in conflict. The beauty rankings mentioned by the crowd were a prestigious list compiled by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, chronicling the beauty of 100 female cultivators, renowned for its authority. The fact that the true moon fairy ranked within the top 20 on this list spoke volumes of her otherworldly allure. Naturally, aside from the beauty rankings, various other lists existed, such as the prodigy rankings and the combat power rankings. The prodigy rankings were specifically designed for the younger generation of talents, while the combat power rankings categorized individuals based on their realm, further divided into 13 sublists, each corresponding to realms from blood condensation to sovereign.it. Was worth noting that with the revelation of Su Chen's identity as a wielder of the dual pupils, he ascended to the prodigy rankings, securing the 10th position. The individuals ranked above him were all ancient anomalies, having claimed victory in the contests of the 3,000 celestial realms more than once, including notable figures such as the 3 Crown and 5 Crown Kings. As Su Chen pondered these matters, the true moon fairy gracefully approached the trial stone tablet, her presence captivating all. She raised her hand, conjuring a sword of arcane energy, and with a focused shout, she struck the trial stone tablet with a fierce slash. The air crackled with her formidable sword energy, which manifested into a crescent moon, crashing down upon the trial stone tablet with tremendous force. The resulting explosion illuminated the surroundings, and in that moment, the true moon fairy's name ascended the rankings, landing at an impressive 125th position. Gasp! The true moon fairy truly lived up to her reputation. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her combat prowess was equally formidable. Securing the 125th rank placed her among the elite prodigies. Notably, with the opening of the 3,000 celestial realms still some time away, her exceptional talents might very well propel her into the top 100, or even the top 50. A harmonious blend of beauty and strength. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, with some ardent admirers almost wishing to elevate the true moon fairy to celestial heights. As for the true moon fairy herself, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she was not entirely satisfied with her ranking. "I wonder what rank I could achieve now," she murmured softly as Su Chen rode forth on his fiery Qilin beast. The collective gaze of the assembly was drawn to him. Chapter 25. The imprint of a fist, ascending to the first. It was he, the wielder of the dual pupils. The moment they laid eyes on Su Chen, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The mere mention of dual pupils was enough to send ripples through the masses. Moreover, this wielder hailed from the imperial lineage, with imperial blood coursing through his veins. How high could he ascend in the trial stone tablet rankings? I wager he could breach the top 10. The dual pupils have never known defeat throughout history. Those who possess such eyes are invariably formidable. Especially one from the imperial lineage. Not necessarily. This generation's wielder of the dual pupils may be too young, yet to fully realize their potential. The crowd engaged in fervent speculation regarding Su Chen's possible ranking on the trial stone tablet. Even the true moon fairy, who had initially intended to depart, found herself pausing to gaze intently at Su Chen's figure. The throng parted, creating a pathway for him. Clad in white, astride the fiery Qilin, Su Chen emanated an aura of transcendence and distinction, imbued with an overwhelming majesty that belied his youth, akin to a celestial king surveying the realm below. Many female cultivators gazed at Su Chen's silhouette, their hearts aflame with admiration. Amidst their watchful eyes, Su Chen approached the trial stone tablet with deliberate grace. He did not immediately engage in the trial. Instead, he paused before the monument and activated the system. Ding! Host has arrived at the designated location. Ancient Emperor City, Trial Stone Tablet. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in immediately? Yes, no, yes. Su Chen affirmed silently, resolutely making his choice in the next moment. A series of mechanical sounds resonated in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful at Ancient Emperor City, Trial Stone Tablet. Congratulations, host has received rewards. Destiny Villain Points 30,000. Congratulations, host has received rewards. Dragon Pattern Black Gold. Congratulations, host has received rewards. Indestructible Battle Armor. Good heavens! Listening to the system notifications echoing in his mind, Su Chen could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. These sign-in rewards were astoundingly generous. The Dragon Pattern Black Gold, a rare celestial material birthed by the natural forces of heaven and earth, inherently adorned with mystical dragon patterns, was a supreme celestial metal reserved for the mightiest of emperors, essential for forging the most powerful imperial weapons. For instance, the flagpole of the Su family's war immortal banner was crafted from dragon-patterned black gold. Such exquisite celestial metal, even a grain the size of a speck of sand would incite frenzy among the masses. Yet, the dragon-patterned black gold awarded this time was as large as half a football. If displayed, it would undoubtedly drive everyone into a frenzy, even awakening slumbering forbidden beings who would rush forth to seize it. Reflecting on this, Su Qian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to temper his excitement. As for the second item, the indestructible battle armor, it was an extraordinarily unique ancient relic. Not only did it possess astounding defensive capabilities, but it also granted the wearer an ephemeral boost of one major realm in cultivation. As long as their cultivation did not exceed that of a great being, for instance, Su Qian, currently at the Bitter Sea third layer, could don this armor and elevate himself to the third layer of the opening realm, a truly remarkable enhancement. "Ah, I've struck gold this time," Su Qian murmured, a smile gracing his lips. Turning his attention back to the trial stone tablet, he stepped forward with determination. Ha! In the next moment, he let out a powerful shout. The Bitter Sea radiating light as torrents of golden primordial energy surged forth, and he unleashed a mighty punch toward the trial stone tablet. Boom! In an instant, the void trembled, and countless symbols of the great Tao blossomed around him, intertwining into resplendent flowers of the great Tao, enveloping Su Qian in an aura of sanctity and purity. The already extraordinary Su Qian, amidst these flowers, appeared even more ethereal, resembling an otherworldly immortal, and exuding a subtle yet imposing aura. As if gazing down upon the heavens, with a single thought, as the flowers of the great Tao bloomed, he struck forth with a fist, sending forth a multitude of Tao flowers towards the trial stone tablet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of reality, as the trial stone tablet began to tremble violently. Everyone present was transfixed by the spectacle, and in the next moment, a shocking event unfolded. A massive fissure appeared on the trial stone tablet, precisely at the point where Su Qian's fist had struck, revealing a clear and distinct imprint of his fist at its center. Silence. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed in disbelief upon the unfolding spectacle. It is worth noting that the trial divine steel, serving as a crucial conduit to the 3,000 celestial realms, is remarkably enigmatic. Throughout history, only a handful of individuals have left their mark upon it during trials, each one a paragon of extraordinary talent, akin to a youthful emperor, and yet, at this moment, Su Qian had achieved this feat. Thud, thud. The silence lingered for an extended period, interrupted only by the sounds of throats clearing and the swallowing of saliva. Everyone gazed, wide-eyed, at the white-clad youth at the forefront. Truly, a wielder of the phrase invincible was indeed not mere rhetoric. Suddenly, the trial divine steel erupted in a blinding radiance, a golden beam shooting skyward, piercing the clouds. Moments later, Su Qian's name appeared at the pinnacle of the steel. He claimed the first rank, decisively overshadowing the previous holder. Yu Mingzi, witnessing this scene, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. A cacophony of astonished murmurs erupted like a tsunami. Is this what it means to be a wielder? This is beyond comprehension. With a single punch, he cracked the trial divine steel, leaving a distinctly visible fist imprint. Is he to be compared to a youthful emperor? Too formidable. It sent shivers through the onlookers. The Su family has produced an unparalleled young prodigy, destined to dominate the world and suppress all. Moreover, he is so youthful, brimming with astonishing potential. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion, their gazes towards Su Qian filled with awe. Even the nearby Jinhua fairy, at this moment, was utterly taken aback, her exquisite features, veiled by a sheer fabric, parted in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Perhaps he could help me break that ancient curse, in her whispered musings. A newfound resolve flickered in Jinhua fairy's eyes, as if she had made a significant decision regarding a certain matter. Meanwhile, Su Qian gazed upward at his name, now ranked first on the towering steel. There was no trace of elation on his face. His heart remained as calm as the surface of a placid lake. Show him. Such an accomplishment was merely his due. With the supreme bone, the innate sacred body Tao, and imperial blood coursing through him, twice breaking through the limits. Under the guidance of a top-tier supreme being, he tempered his physical form with unparalleled divine abilities and techniques. With all these advantages, if he were to fail to reach the pinnacle, it would be better to find a block of tofu to end it all. Chapter 26. A fairy's unrequited affection? In the vast expanse of the netherworld, the sky was dim, shrouded in mist, with bones scattered across the land. The chilling echoes of anguished howls reverberated through the air, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard them. Deep within a certain white-boned palace in the netherworld, Yumingzi reclined languidly upon a throne of bones, surrounded by a multitude of specters groveling at his feet. Born of the dead, his origins were astonishing, having been personally taken as a closed-door disciple by a forbidden figure of immense power within the netherworld, granting him an exalted status. At that moment, Yumingzi's brow furrowed suddenly, an unusual sensation stirring within him. What has transpired? His brow knitted in confusion, but this uncertainty did not linger for long. He swiftly grasped the unfolding events. Within his mind, the ethereal image of the trial divine steel began to materialize. On this steel, the name that should have rightfully belonged to him now languished in second place, overshadowed by one called Su Chen, who had firmly cemented himself above. Someone has usurped my first place and relegated me beneath him. Yumingzi's expression darkened ominously, a deep aura of nether energy surging forth from his being, igniting an inferno of wrath. The multitude of spectral beings below quaked in fear at this display. Find out the origins of this Su Chen, Yumingzi commanded in a low, thunderous voice. Before long, someone provided a detailed account, for the name of Su Chen was not one to be taken lightly. Lord Yuming, we have discovered that this Su Chen is a prodigy of the imperial Su family, possessing a specter, draped in a flowing black robe, reported with trepidation. The Su family? Yumingzi's frown deepened, his countenance growing even more foreboding. The previous incarnation of his body had perished during the Forbidden Era, having clashed with the Emperor Su Tianqing in his youth, only to be pierced through the skull by a single spear. Now, this prodigy, Su Chen, had once again overshadowed him on the trial divine steel, putting him beneath his heel. It felt as though fate itself had conspired against him. Another from the Su lineage. Yumingzi's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Though he did not believe in destiny, this coincidence was indeed too striking. Contemplating this, he could not help but snort derisively. Humph! What of a wielder? What of the imperial lineage? Even if it is fate, I am confident in my ability to shatter the chains of destiny and alter the future. If we cross paths, I shall surely obliterate your and forge my invincible heart with your blood. As he spoke, Yumingzi's aura soared, brimming with a murderous intent directed at Su Chen. Meanwhile, in the ancient emperor city, Su Chen remained oblivious to Yumingzi's predicament. At this moment, having ascended to the first rank on the trial divine steel, he became the center of attention, sparking a whirlwind of discussions among the crowd. Yet, he himself remained remarkably unfazed. With light steps, he navigated through the throng and resumed his seated position atop the fire-Qilin beast. Preparing to depart, however, just then, young master, please hold. A sudden voice interrupted his path. Turning around, Su Chen found that it was none other than Jinyu Fairy, who had called out to him. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded her. Responding in a curt manner, "What is it?" His words were succinct. While Jinyu Fairy was undeniably enchanting, Su Chen was not one to be easily swayed by such a lure. Moreover, given his status, even if it were the most beautiful woman in the world, he could effortlessly claim her if he so desired. Congratulations on claiming the first rank on the trial divine steel, truly a testament to your unparalleled talent. May I have the honor of inviting you for a chat this evening? Jinyu Fairy bowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips, her graceful figure on full display. My goodness. Jinyu Fairy is actually inviting the wielder for an evening discussion. No man has ever received such an invitation from her before. Honestly, brothers, I am filled with envy. A being like Genue Fairy is someone we can only admire from afar, yet here she is, proactively inviting the wielder. It's a stark reminder of the disparities that exist among us. Do not stop me. I must duel with the wielder. Genue Fairy is mine. No one is stopping you. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. Then forget it. At this moment, a group of men found themselves nursing wounded hearts. Their goddess, who usually stood high above them, was now willing to lower herself to approach another. Apologies, but I am unavailable. Su Chun decisively rejected her. With imminent gains from Lin Yin, he had no time for romantic entanglements. Having said this, he paid her no further mind and, with a swift pat on the fire-Qilin beast, vanished from sight before Genue Fairy could process what had occurred. Genue Fairy was momentarily stunned. Those talented prodigies she encountered were always courteous and respectful. Even the esteemed disciples of major sects had never treated her with such disregard. Yet, this wielder seemed to regard her as inconsequential. The stark contrast left Genue Fairy flustered, her chest rising and falling with agitation. However, upon realizing that she might need something from him, she suppressed her ire. As for the onlookers, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Their goddess had not only approached him but had also been turned down. Is this the chasm that separates them? This wielder must be an utter straight man to have outright rejected Genue Fairy. You can give him to me if you don't want him. A chorus of envious lamentations filled the air. Returning to the city lord's residence, Su Chun strode directly into the secret chamber. He retrieved the dragon-patterned black gold reward obtained from the previous sign-in. This was a piece of black celestial gold, roughly the size of a half-football, shimmering with radiant light and adorned with countless profound runes. Within it, a small black dragon meandered, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. This quantity of dragon-patterned black gold was more than sufficient for forging a Dao weapon. Murmuring softly to himself, Su Chin's thoughts swirled, and he soon reached a decision: to forge this piece of dragon-patterned black gold into a divine cauldron. The cauldron, a formidable artifact of the Dao, could stabilize the heavens, suppress myriad beings, and define the landscape. With 3 legs, 2 ears, and a round form, it resonated with the profound principles of the Dao: 1 begetting 2, 2 birthing 3, and 3 giving rise to all things. With this thought in mind, Su Chun wasted no time and immediately set to work. An abundance of primordial energy surged forth from the golden sea of bitterness, as myriad Dao runes began to manifest in the void. As a celestial-grade material, the dragon-patterned black gold was indestructible and eternal, far beyond the capabilities of a mere sea of bitterness cultivator like Su Chun to manipulate. Therefore, he planned to first utilize his own primordial energy and laws to shape the divine cauldron's form. Subsequently, the divine form of the dragon-patterned black gold was gradually refined. At this moment, golden primordial energy intertwined intricately with countless profound runes, evolving into the shape of a divine cauldron. It stood upon 3 legs, with 2 ears, presenting a circular form. The walls of the cauldron were adorned with intricate Dao patterns, each reflecting Su Chin's comprehension of the Dao. As the divine cauldron's form neared completion, Su Chun opened his eyes. Casting the dragon-patterned black gold into the cauldron, then lightly biting his tongue to expel a drop of his essence blood into it, buzz. The cauldron trembled, emanating waves of mysterious power that enveloped the dragon-patterned black gold. Initiating its slow refinement, however, the dragon-patterned black gold was, after all, a celestial metal, exceedingly hard. The mysterious power released by the cauldron could not budge it in the slightest. Observing this, Su Chun remained unperturbed, retrieving both the cauldron and the dragon-patterned black gold into the Sea of Suffering, and then activating the 3 embodiments of the Sea of Suffering's fruit, employing a vast amount of primordial energy for gradual refinement. He had plenty of time to wait. Chapter 27. 7 against 300? The deceitful Lin Patian. Under the relentless onslaught of the 3 golden figures representing his Sea of Suffering's fruit, along with the abundant primordial energy, the dragon-patterned black gold and the cauldron's embryonic form began to merge slowly. Although this fusion process was painfully sluggish, Su Chun was in no rush. He believed that as his cultivation advanced, the complete merging of the cauldron's embryonic form with the dragon-patterned black gold was merely a matter of time. Moreover, this cauldron was destined to be his instrument of enlightenment. A slower pace was inconsequential, as perfection was paramount. Theo hastily pursue the speed of fusion at the cost of the cauldron's quality would indeed be counterproductive. Once assured that the cauldron's embryonic form and the dragon-patterned black gold were beginning to merge, Su Chun withdrew his gaze from the sea of suffering. Now, he merely awaited Lin Patian to arrive with his entourage. Once all the chives were harvested, he could deal with Lin Yin. Inhaling deeply, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chin's mouth as he eagerly anticipated the morrow. A night passed in silence. On the following morning, the warm sunlight pierced through the clouds. The ancient emperor city appeared exceptionally serene today. The once bustling streets were deserted, and all the major shops were closed. The tranquil atmosphere conveyed an illusion that a storm was imminent. Upon the 10,000-meter city wall of the ancient emperor city, Su Chun reclined lazily in an opulent chair, with the fire-Qilin beast quietly lying at his feet, while 300 veteran sages stood behind him. Under his command, Zhou Ming had issued a travel ban in the ancient emperor city. Today, no one was to venture outside, regardless of the time. With a playful glint in his eyes, Su Chun gazed at a massive flagpole not far away. At the top of the flagpole hung Lin Yan. In that moment, he appeared utterly wretched. His limbs severed, his skin rotting, and foul pus oozing from his wounds, emanating a repugnant odor. The look in his eyes as he regarded Su Chun was one of deep-seated hatred. If looks could kill, Su Chun would have perished hundreds of times over. There's no need to glare at me like that. After today, you shall find your liberation, on the path to the Yellow Springs. You need not fear solitude. All those connected to you, including your father, will accompany you. Su Chun chuckled lightly, his words ringing in Lin Yan's ears. Su Chun, may you meet a gruesome end, even in death. I shall not spare you. I will curse you in hell until your day of arrival. Lin Yin roared intermittently, coughing painfully. His body was riddled with wounds, making even the simplest act of speech a monumental effort. When you were alive, I could crush you like an ant. What do you think will happen in death? Just sit tight. The show is about to begin, Su Chun replied languidly. Buzz. At that moment, the void suddenly trembled violently. Here they come. Su Chun lifted his gaze, witnessing countless black warships emerging from the void. The sunlight was obscured by the ships, and the once clear skies turned ominously dark, a stifling and murderous atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted from within the warships, a chilling wave of murderous intent spreading forth. In the next instant, Lin Patian stepped out from one of the ships, approaching Su Chun with purpose. Behind him stood all the sage-level experts of the ancient 8 clans. Su Chun, surrender my son Yin, or today, even if your Su clan is an imperial family of the present age, you shall not escape death. Lin Potion's voice resounded through the skies. He appeared invigorated, a stark contrast to the defeated dog he had been 3 days prior, trampled under Su Chun's foot. Is today my day of demise? Su Chun mocked, glancing at Lin Patian. Abruptly rising from his luxurious chair, his aura surged forth like an unparalleled divine sword, radiating brilliance. Heh! Who bestowed you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Come down here. With a low bellow, one of the veteran soldiers behind him stepped forward expressionlessly, delivering a powerful strike. A massive gray hand materialized before the ancient 8 clans, crashing down with tremendous force. How dare you? A sage-level expert from the ancient 8 clans, witnessing this scene, shouted in indignation and rushed forward to intervene. However, in the next instant, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of space. Countless warships suspended in the air, along with the elder attempting to obstruct them, were instantly obliterated. All the cultivators aboard the warships were annihilated in an instant, dissolving into a mist of blood, saturating the ground in a deep crimson hue. The remaining sage-level experts of the ancient 8 clans were enraged, their eyes filled with fury. Those were their elite members, the very foundation of their clan. Yet now, they had been caught off guard and ruthlessly exterminated. The thought of it caused their hearts to bleed. Simultaneously, as numerous members of the ancient 8 clans perished, A continuous stream of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's ears. Ding! You have slain individuals related to the fated protagonist Lin Yan. Destiny Villain Points 100. Ding! You have slain individuals related to the fated protagonist Lin Yan. Destiny Villain Points 100. Though these individuals were connected to Lin Yan, their ties were not profoundly close, resulting in modest rewards. Fortunately, their numbers compensated for the lack of closeness. From this wave alone, he accrued nearly 600,000 Destiny Villain Points. A bountiful harvest indeed. A smile involuntarily graced Su Chen's lips. Altogether, kill him. The remaining members of the ancient 8 clans, consumed with rage towards Su Chen, yearned to tear him apart. With a furious roar, they all charged forward. Humph! Seeking death. The 300 veteran sages advanced in unison, their eyes cold and piercing, surveying the crowd. The overwhelming might of the sages erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the entire space quaked under the pressure of their formidable presence. The ancient 8 clans, previously charging forward, found themselves involuntarily halting, their eyes filled with terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Those 300 veterans were all sage-level experts. It was known that their alliance comprised only a handful of sages. Yet before them stood 300, 7 against 300. How could they possibly contend? Lin Patian, what is the meaning of this? Feng Wujie and others glared angrily at Lin Patian. Even Lin Kuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of fury. Initially, based on Lin Potion's account, they believed that the protectors of the Su clans were merely a handful of sage-level experts. But what was this? 300 sage-level protectors? A chill ran down their spines. Even with Lin Lan, a half-step supreme being backing them, the fear within them was undeniable. The fact that the Su clan had mobilized 300 sage-level protectors indicated that this young man's identity was far more complex than merely a. Should he perish here, the Su clan would undoubtedly go berserk, seeking vengeance at any cost. The thought alone filled them with dread. The frenzied retaliation of an imperial clan that had endured countless epochs. Just imagining it sent shivers down their spines. Lin Patian, may you meet a dreadful end. Feng Wujie, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Patian, erupted in fury. The other clansmen also regarded Lin Patian with increasingly dangerous expressions. Chapter 28. Lin Patian, stricken with fear, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, Lin Patian remained oblivious. He must rescue Yin at all costs. Everyone, it has come to this. Further words are futile. Join me in slaying Su Chen and rescuing Yin. Afterward, whether it be to kill or to maim, I shall heed your wishes. Lin Patian growled fiercely. Upon finishing, he bowed deeply to those present. Then, he turned towards a certain void and earnestly beseeched, I implore the ancestor to lend a hand and assist me in rescuing Yin. You have already comprehended the plight of the 7 clans, who now seethe with fury yet find no outlet for their wrath. They understand that since the events have transpired, there is no turning back. Henceforth, they must bravely forge ahead. After all, even if they wished to retreat now, the Su family would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon them. The dignity of the imperial clan is not to be trifled with. Such a statement is not made lightly. Humph! You, Lin Patian, truly embody the spirit of my Yin clan, cunningly plotting even against your own ancestor. At that moment, Lin Lan suddenly emerged from the void, letting out a cold snort as he cast a frigid glance at Lin Patian. This operation ensnared not only the 7 clans but also himself. Everyone had become a mere tool for Lin Potion's rescue efforts. Had he known that Su Chen was accompanied by 300 formidable saints, he would never have acted, not even Lin Lan himself. After all, despite being a half-step supreme, he could scarcely withstand the relentless retaliation from the imperial Su family. However, given the current circumstances, they could only press on with steely resolve. All that remained was to hope that the ancient sacred mountain would be sufficiently powerful to shield them from the Su family's retribution. With this thought, Lin Lan abruptly turned to face Su Chen. Young man, I must say, your fortune is truly unfortunate. Born with dual pupils and into the imperial Su family, you should have been invincible throughout your life, but alas, you encountered me, today. I shall stretch forth my hand to obscure the heavens and obliterate this prodigy." As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Su Chen. His pace appeared unhurried, yet each stride seemed to compress space, bringing him to a mere breath away from Su Chen in an instant. The oppressive aura of a half-step supreme emanated from him, bearing down on Su Chen as a half-step supreme. Even a mere wisp of his power was terrifyingly formidable. Yet, as Lin Lan stood before him, Su Chen displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. "Ah, the half-step supreme of the Yin clan truly is a remarkable gift." Familiar with the original narrative, Su Chen had long been aware of Lin Lan's existence and had already devised appropriate countermeasures. "Su Jiao, it is your turn to act," Su Chen murmured. "Leave it to me, Prince of the Empire." The figure of Su Jiao materialized before Su Chen, unleashing the might of a quasi-emperor at the 7th level. In an instant, he neutralized Lin Lan's oppressive force. A quasi-emperor? How intriguing, however. If one believes this will suffice to hinder me, they underestimate the supreme. Lin Lan's sudden appearance startled Su Jiao momentarily. Yet, it was merely a fleeting surprise. After all, he was a half-step supreme. The phrase beneath the supreme, "all are but ants," is not merely a saying. Observing Lin Lan's arrogant demeanor, Su Chen merely chuckled. "A half-step supreme? And what of it? Yin clan brat, countless epochs have passed, yet you still revel in your pretense. However, you have chosen to flaunt it before my esteemed prince, which is akin to courting death." Su Jiao glared at Lin Lan, his voice low and menacing, unleashing a surge of violent power. In the next moment, his previously hunched form straightened, his gray hair gleaming with vitality. Instantly, he transformed from an old man into a striking young man. "Is it you? How can you still be alive, Su Jiao?" Upon witnessing Su Jiao's youthful visage, Lin Lan was struck with astonishment, his voice faltering. It was no wonder. In the era of taboos, the name of the killing god Su Jiao resonated with overwhelming might. Having fought alongside the emperor throughout his life, a true titan of an in comparison, the Lin Lan of that time was nothing more than a speck of dust, unworthy even to carry his shoes. "You? Were you not already perished? How can you still draw breath?" Lin Lan involuntarily staggered back, shaken by Su Jiao's presence. Despite being a half-step supreme, and Su Jiao merely a quasi-emperor at the 7th level, the thought of a confrontation left Lin Lan with a gnawing uncertainty. After all, his half-step supremacy was achieved through the consumption of a portion of longevity elixir, rendering it quite tenuous. And Su Jiao? He was the unparalleled prodigy of the taboo era, having followed Su Tianqing in the struggle for supremacy, invincible in his time. A genuine monster who could traverse realms with ease. Furthermore, what instilled greater terror in Lin Lan was that Su Jiao had just referred to Su Chen as Prince of the Empire. With Su Jiao's stature, the only entity worthy of such a title would be the offspring of that once taboo figure, and yet, he had dared to contemplate the annihilation of such an individual? With this realization, fear consumed Lin Lan's heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The onlookers from the ancient 8 clans beheld this scene, their gazes filled with a flicker of dread. Lin Lan, at this moment, was trembling. To invoke fear in a half-step supreme being. What an unfathomable force that must be. With this thought, a shadow of despair loomed over all, their eyes toward Lin Patian filled with venomous resentment. Wishing they could devour him whole, if not for him, none of this would have transpired. Presently, Lin Patian too felt a rising panic, the bravado of earlier having dissipated. Yet, upon glancing at Lin Yan, who was being tortured and displayed like a trophy, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, pleading, "I beseech you, ancestor, save Yenner. I alone will bear the consequences of this matter." Silence. Lin Lan glared at Lin Patian, his voice dripping with murderous intent, wishing he could swat him down. "You wish to bear the burden? Are you even capable of shouldering it?" Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from striking. After all, the situation had escalated to this point. Even if he were to kill him, it would not resolve the issue. The only means of breaking the deadlock was to capture Su Chen alive and deliver him to the ancient sacred mountain in exchange for protection. After all, Su Chen's identity was too significant. He was the child of an emperor. Following this incident, the Su family would undoubtedly go mad. It was likely that only an entity like the ancient sacred mountain could safeguard his life. With this thought, Lin Lan forcibly suppressed his fear and confronted Su Jiao, declaring sternly, "Su Jiao, I acknowledge your strength, but this is no longer the era of taboos. I am a supreme. Should you obstruct me today, I shall send you to your demise." As he spoke, he unleashed his supreme aura, lunging fiercely towards Su Chen. Court death. Su Jiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he unhesitatingly intercepted. Chapter 29. Lin Lan's defeat. The ancient sacred mountain takes action, targeting Su Chen for destruction. Kill. A deep roar reverberated through the air. Su Jiao and Lin Lan struck simultaneously, unleashing an utterly terrifying momentum. Under this immense pressure, the very heavens fell silent, and everyone trembled, with the weaker ones collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the oppressive force. Observing this, Su Chen retrieved the quasi-emperor formation plate, erecting a protective array that shielded the 300 veteran soldiers within. Meanwhile, the ancient 8 clans were already overwhelmed by the pressure, with some individuals exhibiting cracks in their bodies, on the verge of collapse. The battle in the starry sky. Observing this, Lin Lan shifted the battlefield to the starry expanse. Su Jiao quickly followed, letting out a cold snort as he delivered a powerful punch, shattering stars and obliterating the void. A strike from a quasi-emperor. Its might was unimaginable. Lin Lan's figure flickered, narrowly evading the incoming blow, and appeared on the opposite side of the starry sky, his expression now devoid of the initial fear he had felt upon encountering Su Jiao. I am supreme. I shall crush all. The era of taboos has come to an end. Su Jiao, your glory has long been buried in the river of time. You are no longer my match. As azure flames erupted from his body, they were not the flames of anomaly, yet they surpassed all in terror. His supreme flames could incinerate the heavens. The azure supreme flames coalesced into a dragon of fire, surging towards Su Jiao, incinerating all in its path. Buzz. Su Jiao's eyes shimmered like lightning as he drew forth a heavenly blade, his instrument of enlightenment. Having slaughtered countless supreme beings in the past, its blade stained crimson. The moment it was unsheathed, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was reflected upon its edge. Restored to his peak state, Su Jiao exuded an unparalleled dominance. Even though his realm was suppressed, his aura remained undiminished. The heavenly blade cleaved through the air, bloodlight soaring to the heavens, as tangible killing intent rampaged through the starry sky. He resembled a war god, a colossal blood beast manifesting behind him, as he wielded the heavenly blade in a downward strike. In an instant, the sun and moon trembled, and the entire starry sky quaked. As if it would collapse at any moment, below, the ancient 8 clans quaked with fear, their skin crawling with goosebumps. Even from a distance, they could sense the terror of the battle above. The mere energy radiating from the clash sent shivers down their spines. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled, and Su Jiao erupted with a thunderous roar, his voice resonating like the might of mountains and rivers, indomitable and fierce, eye in his hand. The celestial blade cleaved the air, unleashing a blood-red blade aura. The fire dragon, forged from the flames of supremacy, was shattered in an instant, and the relentless blood-red aura surged forth, aimed directly at Lin Lan's head. Lin Lan, taken aback, hurriedly evaded, his gaze towards Su Jiao filled with disbelief. As a half-step supreme, he was expected to be invincible in this era, yet here was his opponent, merely at the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, who now seemed to hold the upper hand. Die! After landing a strike, Su Jiao was consumed by a frenzy, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, while the spectral figure of the blood beast behind him let out a deep roar. His path was one of slaughter. And until now, he had refrained from unleashing his full power due to hidden injuries. Now that he was fully healed, he had no reservations. Killing intent surged forth like a boundless ocean, the imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood swirling around him. He resembled a god of death from the underworld, swiftly charging towards Lin Lan, the celestial blade in his hand slicing through the air, sending forth waves of blood-red blade light that ravaged the heavens, painting the entire sky crimson. Kill. Once he unleashed his full might, Su Jio's power was terrifyingly formidable. Even though Lin Lan was a half-step supreme, he found himself increasingly alarmed, forced to retreat incessantly. What of the end of the taboo era? What of being a half-step supreme? I am invincible, and with the celestial blade in my hand, I shall cleave through all. As a peerless prodigy from the taboo era, Su Jio possessed an unyielding will to dominate. Lin Lan was in utter despair, suffering greatly. His first battle as a half-step supreme was turning out to be an abysmal failure. Overwhelmed and unable to fight back, Su Jio, end this battle quickly. Do not waste any more time, Su Chen murmured, his brow furrowed, transmitting his thoughts to Su Jio. He was disinclined to prolong this farce. It was time to conclude this performance. At your command, Prince. Sensing the impatience in Su Chen's tone, Su Jio's expression sharpened, and he unleashed even more terrifying combat prowess. Lin Lan, already unable to resist, found himself in an even more precarious situation against the fully unleashed Su Jiayu in mere moments. His once pristine white robe was drenched in blood, and his white hair was matted with gore, rendering him utterly disheveled. Su Jio cleaved through a massive star, advancing with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. Transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he approached Lin Lan, the celestial blade striking with force. Whoosh! The blade, like a rainbow, shimmered with terrifying killing intent. Simultaneously, the blood beast behind him let out a low growl and lunged forward. Its gaping maw aimed at Lin Lan. This blood beast was a manifestation of Su Jio's killing intent, embodying the essence of his path. Lin Lan was struck with sheer terror, feeling the chilling grip of death as he faced the oncoming blood beast. I cannot be hit. Otherwise, even as a supreme, I will perish. A furious roar escaped Lin Lan as he desperately ignited his supreme essence. Countless azure flames surged from within him, and he barely managed to break free. But in that moment, the fear of death flooded back into his heart. Su Jio's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. Even though he was a half-step supreme, his cultivation realm far exceeded that of his opponent. Yet he found himself utterly crushed, lacking even the ability to retaliate. You actually dodged? Su Jio regarded Lin Lan with a hint of surprise, but quickly swung his blade again. The onlookers from the ancient 8 clans below were enveloped in despair. Lin Lan was defeated. Their strongest support had crumbled. What awaited them was the ruthless purge by the Su family's prince. The thought sent a pallor through their faces. However, just then, an unexpected development unfolded in the starry sky. My friend, please spare him. A gray-robed elder appeared out of nowhere in the cosmos, rescuing Lin Lan from beneath Su Jio's blade. A supreme? From the ancient divine mountain lineage? Su Jio narrowed his eyes, fixing a serious gaze upon the gray-robed elder. This elder was indeed a true supreme, with a power far beyond that of Lin Lan, who was merely a half-baked half-step supreme. My friend need not be so tense. I am not here for you, the gray-robed elder smiled, then turned his gaze towards Su Chen below. As expected of the emperor's offspring, achieving such a realm at such a young age. He has the potential to ascend to the supreme throne, but alas, today is his destined day of demise. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from the gray-robed elder, a force that weighed heavily upon the heavens. He was the ancestral figure of the wild divine bull clan from the ancient divine mountain. Having remained in slumber for ages, he was awakened by Lin Lan's transmission moments ago. The news of the Su family's dual-eyed progeny, the emperor's offspring, shocked him, prompting his immediate arrival. It is known that the ancient divine mountain and the Su family have long been at odds, embroiled in a silent conflict since the taboo era. Now that they learned of the emperor's offspring emerging from the Su family, they would not let such an opportunity slip by. They mobilized a supreme-level powerhouse to ensure his annihilation, thereby eliminating future threats. Below, atop the city walls of the ancient emperor city, Su Chen felt the terrifying killing intent from the gray-robed elder and suddenly stood up, his expression darkening. I did not expect the ancient divine mountain to interject in this affair. Since you seek my life, let us see if you have the capability to claim it. Su Chen's voice was filled with fury, yet he showed no fear. The situation had surpassed his expectations. But what of it? He swiftly retrieved the undying battle armor, donning it upon himself. His cultivation surged instantly to the third level of the Enlightenment realm. At the same time, a tattered, blood-stained battle flag surged forth from his sea of bitterness, grasped tightly in his hand. The moment he held the flag, a profound connection surged through him. The battle flag soared into the sky, its crimson fabric snapping in the fierce wind. This flag was none other than the Su family's forbidden imperial banner. A true supreme weapon. Once, the Su family's emperor, Su Tianqing, had wielded it in battles across the realms, subduing foreign lands, pacifying the forbidden zones, and repelling dark turmoil, causing all beings to bow in submission. This forbidden imperial banner was the very flag he carried during those conquests, its pole forged from dragon-patterned black gold, and the banner itself crafted from the skin of a forbidden creature from a place of taboo. A truly terrifying artifact. Moreover, this banner bore the blood of not one but several emperors and forbidden beings, making it exceptionally fearsome. Perhaps due to the excessive bloodshed in its past, this forbidden imperial banner was particularly ferocious. Once unleashed, few could truly wield it. This meant that Su Chun, as the emperor's progeny, possessed an unblemished bloodline, allowing him to master this forbidden banner flawlessly. Otherwise, were it in the hands of another, even a supreme-level powerhouse might struggle to control it. Since you wish to ensure my demise, then prepare for the heavens to be stained with blood, ancient divine mountain. At this moment, Su Chin's hair flew wildly, his white garments billowing in the wind, presenting an awe-inspiring figure akin to a youthful emperor. His pupils glowed, reflecting the cycle of the heavens, while his body radiated myriad brilliant hues, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent aura. Despite his youth, none present dared to underestimate him. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, shooting towards the cosmos, the imperial banner in his hand beginning to awaken the divine weapon within, releasing an oppressive and terrifying aura. Meanwhile, in the starry expanse above, the ancestral figure of the wild divine bull clan, Manyu, stood in confrontation with Su Jiu. Though Su Jiu could effortlessly crush Lin Lan, a half-step supreme, he felt immense pressure facing Manyu. The latter was a genuine supreme, flawless, ancient, and powerful. His existence could be traced back to the early days of the ancient taboo era, predating even some emperors. Typically, he resided in the divine source in slumber. Hence his lack of notoriety. Otherwise, his presence would surely send shockwaves through the realms. Now that he had chosen to act, his power was undeniably terrifying. Even the mere aura he exuded caused the surrounding cosmos to convulse. Stars to fall, supreme, the highest, is not mere rhetoric. He, my friend. I kindly ask you to step aside. I come today solely to take Su Chin's life. You have labored hard to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Do not let today be your demise and ruin your future. Manyu spoke with an easy smile, yet beneath his grin lay an overwhelming killing intent, resembling a smiling tiger, warm one moment and ready to pounce the next. Himph! Has the ancient divine mountain forgotten the ancient covenant? Supremes are not to emerge. Do you truly believe that with your mere status as a supreme, you can reign supreme over the world? Su Jiu glared fiercely, rebuking loudly. Under the weight of Manyu's supreme pressure, his body trembled uncontrollably, yet he stood resolute, unwilling to bow or retreat. The ancient covenant? The ancient era has long since faded into the river of time. What is there to discuss about the ancient covenant? Since you insist on opposing me, I shall have no choice but to send you on your way. With a heavy sigh, Manyu's face was etched with a profound pity for the world. Yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness. A radiant beam of seven-colored divine light, roughly the size of a thumb, shot forth from the crown of his head, rapidly transforming into a sword-like brilliance aimed at Su Jiu. Swish! In an instant, time and space twisted, the very fabric of reality trembled, and it seemed as if everything in the cosmos had vanished, leaving only that singular sword light. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiu's expression shifted dramatically. He too wielded his heavenly blade, unleashing a crimson blade aura. However, the strike of a supreme being was terrifyingly formidable. In a mere heartbeat, the resplendent sword light shattered Su Jiu's blade aura, continuing its relentless trajectory towards his throat. At that moment, Man Yu bellowed furiously, assuming a colossal form, transforming into a primordial divine bull, its sharp horns glinting like blades as it charged forth with unbridled ferocity. "This is bad." Sujio's countenance paled as he hastily sought to evade. Yet the dazzling sword light was far too swift, arriving before him in the blink of an in a moment of desperation. He roared, unleashing countless grand symbols from within his being. Each symbol radiated brilliance, exuding a chilling aura of blood, intertwining to form a blood shield. Thud. The resplendent sword light struck the blood shield, shattering it instantly, and Sujio was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a distant star. The overwhelming force of the impact obliterated the star behind him. "I must admit, you are quite impressive, managing to withstand a blow from me. Given time to grow, you might one day become a top-tier supreme. But alas, today marks your day of demise." Man Yu's colossal form loomed before Sujio, his mountain-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without hesitation, his massive hooves descended upon Sujio in a crushing stomp. "What do you think you are so noble for? Do you truly believe me to be a mere junior?" In that moment, Sujio erupted with fury. A colossal blood beast materialized behind him, letting out a deep roar before exploding into a tempest of murderous intent, akin to an ocean of blood. This malevolent energy surged into Sujio's body, causing his aura to swell exponentially. "Ignite for me." As the murderous energy coursed through him, Sujio invoked forbidden techniques, frantically burning his quasi-emperor essence and vital blood. His cultivation soared rapidly, quasi-emperor 8th heaven, quasi-emperor 9th heaven. In less than a breath, his cultivation skyrocketed to the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. With a thunderous roar, he broke through to the threshold of half-step supreme. "Old fool, let us engage once more." At this moment, Sujio resembled a divine demon, wielding his heavenly blade with ferocity aimed at Man Yu. Lin Lan, witnessing the spectacle, was filled with trepidation. Only now did he comprehend how absurd his own half-step supreme status truly was in comparison to Sujio's might. "Ha! How amusing!" Several epochs of Tao fruit combined with the burning of one's essence, resulting in a fleeting moment of half-step supreme combat power. Man Yu exclaimed in admiration, yet his expression turned pitying as he gazed at Sujio. "However, you may not realize that a half-step supreme and a true supreme exist in entirely different realms." With that, he launched himself into battle with Sujio. The two clashed fiercely, the starry expanse quaking, and celestial bodies falling as vast swathes of the cosmos were reduced to nothingness. Swish, kill. As their battle raged on for 50 exchanges, Man Yu suddenly became frenzied, his terrifying vitality pressing against the heavens. With a single punch, he shattered Sujio's body. Before Sujio could reform, he swiftly advanced, intent on delivering a final, fatal blow. At this moment, he had ignited his true fire. To him, it was a disgrace to engage in combat with a mere junior of the quasi-emperor realm for so long. He yearned to bathe in the opponent's blood, cleansing this humiliation. However, just then, a cold snort resonated from the very edge of the starry sky. "Old fool, prepare to meet your end." Chapter 31. Slaying the Supreme. Saints as lambs, the ancient 8 clans submit. A low growl filled with unmatched authority erupted from the cosmos, startling Man Yu into halting his movements. Squinting his eyes to look, he beheld a youth who had appeared beneath the starry sky unannounced. This young man stood tall, enveloped in a hazy celestial glow, clad in snow-white garments that fluttered in the cosmic winds, resembling a transcendent being untouched by the mortal realm. His hair shimmered like crystal, cascading behind him, his body emanating a soft divine light akin to exquisite jade. His features were strikingly handsome, rivaling even the most enchanting figures on the celestial beauty rankings. This young man was none other than Su Chun. At this moment, he held the forbidden imperial flag, its crimson fabric billowing wildly, exuding an immensely terrifying imperial aura, with the divine beings within the flag having fully awakened, radiating a sliver of imperial law to protect him. "Old fool, was it not you who vowed to annihilate me? Do you believe I can, in an instant, stain the ancient divine mountain with your blood?" Though his opponent was a supreme being, Su Chun exuded an even greater dominance. Akin to a youthful celestial emperor, holding the forbidden imperial flag, he regarded his adversary with utter disdain. After all, in this era devoid of great emperors, the extreme imperial weapons were akin to nuclear arsenals. Once fully awakened, even supreme beings would be compelled to avoid their edge. The forbidden imperial flag is actually in your possession. Man Yu's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the offspring of the Su family's emperor would carry an extreme imperial weapon. Such a relic was a taboo that could instill fear across myriad clans. Other top-tier forces, like the ancient Divine Mountain and various sacred grounds, possessed extreme imperial weapons, yet they would never easily wield them unless in critical moments. Perhaps only a wealthy family like the Su family, boasting two extreme imperial weapons, would allow a youth to carry one. It seems today I cannot kill you. Man Yu's gaze shifted, fixated on the forbidden imperial flag, until he finally sighed in resignation. With Su Chun protected by the forbidden imperial flag, he seemed insurmountable. Without a similarly extreme imperial weapon, even a supreme being would be utterly helpless against him. With this thought, Man Yu seized Lin Lan beside him, preparing to retreat. Humph! You think you can strut your stuff here and simply walk away? Do you truly believe I lack temper? Leave him, Su Chun barked. Gripping the dragon-patterned black-gold flagpole of the forbidden imperial flag, he swung it with force. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying imperial aura spread forth, causing the entire starry sky to tremble violently, celestial bodies plummeting, the void fracturing, and an endless tide of chaotic energy seeping out, painting a picture of apocalyptic ruin. Simultaneously, countless terrifying beings surged forth from the forbidden imperial flag, lunging towards Man Yu. These entities were foes who had perished beneath the flag, each one a figure of immense terror, regarded as taboo in their time. Upon their deaths, their great marks were stripped away and transformed into flag souls. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Man Yu's face turned pale. The boundless flag souls were at least of saintly caliber. Many quasi-emperors and supreme beings were among them, and a few particularly formidable figures radiated such overwhelming aura that they dimmed the very sun, moon, and stars around them. In a critical moment, Man Yu unhesitatingly discarded Lin Lan to buy time, transforming himself into a streak of light, fleeing without hesitation. As for Lin Lan, the moment he was cast aside, he had no time to even scream before being engulfed by the endless flag souls, vanishing from existence, his great mark forcibly enslaved by the forbidden imperial flag. Swish! Just as Man Yu was on the verge of escape, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he once again swung the forbidden imperial flag. A beam of divine light shot forth, striking Man Yu directly. The terrifying imperial might erupted, causing Man Yu to grunt in agony as his body exploded. However, in that critical moment, a law of imperial essence erupted from within him. It was an ancient talisman, a life-saving treasure bestowed upon him by the sacred emperor of the ancient Divine Mountain. After countless epochs, he had meticulously preserved it, saving his life today. Yet, the divine light unleashed by the forbidden imperial flag severed a significant portion of his flesh. Humph! Consider this as interest. When I achieve supremacy in the future, I will surely trample the ancient Divine Mountain and slay your true form. Su Chen scoffed, hastening to retrieve the large chunk of flesh. The flesh of a supreme being contained energy surpassing that of many sacred and divine medicines. A true marvel. Your Highness the Imperial Son. Su Ju approached, his face filled with shame. As Su Chen's guardian, tasked with protecting his growth, he felt utterly embarrassed that the Imperial Son himself had to intervene. Do not concern yourself. There are few supreme beings in this world, Su Chun casually remarked. He then returned to the ancient Emperor City. At this moment, the members of the ancient 8 clans were utterly bewildered. The events of the day far surpassing their wildest imaginations, a multitude of saints gathered, along with the quasi-emperor and the supreme being. Even the coveted extreme Dao Emperor's weapon made its appearance. Such a grand spectacle of battle is unparalleled in this epoch. What is even more astonishing is the identity of Su Chun. He is the offspring of the Su clan's great emperor. This revelation is truly staggering. If it were to spread, it would likely send shockwaves throughout the entire Nine Heavens realm, unsettling the many sacred lands and immortal dynasties. However, rather than being astonished, what they felt at this moment was a profound sense of terror. The supreme of the ancient clan had fled, and Lin Lan had been slain. The remaining saints were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Though one might dismiss the idea of saints being likened to lambs as ludicrous, for they are perceived as the pinnacle of strength in the eyes of ordinary mortals, the harsh reality is indeed as such. Just look at the adversary's lineup: 300 veteran saints, a quasi-emperor capable of battling at the half-step supreme level. An extreme Tao emperor's weapon. With such a formidable assembly, even a major sect or dynasty could easily be trampled. How much less so could mere saints like them contend? At this moment, Su Qian, wielding the forbidden emperor flag, emerged from the starry skies alongside Su Jiao, approaching the assembly. Gazing upon these two formidable overlords, all members of the ancient 8 clans knelt in trepidation. "We are foolish. We implore your highness, the emperor's son, to spare us, and from this day forth, the ancient 8 clans shall serve you fervently." Chapter 32. The annihilation of the ancient 8 clans, the fall of Lin Yin. As Su Qian and Su Jiao, the two great demonic figures, stepped forth from the cosmos, an unmistakable fear manifested on the faces of all the ancient 8 clans. 300 veteran saints, a peak quasi-emperor, plus an unparalleled prodigy wielding an extreme Tao emperor's weapon. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, they unhesitatingly chose to surrender. They wished to submit beneath Su Qian's feet in exchange for a glimmer of survival. However, Su Qian did not even cast a glance their way, nor did he entertain the notion of sparing them. Having colluded with the ancient divine mountain to plot his assassination, now that the situation had reversed, they sought to surrender in hopes of being granted mercy. Such benevolence is non-existent in this world. If the roles were reversed today, and they were the ones to face defeat, would their adversaries show them mercy? The answer is unequivocally no. Those who kill others shall invariably face death themselves. Upon entering the ancient emperor city, regardless of the reasoning, they must be prepared for annihilation. To surrender at this moment? Too late. Thud. Just then, the sound of kneeling echoed once more. Lin Patian fell heavily to the ground, his head striking the earth with force. Bang, bang, bang. After several resounding blows, he finally ceased, lifting his gaze to Su Qian. "Your Highness, the Emperor's son, I beseech you to spare my son Yin. I, Lin Patian, will bear the consequences of my actions alone, and I am willing to exchange my life for my son's." At this moment, Lin Patian was devoid of the initial vigor he possessed. His once proud stature now appeared aged. Even his head of black hair was marred with white. "Go exchange your life for Lin Yan's? You did not begin this way, did you? Is today not my day of demise? Why do you now kneel and plead with me?" Su Qian's voice dripped with icy disdain, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he regarded Lin Patian. "It is my folly. I beg your highness to show mercy and spare my son. From this day forth, whether to kill or to spare, I, Lin Patian, will abide by your highness's decree." Lin Patian spoke with profound humiliation. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who hung from the flagpole, suddenly regained consciousness. Through blurred vision, he spotted his father kneeling before Su Qian, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled and howled. "Let me go! Let me go! Su Qian, I will have your life. You have insulted me, and now you force my father to kneel. If I survive this calamity, when I rise again, I shall make the entire Su clan bleed rivers." Lin Yin raged fiercely, his eyes filled with madness. Witnessing this, Su Qian shot a cold glance at Lin Patian. Lin Patian's expression changed drastically. Gritting his teeth, he struck Lin Yin across the face. The tremendous force knocked out Lin Yan's teeth. "Unfilial son, cease your insolence. How dare you speak to his highness in such a manner?" This slap stunned Lin Yin. He stared blankly at Lin Patian, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet no words came forth. Observing this scene, Lin Patian's face flickered with a hint of sorrow. However, this fleeting emotion was swiftly suppressed. "Your highness, my son Lin Yin has been rendered utterly crippled, his bones shattered, trapped in a sea of suffering. With no hope of cultivation henceforth, He poses no threat to your highness or the Su clan. I implore you to grant us a path to survival. If necessary, I, Lin Patian, along with all members of the ancient 8 clans, am willing to exchange our lives. Upon hearing this, Su Chun could scarcely contain his laughter. You wish to save your son. If you wish to exchange your life, that is one matter. But to propose exchanging the lives of all the ancient 8 clans as well? The most absurd part is that they have yet to agree to this exchange, yet you presume to decide on their behalf. Indeed, as Lin Potion's words fell, the members of the ancient 8 clans erupted in furious rebuke. Even the 3 ancestors of the Yin clan were ready to consume him alive. Lin Patian, you old scoundrel! If you wish to save your son, then let it be your life alone. How dare you involve us? May you rot in hell! You have already ensnared us in your schemes, and now you dare to propose exchanging our lives for your sons? Lin Patian, you shall descend into the abyss. As an elder of the Yin clan, I hereby announce the expulsion of Lin Patian and his son from the Yin clan. From this day forth, all matters concerning them shall have no relation to our clan. Your Highness, allow me to take action and slay this wretched father and son. Lest your hands be sullied. The members of the ancient 8 clans clamored in agitation, vociferously condemning Lin Potion's shamelessness. The 3 ancestors of the Yin clan even proceeded to expel Lin Patian and his son from the clan. Even more alarmingly, some seemed intent on taking action against Lin Patian and his son. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen found it exceedingly amusing. The essence of humanity was laid bare at this moment. Ha, Lin Patian. You see, you wish to exchange the lives of the ancient 8 clans for your son, yet they all dissent. A smile adorned Su Chen's face as he regarded Lin Patian. At this moment, Lin Patian, kneeling on the ground, listened to the words of those around him, his face paling as he realized the Yin clan's ancestors intended to expel him and Lin Yin. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet, gazing at Lin Yin, who hung from the flagpole, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He uttered naught, but continued to bow in reverence. A saint must not be humiliated. Yet, in this moment, Lin Patian cast aside the dignity of a saint for the sake of his son. It must be said that as a father, Lin Patian was indeed magnificent. To save his son, he was willing to sacrifice his entire clan, betray his ancestors, and ultimately offer not only his life, but that of the entire ancient 8 clans in exchange. But what of it? None of this could touch Su Chen's heart. The truth remains. Those who kill must be killed. The inherent positions of the 2 sides are irreconcilable, and one must perish. He could not afford to show mercy. To leave the roots intact is to invite regrowth. Su Chen understood this principle well. Su Jiao, send them on their way, Su Chen stated impassively, unwilling to squander any more time. Villains perish through verbosity, villains perish through delay. Such foolish blunders would not befall Su Chen. Understood. Su Jiao nodded, stepping forward, the might of a quasi-emperor erupting instantaneously as he struck with unwavering resolve. A colossal hand, forged from the laws of the quasi-emperor, coalesced above the heads of the crowd, swiftly descending to suppress them. Witnessing this, all members of the ancient 8 clans fell into disarray, the scene erupting into chaos. Some fled, others hurled curses, while some resigned themselves to their fate. As that immense hand descended, all fell silent. Not far away, Lin Yin beheld this scene, his mind fracturing in an instant. Because of him, his father met a death steeped in humiliation. Because of him, all members of the ancient 8 clans were transformed into blood mist. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, akin to a wounded beast, yearning to devour Su Chen alive. Yet, in this moment, he could only rage impotently. I send you on your way. Su Chen met Lin Yan's ferocious gaze with an unsettling calmness. As he spoke, he gently waved the forbidden emperor flag in his hand. A faint aura of extreme Tao Imperial might erupted forth. Lin Yan's body shattered into dust, dead beyond resurrection. To perish beneath an extreme Tao Emperor's weapon is indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Chen declared. Concurrently, the mechanical synthesis sound from the system resonated continuously in his mind. Ding dong. You have slain your destined protagonist, Lin Yan's father, and obtained a supporting character treasure chest. Ding dong. You have slain a close companion of the destined protagonist Lin Yan. Acquiring 152 points of Destiny Villain points. Ding dong. You have slain another close companion of the destined protagonist Lin Yan. Acquiring 85 points of Destiny Villain points. Ding dong. You have killed the destined protagonist Lin Yan. Obtaining 1 Destiny Treasure Chest. Ding dong. It has been detected that the destined protagonist Lin Yan has perished, and the Supreme Flame Emperor system residing within him has collapsed. Commencing absorption. Absorption in progress. Please wait. Upon completion, the host shall be rewarded with bountiful gains. Chapter 33. If you wish to die, feel free to approach. Listening to the incessant mechanical synthesis sounds echoing in his mind, Su Chun could not help but break into a faint smile. The curtain has fallen on the first destined protagonist. The rewards are astonishingly generous. 2 treasure chests, a plethora of Destiny Villain points. Moreover, the rewards bestowed after absorbing the opponent's system. The time for reaping the benefits has arrived. However, there is no longer any significance in remaining in the ancient Emperor City. Without hesitation, Su Chun summoned the 9 Dragons carriage and set forth towards the Su family. This expedition to the ancient Emperor City has yielded enough gains to elevate his strength by several tiers. Meanwhile, with Su Chin's departure, the seal on the ancient Emperor City was lifted, and a multitude of people surged toward the city gates. Though they had been confined within the city, prohibited from leaving, they had heard every disturbance from the outside world with clarity. The stars trembled, sacred might permeated the air, and celestial bodies fell. Hiss, what on earth transpired during this period of confinement that even the starry sky was shattered. As the crowd exited the ancient Emperor City and gazed at the dim sky above, they could not help but gasp in shock. A cataclysmic battle had rendered the entire starry expanse bleak. What sort of power must have been unleashed to provoke such a terrifying spectacle? Furthermore, the sacred might in this place was overwhelmingly potent, indicating the presence of more than one sage-level powerhouse. Most critically, the laws of heaven and earth surrounding them had descended into chaos, and blood rain began to fall from the sky. An ominous sign that only appears when sages fall, and not merely one. Great beings sensed the tremors in the surrounding space and could not suppress their astonishment. Those nearby felt a chill of dread upon hearing such words. Just a short while ago, a sage had perished here. And not just one. It is known that sages are exalted beings, towering figures in the eyes of ordinary folk, capable of traversing the heavens with ease. Even a single one can dominate realms, akin to ancestral beings. Yet, at this moment, numerous sages had fallen. Contemplating this, the crowd was engulfed in terror. What caliber of battle could possibly result in the deaths of such elevated beings? If my conjectures are correct, this conflict must be intricately linked to the Su family's wielder of the dual pupils. I sensed his aura distinctly before. Some speculated in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Realizing that the Su family's dual pupil wielder was somehow connected to this massive sage demise. While they were unaware of the role he played, they could not help but wonder how someone so young could be involved in such a high-stakes conflict. Unbeknownst to them, the mastermind behind this battle was none other than Su Chin himself. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Nine Heavens realm. On another front, outside the ancient Divine Mountain, Man Yu emerged from the void, looking disheveled and drenched in blood, a significant portion of his flesh having mysteriously vanished. Damn the Su family for entrusting an extreme Dao imperial weapon to a mere junior. Gazing at the imposing ancient Divine Mountain before him, Man Yu let out a long sigh. Simultaneously, he felt an immense frustration brewing within. This operation had cost him dearly. Not only had he lost a chunk of flesh, but he had nearly perished beneath the starry skies. Moreover, the myriad of trump cards he had safeguarded for countless epochs had been entirely depleted. Humph! Today's events will surely make the Su family pay a price. And that little brat Su Chun, I refuse to believe the Su family will allow you to wield an extreme Dao imperial weapon indefinitely. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Man Yu's eyes. He had never experienced such significant losses before. If he did not reclaim his dignity, it would render all his years meaningless. Just then, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart and looked up abruptly. Before him stood an elderly human figure with silvery hair, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The elder was clad in coarse linen, his face lined with wrinkles, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary old man. However, the moment Manu laid eyes on him, his expression shifted drastically. Anyone capable of cloaking their presence and silently appearing before him could not possibly be a mere ordinary old man. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Realizing this, his gaze grew somber. "Fear not," the elder spoke with a smile, observing Manu's anxious demeanor. "I am quite reasonable. You took advantage of your strength to ambush my nephew. Though you were unsuccessful as an elder, it is my duty to seek justice on his behalf, lest it be deemed inappropriate." As he spoke, the elder stepped forward and extended his hand towards Manu with a casual motion, still emanating no energy. However, Manu felt a profound sense of danger emanating from that hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a strangled cry and attempted to evade with all his might. Yet, to his horror, he found himself unable to move. Furthermore, his body began to visibly shrink at an alarming rate, ultimately being grasped in the elder's palm, with a resounding crack, as the elder exerted force. Every bone in Manu's body shattered. Yet, that was not the most terrifying part. The most horrifying aspect was that a significant portion of his supreme laws was obliterated in that instant. Who are you?" Manu asked in abject terror as he gazed at the elder before him. To effortlessly erase a substantial part of his supreme laws marked the elder as a top-tier existence, even among the supreme. Moreover, the destruction of his supreme laws signified the obliteration of his foundational strength, leading to a drastic reduction in his cultivation, rendering future progress nearly impossible. "Who am I?" "Just an old man who has survived countless battles," the elder replied nonchalantly. He then tightened his grip on Manu and slowly walked towards the ancient divine mountain. "I shall sever your supreme Tao laws and obstruct your path forward. The future will be left for my nephew to resolve. However, while the principal amount has been reclaimed, the interest must still be accounted for. I shall obliterate your barbarian divine bull clan as punishment." Murmuring softly, the elder proceeded toward the ancient divine mountain. His steps were not hurried, yet his pace was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the ancient divine mountain. "Bold one, who dares to trespass upon my ancient divine mountain, seeking death?" A roar echoed as a guardian ascended into the sky, rebuking him. However, Su Tianming merely cast a fleeting glance, and the guardian exploded without warning. "Hemph, Su Tianming, what brings you to my ancient divine mountain uninvited?" An indignant voice boomed, as a sage-level powerhouse from the ancient divine mountain ascended, glaring at Su Tianming. "Your ancient divine mountain's authority?" Su Tianming scoffed. "Before my Su family, does your ancient divine mountain hold any authority? If it were not for those few forbidden zones, my Su family could easily annihilate your ancient divine mountain." As he spoke, Su Tianming pointed, and before the sage could react, he was obliterated. "Merely an insect," he murmured, then pointed again. In an instant, his finger magnified 1,000-fold, resembling a pillar reaching the heavens, and descended upon a particular location within the ancient divine mountain, specifically where the barbarian divine bull clan resided. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and every member of the barbarian divine bull clan was eradicated. Figures surged forth from the ancient divine mountain, all of them clan leaders and ancestors from various races. "If you seek death, feel free to approach." Su Tianming, though devoid of any overt display of power, exuded an undeniable air of dominance. Just a single sentence rendered all present speechless. Chapter 34. The Overbearing Su Tianming. The nine-colored devouring heaven stone. Su Tianming stood atop the ancient divine mountain. Though he appeared similar to an ordinary elder, he radiated an unparalleled aura of authority. With just a word, he instilled fear in all present. For he was one of the fabled forbidden 10 dragons of the Su family, a figure of immense prowess standing at the pinnacle of the world. The clan leaders and ancestors of the various races within the ancient divine mountain looked at Su Tianming. Their faces contorted with rage, yet they dared not voice their fury. "Su Tianming, you have overstepped your bounds." Just then, a pair of immense black eyes appeared in the sky above, emanating threads of extreme Tao might. Under the pressure of this overwhelming force, the inhabitants of Taigu Shanshan were unable to suppress their trembling. Yet, Su Tianming remained unfazed, his expression calm as he gazed at the colossal eye in the heavens. There was not a trace of fear in his gaze. Instead, he surged upwards, confronting the immense black eye with fierce determination. Crossing boundaries? Ha! Today, I shall indeed cross the line. What will you do about it? As he spoke, a subtle yet powerful aura of ultimate dominance erupted from Su Tianming, clashing directly with the enormous black eye. Oh? I didn't expect you to take that step, the owner of the black eye. Sensing the faint yet formidable aura emanating from Su Tianming, involuntarily uttered a soft exclamation, revealing a hint of astonishment. Humph! What is so surprising about that? I was already at the pinnacle of supremacy back in the day. After so many epochs, if I still could not take that crucial step, I might as well end my life. Su Tianming chuckled coldly, his gaze flashing with brilliance as he looked at the black eye. Ha! I wondered why you dared to cross boundaries alone. It turns out you have indeed taken that step. However, do you think that this allows you to disregard our authority? If we wish to eliminate you, it would merely be a matter of a flick of a wrist. The owner of the black eye fixed his glare on Su Tianming, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, causing the entire expanse of the heavens to tremble under its influence. You wish to kill me? Then come. It is not as if we have not fought before. Su Tianming replied nonchalantly, producing the Zhanxian copper furnace from his hand. Boom! A surge of gray flames erupted fiercely from the furnace. Under the scorching heat of these gray flames, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth dissolved into nothingness. Holding the Zhanxian copper furnace, Su Tianming's gaze remained icy as he focused on the black eye. Fully prepared to make his move. This? Is that flame from back then? I didn't expect it to still be burning. The black eye stared intently at the gray flames in the Zhanxian copper furnace, its pupils flickering as it recalled something terrifying. Humph! If you have not perished, how could that flame possibly be extinguished? You wanted a battle, did you? Then come. Today, let us see if I can incinerate you with a single blaze. With a sudden clap, Su Tianming slammed the lid of the Zhanxian copper furnace, and the gray flames surged forth, enveloping his body and transforming into a fiery battle attire. Under the shroud of this gray flame, his aura of ultimate dominance became even more terrifying. At the same time, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth appeared to be influenced by the gray flames, igniting fiercely. The extreme laws radiating from the black eye were directly erased, dissolving into nothingness. Seeing this, the owner of the black eye could not help but reveal a deep-seated apprehension, hastily retreating, unwilling to come into contact with the gray flames. You sought battle, yet you now withdraw? Su Tianming mocked, his face adorned with amusement. Humph! The owner of the black eye snorted coldly, remaining silent but clearly reluctant to engage with the gray flames. Since you are unwilling to fight, then spare me your words. I have come today for no other reason. The inhabitants of Taigu Shanshan have sent supreme beings to assassinate my nephew. This matter must have a resolution today. Observing the retreat of the black eye's master, Su Tianming did not press further but spoke coldly. What resolution do you seek? After a moment of silence, the owner of the black eye inquired. 10 pieces of 9-colored destiny stones. Impossible. The owner of the black eye categorically refused. The 9-colored destiny stones are a rare mineral that only appears within various forbidden zones, born from the natural energies of heaven and earth. They are imbued with extraordinary powers that can facilitate profound transformations in life. Even an utterly ordinary person, upon utilizing the 9-colored destiny stone for a deep metamorphosis, could instantly become a peerless genius, able to rival the most exceptional prodigies. And those prodigies, should they use the 9-colored destiny stone for further transformation, could evolve to even more terrifying heights, their talents experiencing shocking advancements. Legend has it that in the era of the Empire's fall, which predates even the Forbidden Era, there was a peerless prodigy of the human race who, after using the 9-colored destiny stone, underwent a terrifying evolution from a naturally born thunder body to the unmatched annihilation thunder god body, comparable to the likes of chaos bodies and innate holy bodies. However, despite the astonishing effects of the 9-colored destiny stone, they are exceedingly rare. Even in the various forbidden zones, only a fragment the size of a fingernail might form in a single epoch, equivalent to about 1/10 of a complete 9-colored destiny stone. At this moment, Su Tianming demanded 10 complete 9-colored destiny stones, which was tantamount to demanding a significant sacrifice from the various forbidden zones. 8 pieces of 9-colored destiny stones. Although rejected, Su Tianming remained unperturbed and continued to negotiate. Impossible. The owner of the black eye softly declined. At least 3 pieces. If you refuse again, there will be nothing more to say. Let us fight. At worst, my Su family will launch another immortal war, risking the annihilation of 1 or 2 of your forbidden zones. After being rebuffed twice, Su Tianming grew fierce, threatening. The gray flames enveloping him began to blaze fiercely, emanating a unique aura. 3 pieces of 9-colored destiny stones cannot be decided by me alone. I need to confer with others. The owner of the black eye responded solemnly. Very well, Su Tianming nodded. The black eye in the heavens gradually faded away. Afterwards, the owner of the black eye did not reappear. Instead, 3 gray stones suddenly appeared in the sky, landing in Su Tianming's hands. Haha, thank you. With the items in hand, a smile crept across Su Tianming's lips. With these, his nephew's already unparalleled talent would become even more terrifying, potentially reaching an unprecedented level. The path to immortality is not mere talk. Contemplating for a moment, Su Tianming's figure suddenly flickered and he once again appeared above Taigu Shunshan. Humph. Remember my words. I shall say this only once. Should any being of saintly caliber or above from Taigu Shunshan dare to lay a hand on my nephew again, do not blame my Su family for being merciless. We shall annihilate your Taigu Shunshan, and by then, even the existence behind you will be of no use. His warning echoed across the heavens. When the crowd looked up again, Su Tianming's figure had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Su family, Su Chun had just returned from Goody City to the Emperor's palace and immediately dove into the secret chamber. He took out the treasure chests obtained from defeating Lin Patian and Lin Yin one by one. Then, he retrieved another golden treasure chest from the system space, which was acquired after devouring Lin Yan's system. 3 treasure chests in total. Su Chun first picked up the supporting character treasure chest dropped by Lin Patian and decisively opened it. Chapter 35. Abundant Rewards, System Herbal Field, Kuanpeng Technique. Click, with a crisp sound. As Su Chun exerted force, the lid of the treasure chest popped open. The next moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. You have opened the supporting character treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received the reward, Wushuang Swordgrass. Congratulations. You have received the reward, 60,000 Destiny Villain Points. Not bad. He directly obtained 60,000 Destiny Villain Points. Additionally, he received a divine herb named Wushuang Swordgrass. In the Jiutian realm, the quality of spiritual herbs is categorized from low to high as follows. Ordinary spiritual herbs, exceptional spiritual herbs, medicine kings, supreme medicine kings, holy medicines, divine medicines, and elixirs of immortality. Among them, elixirs of immortality are exclusive to emperors, and only those of emperor-level strength may possess them. The Wushuang Swordgrass that Su Chun obtained from the treasure chest, while merely a divine herb, could be considered among the finest of the divine herbs. After consumption, it not only enhances the user's comprehension of swordsmanship, but also accelerates the cultivation of sword techniques. Even an utterly clueless ordinary person could instantly transform into a sword genius after consuming Wushuang Swordgrass. Realizing this, Su Chun quickly stored it in the system space. He currently had no plans to cultivate swordsmanship, but if he were to acquire top-tier sword techniques in the future, this Wushuang Swordgrass would prove invaluable. The haul from the first treasure chest was quite satisfactory. Su Chun then turned his attention to the remaining 2 treasure chests. Compared to the supporting character treasure chest dropped by Lin Patian, these 2 chests were the highlights of this acquisition. Taking a deep breath as he gazed at the treasure chests before him, Su Chun simultaneously grasped both and chose to open them. Click, click. The crisp sounds resonated, and the system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. You have opened the Destiny treasure chest. Ding. You have opened the system treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving the reward of 5 elements Earth. Congratulations on obtaining the reward of the system planting space. Congratulations on acquiring the reward of Life Spring Divine Liquid. Congratulations on being granted the reward of Kunpeng's treasure technique. Congratulations on receiving the reward of 250,000 Destiny Villain points. The series of notifications echoed incessantly in Su Chen's mind, causing his expression to transform into one of sheer delight. These rewards were indeed exceedingly generous. The 5 elements Earth, the system planting space, and the life spring divine liquid. All 3 rewards were intricately related to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Together, they held the potential to cultivate top-tier elixirs, including even the legendary elixir of immortality. Before his eyes, an option for a spiritual herb garden appeared on the system panel. Su Chen eagerly selected the option, and in an instant, his consciousness was transported into a verdant field of herbs. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was almost overwhelming. The very air seemed to coalesce into tangible forms. For an ordinary person, a day of cultivation in this place could yield benefits surpassing an entire month spent outside. Moreover, the soil of this herb garden radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with a unique and potent power, serving as an exceptional nourishment for spiritual herbs. Surrounding the garden was a stream formed from the life spring divine liquid. It is worth noting that this divine liquid contained an extraordinarily rich essence of life, usually measured in drops in the outside world, each drop worth a fortune. Yet here, a whole stream flowed abundantly, seemingly inexhaustible. If such a resource were taken outside, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among all, with even the leaders of major sects unable to resist seizing it. This herb garden, if even weeds were to take root here, it would not be long before they transformed into sacred herbs, as he murmured softly to himself. A smile involuntarily graced Su Chen's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly opened the system space and planted the recently acquired unparalleled sword grass. Having completed this, his gaze shifted to the final reward, the Kunpeng technique. This was the innate treasure technique of the Kunpeng, one of the 10 fiends, renowned as the pinnacle of speed, and considered one of the fastest techniques in existence. Mastering it to perfection would even allow one to touch the very fabric of time itself. What a tremendous gain this was! As he whispered to himself, Su Chen's heart soared with elation. He had acquired yet another formidable and forbidden technique. Without a hint of hesitation, he chose to accept it. In the next moment, countless profound symbols of the great Tao manifested within his mind. These symbols intertwined and coalesced into a small Kunpeng, soaring and diving within his consciousness. In that instant, Su Chen had grasped the essence of this forbidden technique. He opened his personal panel. As his thoughts stirred, his attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Su Chen. Age, 8 years. Identity, the posthumous son of Su Tianqing, the emperor of the Su family. Talent, innate sacred body Tao, dual pupils, supreme bone, imperial blood. Cultivation, 3rd heaven of bitter sea realm. Cultivation technique, indestructible scripture, peak of the 1st heaven, divine powers, 10,000 transformations, immortal decision, 1 thought blossoms, sovereign of all. Kunpeng treasure technique, destiny villain points, 1,120,000 points. Excellent. Glancing at his personal attribute panel, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. At present, he was indeed a cut above his peers, capable of suppressing even those prodigies older than himself. Furthermore, he had reached the pinnacle of the 1st heaven in the indestructible scripture. Ready to attempt to break through. At that moment, his physical strength would experience a significant enhancement. With this thought, he decisively produced a gray ceramic jar. A potent aura of vitality emanated from within. This vitality was derived entirely from the blood moon. Previously, beneath the starry sky, he had utilized the forbidden imperial banner to sever a substantial piece of flesh from the blood moon. Later, this flesh was given to Su Jiao to refine, purging its murderous intent, resulting in this jar filled with pure vitality. How powerful could this supreme-grade vitality render my body? As he spoke, Su Chen wasted no time in opening the jar and absorbing all the vitality within, simultaneously activating the indestructible scripture. Boom! As the supreme vitality surged into his body, the sound of a tsunami echoed within him. Countless streams of vitality transformed into a true dragon, wildly traversing within him. Wreaking havoc, however, as the indestructible scripture continued its operation, This vitality was soon absorbed. With the absorption of this terrifying vitality, the indestructible scripture, which had already reached the pinnacle of the first heaven, rapidly broke through. Second heaven, third heaven. Within mere moments, the indestructible scripture achieved the pinnacle of the third heaven. However, due to the consecutive breakthroughs, Su Chen's body could not withstand the strain and shattered instantaneously. His bones crumbled to dust, and all flesh was torn apart in that instant. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet Su Chen gritted his teeth resolutely. Chapter 36. Indestructible Scripture Breakthrough, Golden Domain, Ancestral Land Baptism. The cultivation of the indestructible Scripture emphasizes rebirth from destruction, reconstructing glory from the ruins. At this moment, having achieved consecutive breakthroughs, Su Chen's body had been utterly ruined. His bones had disintegrated into powder, flesh torn apart, and the energy within his body dissipated entirely. Even his heart lay utterly destroyed. The intense pain assailed him as Su Chen clenched his teeth, veins bulging, tirelessly operating the indestructible scripture. As he continued to cycle through the technique, suddenly, thump! His heart, which had nearly fallen silent, began to beat slowly once more. Streams of golden blood flowed from it, each drop imbued with extraordinary power. As this golden blood coursed through him, what had once been torn flesh began to mend, and shattered bones reconnected. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat grew stronger and more powerful, resonating like thunder. As it pulsed, a copious amount of golden blood spread throughout his body, replacing the original blood. Su Chen's body, which had been completely shattered, was swiftly restored and even grew stronger. As the golden blood flowed, his flesh transformed into a golden hue. Boom! Su Chen attempted to clench his fist, and with just a slight exertion, a terrifying power erupted, accompanied by booming sonic blasts. What an incredible strength of flesh! Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, Su Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. At this moment, he sensed that even relying solely on his physical strength, he could effortlessly crush a dragon transformation realm cultivator with a single punch. Moreover, it was noteworthy that with the indestructible scripture advancing to the third heaven, a remarkably powerful physical divine ability emerged, the golden domain. In hushed tones, Su Chen fervently summoned the vitality within him, and a stream of golden light burst forth from his flesh, intertwining to form a miraculous domain. This domain, forged from his body's overwhelming vitality, possessed the effect of invulnerability. No matter the myriad of techniques, once the golden domain was invoked, he would be impervious to all, capable of subduing the heavens. Additionally, the golden domain possessed formidable binding capabilities, capable of restraining all entities within its space, even to the extent that, in later stages, it could imprison the most profound laws of existence. One could say that as long as Su Chen's body remained powerful enough, the potential of the golden domain would be limitless, rivaling the greatest techniques of the 10 Fiends and 9 Secrets. Indeed, his flawless physique, in terms of physical strength alone, far surpassed that of his contemporaries, including the young emperors. A voice of approval suddenly resonated from the void. Following the sound, Su Chen turned to see the venerable Su Tianming, the 10th ancestor, gazing at him with a beaming smile. "What brings you out today?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Chen's face. The Su family's 10th dragon typically remained in slumber within the ancestral lands, seldom emerging. "Ha. Now that you are 8 years old, according to the customs of the Su family, it is time to prepare for your first baptism. All the necessary materials have been gathered, and I have come to escort you back to the ancestral land," Su Tianming declared, somewhat self-satisfied. The first baptism will utilize 3 pieces of 9-colored destiny stones. Few in the entire 9 heavens realm could ever hope to receive such treatment. Return to the ancestral land? Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion. He was, of course, aware of the baptism process, yet he wondered why it must take place in the ancestral land. After all, the Su family's ancestral land lay deep within the chaos, and each activation of the space portal consumed vast resources. Indeed, this baptism necessitates your return to the ancestral land. This event is of great significance to you and may require considerable time. With the 3,000 celestial realms about to open, Should you undergo the baptism externally, you might miss this grand opportunity. Moreover, within the ancestral land, there exists a unique location that can defy the heavens, granting you several years' worth of time. Upon concluding his words, Su Tianming did not wait for Su Chun to utter another syllable. With a grand gesture of his hand, he enveloped him and vanished from their original location. Deep within the chaos realm, a tempest of chaotic winds raged violently, rendering this place a forbidden zone for all living beings. Even a supreme-level powerhouse would face perilous consequences if they carelessly ventured here, as a single misstep could result in being swept away by the chaotic winds and meeting their demise. At this moment, Su Tianming, accompanied by Su Chun, advanced swiftly through the chaos. Soon, a floating divine island emerged before their eyes. This floating divine island was vast, shrouded in an imperceptible energy shield that forced the surrounding chaotic winds to dissipate upon nearing it. Su Tianming and Su Chun landed at the heart of the floating divine island. Open! With a low roar from Su Tianming, a rift in the void appeared before them. Beyond this rift lay a remarkably unique space, where time flowed at an astonishing rate, hundreds of times faster than the outside world. A single day outside equated to a year within. In this space stood a cauldron, towering as high as 2 men. Its surface was intricately carved with celestial stars, radiating a faint imperial might. Exuding an extraordinary presence, a delicate fragrance wafted from the cauldron, and merely inhaling it made Su Chun feel invigorated. This cauldron was none other than the Su family's treasured artifact, the Wanling Ding. Forged by Su Tianqing after ascending to the throne of emperor for the purpose of alchemy. Although it was not an imperial weapon, its capabilities were indeed remarkable, especially in alchemical processes, where it significantly enhanced efficacy. Open the cauldron. Su Tianming suddenly acted, unleashing the cauldron. Chinner, do not hesitate to enter. Without a moment's thought, Su Chun leaped into the cauldron. With a swift motion, Su Tianming spread his hand, producing a plethora of items. Enlightenment fruit, 9 nether ghostly root, 3 flower divine lotus. Observing the items Su Tianming had presented, Su Chun could not help but gasp in awe. Each of these items was a supreme treasure, classified as divine herbs. Transform! Su Tianming bellowed, igniting the cauldron's flames. In an instant, all the divine herbs melted into a rich liquid. Immersed within, Su Chun felt as though he were ascending to the heavens, as a torrent of vital energy surged through his pores, leaving him utterly refreshed. Not enough. Continue. Just then, Su Tianming produced 3 9-colored destiny stones, crushed them with force, transforming them into a unique 9-colored energy, which he then infused into the cauldron. Boom. As this 9-colored energy flowed in, the entire cauldron began to tremble violently, unleashing a multitude of phenomena. The celestial stars surrounding it seemed to come alive, swirling around the cauldron like colossal orbs. Meanwhile, the previously tranquil liquid within the cauldron began to boil vigorously. The potency surged exponentially, incorporating an extraordinary and mystical power. Chapter 37. Even if you are my nephew, there's no need for such exploitation. Su Chun sat cross-legged within the cauldron, his aura dignified. As the 9-colored energy infused, the entire liquid boiled, its effects increasing geometrically. Witnessing this, Su Chun promptly focused his mind, activating his cultivation method to absorb the liquid for self-purification. As he gradually absorbed the liquid, he entered a remarkably wondrous state. Echoes of profound chants resonated around him. The previously intangible Tao seemed to solidify, becoming tangible to the touch. Additionally, his physical form radiated light, as the wondrous mystical energy from the liquid flowed into his chest, mostly absorbed by his supreme bone, while the remainder settled quietly within him. Buzz. After absorbing the extraordinary 9-colored mystical power, his supreme bone began to undergo an unknown transformation. The once pure white supreme bone slowly turned golden, its Tao runes becoming increasingly intricate. Moreover, thin streams of supreme blood began to flow from it. The supreme bone had evolved. Furthermore, it had birthed supreme blood. Su Chun was initially taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. The supreme bone, being one of the world's top-tier talents, not only bore powerful celestial techniques inscribed upon it from its inception, but could also serve as a conduit to birth formidable supreme blood. When the supreme blood coursed through one's body, it could not only give rise to entirely new supreme techniques, but also allow the possessor to undergo a comprehensive rebirth, significantly enhancing their strength. However, extracting supreme blood from the supreme bone was an arduous task, requiring continuous evolution and refinement of the supreme bone within. At this moment, Su Qian's supreme bone had evidently initiated its first evolutionary refinement, successfully yielding a portion of supreme blood. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. Throughout ancient records, the owners of supreme bones were exceedingly rare, and those capable of refining the supreme bone to produce supreme blood were even scarcer. Yet here was Su Qian, merely 8 years old, achieving this remarkable feat through the purifying effects of the cauldron. The supreme blood that emerged was radiant and sacred, akin to the celestial stars, providing Su Qian with a continuous influx of mystical power. With this enhancement, Su Qian could distinctly sense a significant boost in his strength. This enhancement did not stem from his cultivation realm or physical form, but rather from the unique mystical power bestowed upon him. He felt as though, under the influence of this mystical power, even the most mundane of techniques could unleash terrifying might in his hands. Supreme blood represented the preliminary evolution of a second supreme technique. Judging by the effects, my second supreme technique should provide an additional amplification to techniques. As he murmured softly, a smile crept upon Su Qian's lips. This baptism had yielded immense rewards, directly facilitating the first evolutionary refinement of his supreme bone, rendering it even more formidable. Additionally, he discovered that, beyond the supreme bone, his dual pupils exhibited a subtle transformation. The originally separate eyes seemed to converge, and the Tao runes within his pupils deepened, enhancing the power of various techniques. Indeed, once his dual pupils merged, they could evolve into an entirely new form, a potent evolutionary pathway. As he whispered to himself, a smile graced Su Qian's face. He then closed his eyes, continuing to utilize the surrounding liquid for further purification and transformation. During this process, the golden sea of suffering within him began to stir, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Grand Ancestor Su Tianming observed Su Qian seated within the cauldron and could not help but express surprise. I never anticipated the first to evolve would be the supreme bone. I had thought it would be the dual pupils, Su Tianming exclaimed, his eyes filled with satisfaction. His nephew's talent was already remarkable, and few could rival him throughout the ages. Now that the supreme bone had evolved, becoming even more powerful, his future achievements were undoubtedly destined to be extraordinary, potentially surpassing his father's legacy. Still continuing with the purification. Noticing Su Qian with his eyes closed, deep in cultivation, Su Tianming displayed a hint of astonishment. After all, the energy from the 9-colored destiny stones had been depleted, and the surrounding liquid had diminished considerably. Further purification seemed of little significance. Damn it, this little rascal, does he intend to drain me dry? He muttered with a chuckle, once again producing dozens of divine herbs, tossing them into the cauldron, and igniting the divine flames to refine them into liquid. However, it was not long before Su Qian absorbed them all, his golden sea of suffering resembling an insatiable abyss, devouring all energy in its vicinity. Su Tianming's expression froze upon witnessing this. He finished them so quickly. As he spoke, Su Tianming gritted his teeth and retrieved another batch of divine herbs, more than a dozen in total, and cast them into the cauldron. Yet again, they were swiftly consumed, all absorbed by Su Qian's golden sea of suffering. You little brat, I refuse to believe I can't fill you up this time. Su Tianming's determination intensified, and he directly produced a golden peach from his possession, tossing it into the mixture. This golden peach, derived from the elixir of immortality, although not as astonishing as a complete elixir, far surpassed the majority of divine herbs. Within the cauldron, Su Qian was filled with perplexity. His baptism should have concluded long ago. Upholding his principle of waste not, want not, he intended to absorb every last drop of the surrounding liquid. Yet, curiously, the liquid seemed inexhaustible. I refuse to believe I can't drain you dry today. With newfound resolve, Su Qian's golden sea of suffering opened wide, voraciously absorbing the energy from the surrounding liquid. As torrents of liquid surged forth, his sea of suffering expanded at a visible rate. Golden figures coalesced within his sea, sitting cross-legged atop it, while his cultivation realm skyrocketed. In the realm of the bitter sea, there existed the fourfold heaven, the fivefold heaven, the sixfold heaven, and so forth, culminating in the ninefold heaven. Yet, in the briefest of moments, his cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the ninth heaven of the bitter sea. Before him stood 9 golden figures, radiating a divine brilliance within his bitter sea, exuding an aura of sanctity. Moreover, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the medicinal liquid surrounding him had yet to be fully consumed. Continue absorbing. He roared inwardly, succumbing to a frenzy as he began to draw in the energy from the nearby medicinal liquid. At this juncture, he had reached the pinnacle of the bitter sea, the utmost limit of this realm. He yearned to shatter the boundaries, to congeal the 10th bitter sea body. He refused to believe that, after all this, he could not exhaust the surrounding medicinal liquid. Instantly, a more terrifying suction emanated from his golden bitter sea. Akin to a black hole, goodness, more is coming, he exclaimed in disbelief. It's truly depleted, completely drained. Even if you are my nephew, this is an outrageous plundering. Su Tianming was utterly astonished. He had indeed been drained. Having expended every precious herb he had prepared, even resorting to the elixir of immortality. Old Tin, do not cease. At that moment, an elder suddenly emerged from the depths of the floating divine island. Chapter 38. Shattering the ancient myth, stirring all ancestors, awaiting transformation. 7th brother, how did you emerge? Su Tianming inquired, his gaze filled with confusion as he beheld the suddenly appearing elder. This elder, unmistakably, was none other than the 7th of the forbidden 10 dragons. Su Tianqing, however, in response to Su Tianming's bewilderment, Su Tianqing remained silent, his intense gaze fixated upon Su Qian without pause. Within his pupils sparkled a glimmer of brilliance, as if he sought to see through Su Qian entirely. Moments later, he raised his hand, producing an abundance of divine herbs, which he refined into pure medicinal liquid before casting it into the furnace. Truly worthy of being the offspring of the eldest brother. Not only does he possess unparalleled talent, but he also harbors an extraordinary audacity. Su Tianqing exclaimed in awe, a hint of admiration evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Tianming was taken aback. Among the Su family's forbidden 10 dragons, Su Tianqing was known for his aloofness, seldom speaking, let alone praising others. Yet at this moment, he merely cast a glance at Su Qian and could not suppress his astonishment. Realizing this, Su Tianming widened his eyes, turning once again to scrutinize Su Qian in his gaze. The supreme rune flickered, swiftly unveiling the truth of Su Qian's situation. He intends to congeal the 10th bitter sea body, thereby breaking through the extreme limits of the bitter sea. Upon grasping Su Qian's condition, Su Tianming could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It is known that as one progresses along the path of cultivation, the further one advances, the more challenging it becomes to break through the extreme limits, especially within the bitter sea. This realm is exceedingly unique. Through the power of the bitter sea, to coalesce the bitter sea body, an ordinary individual might manage to condense 5 bitter sea bodies, which is generally deemed sufficient. Subsequently, one merely needs to expand the bitter sea to a certain extent to facilitate a breakthrough. Some prodigies, however, may reach the pinnacle of this realm, manifesting 9 bitter sea bodies. As for breaking through the extreme limits of this realm, that is an exceedingly daunting task. The resources required for the condensation of the bitter sea body increase exponentially as one progresses. Particularly for the 10th bitter sea body, the resources needed are colossal, of course, while merely having the resources is manageable. After all, certain sacred lands and great sects could muster them with some effort. The most crucial aspect of coalescing the 10th bitter sea body is possessing a sufficiently formidable foundation as support. This foundation is not merely an accumulation of energy but resembles a restriction. For instance, an ordinary person, regardless of how many resources they possess, can only expand their bitter sea to a pond size. Further expansion is nearly impossible without extraordinary opportunities. Conversely, Some exceptional talents are born with a far more expansive bitter sea, naturally allowing for a higher ceiling. However, to condense the 10th bitter sea body requires an even more formidable ceiling. Even those great emperors in their youth could not meet such ceiling requirements and were left with no choice but to break through, only to later reconstruct their foundations after becoming emperors. This is the essence of an emperor's might. Once one reaches the imperial realm, they are blessed by the heavens, automatically attaining completeness across all realms, shattering extreme limits. Yet at this moment, Su Qian is attempting to forcibly break through these extreme limits. To coalesce the 10th bitter sea body, is his ceiling sufficient? Will he succeed? Su Tianming's eyes were filled with uncertainty. There is hope. The golden bitter sea stretched infinitely, and it was still expanding. Perhaps Chun'er truly has the potential to shatter the ancient myth and, within the bitter sea, usher forth the 10th bitter sea body. Su Tianqing replied with utmost seriousness. Shattering the ancient myth. Upon hearing this, Su Tianming felt parched. The significance of breaking the ancient myth was overwhelmingly profound. After all, throughout history, even across the vast river of time, there exists no record of anyone achieving a breakthrough to the extreme limits and condensing the 10th bitter sea body within the bitter sea. For instance, although they had successfully condensed the 10th bitter sea body, none had done so in the bitter sea realm. All had accomplished it after becoming saints or attaining supremacy, later completing it. If Su Qian could succeed now, it would undoubtedly create a seismic impact. As they contemplated this, both men fixed their gazes intently on Su Qian, eager to discern the outcome. Simultaneously, as the scope of Su Qian's bitter sea expanded further, 7 more elders emerged from the depths of the floating divine island. These individuals were indeed the remaining members of the Su family's forbidden 10 dragons. They had been in deep slumber to combat the passage of time. Yet at this moment, they collectively awakened. Shattering the ancient myth, Chun'er possesses great audacity. If he succeeds, it will surely astound both ancient and modern eras. They murmured in hushed tones, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They were poised to witness history today. Meanwhile, seated within the furnace, Su Qian remained entirely oblivious to the unfolding events in the outside world. At this moment, he had devoted all his focus to coalescing the 10th bitter sea body. The golden bitter sea surged, producing the thunderous sound of crashing waves. Countless strands of golden primordial power and Tao runes surged forth from the depths of the bitter sea, intertwining in the air above, transforming into a hazy silhouette of a golden celestial being. However, this silhouette was exceedingly indistinct, revealing only a vague human form, rendering the situation difficult to discern. Not enough, not nearly enough, continue. Su Qian roared inwardly. Manipulating the golden bitter sea, he endeavored to concentrate all primordial power into the manifestation of the 10th golden figure above the bitter sea. Yet, this golden celestial figure resembled a bottomless abyss. Even when all primordial power was poured in, it exhibited no signs of change. Not enough, far too far off. Su Qian bellowed. He summoned the medicinal liquid he had previously absorbed in the 9 revolutions celestial pill. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, illuminating the entire expanse in gold. Su Qian hastily activated his techniques to refine it. As the everlasting sutra surged with fervor, the once depleted golden bitter sea was replenished. Observing this, Su Qian swiftly directed the energy into the 10th bitter sea body. As this energy infused, the golden figure became increasingly substantial. Yet Su Qian dared not relax for a moment. This was merely the beginning. To fully coalesce the 10th golden figure, an immense amount of energy was still required. Fortunately, he had previously consumed the 9 revolutions celestial pill and a substantial quantity of medicinal liquid. Otherwise, he would have likely been drained by this 10th bitter sea body. Nevertheless, even with ample energy, he remained cautious, continuously refining the energy within his body, transforming it into primordial power. Moreover, he consistently evolved his own laws and Tao in his heart, injecting them into the 10th bitter sea body. Gradually, the 10th bitter sea body began to solidify. Though the pace of solidification was slow, it had indeed commenced, marking the successful initiation of the first step. Furthermore, as the 10th bitter sea body gradually coalesced, An explosion of golden secret power erupted from within Su Chen's body, enveloping him entirely, akin to a silken cocoon, awaiting the complete formation of the 10th bitter sea body, which would herald his transformation from cocoon to butterfly. Chapter 39. An omen of celestial bodies, the bitter sea transforms into a cosmos. This, the 10th bitter sea body, is beginning to gestate. Externally, the 9 dragons of the Su family's forbidden 10 were fixated, their eyes unblinking as they gazed at Su Chun within the furnace. They understood that only the final step remained until success. Provided the primordial power was sufficient, the 10th bitter sea body would inevitably take shape. At that moment, Su Chun would emerge from his cocoon, truly shattering the ancient myth. This process might appear deceptively simple, yet the reality was fraught with peril. The condensation of the 10th bitter sea body necessitated not only a vast reservoir of primordial power within the bitter sea, but also the requirement for the bitter sea to be sufficiently firm and expansive. Otherwise, even if you possess sufficient resources to construct the initial form of the 10th suffering sea body, in the end, it would inevitably collapse under the immense divine might, resulting in the shattering of the suffering sea and the demise of the being. Henceforth, all that remains is to patiently await the unfolding of events. The condensation of the 10th suffering sea body is not a trivial matter. This process may require several years to complete. The assembly of ancestral elders did not disperse but instead sat in meditation around the cauldron. Their purpose was twofold: to safeguard and to witness the miraculous birth of the 10th suffering sea body. After all, the manifestation of the 10th suffering sea body within the confines of the suffering sea realm is an exceedingly rare occurrence. The process of its condensation seems to embody the trajectories of the great Tao, holding immense significance even for these venerable ancestors. Perhaps through this, they might gain insights into the Tao and take a pivotal step forward. As time flowed slowly by, half a month swiftly passed in the outside world. During this period, the entire 9 heavens realm was rife with tumult and undercurrents. With the imminent opening of the 3,000 celestial realms, prodigies and anomalies from various eras converged in this generation, eager to rise in power and vie for supremacy. Throughout this time, numerous prodigies shone brightly in battle, astonishing all who beheld their brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion unveiled a new generation of the prodigy rankings. This edition of the rankings bore greater authority, encompassing nearly all the prodigies and ancient anomalies of the current age. The list comprised 3,000 names, resonating with the 3,000 Great Taos. Moreover, this ranking was interconnected with the Great Tao itself. Those who made it onto the list were the dragons and phoenixes among men, the most gifted of the gifted, the most extraordinary of the extraordinary. Furthermore, simply being listed would grant them rewards from the Great Tao, with higher rankings yielding even more substantial benefits. Upon the announcement of this news, all prodigies went into a frenzy, embarking on a path of challenges and trials. Even some disciples from hidden sects and inheritors of ancient powers emerged from seclusion to compete. In an instant, fierce battles among prodigies erupted. Just a few days prior, a piece of news had captivated all prodigies' attention. The supreme trial grounds would soon open. An event occurring once every millennium, the Supreme Trial Grounds, crafted by a mighty emperor-level figure, served as a testing ground designed specifically for all prodigies and anomalies. Within, vast opportunities awaited. Supreme legacies, emperor techniques, elixirs of immortality, everything one could desire. In no time, countless prodigies flocked to the venue. A momentous battle among prodigies was on the verge of commencing. However, all of this was momentarily unrelated to Su Chun. At this moment, he remained seated within the cauldron, awaiting the condensation of the 10th suffering sea body. Though merely half a month had passed in the external world, within the unique space of this chaotic ancestral land, 6 years had elapsed. At present, Su Chen had transformed into a graceful young man, possessing striking features and an elegant stature, his hair shimmering. Moreover, he exuded a distinctive aura, ethereal as if he were an immortal. A mere glance at him rendered one unable to forget. Aside from his transformed appearance, the most significant change in Su Chun was the suffering sea residing within his abdomen. The vast expanse of the suffering sea had grown even more magnificent over these 6 years. With golden waves surging endlessly, seemingly without end, Above this golden suffering sea, countless wondrous phenomena unfolded spontaneously. 3,000 deities, 3,000 demons, and 3,000 Buddhas continuously bowed and chanted, bestowing secretive powers upon him. Amidst these terrifying manifestations, 10 golden figures sat in quiet meditation. These 10 golden immortals were, in fact, the suffering sea bodies that Su Qian had condensed. Yet, unlike the previous 9, although the 10th suffering sea body had yet to fully coalesce, it emanated an overwhelming majesty. Surrounding it were countless halos, bestowing a solemn and majestic appearance, and the sound of incantations resonated from within, as if it contained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Only a final step remained: congeal. Su Qian's consciousness immersed within the golden suffering sea. Gazing at the 10th suffering sea body that was on the verge of completion, he let out a low roar. In the next moment, a torrent of suffering sea essence surged forth, infusing countless great Tao patterns for enhancement. In an instant, the 10th suffering sea body was fully formed. Whoosh! At the moment of its formation, the 10th suffering sea body abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a brilliant golden light that reached the 9 heavens above and the 9 hells below. Boom! The previously tranquil golden suffering sea erupted into tumult. The golden waves surged, producing a sound akin to a roaring tsunami. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as the golden suffering sea shattered. This shattering did not signify the destruction of his suffering sea. Rather, it indicated that his suffering sea would henceforth be free from any upper limit constraints, capable of infinite growth and expansion. Moreover, remarkably, as the golden suffering sea shattered, wisps of chaotic energy began to emerge within it. His once sacred golden suffering sea gradually became murky, while the phantoms of 3,000 deities, 3,000 demons, and 3,000 Buddhas transformed into individual stars, swirling above the suffering sea. At this moment, Su Qian's suffering sea appeared to resemble an entire universe from afar. The 10 suffering sea bodies each presided over the 10 corners of this universe, safeguarding the starry skies. This, the condensation of the 10th suffering sea body, had directly transformed the original suffering sea into a complete universe. Witnessing this scene, Su Qian was utterly astounded. Furthermore, what terrified him even more was the overwhelming power that surged forth at the moment the suffering sea universe took shape, rolling and spreading throughout his body. The great Tao principles within him underwent a profound transformation, becoming more sacred, transcendent, and no longer bound by the limitations of heaven and earth. As if he had transcended, at this moment, he could not help but feel that even when facing a formidable opponent at the divine ability realm, he could shatter them with a single punch. Chapter 40. The Shock of the Ancestors. My nephew possesses the aura of ascendancy. Simultaneously, as Su Qian's 10th suffering sea body coalesced, transforming the suffering sea into a universe, the ancestral elders of the Su family in the outside world suddenly awakened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. During this time, they had been closely observing the situation of Su Qian's 10th suffering sea body. However, just moments ago, a peculiar occurrence transpired. They felt a sharp sting in their eyes, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves unable to perceive the suffering sea within Su Qian any longer. Moreover, most curiously, unless they conducted a meticulous investigation, they could not sense Su Qian's presence at all. It was as if he did not exist within this world. This situation left all the elders utterly astounded. It is known that they were all top-tier supremes who had long since taken that most crucial step. They belonged to the strongest echelon of the contemporary era. Logically, there should be very few things in the world that could obstruct their probing and perception. Yet at this moment, Su Qian, still within the suffering sea realm, rendered them incapable of investigation. Even at such close proximity, they struggled to sense his aura. What on earth is happening? What has transpired with Chun'er that renders us unable to probe him? Could it be that this is the effect of condensing the 10th suffering sea body within the suffering sea realm? That would be exceedingly astonishing, to the point where even we supremes cannot discern his specific condition. The crowd murmured among themselves, exchanging glances filled with shock. Just then, another elder hurried to the scene. This elder appeared exceptionally weathered, with runes swirling in his pupils, exuding an extraordinary aura, as if he were a vessel of the great Tao. This elder was none other than Su Tianke, the leader of the Su family's 10 forbidden dragons. The elder brother had emerged from seclusion. At this moment, upon seeing Su Tianke's arrival, all the ancestral elders hurried to surround him. Elder brother, please see what is happening with Chun'er. How is it that we cannot perceive anything? Within the 10 forbidden dragons, Su Tianke's power was indisputable. Even during the era of the Su family's great emperor, Su Tianqing, when he battled in the forbidden zones, he was a formidable presence, able to contend against the rulers of various forbidden zones. Countless epochs had passed. None knew just how much stronger he had become. Moreover, of utmost importance, Su Tianke, like Su Qin, was a wielder of the reversed eyes, possessing the most powerful vision in this world, capable of piercing through all illusions and gazing directly into the essence of the great Tao. At this moment, facing the confusion of the others, Su Tianke said nothing but widened his eyes, fixating on Su Qin without pause. He observed as celestial bodies flowed within his pupils, revealing the clarity of the great Tao. Yet when his gaze shifted to Su Qin's suffering sea, it was obstructed by a veil of chaotic energy, rendering him unable to advance. It was as if a formidable portal stood there, forcefully blocking his sight. Elder brother, what is the situation? What condition is Chun'er in now? The crowd inquired anxiously. However, Su Tianke merely shook his head. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I cannot discern what condition Chun'er is in. However, it is certain that the changes within him are related to his suffering sea. Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but remain stunned, gazing at Su Qin with incredulity. Just how extraordinary and monstrous must this nephew be? In the realm of suffering, 10 embodiments of the path of suffering converge, shattering ancient myths. Moreover, this circumstance eludes even those esteemed sovereigns who have taken a pivotal step forward. Such a phenomenon, I fear, is unparalleled throughout history. Even the adept Su Tianke, who possesses the dual pupils and can contend with the master of the forbidden zones, finds himself incapable of perceiving the specifics within the sea of suffering at this moment. At this thought, a shiver runs down the spines of the onlookers. The talent of this young man transcends mere imperial stature. It approaches that of a celestial emperor, a being destined for ascension. This individual is truly defying the heavens. Su Tianming involuntarily swallows hard, sensing a portentous future. It is conceivable that his nephew may surpass his father, reaching heights previously unseen and never to be replicated. Of course, he is not the only one harboring such a premonition. The eyes of all members of the Su family's 10 forbidden dragons now regard Su Qin with newfound reverence. He is the very foundation upon which the resurgence of the Su family rests. Regardless of how the Su family may diminish in the future, as long as Su Qin exists, they are destined to reign supreme over the myriad realms. If he safely matures and eradicates the major life prohibitions while quelling the chaos of darkness, it is indeed possible that he could achieve greatness in this era. Contemplating this, Su Tianke suddenly speaks up. Tianming, you must refrain from slumbering henceforth. Dedicate yourself wholly to safeguarding Chun'er. We cannot allow him to encounter any misfortune. Should any of those ancient powers dare to lay a hand on Chun'er, do not hesitate. Incinerate them without a second thought. Understood. Su Tianming replies promptly. At this moment, Su Qin's status has surged in the hearts of the ancestral figures, akin to a treasure jewel. What are you all up to? Just then, a melodious voice rings out as Su Qin emerges from the furnace, standing before the gathered ancestors. You've come out? The elders are startled, their incredulity deepening. In their preoccupation, they had failed to notice when Su Qin had made his exit. If this were in the midst of battle, a collective gasp escapes their lips. The implications of such an ability are terrifying. Chun'er, do enlighten us. What transpired? Su Tianke inquires curiously. The other elders, intrigued, gather closer, their expressions filled with curiosity. This is the result of my nephew breaking through the extreme realm of the sea of suffering, manifesting the 10th embodiment of the path of suffering, which has granted him a new ability to shield himself from all worldly perception. Su Qin replies with a smile. The principle behind this ability is quite straightforward. I discovered that by actively expanding the chaotic universe within me, I can cloak a range so vast that not even sovereigns can perceive it. However, this ability does come with limitations. Currently, my chaotic sea of suffering can only extend minimally, enough to encompass just myself. Beyond that, I would be restrained by the laws of the universe. Nevertheless, it is still astonishing, particularly if I were to focus on stealthily eliminating foes. By expanding the chaotic universe and utilizing the speed of the Kuanping technique, there would be virtually no one capable of obstructing me within the same realm. Of course, aside from cloaking perception, the chaotic universe within him possesses numerous other marvelous applications, yet he must develop them independently. Chapter 41. I spent a century in cultivation, and you learned it with a mere glance? In the chaotic ancestral land, the Su family's 10 forbidden dragons gaze at Su Chun in disbelief. They never anticipated that breaking through the extreme realm of the sea of suffering and condensing the 10th embodiment would yield such extraordinary results, enabling a cultivator of the sea of suffering to obscure the perceptions of even the highest sovereigns. Indeed, the shattering of ancient myths is truly remarkable. The elders collectively exclaim in admiration, "Chunner," with the 3,000 celestial realms about to unfold. A grand era approaches. As the scion of the Su family, you must inevitably contend with the prodigious talents of your generation. Although you have shattered the ancient limits and stand unparalleled, do not let your guard down. Remember, there are always greater beings beyond you, and ancient monstrosities or heirs of forbidden grounds, who possess extraordinary capabilities and unfathomable techniques. In a few days, the sovereign trial grounds will commence, where the foremost talents of this age will clash. During this time, we shall guide your cultivation, imparting our unique skills and techniques to you. How much you can master will depend solely on your own efforts. The Grand Ancestor Su Tianke speaks slowly to Su Chun. Chunner understands. Su Chun nods. In truth, he has never underestimated anyone. After all, his adversaries are a cadre of individuals armed with systems. Should he allow complacency to set in, he is bound to meet with disaster. Just as his words fade, the other elders vanish, leaving only the 10th ancestor, Su Tianming de Chunner. The technique I shall teach you is named One Chi Breaking All Laws. With merely the instrument in your hand, you can obliterate all worldly laws. Observe closely. Su Tianming speaks softly, then suddenly soars into the air. A 9-layered small pagoda bursts forth from within him, initially no larger than a palm, but it instantly expands to a height of thousands of miles, radiating an overwhelming sovereign aura, as though it could collapse the heavens. Break. With a single word uttered by Su Tianming, the towering pagoda transforms into a streak of light, charging forth with unyielding momentum. Crashing into the chaotic expanse surrounding the floating divine island, boom! The vast chaos begins to visibly shatter, akin to glass fracturing, dissolving into nothingness as the chaotic energy around it turns wild. This strike has directly pierced the chaos. Chunner, this is the essence of my One Chi breaking all laws. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. A self-satisfied expression graces Su Tianming's face, thoroughly pleased with the potency of his earlier strike. He then points, promptly transmitting the cultivation method of One Chi breaking all laws to Su Chun. Do not practice the methods of others. Focus solely on this one instrument, and with it, shatter all that exists. One Chi breaking all laws is indeed astonishing. Su Chun cannot help but exclaim. Undoubtedly, this is an immensely powerful path. Cultivated to its utmost, the instrument he refines becomes the most formidable weapon, capable of subduing the heavens and fracturing the abyss. He can even clash with the supreme weapons of the extreme path using this instrument. With my dragon pattern black gold divine cauldron, this technique aligns perfectly with me. As he speaks, Su Chun summons the dragon pattern divine cauldron from within his chaotic universe. When the golden sea of suffering transformed into the chaotic universe, the form of this divine cauldron and the dragon pattern black gold had completely fused, becoming a genuine heavy weapon. Simultaneously, he expended 100,000 destiny villain points, forcibly elevating One Chi breaking all laws to a level of proficiency. In an instant, countless memories swirl in his mind. The technique One Chi breaking all laws is instantly mastered to a level of proficiency, as if he has been honing this skill for many years. This divine cauldron is forged from dragon-patterned black gold, and it carries the essence of Chun'er. A gasp escapes the lips of the onlooking elders. Forged from pure celestial gold, the divine cauldron signifies Chun'er's exceptional fortune. It is likely that Old Tin would drool at the sight of this cauldron. If memory serves correctly, his 9-layered glazed pagoda was only mixed with a small portion of celestial gold during its forging. The elders, concealed in the shadows, cannot help but exclaim in awe as they behold the dragon-patterned black gold divine cauldron in Su Chen's hands. Celestial gold, elixirs of immortality, and similar treasures are the exclusive possessions of the emperors. Only those of great fortune may acquire them. Su Chen's ability to acquire such a substantial piece of dragon-patterned black gold in the Sea of Suffering speaks volumes of his extraordinary destiny. As for Su Tianming below, his eyes nearly bulge out at the sight of Su Chen's dragon-patterned divine cauldron. A top-tier sovereign finds his weapon inferior to that of a cultivator from the Sea of Suffering. It can only be said that comparisons breed envy. However, the surprises do not end there. Suddenly, Su Chen waves his hand, and the dragon-patterned divine cauldron soars into the air, expanding rapidly, transforming into a colossal size of 100 feet. Then shooting forth like a streak of light in that instant, it seems as though all things in the world have vanished, leaving only the dragon-patterned divine cauldron in existence. The Tao encompasses 50. And I shall evade 1. At this moment, the dragon-patterned divine cauldron appears as if it has become the very essence of that which eludes. How is this possible? Su Tianming's mouth hangs agape, his throat constricting slightly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He feels his mind struggling to comprehend Su Chen's strike. He faintly perceives the essence of one qi breaking all laws, not merely in its rudimentary form, but at a level of mastery. Realizing this, Su Tianming is taken aback. It is known that when he practiced one qi breaking all laws, it took him 5 years merely to enter the threshold, and a full century to reach mastery. Yet, how long did Su Chen take? He merely observed the execution once and achieved the same results that took him a century of arduous training. Is this disparity not too vast? It is worth noting that he was once hailed as a genius among geniuses. Yet, at this moment, in comparison to Su Chen, there is simply no basis for comparison. Chun'er, how did you accomplish this? Su Tianming clears his throat, feigning casualness in his inquiry. I just needed to look at it once. Su Chen replies, his wide eyes fixed on Su Tianming. I just needed to look at it once. He, just like the old ancestors back then, truly worthy of being the pride of the Su family. Su Tianming said, his face unperturbed and heart steady. Old Tin, you're talking nonsense. It took you 100 years to master the myriad laws. At that moment, laughter erupted. Several ancestors appeared simultaneously, all gazing incredulously at Su Chen. The divine ability that took Old Tin a century to grasp, this young lad comprehended with just a glance. Such talent. It's as if he possesses a cheat. Cough, sixth brother. There's no need to expose my shortcomings. Su Tianming's face flushed slightly as he looked at the arriving figures. However, they paid him no heed, their eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. After a moment, they departed, leaving only the 7th ancestor, Su Tianqing, behind. Chapter 42. The Burial Sword, Terrifying Swordsmanship Talent. 7th ancestor Su Tianqing, among the Su family's 10 forbidden dragons, was usually the most aloof, rarely speaking to anyone. His face often expressionless. Yet when facing Su Chen, he appeared particularly amiable, a hint of a smile involuntarily gracing his features. Chun'er, in my lifetime, my greatest expertise lies in swordsmanship. Today, I shall impart to you my most formidable divine ability, the burial sword. This sword technique was notoriously difficult to master. An ordinary person would require a century of diligent practice just to enter the threshold, while even prodigies would need a decade to grasp it to a basic level. However, once mastered, the power of this swordsmanship rivaled that of the 10 fiends and 9 secrets. Watch closely. As he spoke, Su Tianqing suddenly extended his fingers, 3 inches of sword light flickering between them. With each step he took, the sword light surged, and his aura sharpened correspondingly. Upon reaching the 9th step, whoosh, a 3-foot-long sword, forged from the essence of the great Tao's runes, materialized in his hand. And at that moment, His aura erupted. Boom. A terrifying supreme pressure enveloped the area, so potent it was breathtaking, halting the chaotic winds momentarily. The observing ancestors nearby could not help but gasp in astonishment. Old Seven is truly revealing his trump card. To teach Chun'er, he even brought out this sword. His seventh brother is truly investing heavily. If I'm not mistaken, over countless epics, seventh brother has concealed 9 swords. Originally intended for the masters of those forbidden zones, to impart the true essence of the burial sword to Chun'er, he unexpectedly used one. The essence of the burial sword lies in the concept of concealment, hiding the sword within oneself, nurturing the sword aura through time. The longer the nurturing period, the greater the power. This is why it is said that the burial sword can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 secrets and 10 fiends' divine abilities. Provided the sword is concealed long enough, its aura grows increasingly formidable. Over these many epics, Su Tianqing possessed 9 swords, his ultimate weapons for intimidating the masters of the forbidden zones. Yet now, to ensure Su Chen grasps the true essence of the burial sword in the shortest time possible, he directly employed one. The burial sword, the sword of the buried sky. Its true meaning lies in concealment, nurturing the sword with one's being, cultivating the sword with one's essence. Once this sword is unleashed, it can slay gods, demons, Buddhas, and all beings, Su Tianqing articulated to Su Chen, word by word. Then, he abruptly swung his hand, the sword forged from the great Tao's runes cutting through the void. There was no sound, no energy scattering, not even the slightest noise, silence, utter tranquility. However, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, for he witnessed that before 7th ancestor Su Tianqing, the boundless chaotic energy was entirely cleaved in two, creating a massive void. This void stretched for tens of thousands of miles, seemingly bisecting the entire chaotic realm, with no end in sight. The might is simply overwhelming. Su Chen marveled inwardly. This was the chaotic realm, where even a sage-level powerhouse could easily fall into peril. Yet at this moment, 7th ancestor Su Tianqing, with a single strike, had manifested such a terrifying spectacle. Comprehend? As he spoke, Su Tianqing imparted the cultivation methods of the burial sword to Su Chen. Simultaneously, he retrieved a small wooden sword from his bosom and handed it to Su Chen. Within this small sword, I have sealed my pinnacle strike. Once used, it can slay top-tier sovereigns, Su Tianqing spoke slowly. The onlookers were taken aback by this scene, revealing expressions of astonishment. Over countless epochs, Su Tianqing had nurtured 9 burial swords to impart the true essence of the burial sword to Su Chen. He had used one, and now he was gifting another for Su Chen's protection. Old Seven. This time he truly invested heavily. The crowd gasped in awe. Meanwhile, Su Chen accepted the wooden sword and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, 7th ancestor, for the sword. Su Tianqing nodded in satisfaction and then gently said, focus on grasping the divine ability. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged, beginning his practice of the burial sword. Due to Su Tianqing's earlier full-force strike, the entire chaotic ancestral realm was suffused with an incredibly terrifying aura of the burial sword. The moment Su Chen commenced his practice, he found it remarkably effortless. In mere moments, he had already grasped the basics of the burial sword, concealing the sword within oneself, nurturing the sword with one's essence. Su Chen murmured softly, promptly channeling the burial sword, coalescing a sword aura within his body. This aura was concealed within the chaotic universe of his abdomen. Through the nurturing of spirit and fate, it grew stronger, its power becoming increasingly formidable, truly worthy of being comparable to the 10 fiends and 9 secrets' divine abilities. Although this burial sword aura initially appeared modest, it could infinitely nurture and grow. Feeling the steadily expanding burial sword aura within the chaotic universe, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to expend 100,000 villain points, instantly elevating his initial grasp of the burial sword to mastery. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce sword aura flashing in his pupils. Observing this, Su Tianqing looked on with uncertainty and inquired, Chun'er, why have you suddenly halted? Could it be? Indeed, seventh ancestor, I have mastered the burial sword. Su Chun replied with an innocent smile. How is this possible? Su Tiancheng's face displayed disbelief. The burial sword was a taboo inheritance of the Su family, a top-tier divine ability of the age. Even he, with his innate eternal sword body, hailed as the foremost swordsman of the taboo era, had spent nearly a month barely entering its threshold. Yet Su Chun, he had taken merely 10 minutes at most, 10 minutes to comprehend the burial sword. This was utterly preposterous, an impossibility. Chunner, are you certain you truly comprehend? Su Tiancheng swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Of course. Su Chun replied decisively. He then formed a sword seal with his right hand, and in the next moment, the burial sword technique within him erupted forth. Although its power did not reach the terrifying heights of Su Tiancheng's, it was nonetheless formidable enough for cultivators at the Bitter Sea realm. Indeed, it is truly the burial sword aura. Furthermore, this was not merely the initial aura that could be cultivated from a basic grasp. It was the aura that could only be coalesced upon reaching mastery. What a terrifying talent for swordsmanship. Chapter 43. The shared traits with the invincible emperors. Su Tiancheng gazed at the burial sword aura Su Chun manifested. His mouth agape. Although the aura he unleashed was relatively modest, it encapsulated the true essence of the burial sword. With continuous nurturing within his body, its future power would undoubtedly be astonishing. Contemplating this, waves of shock surged within him. Previously, Su Chun had instantly mastered Old Ten's ability to break myriad laws, which was already remarkable. Now, he had instantaneously grasped the burial sword as well. Such talent could not merely be described as prodigious. It was utterly extraordinary. After all, the burial sword was on par with the 9 secrets and 10 fiends' divine abilities, hailed as one of the 4 mightiest sword techniques in existence, alongside the legendary peacekeeping technique, grass character sword technique, and immortal calamity sword technique. Its runic intricacies were beyond imagination. Yet now, Su Chun had not only mastered it instantaneously but had also reached the level of mastery. This was simply absurd. A swordsmanship genius, mastering it in an instant. Just then, several of the observing elders approached, their expressions filled with astonishment. Particularly Old Tin, Su Tianming, looked as though he had seen a ghost. Long ago, before his rise, he had attempted to learn the burial sword, spending a full decade without even touching its threshold. Yet now, his little nephew had instantaneously learned it and reached mastery. At this moment, Su Tianming felt as though his heart had taken 1,000 blows. It was truly disheartening. Chunner, how did you accomplish this? Su Tianke suddenly inquired in a low voice, his dual pupils shimmering with curiosity. I am at a loss to explain the phenomenon. It feels as though, upon merely observing any divine technique or treasure, I can effortlessly grasp it. Su Chun gazed with wide, innocent eyes and spoke without deceit. Indeed, this was the truth. He himself was unaware of how it occurred. Even without utilizing the destiny villain points, he could grasp any form of divine skill or method with just a glance, much like the previous Kuanping technique. For an ordinary individual, mastering a divine technique could take an extensive period to merely enter its realm. Yet he, at the first instance, could comprehend its true essence and seize it directly. However, to reach a level of mastery would still require diligent practice. But he possessed a system. The concept of arduous training was non-existent. He could simply activate his extraordinary abilities. Any divine technique or treasure could be mastered with just a glance. Could it be? A flicker of contemplation crossed Su Tian's gaze as he recalled an ancient secret. It was said that in the venerable era of the empire's decline, there existed an invincible emperor who, devoid of any special physique or extraordinary cultivation talent, possessed a remarkably rare trait. Regardless of the complexity of any technique, he needed but a single glance to fully comprehend it. In the end, he became invincible by assimilating knowledge from a multitude of schools, refining countless scriptures, achieving the emperor's path with a mere mortal body. Could it be that Chunner shares this extraordinary trait with that emperor? Su Tianke mused inwardly. If so, it would indeed be terrifying. Dual pupils, supreme bone, innate sacred body, imperial blood, such wondrous traits. This caliber of talent could only be described as exceedingly defiant against the heavens. To validate his suspicions, he suddenly pointed a finger, imprinting a divine technique known as the Divine Soul Lullaby into Su Chen's mind. Chinner, give this technique a try and see if you can master it directly. All right. Su Chen's consciousness delved into his mind. The Divine Soul Lullaby, an unparalleled divine technique created by Su Tianke, directly targeted the soul, possessing terrifying powers of soul suppression and spirit annihilation. Upon reaching full mastery, once the lullaby was invoked, even deities as powerful as gods would face soul extinction and demise. This moment, as Su Chen meticulously comprehended it, in just a brief while, he had already successfully grasped the basics. Done, Grand Ancestor, Su Chen proclaimed so fast. The assembly of ancestors couldn't help but be astonished. Although the Divine Soul Lullaby was crafted by Su Tianke himself, it incorporated the strengths of countless schools and was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Yet now, it had been mastered instantaneously. This talent is extraordinary. Give it a try. Su Tianke commanded in a solemn tone. Su Chen nodded, then with a gesture, a grand instrument composed of runes materialized before him. Sitting cross-legged in front of the grand instrument, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding an ethereal quality, surrounded by celestial energy, resembling a transcendent being untouched by worldly affairs. He then gently plucked the strings of the grand instrument, causing it to resonate with profound melodies, as waves of palpable sound rippled through the surroundings. That's enough. Su Tianke interrupted Su Chen. Inhaling deeply, he had confirmed that his nephew indeed possessed the same extraordinary traits as the invincible emperor of the empire's decline. Any divine skill or method could be mastered with just a glance. Moreover, more astonishingly, that invincible emperor was merely an ordinary mortal. Yet his nephew possessed dual pupils, supreme bone, innate sacred body, imperial blood, and numerous top-tier talents. Such a gift, even throughout the annals of history, could be deemed a rarity. Su Tianke sighed inwardly. Initially, I feared that the short duration might hinder your ability to master numerous techniques. It seems I was overly concerned. In the ensuing days, the 10 ancestors spared no effort in teaching Su Chen various divine skills and methods. Particularly, Su Tianqing imparted all the techniques he had mastered without reservation. Su Chen displayed extraordinary talent, mastering any technique with just a glance. Furthermore, following a particular insight from Grand Ancestor Su Tianke, he began to intentionally refine his understanding of all the teachings. He aimed to integrate all the techniques he had learned, thereby creating a unique divine skill that belonged solely to him. He sensed that this was an extraordinary path. Should he reach its culmination, he might truly become invincible in the world, after all. Even the finest techniques of others are merely theirs. Only the skills that one comprehends and creates are genuinely one's own. For several days, Su Chen endeavored along this path. However, regrettably, he faced failure at every turn. In Grand Ancestor's words, he was still in the realm of the bitter sea, and his foundational understanding of the principles and paths was insufficient, necessitating continual refinement. Su Chen wholeheartedly agreed with this. For although he had mastered numerous divine techniques, including the Kunping technique, True Phoenix technique, and the Heaven Burial sword art, they remained not his own. While he could wield them, his comprehension of their principles and true essence could never match that of their original creators. Thus, innovation was imperative. He must carve a path uniquely his own. Chapter 44. The sacred land of Yaoqi. Time flew by. In the chaos ancestral land, 10 days had swiftly passed. On this day, Su Chen awakened from his meditation. The 10 ancestors approached him in unison. Chunner, all that should be taught has been imparted. It is now time for you to emerge into the world and undertake some trials. Su Tianke spoke in a grave tone. Chunner understands. Chunner, you must remember, although your talents are extraordinary, in this prosperous age, what is most abundant is the presence of gifted prodigies. You must not become complacent. Our expectations for you are exceedingly high. The 7th ancestor, Su Tianqing, spoke. Among the ancestors, he was most indulgent towards Su Chen, harboring the highest hopes for him. Chenner will heed the teachings of the 7th ancestor. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Be the way. During your emergence, you should visit the sacred land of Yaoqi. It was established by your mother. Xian knew since you are emerging, it is only fitting, both in sentiment and reason, that you pay a visit. Just before departing, the Grand Ancestor suddenly instructed solemnly, Yao Qi. Upon hearing those two syllables, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the original novel, Yao Qi was indeed founded by his mother. Xian knew, strictly speaking, he could be considered a half-master of it. Moreover, in the original storyline, the protagonist encountered his childhood sweetheart, the sacred maiden Bai Yao, within Yao Qi. Upon their first meeting, the protagonist was instantly smitten. To aid her cultivation, he bestowed upon her an array of precious resources, imperial-grade techniques, and exceptional elixirs, all without hesitation, a quintessential simp. Regrettably, Bai Yao remained unmoved, and in later developments, she chose a certain fated protagonist, ultimately betraying the original character. Taking a deep breath at this thought, Su Chun revealed a hint of a cold smile. A simp he would never be. That was a certainty for this lifetime. As for Bai Yao, the so-called White Lotus, did she truly believe herself to be above all? If memory serves, at this juncture, Bai Yao should have already met the fated protagonist for the first time. Murmuring to himself, Su Chun resolved that his first destination upon emerging would be Yao Qi. Coincidentally, the impending Supreme Trial grounds were also located near the sacred land of Yao Qi. At that moment, as he made his decision, the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task to head to Yao Qi. Task details. Please arrive at the sacred land of Yao Qi within 1 month and successfully complete the trial steps of Yao Qi. Reward, 1 lottery chance, destiny villain points 200, 000. Failure penalty, none. Just in time. As he gazed at the task information, a smile crept across Su Chen's lips. After bidding farewell to the ancestors and departing from the Chaos Ancestral Land, Su Chun returned to his exclusive palace within the Su family estate. A few days later, having completed his preparations, he wasted no time in gathering 300 veteran soldiers and immediately set off for the sacred land of Yao Qi. The 9-dragon carriage soared through the air, magnificently traversing the Su family grounds. Along the way, onlookers couldn't help but stop and gaze in awe. The 9-dragon carriage belongs to our Su family's dual pupil prodigy. A young member of the Su family exclaimed, eyes brimming with admiration. With 9 formidable dragons pulling the carriage and 300 veterans clearing the path, such treatment was likely exclusive to Su Chun among the younger generation of the Su family. I heard that our dual pupil prodigy is exceedingly handsome, even more so than the celestial maidens on the beauty rankings. I wonder if that's true. A love-struck girl stared at the 9-dragon carriage in the sky. Her expression filled with infatuation. Beside her, a group of young women shared the same curiosity, eager to glimpse the true visage of the legendary dual pupil prodigy. However, with 300 veterans guarding him, they could only dream. At this moment, within the 9-dragon carriage, Su Chun sat with closed eyes. After a while, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, 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 come in. Su Chun spoke softly. In the next moment, Su Jia's figure appeared within the carriage. Your Highness, this is the list of prodigies you requested. Su Jia, with a respectful demeanor, presented a document to Su Chun. Su Chun nodded slightly. After Su Jia departed, he opened the list of prodigies and began to peruse it slowly. The prodigy list comprised a total of 3,000 slots, with each individual listed being a paragon among men, endowed with extraordinary talents. Upon glancing through the list, a faint smile soon graced Su Chen's lips, for he discovered that many familiar names adorned this distinguished compilation. Among the 31 fated protagonists, an astonishing 7 had made it onto the list. Notably, the fated protagonist residing in the sacred land of Yao Qi was also present on the roster. Tang Chun, a core disciple of the sacred land of Yao Qi, at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, possessed a divine battle body capable of ranking within the top 100 among 3,000 physiques, occupying the impressive position of 1,512th on the prodigy list. Additionally, the renowned Bai Yao from the Bai Pond also made her appearance on the list. Bai Yao, the saintess of the sacred land of Yao Qi, at the 3rd level of the transformation dragon realm, wielded the 100 Flowers divine body, ranking 615th on the prodigy list. Moreover, beyond the prodigy list, Bai Yao had also secured a place on the beauty list. Although her ranking was at the very bottom, it was still quite remarkable. After all, among female cultivators, few could simultaneously grace both the beauty list and the prodigy list. Thus, although Bai Yao's standings were not high on either list, her reputation was immense. How intriguing! This journey to Yaoqi was beginning to take on a fascinating dimension, as he murmured softly to himself. A smile involuntarily crept across Su Qin's face. Meanwhile, at the sacred land of Yaoqi, one of the most prestigious powers in the Nine Heavens realm, the sacred land of Yaoqi was renowned for its splendor, boasting countless strong individuals and an extraordinarily profound heritage. Although it lacked the deterrent presence of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, it was well known that the sacred land of Yaoqi maintained intricate connections with the imperial family. The Su clan. Several generations of Yaoqi saintesses had been wed to the head of the Su family. Whenever the sacred land of Yaoqi was in need, a mere word would suffice for them to borrow an extreme Dao Emperor weapon from the Su family. This explains why, despite being the weakest among various sacred lands in recent years, no one dared to provoke the Yaoqi sacred land. After all, no one wished to offend such a formidable presence as the Su family. In this period, with the supreme trial ground set to open soon, the sacred land of Yaoqi became exceedingly lively. Countless prodigies and geniuses flocked to the Yaoqi, awaiting the commencement of the supreme trial ground. Naturally, with so many prodigies gathered, conflicts were inevitable. To facilitate this, Yaoqi had specially arranged a prodigy arena for these exceptional individuals to engage in combat. At this moment, outside the sacred land of Yaoqi, a thunderous roar echoed. A golden lion, stepping through the void, approached with its magnificent 9 heads, radiating an aura of grandeur and surrounded by divine light, with a hint of Buddhist resonance enveloping its form. It was he, the heir of the golden 9-headed lion clan. Some recognized the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 45. Prodigies gather, the influence of the dual pupils. The golden 9-headed lion clan is a family of immense renown within the 9 heavens realm, filled with powerful beings and intricately connected to the Buddhist sect. Legend has it that in ancient times, the golden 9-headed lions served as the exclusive mounts of the bodhisattvas, naturally imbued with Buddhist resonance. However, it is said that due to unforeseen circumstances, an ancestor of the golden 9-headed lions once turned against a bodhisattva during a great battle, resulting in devastating losses for the Buddhist sect. Since then, the entire golden 9-headed lion clan was implicated, stripped of their Buddhist resonance and cast down from the spirit mountain. Yet, in recent epochs, the golden 9-headed lion clan astonishingly regained their Buddhist resonance, rekindling their ambiguous relationship with the Buddhist sect. To everyone's surprise, even he has emerged, if I recall correctly, as the current heir of the golden 9-headed lion clan. Jianrong not only possesses an incredibly pure bloodline, but is also said to have been born amidst a celestial display of Buddhist resonance, with the descent of a Buddha's relic melding into his consciousness, even prompting the bodhisattvas on Spirit Mountain to descend and impart their legacy. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their eyes filled with disbelief. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkably powerful prodigy, standing atop the contemporary young generation. Suddenly, another furious roar erupted, as a serpent dragon spanning thousands of meters descended from the clouds, its overwhelming dragon might suffocating the crowd. It was he, the Jiaojing of the Ice-Ember Dragon clan, ranked 725th on the prodigy list, rumored to possess a genuine dragon bone within him, with hopes of one day shedding his serpent form to become a true dragon in the 9 heavens. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Without a doubt, another top-tier prodigy had arrived. As time passed, various prodigies continued to descend. Powerful primogenitors, heirs of grand clans, and even ancient aberrations made their appearances. Their singular purpose was to reach the supreme trial ground. At this moment, Yaoqi had become their temporary abode. Naturally, as a sacred land, entry into Yaoqi was not granted to just anyone. At the entrance of Yaoqi stood a 9-tiered divine staircase, with a massive bell looming in the void. Before the staircase, countless prodigies gathered. This 9-tiered divine staircase was none other than the trial established by the Yaoqi's sovereign for each generation of Yaoqi saintesses and saints. Currently, it was brought forth by Yaoqi to test the assembled prodigies. Each ascent of a tier would summon the tolling of the bell. 3 tolls would grant access to the side entrance of Yaoqi, 5 tolls would allow entry through the main gate. 7 tolls would summon the Yaoqi elders personally to greet them. 8 tolls would bring forth the Yaoqi saintess to welcome them. As for 9 tolls, throughout history, no one has ever achieved the 9 tolls. Even the various saintesses and saints of Yaoqi have only managed to elicit 8 tolls at most. At this moment, the gathered prodigies persistently attempted the trial. However, out of 100,000 prodigies, only 50 managed to make even a single toll sound. As for the rest, while some could cause the bell to toll, most only managed 1 or 2 sounds. 3, 5, or 7 tolls had yet to appear. This was primarily because the top-tier prodigies had not yet made their moves. Alas, it seems that only prodigies like Jinrong and Zhaojing might be capable of achieving 5 tolls or more. This trial is exceedingly rigorous, as it not only tests the talent and potential of the participants, but also requires a profound understanding of the laws and principles. To elicit even a single toll is already indicative of genius. 3 tolls belong to the realm of prodigies, while 5 and 7 tolls signify the pinnacle among prodigious talents. The crowd murmured among themselves, gazing at the 9-tiered divine staircase ahead, all displaying expressions of helplessness. They were all failures. In their respective domains, they had been deemed geniuses, or else they would not have arrived here, seeking entry into the supreme trial ground. Yet at this moment, before the 9-tiered divine staircase, they found themselves unable to ascend even a single tier. In an instant, a wave of despondency washed over them. Just then, a deep roar resonated, akin to a dragon's chant, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The crowd looked up, only to see 9 colossal figures materializing in the sky, obscuring the sun and exuding an aura of terrifying power. At that moment, the world seemed to dim. There they were, the 9 enormous, powerful dragon forms. This was a dragon of the formidable realm, and there were 9 of them in succession. The crowd gasped in shock. Powerful beings of the formidable realm, in other contexts, would typically be the leaders of entire sections. Yet at this moment, they were harnessed to pull a carriage, and a magnificent carriage at that. Behind the 9 formidable dragons trailed an opulent carriage, upon which the character Su, inscribed in the forbidden script of ancient times, was prominently displayed. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. The imperial family, the Su clan. It was the re-emergence of the dual-pupil heir of the Su clan, someone exclaimed, and the atmosphere erupted in excitement. The significance of the dual pupils was immense. The dual pupils heralded invincibility since time immemorial, with no record of defeat. This saying was not mere rhetoric. Throughout history, those born with dual pupils were destined to be divine beings, naturally sanctified, having once dominated the ebb and flow of an entire era. Even when sharing a world with great emperors, the brilliance of a fully realized dual pupil bearer could not be obscured. What made it even more terrifying was that this generation's dual pupil heir was born into the imperial family of the Su clan, their veins coursing with the blood of emperors. In an instant, all present revealed expressions of astonishment. The upcoming opening of the supreme trial ground would undoubtedly be extraordinarily intense. How intriguing! I never expected this grand era to witness the emergence of a dual pupil bearer. I wonder how their prowess compares to those ordinary prodigies. Jinrong of the golden 9-headed lion clan, gazing at the sky where the 9-dragon carriage soared, could not help but lick his lips. A potent aura radiating from him. Under the pressure of this aura, those around him were taken aback, hastily retreating. Humph! How impressive to have dragons pulling a carriage. What of the dual pupil bearer? I genuinely wished to test the veracity of the legends surrounding the dual pupils. Observing the 9 colossal dragons that served as the carriage's steeds, Zhaojing could not help but speak coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, amidst the throngs of ancient outcasts concealing themselves within the crowd. Their gaze now fixated on the celestial chariot adorned with 9 dragons. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in their eyes. Whispers of the Su family's prodigious wielder of the dual pupils had reached their ears, rumored not only for unparalleled talent, but also for possessing beauty that could rival the most exquisite beings in the realm. The veracity of such tales remained uncertain. A female prodigy from a demonic sect allowed a captivating expression to escape her lips. Is it true? Indeed. Some say the visage of the Su family's dual pupil wielder surpasses even the most enchanting figures on the beauty rankings. Unbelievable! How thrilling! A multitude of women nearby found their eyes widening in astonishment, their gazes transfixed upon the heavenly chariot aloft in the sky. It can be said that with the utterance of the term dual pupil wielder, all beings surrounding the Yaoqi sacred land instinctively lifted their heads towards the heavens, eager to behold the splendor of the dual pupil wielder. Even the inhabitants of the Yaoqi sacred land, upon hearing the news, hastened to the scene, fearing they might miss this momentous occasion. Chapter 46. Are you seeking death? The prodigy battle commences. At this moment, all beings outside Yaoqi awaited the celestial chariot with bated breath, yearning to witness the fabled dual pupil wielder's grandeur. Suddenly, a soft creaking sound was heard as the doors of the chariot began to part. Bathed in ethereal light, a young figure emerged gracefully from within, clad in robes as white as snow. The youth's tall and upright frame was accentuated by the edges of his garments fluttering in the gusts of wind. Surrounding him was an aura of resplendent radiance, exuding an otherworldly charm. In that instant, upon beholding the youth's silhouette, all beings felt an involuntary wave of inadequacy wash over them. It was as if they were not facing a mere boy, but rather a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the Su family's dual pupil wielder was more exquisite than those fairies gracing the beauty rankings. Just then, the earlier female prodigy from the demonic sect could no longer contain her astonishment. Her eyes sparkled, and mystical patterns swirled within her pupils as she peered through the veil of celestial energy to glimpse Su Qin's true form. By the heavens, is this real? Even I, a woman, feel a pang of jealousy. He is too striking. Goodness, how can there exist such a handsome man in this world? Mother, I think I'm in love. Sisters, I must confess, I can't help but desire him. The chorus of exclamations from the female prodigies echoed, all captivated by Su Qin's visage. Meanwhile, the nearby male prodigies were equally moved, not solely by Su Qin's dazzling appearance, but by the palpable, terrifying aura of blood vitality that emanated from him. It felt as though they were standing before a true dragon soaring through the heavens, rendering them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Moreover, what was even more unsettling was that when they attempted to extend their senses for a closer inspection, it seemed as if he vanished into thin air. This sensation was exceedingly eerie. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to facing an entity that did not exist within their world. The myriad of phenomena within his pupils, the ever-evolving cosmos, was this the essence of the dual pupils? Truly terrifying and unparalleled. Some could not help but gasp at the sight of Su Qin's eyes. In that moment, merely his entrance elicited awe from all present. However, just then, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. Humph! I thought the dual pupil wielder was something extraordinary, but upon closer inspection, he is merely a callow youth. With a cultivation level only at the bitter sea realm, does he dare to vie for supremacy in the trial grounds? Does he not wish to live any longer? The crowd gasped in shock. Who had the audacity to chastise the imperial family's dual pupil wielder so brazenly? All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing Jiao Zheng standing alone, exuding an air of disdain as he regarded Su Qin. It was he, Jiao Zheng, the heir of the Isimo dragon lineage in this generation. Upon recognizing him, a collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. For Jiao Zheng hailed from a lineage of immense repute. The Isimo dragons were undoubtedly among the elite within the pantheon of fierce beasts. Moreover, Jiao Zheng was the most distinguished among the younger generation of the Isimo dragons, possessing a fragment of true dragon bone within him. Said to be destined for a transformative metamorphosis into a legendary true dragon, he was indeed qualified to address the dual pupil wielder of the imperial family in such a manner. The rationale was clear. With the dual pupil wielder commanding a 9-headed dragon as his chariot, it was an unabashed provocation to Jiao Zheng, who belonged to the same dragon lineage. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiao is absolutely right. What of the dual pupil wielder? With the opening of the 3,000 celestial realms imminent, a splendid era approaches, prodigies will clash, and exceptional talents will emerge like fish crossing a river. Even the dual pupil wielder cannot act with impunity in this generation. Golden Lion laughed heartily in agreement, his eyes betraying a hint of greed as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun. Surrounding witnesses were visibly shaken by this scene. Jin Rong and Jiao Zheng spoke in unison. Was this an intention to challenge the dual pupil wielder to a pinnacle confrontation? With this thought in mind, anticipation surged among the crowd. Do you two seek death? Su Chun regarded the pair with a calm demeanor, his gaze devoid of turmoil. Undoubtedly, both were formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, their vitality frighteningly robust. Yet, he felt no fear. He had shattered ancient myths, awakening 10 bitter sea bodies while still within the bitter sea realm. Even if his cultivation was an entire realm beneath theirs, he remained confident in his ability to subdue them with a mere flick of his hand. Seeking death? Ha! Do you truly believe the dual pupils are invincible? A mere callow youth in the bitter sea realm, I could suppress him with a single gesture. Jiao Jing chuckled softly. However, despite his laughter, a chilling glint resided in his eyes, confronting Su Chun with unwavering intensity. Though Jin Rong remained silent, his imposing aura spoke volumes about his stance. Heh, if you wish for death, then allow me to escort you to your demise. Su Chen decisively struck, his figure suspended in the void. A cold smile gracing his lips as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. He was not one to possess a forgiving temperament. After repeated provocations, he would naturally not show mercy. With a resounding crash, a colossal hand, as dark as ink, manifested above Jin Rong and Jiao Zheng, emanating an aura of destruction akin to a heavenly calamity. This palm strike was far from ordinary. It was a magical technique imparted to him by the 8 ancestors. Known as the destruction of heaven palm, mastered to its zenith, it was said that with a single strike, even the heavens could be collapsed. This is the supreme technique of my demonic sect, the destruction of heaven palm. Was it not said to have been extinguished long ago? How could the dual pupil wielder possibly wield it? The female prodigy from the demonic sect gasped upon sensing the aura of the destruction of heaven palm. Drawing the attention of the crowd, just in time. Faced with the impending strike, Jiao Jing emitted a low growl, charging forward to meet it head-on. A faint glow emanated from his chest, and a subtle dragon's might radiated outward as he also unleashed a palm strike, transforming into a massive energy hand that clashed with Su Chen's destruction of heaven palm. Confidence adorned his countenance. What of the dual pupil wielder? He overshadowed his opponent by an entire realm and as fellow prodigies. Who could truly intimidate whom? Boom, boom. The 2 colossal energy hands collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Even the residual force sent numerous beings sprawling. Yet soon, an astonishing revelation unfolded. Jiao Zheng's energy hand, condensed from dragon's might, was swiftly obliterated by the destruction of heaven palm. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief. With just a single blow, the esteemed Jiao Zheng seemed on the verge of defeat against the dual pupil wielder. Break for me! In a critical moment, Jiao Zheng roared, launching another punch skyward. Chapter 47. A palm to suppress the dragon. The might of the dual pupil wielder. This time, Jiao Zheng abandoned any underestimation of his opponent. Unleashing his true vigor and employing his supreme technique, the force of his fist soared towards the heavens. It collided with the destruction of heaven palm, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. The 2 forces clashed and subsequently dissipated. Is this the might of the Su family's dual pupil wielder? Utterly astounding. Even within the bitter sea realm, to think he could strike down the strong with the weak, effortlessly forcing Jiao Zheng to resort to his supreme technique. All beings present were left in a state of shock. After all, Jiao Zheng was no mere novice. He was a genuine paragon, the most distinguished descendant of the Isimo dragon lineage. Normally, he would dominate by overcoming the strong with the weak. Yet against the dual pupil wielder, he found himself at a disadvantage right from the outset. It could only be said that the dual pupils were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Jin Rong, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but tighten his expression. He prided himself on his immense strength. Yet he believed that against Jiao Zheng, they would be evenly matched at best. Yet now, Jiao Zheng had nearly been subdued by the dual pupil wielder with a single blow. Had he been in Jiao Zheng's position, with this thought, his expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Jiao Zheng's face darkened considerably, his demeanor chilling to the point of frost. He had initially intended to dominate and eradicate the dual-pupil wielder. But the outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Despite the youth's seemingly tender years, his cultivation was astonishingly formidable. Tio think that with just one strike, he had nearly been bested. Listening to the murmurs surrounding him, he seethed with rage. Humph, that was merely my oversight. From now on, I shall hold nothing back, with a single hand blocking the heavens and erasing the dual pupils. Today marks the moment. A furious roar erupted as Jiao Zheng charged once more towards Su Chen. At his chest, a bone emitted a brilliant crimson light, releasing a terrifying dragon's might. This was his innate true dragon bone, his most formidable weapon, possessing immense power capable of suppressing all and unleashing a portion of the unique might that belonged solely to the true dragon. At this moment, as he unleashed it, a phantom of the true dragon soared from the true dragon bone within him, illuminating the sky, its roar shaking the heavens as it descended upon Su Chen to impose its dominance. The surrounding beings, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled. Indeed, the true dragon bone within Jiao Zheng was astonishing, subtly exuding an aura of genuine dragon might. It seemed the rumors held truth. With this true dragon bone as a medium, Jiao Zheng might one day shed his serpentine form and transform into a true dragon of the 9 heavens. The world had underestimated Jiao Zheng. His potential was boundless, and his ranking on the young heroes list was grossly undervalued. Those present murmured amongst themselves, their gazes towards Jiao Zheng filled with awe. The true dragon, revered as the foremost among the 10 fiends. Its renown echoed through the ages. Throughout history, nothing associated with it has ever been ordinary. Not to mention, what Jiao Zheng revealed at this moment was a complete true dragon bone. Most terrifyingly, this true dragon bone was something he possessed from birth. Just then, Su Chen, gazing down from the skies, couldn't help but display a hint of intrigue. How fascinating! To have a true dragon bone naturally nurtured within him. Perhaps he truly has the potential to transform into a true dragon in the future. However, if he believes he can suppress me solely based on that, he is gravely mistaken. Su Chen's tone was remarkably calm, as if an elder casually commenting on a junior. Jiao Zheng was indeed extraordinary, and the true dragon bone was undeniably impressive. Yet for him, even if a pure-blood true dragon were to arrive, perhaps he could engage in a battle. But with just a bone, the disparity was far too great. Not even in the same league. Submit to me. Su Chen unleashed a palm strike. With this blow, he did not employ any spells or divine powers, but drew upon the power of the chaotic universe within him. From the universe within his abdomen, stars formed by myriad phenomena erupted with terrifying force. Boom. The gigantic palm overshadowed the sky, enveloping Jiao Zheng entirely. In the next moment, without any surprise, Jiao Zheng was firmly grasped by the massive hand. The true dragon bone on his chest, under the influence of an unknown energy, dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. The phantom of the true dragon that had emerged from it shattered instantaneously. Ah! Jiao Zheng let out a pained scream, the intense agony twisting his face into a mask of terror. At this moment, his eyes were filled with dread as he looked at Su Chen. This youth was overwhelmingly powerful. He had unleashed his most potent divine ability, yet his opponent had merely offered a calm palm strike, completely overpowering him. What was even more terrifying was that he could sense an exceedingly bizarre energy within that enormous palm, forcibly devouring the original power of the true dragon bone within him. Once the original power was entirely consumed, that true dragon bone would be rendered utterly useless. The thought filled him with immense fear. He struggled desperately to break free, but it was futile. How is this possible? A powerhouse like Jiao Zheng being suppressed by a single palm strike was horrifying beyond belief. The dual pupils, undefeated since ancient times. With no record of defeat, this saying was indeed not mere words. A single palm suppressing the dragon, this generation of dual pupils was undeniably formidable. All the beings present could not help but engage in fervent discussions, exchanging glances filled with shock and disbelief. They marveled at the might of the Su family's dual pupil wielder. As fellow talents, he could strike down the strong with the weak, forcefully subduing Jiao Zheng. Meanwhile, Jean Rong, standing nearby, could not help but narrow his eyes. A being as powerful as Jiao Zheng had been subdued with but a hand. If it were him. At this thought, Jin Rong involuntarily shivered. In truth, it was not only Jin Rong. Even some ancient anomalies concealed within the crowd felt their hearts tremble. This youth with dual pupils was astonishingly powerful. Such strength, even they, after a long accumulation of time, would not dare to covet. Li Lao, save me! At that moment, Jiao Zheng gathered his strength and finally let out a low growl. He was crying for help. Now, the original power of the true dragon bone within him was on the verge of being completely devoured. If this continued, he would truly be finished. Reluctantly, he had to set aside the dignity of a prodigy and seek aid from his protector. In the next moment, an old man's figure appeared before the crowd, exuding a faint aura of semi-saintly power. This was a being of semi-saint level. The moment he appeared, he bowed to Su Chan and said, "I implore you to show me some leniency and spare my young master. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to him, I assure you, you too will accompany him to the grave." Chapter 48. The prodigy that was scared away. Jiao Zheng's protector, this semi-saint level powerhouse, suddenly raised his head. His gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Su Chen. He radiated a powerful confidence, certain he could control everything. What of the dual pupils? What of being invincible for eons? As a semi-saint, he could easily suppress a mere prodigy of the bitter sea realm with a flick of his hand. You are threatening me? Su Chen's eyes remained calm, casually fixated on Jiao Zheng's protector, a semi-saint powerhouse? Not even worth considering as a toy. You could say that. You must understand, a genius, if unable to grow, will forever remain just a genius. What of the dual pupils? I can suppress them with a mere gesture. As he spoke, he slowly ascended, looking down upon Su Chen. Impudent, how dare you speak to His Highness the Prince like that? A voice filled with fury rang out as Su Jio's figure suddenly appeared, raising a fist that struck out. This punch was extraordinarily unassuming, devoid of any aura, yet in an instant, it obliterated Jiao Zheng's protector. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky. This is the protector of the Su family's dual pupils. How powerful, a semi-saint level powerhouse was obliterated with a single punch. Could it be that this is a saint? The crowd looked on in terror at the suddenly appearing Su Jio, their eyes filled with disbelief. Saints are exalted beings, existing only in legends for all present. Yet at this moment, such a formidable saint was indeed the protector of the Su family's dual pupils. One could only say that the foundation of the imperial clan, the Su family, was astonishingly formidable. Naturally, had they known that Su Jio was not a saint but a quasi-emperor, they would have been even more astonished. Moreover, saints to Su Chen were merely slightly more powerful toys. After all, during the previous battle in the ancient emperor city, saints were merely considered the lowest tier of existence. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Su Jio quietly stood behind Su Chen, akin to a servant. Su Chen then slowly approached Jiao Zheng. Since you have provoked me, be prepared for your demise. As he spoke, Su Chen casually unleashed a punch, directly obliterating Jiao Zheng. Simultaneously, the true dragon bone within Jiao Zheng was absorbed by the chaotic universe within Su Chen. As dragon energy swirled around, a brand new star emerged within his chaotic universe. This star exuded a faint aura of true dragon majesty. After absorbing the true dragon bone, a completely new star was birthed within the chaotic universe. Su Chen's eyes brightened. The reason he could dominate above his peers and decisively kill Jiao Zheng, despite his lower cultivation level, was primarily due to the chaotic universe within him. Those stars, formed by various phenomena, contained incredibly terrifying power, providing him with immense secretive enhancements, and now, after devouring Jiao Zheng's dragon bone, the number of stars in his chaotic universe had increased. This meant that his chaotic universe could be infinitely enhanced through the act of devouring. With this thought, a smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. Suddenly turning, he fixed his gaze upon Jin Rong beside him. Buzz! A nearly tangible divine light erupted from his pupils, burning intensely as it focused on Jin Rong. At this moment, in his eyes, Jin Rong's identity was no longer that of the heir to the golden nine-headed lion clan, but rather a resource to expand his chaotic universe. What do you intend to do? Jin Rong was struck with fear, his earlier arrogance vanishing entirely, replaced by sheer terror. He retreated incessantly, genuinely shaken by Su Qin's astonishing display. A single palm had suppressed Jiao Zheng. If it were him, the outcome would likely be similar. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he could not help but let out a cry, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. Incredible! The heir of the golden nine-headed lion clan was actually scared away by the Su family's dual pupil wielder. This is utterly absurd. It can only be said that the dual pupil practitioner from the Su family is extraordinarily powerful. So much so that even Jin Rong cannot withstand his might and is forced to flee. The onlookers could not help but engage in fervent discussions, as they cast their eyes upon Su Qian once more. Their gazes were filled with profound reverence. Without a doubt, he is a paragon of excellence, unmatched in strength, belonging to the elite few of his generation. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. The list of prodigies has been updated. At that moment, a collective gasp arose as they beheld the disappearance of Jiao Zheng's name from the list, replaced by a brand new entry, Su Qian, heir of the Su family, at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. A naturally gifted dual pupil practitioner, ranked 400. Upon seeing the information on the prodigy list, all were left agape. The Su family's dual pupil practitioner has made his debut on the prodigy list and has remarkably surged into the top 500. This is truly astonishing. After all, the individuals listed are not only contemporary prodigies but also many ancient anomalies who have been honing their skills for countless epochs. Some of these ancient prodigies have claimed victory multiple times across the 3,000 celestial realms. Their strength is beyond question, and for the dual pupil practitioner of the Su family, to achieve such a notable rank on his first appearance is indicative of extraordinary potential. Furthermore, judging by his earlier performance in battle, should he unleash his full power, his ranking would undoubtedly soar even higher. While the crowd marveled in amazement, Su Qian, the focal point of their discussions, paid little heed to the accolades on the prodigy list. His gaze was fixed upon the retreating Jin Rong. Ha! You dare provoke me and then attempt to flee? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? As he spoke, he soared into the air. His form surrounded by shimmering runes of the great Dao. The next moment, he unleashed the Kuanping technique, transforming into a Kuanping and pursuing Jin Rong. The Kuanping technique is renowned as one of the most formidable treasures concerning speed in the contemporary realm. Before the onlookers could even react, Su Qian had already become a mere shadow, directly blocking Jin Rong's path as he fled. Why, you mustn't come any closer, Jin Rong exclaimed, panic-stricken, retreating in terror. Under the overwhelming pressure of power, the dignity of a prodigy had been cast aside. In his frantic state, he turned to flee once more. Yet how could his speed possibly compare to that of Su Qian? Wasting no time, Su Qian, in his Kuanping form, opened his maw and unleashed a surge of yin-yang energy, aiming to engulf Jin Rong. Ba, good sir, this golden nine-headed lion is destined to cross paths with my western spiritual mountain. I implore you to spare his life. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped the scene as a young monk, clad in a golden robe, appeared before Jin Rong, intercepting Su Qian's assault. Chapter 49. The Western Buddhist Sun Wutian, the overbearing Su Qian. As Su Qian beheld the suddenly materialized monk, his expression hardened. He sensed that this young man was far from ordinary, his cultivation at the very least at the dragon transformation realm. Moreover, what was most alarming was the aura of Buddhism that emanated from him, subtly forming a halo of Buddhist resonance behind him. This was a characteristic that only manifested when one had cultivated Buddhist teachings to an exceedingly profound level. Typically, only the top-tier sons of Buddhism could achieve such a feat. It was he, the son of Wutian from the Western realm. At that moment, someone recognized the identity of the bald young monk and could not help but exclaim in terror. Hiss! It is he, one of the contemporary heirs of the Western spiritual mountain. It is said that upon his birth, the light of the mountain shone brightly, echoing ancient Buddha chants, marking him as a naturally born son of Buddha. Moreover, in recent years, his feats have been even more astonishing, slaying the heavenly Pong and annihilating the earth demons, having already surged into the top 100 on the prodigy list. The crowd buzzed with excitement, casting wary glances at the bald young monk, murmuring in awe. The Western Buddhist sect is undoubtedly a formidable force, its lineage tracing back countless epochs to the distant era of the fallen empire. The son of Buddha? Ha! What of it? If I desire to kill, who can stand in my way? Su Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. He swiftly donned the indestructible battle garb he had previously obtained. And in an instant, his cultivation soared from the bitter sea realm to the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm. An overwhelming aura surged forth, akin to an ancient ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Su Chen's pupils glimmered, and as the runes swirled around him, he stood firm against Wu Yin, showing no signs of backing down. If this prince seeks to slay him and you interfere, I shall take you down as well. Su Chan proclaimed with unyielding dominance. In his usual attire of white robes, he appeared ethereal, resembling a celestial being. However, when he unleashed his true fury, he transformed into the sovereign of demons. Those present felt their hearts surge with tumultuous emotions. Was the dual-pupil practitioner of the Su family truly preparing to engage in battle with the son of Wu Yin from the Western Spiritual Mountain? Both were the pinnacle prodigies of their time, and this clash would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. At this moment, Wu Yin regarded Su Chen with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The overwhelming aura emanating from Su Chen instilled within him a sense of trepidation. This was remarkable. It must be noted that he is the contemporary son of Buddha from the Western Spiritual Mountain, possessing not only the most ancient of legacies, but also a longer period of cultivation than his opponent. Yet now, he found himself subtly suppressed by Su Chen's aura. Truly, a dual-pupil practitioner, Wu Tian mused internally. He glanced back at the golden nine-headed lion and then at Su Chen, ultimately deciding to withdraw. The supreme trial ground is soon to open. Engaging in battle now would be an unwise decision, especially with the protector of the sage realm at Su Chen's side. I shall await the supreme trial before we clash at our peaks, Wu Tian declared coldly before departing. Observing this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Consider yourself fortunate. But one day, I shall storm the Buddhist sect and overturn the spiritual mountain. He harbored no fondness for the Western Buddhist sect. According to the original text, after the Su family was obliterated by 32 protagonists, the Western Buddhist sect had been secretly instigating events, providing various forms of assistance to the protagonists due to their significant ties with several of them. The dual-pupil practitioner from the Su family has indeed frightened Wu Yin away. How extraordinarily powerful, that is Wu Yin, who has entered the top 100 on the prodigy list, a top-tier prodigy and heir of the Buddhist sect. The crowd murmured in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. As they turned their gazes back to Su Chen, they found themselves utterly shaken. This generation's dual-pupil practitioner is not only domineering and formidable but possesses strength that borders on the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Jin Rong, not far away, was enveloped in sheer terror. When Wu Tian appeared, he had thought himself saved. Yet to his shock, Wu Tian was soon frightened away. As he beheld Su Chen approaching step by step, he frantically sought to plead for mercy. However, Su Chen granted him no opportunity to speak. With a single, mighty strike, he reduced Jin Rong to mere pulp. Simultaneously, as Jin Rong met his demise, the chaotic cosmos within Su Chen's abdomen radiated with light, devouring the source of Jin Rong's power along with his laws and principles. A minuscule star gradually coalesced. Su Chen could distinctly feel his strength bolstering once more, and his chaotic cosmos expanding. Excellent! Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chen grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming prodigy battle. Jin Rong was dead, slain by the dual-pupil practitioner of the Su family with a single blow. Such overwhelming dominance, the apex prodigy could annihilate with a mere strike. The dual-pupil practitioner is frighteningly powerful. Moreover, what is most terrifying is that compared to other prodigies, he is still quite young. If they were to be of the same age, it is beyond imagination. As they gazed upon the remains of Jin Rong, all present were struck with horror. It is only a matter of time before the unparalleled might of the dual-pupil practitioner is known throughout the 9 heavens. While the crowd marveled in astonishment, Su Chen wasted no time. With the stride of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, he approached the entrance of the Yaoqi. I, Su Chun, heir of the Su family, have come to pay my respects to Yaoqi today. As he spoke, he unhesitatingly ascended the 9-tiered divine staircase. In an instant, all beings turned their attention back to him, curious to see how many steps the dual-pupil practitioner could traverse and how many chimes the Dao bell would toll. At that moment, as Su Qian set foot upon the 9-tiered divine staircase, deep within the forbidden depths of Yaoqi, a woman who had been resting in a crystal coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Clad in a flowing white palace gown, her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, and her hair glimmered like crystal. Though referred to as a mature woman, a closer inspection revealed a hint of youthful vibrancy upon her countenance. It could be said that in terms of beauty, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in any beauty contest, and in terms of aura, she could easily outshine 99.99% of women worldwide. At this moment, as she opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion passed through her sapphire-like gaze, but upon sensing that familiar aura, a glimmer of joy shone through her eyes. This aura, it belongs to Chun'er. He has emerged. As she spoke, a look of delight illuminated her features. As for her identity, she is none other than one of the founders of the Yaoqi sacred land, the younger sister of the 9 heavens mysterious maiden. Yao Yue. She is also Su Qin's aunt. In Chapter 50, the trial of the 9-step divine ladder begins, as he ascends the 7th step, astonishing everyone. The moment Su Qin steps onto the 9-step divine ladder, Yao Yue, through her perceptive abilities, senses his presence. Having been in slumber for tens of thousands of years, she awakens instantly. Since the demise of her sister and brother-in-law, this little nephew has become her sole kin in this world. She vowed to protect her nephew for all eternity, ensuring he suffers no harm. Yet, fate did not align with her wishes. The dark era descends, chaos ensues in the forbidden zones, and calamities from other realms arise. For various reasons, her nephew's premature arrival has compromised his foundation, forcing him to remain sealed within the cold, immortal source for countless epochs. Fortunately, today he finally emerges perfectly. Moreover, he has blossomed into such a striking figure. Observing her nephew's confident demeanor through her perception, a smile, unnoticed even by herself, graces Yao Yue's lips. Meanwhile, outside the Yaoqi sacred land, as Su Qian ascends the 9-step divine ladder, all eyes converge upon him, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Many disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land hasten to the scene upon receiving the news, eager to witness the event. The term alone warrants such attention. At this moment, Su Qian, having retracted his indestructible armor, emanates an ethereal aura, resembling a refined gentleman from a turbulent world, as he approaches the 9-step divine ladder. Is this the trial specifically designed for prodigious talents? How intriguing! With a light chuckle, Su Qian reveals a confident smile and strides forward without hesitation. Along the way, a young girl inadvertently catches sight of the smile at the corner of his lips, her cheeks flushing crimson. As Su Qian officially steps onto the first rung of the 9-step divine ladder, an immense pressure suddenly bears down upon him. The first 3 rungs of the 9-step divine ladder test the physical strength of the challenger. Should one lack sufficient vitality and strength, they would collapse under the overwhelming pressure upon stepping onto the ladder. An elderly woman, a venerable elder of the Yaoqi sacred land, remarks calmly, having rushed over upon hearing of the Su family's prodigy attempting the 9-step divine ladder. A test of physical strength, is it? Feeling the sudden influx of pressure, Su Qian maintains a serene expression, a hint of a smile escaping his lips. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable individuals in history. With his innate sacred body and the ability to shatter the limits of blood coagulation, along with the indestructible scripture, it can be said that, at present, his physical strength alone could easily subdue an array of prodigies. At this moment, countless pressures converge upon him, yet Su Qian's physique begins to radiate light, his formidable vitality surging into the heavens, casting the surrounding sky in a crimson hue, resembling a savage ancient demon. What a terrifying vitality! It is overwhelmingly potent, surpassing even many celestial beasts. Is he nourished by the blood of a true dragon? How can the vitality of a human be so formidable? The sheer force of his vitality is likely unparalleled even among the young emperors of his time. Witnessing the eruption of his vitality, all present cannot help but gasp in astonishment. It is well known that, compared to demon races and ferocious beasts, while humans may have a natural affinity for the path, their physical strength pales in comparison to those of the demon races and ferocious beasts, particularly the celestial-level beasts. It is a widely accepted truth that human physiques are inherently frail. However, at this moment, the physical strength exhibited by the Su family's prodigy, let alone the demon races and ferocious beasts, could even rival the elite celestial beast lineages. Some speculate that the physical strength of this Su family's prodigy may have reached a level capable of competing with the top-tier ferocious beings. This entirely shatters common perceptions. Suddenly, the sound of the Dao bell resonates, its profound tone echoing. Su Chun successfully steps onto the second rung. The speed of his ascent is astonishing. If memory serves, the record for the quickest ascent to the second rung of the 9-step divine ladder is held by senior brother Tang Chen, who took 3 seconds to achieve it. A disciple of the Yaoqi's sacred land exclaims in disbelief. Tang Chen is one of the most outstanding disciples in the Yaoqi's sacred land today. Having joined 8 years ago and showcased remarkable talent, awakening the legendary divine battle body. After 8 years, he has become a core disciple, vying for the position of the Yaoqi's sacred son, recognized as one of the strongest among the younger generation. Yet now, the record he set is effortlessly shattered by the Su family's prodigy. Moreover, even more astonishing events unfold afterward. After the first toll of the bell, almost instantaneously, dong, dong. The bell tolls repeatedly. As Su Chun, who has just stepped onto the first rung, strolls leisurely up the stairs. It appears as if he is meandering through his own garden. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the 7th rung. The scene falls into silence, mouths agape, as the sounds of swallowed breaths echo throughout. Gulp, gulp. This silence lasts but a brief moment. As the onlookers regain their composure, the atmosphere erupts into chaos. How is this even possible? In an instant, the bell tolls 7 times, ascending 7 rungs. Just how powerful is the Su family's prodigy? How has he achieved this? In the past, numerous prodigious talents have attempted the 9-step divine ladder. Yet none have ascended to the 7th rung so swiftly. It is utterly astonishing. Is this the power of the? The crowd buzzes with speculation. Meanwhile, within the gates of the Yaoqi, the disciples are equally astounded. Compared to others, they possess a deeper understanding of the 9-step divine ladder. The first 3 rungs test the challenger's physicality, the 4th to 6th assess their mental fortitude, while the 7th to 9th evaluate their potential. At present, the Su family's prodigy has instantaneously reached the 7th rung, an act akin to a miracle. After all, even the current Yaoqi sacred maiden has only managed to reach the 8th rung, expending immense effort in the process. Yet the Su family's prodigy, he remains as composed as ever. This is nothing short of legendary. Simultaneously, deep within the Yaoqi's forbidden grounds, Yao Yue, sensing her nephew's ascent to the 7th rung of the 9-step divine ladder, gasps in disbelief, her exquisite face a mask of astonishment. Ascending 7 rungs, Chun'er. How has he accomplished this? A tumult of emotions stirs within Yao Yue, her delicate features reflecting her incredulity. No one understands the 9-step divine ladder better than she does. For as a master craftsman ranked among the top 10 in the 9 heavens, she personally forged the 9-step divine ladder to test the potential of challengers. Generally, if a prodigy can reach the 7th rung, it signifies a potential to achieve the status of a quasi-emperor. Of course, this assumes a standard progression. Yet, her nephew's instantaneous ascent to the 7th rung amplifies the pressure manifold. My nephew. He possesses the bearing of an emperor. Rivaling his father, observing her nephew's confident demeanor, Yao Yue cannot help but murmur softly. Meanwhile, as the Dao bell tolls 7 times, all within the Yaoqi's sacred land awaken from their stupor. Even the reclusive elders snap to attention, extending their senses to discern the situation. The current leader of the Yaoqi's sacred land rushes forth to ascertain the matter. The younger disciples, wide-eyed and exchanging glances, hastily make their way to the entrance. Who is it that has caused the bell to toll 7 times, announcing the arrival of a supreme prodigy? At that moment, The Yaoqi sacred maiden, Biyao, who had been in meditation, slowly opens her eyes. She is exceptionally beautiful, with a delicate figure and an ethereal demeanor, particularly those captivating fox-like eyes that add an alluring charm to her presence. Yet, at this moment, those enchanting eyes are filled with astonishment. 7 consecutive bell tolls, and so urgently? This challenger must possess extraordinary talent. Surely not weaker than myself. It is worth noting that when she undertook the 9-step divine ladder trial, she barely managed to elicit 7 tolls from the bell. Yet now, the ease with which this challenger sounds the bells is evident. I must see for myself. As she speaks, curiosity flickers in Biao's eyes as she soars toward the entrance. However, midway, a voice unexpectedly calls out to her. Ah, Biao, what a coincidence! Turning his head, he beheld a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, possessing enchanting peach blossom eyes. This youth's countenance, as exquisite as jade, showcased delicate features that undeniably marked him as a strikingly handsome individual. However, one might say that his allure was slightly marred by an overwhelming aura of fragrance that hinted at femininity. This young man was none other than Tang Qin. He was not originally from this realm, but rather a traveler from another world. Moreover, as a transcendent being, he had awakened a unique system known as the Goddess Strategy System. By engaging in romantic pursuits with goddesses, he could reap considerable rewards during the course of their relationships. Having once been a male model in nightlife, Tang Chun understood the art of captivating women all too well. This system was nothing short of perfect for him, especially considering his identity as a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land. This sanctuary, teeming with beauty, was akin to paradise for Tang Chun. Thus, within a mere 8 years, bolstered by the system's assistance, he transformed from an ordinary individual into an unparalleled prodigy. Not only had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, but he had also acquired the divine battle physique and ascended to become a core disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land. Most astonishingly, he had inherited the legacy of a top-tier supreme being from the demon clan. Recently, the system had issued a new romantic quest targeting the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Bai Yao. Should he succeed, the rewards would be exceedingly generous, propelling his cultivation to new heights and directly granting him a complete elixir of immortality. Such an elixir was a treasure reserved for emperors. Upon receiving the quest, Tang Chun wasted no time in launching an ardent pursuit of Bai Yao. After more than half a year, although they had yet to formalize their relationship, both had come to recognize each other, harboring subtle feelings for one another. At this moment, gazing at the suddenly appearing Tang Chun, a faint smile crept onto Bai Yao's lips. Ah, you two are eager to witness the unknown prodigy? Bai Yao remarked with a smile. As Tang Chun beheld Bai Yao's breathtaking smile, he felt himself momentarily intoxicated. He prided himself on his experience with women, yet he had never encountered anyone as stunning as Bai Yao. Thus, he vowed to win her heart and make her his own. Simultaneously, he fantasized about the day when he would gather all the beauties of the world into his embrace. The bell tolled 7 times. The arrival of a prodigy was imminent, and he was equally curious to see who it might be. After all, back in his day, he had merely managed to elicit 8 tolls. Tang Chun boasted with a hint of arrogance. Upon finishing his words, the two set off together. Moments later, they arrived at the 9-step divine ladder at the mountain gate. At this juncture, a multitude of beings had already gathered outside the mountain. Even the current holy master of the Yaoqi sacred land had made her appearance. On the 7th step of the divine ladder stood Su Chun, exuding an air of tranquility. Su Chun's tall and upright figure radiated an aura of celestial grace, reminiscent of an immortal, captivating all who gazed upon him. What an extraordinarily handsome youth! Upon seeing Su Chun, Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she could not help but exclaim in heartfelt awe. Though she considered herself to be a figure of ethereal beauty, in the presence of this white-clad youth, she felt an involuntary sense of inferiority. Tang Chun, overhearing her praise, let out a cold snort. A surge of jealousy brewing within him, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize this young man, eager to discern the extent of his otherworldly charm. However, the moment he looked, his envy only intensified. How can such an exceptionally handsome youth exist in this world? Strangely, the instant he laid eyes on Su Chun, An inexplicable aversion welled up within him. Humph, merely a pretty face. What use is good looks? A man must possess strength. I managed to ascend to the 8th step of the 9-step divine ladder. What do you have to compare with me? Tang Chen scoffed internally, though outwardly he feigned an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, as Tang Chun and Bai Yao made their entrance, Su Chun had also taken notice of their presence. In an instant, he recognized their identities. The main characters had arrived. The grand performance was about to commence. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across his face. The surrounding maidens, witnessing this moment, were utterly entranced. So handsome. He just smiled at me. What should I do? I want to ride him. The girls gushed, lost in infatuation. Chapter 52. The shackles of the great Tao cannot bind him. Amidst the fervent admiration of the maidens, Su Chun withdrew his gaze from Tang Chen and by Yao.in the Yaoqi sacred land. It would be somewhat inappropriate to make a direct move against them. Hence, Su Chun decided to complete the system's task first. With this in mind, he stepped forward toward the next tier. AS1 ascended the 9-step divine ladder. The pressures grew exponentially, accompanied by additional trials. This moment, as he set foot on the 8th step, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force that felt akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Simultaneously, innumerable chains, as thick as a man's arm, materialized from the void, binding him tightly. These chains were not ordinary. They were forged from the runes of the great Tao, exhibiting extraordinary strength and impervious to brute force. The 8th tier of the 9-step divine ladder demanded not only the endurance of immense pressure, but also the ability to withstand the judgment of the great Tao shackles upon one's own laws and principles. Should one's laws and principles lack the requisite strength and the heart of invincibility, they would forever remain shackled. An elder of the Yaoqi sacred land observed the great Tao shackles binding Su Chun and could not help but express his astonishment. Throughout history, many had attempted the 9-step divine ladder, including some exceptional prodigies. However, those who could reach the 7th tier were exceedingly rare, while those who could ascend to the 8th tier were virtually non-existent. This was because the 8th tier not only tested the potential and talent of the beings, but also their internal laws and principles, as well as their capacity for an indomitable spirit. If one's convictions faltered, the great Tao shackles would shatter their internal laws and principles. While this would not cause physical harm, their resolve would undoubtedly suffer severe damage, perhaps even leading to a descent into mediocrity. Upon hearing the elder's words, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. Ha ha, Bai Yao. My ability to step onto the 8th tier of the 9-step divine ladder was sheer luck. However, as the elder pointed out, the trials of this 8th tier are indeed not something ordinary individuals can overcome, Tang Chen said with a chuckle. His words appeared casual on the surface, yet they concealed a subtle cunning. Elevating his own status while covertly undermining Su Chen. Humph. Just then, Su Jiao, standing nearby, let out a cold snort. An immense pressure descended upon Tang Chen. A mere divine aperture realm cultivator. How could he withstand the might of a quasi-emperor? He immediately bent down, nearly collapsing to his knees. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the holy master of Yaoqi intervened, dissipating the oppressive force. What foolishness! How dare you speak ill of my lord, the crown prince? Su Jiao declared imperiously. Stepping forward with a frosty gaze fixed on Tang Chen. Tang Chen, regaining his composure, was filled with rage and wanted to retort. However, upon meeting Su Jiao's murderous glare, he ultimately chose silence. He felt a deep-seated intuition that if he dared to utter another word, this formidable elder would not hesitate to strike him down. Nonetheless, he was seething with anger inside, wishing he could eliminate Su Jiao on the spot. Enough! This is the Yaoqi sacred land. The holy master of Yaoqi furrowed her brow and spoke in a low voice. Simultaneously, the sword in her hand glimmered, radiating an aura of supreme authority. It was a top-tier supreme weapon, a sword left behind by the founder of the Yaoqi sacred land, the Master's sword. Upon seeing the sword, Su Jiao contemplated for a moment, but chose not to press further. Just then, crack, crack, Su Chen's abdomen erupted with divine light. The chaotic universe within him trembled, and the surrounding stars unleashed a terrifying power. In an instant, The great Tao shackles binding him began to disintegrate. Concurrently, ding! The bell suspended in the void resonated, emitting a sonorous tone that rippled outward in waves. Did he just pass the trial? The great Tao shackles were broken just like that? This was absurd. It had taken less than 2 seconds. After hearing the elder from Yaoqi speak, I had assumed the great Tao shackles were formidable. Yet, witnessing this, they seemed rather trivial, easily shattered by Su Qian in under 2 seconds. Haha, it's not that the great Tao shackles lack power. Rather, it's that the Su family's dual-eyed prodigy is simply too extraordinary. Possessing an indomitable spirit, Diske, as expected of the dual-eyed. At such a young age, he already possesses such unwavering conviction, rendering the shackles of the great Tao utterly ineffective against him. The beings present engaged in fervent discussions, their understanding of Su Qian's terrifying nature once again being reshaped. Meanwhile, the Yaoqi elder, who had initially elucidated the concept of the great Tao's shackles to the crowd, now found his gaze fixed. His mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. What on earth is happening? Those are the great Tao's shackles. How is it that you can break free from them as easily as if they were mere strands of noodles? Can you possibly be any more outrageous? This is inconceivable, as he observed Su Qian, who appeared utterly unfazed and effortlessly liberated from the shackles. A flicker of shock crossed Tang Qin's eyes. No one understood the horror of the 8th level of the 9-tiered divine ladder better than he did. When he first entered the divine aperture realm, he had taken 3 full days to challenge this 8th level, only to realize his true heart and forge an indomitable belief, ultimately succeeding in his endeavor. Yet, how long did it take Su Qian? Less than 2 seconds. In comparison, he, the so-called prodigy of Yaoqi, was rendered a mere joke? No, this is impossible. I have the system to aid me. How could he possibly surpass me? Tang Qin's mind screamed in turmoil. It was one thing for him to be handsome, but now he was being utterly overshadowed in talent. At that moment, his jealousy towards Su Qian reached its zenith. He could hardly contain his desire to strike him down on the spot. However, upon seeing Su Jiao beside him, that thought quickly dissipated. Nevertheless, he scoffed. So what if he is past the 8th level? He stands no chance against the 9th level. At best, he will achieve the same result as everyone else. Just then, Su Qian successfully ascended to the final tier of the 9-tiered divine ladder. Unlike the previous levels, this one bore no oppressive force. At the very moment he stepped onto it, a magnificent, towering bronze gate appeared before him. Concurrently, a grand voice reverberated through the sky. Entering this gate means confronting the great Tao's overwhelming force. Should one fail to withstand it, both body and spirit shall perish. As the voice echoed, a terrifying pressure emanated from the towering bronze gate, its intensity akin to standing alone against an invincible deity. Chapter 53. Breaking the Sealed History, Facing the Overwhelming Force of the Great Tao Alone. Is this truly the test of the 9th level of the 9-tiered divine ladder? It was astonishing. This level of trial seemed insurmountable. To stand alone against the great Tao's might, even a sage-level powerhouse would find it impossible. No wonder it was said that over the years, nearly no one had successfully completed the 9-tiered divine ladder. For it was not a trial meant for the younger generation. As they beheld the great Tao's gate and the booming voice resonating overhead, all beings could not help but engage in hushed discussions, expressing their astonishment. Facing the overwhelming force of the great Tao alone, should one falter, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The crowd. This seemed utterly impossible. Humph. I have long stated that no matter how exceptional you are, no matter how dazzling you appear, you cannot possibly pass this 9th level. A cold smile crept across Tang Qin's lips. He was well aware of the trials of this 9th level, having himself failed here in the past. He could not believe that anyone could withstand the great Tao's pressure at this stage. However, the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before all present. Su Qian, clad in white, gazed at the great Tao's gate without a hint of hesitation and stepped inside. In an instant, the gate collapsed and disappeared. The grand voice resounded once more in everyone's ears. With an unwavering heart, you have succeeded. As they witnessed this scene, all beings fell into a state of stupor. What just happened? Did he truly pass? Soon, someone snapped back to reality and realized. It turned out that the trial of the 9th level was not about contending with the great Tao, but rather a test of one's heart, assessing whether a person's conviction was steadfast enough. Any hint of doubt would inevitably lead to failure. After all, how could one hope to attain the Tao if they questioned their own path? This trial, while seemingly simple, was profoundly challenging. Not everyone possessed the confidence to withstand the overwhelming force of the great Tao alone at a lower realm. Yet, the crowd soon experienced another wave of astonishment. Boom! The resounding chime of the great Tao echoed, reverberating above their heads. The Su family's dual-eyed prodigy had successfully traversed the Yaoqi 9-tiered divine ladder, breaking the sealed history. As for the inhabitants of the Yaoqi sacred land, their mouths hung open in astonished disbelief. Successfully ascending the 9-tiered divine ladder was a feat worthy of an emperor's stature, enough to etch his name into the annals of history. The dual-eyed prodigy was truly remarkable, shattering the sealed history with astonishing potential, the mark of an emperor, able to stand alongside those who had reigned in their youth. The crowd gasped in awe. Even Bai Yao, standing nearby, gazed at Su Qian with eyes full of starlight, unable to suppress her amazement. This scene ignited a burning jealousy within Tang Chun. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot forth from the depths of the Yaoqi sacred land, enveloping Su Qian's body and carrying him deeper into Yaoqi. Su Qian furrowed his brow but did not resist, as he sensed no malice within the divine light. Rather, it imparted a strangely familiar feeling. As this, the aura of the ancestor from the Forbidden Zone? Has she awakened? The Yaoqi sacred master, witnessing this scene, could not help but sit up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then, as if struck by a thought, she soared into the air, heading toward the Forbidden Zone. The elders quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the other disciples remained in a state of shock, with the exception of Tang Chun. At this moment, Tang Chun, watching the direction in which Su Qian had vanished, felt a fire of hatred burning within him. His disdain for Su Qian had reached its peak. Humph! If I cannot deal with you outside, I refuse to believe I cannot contend with you on my own turf. With that, he turned away with a sullen expression. On the other side, wrapped in the divine light, Su Qian advanced, the surroundings around him blurring into a haze. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a realm of chaos. However, unlike the violent chaos of his ancestral land, this place exuded a serene tranquility. At its heart stood a crystal coffin, within which lay an exquisite woman, her age indiscernible, gazing at him intently. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Su Qian inquired. Simultaneously, he quietly summoned the Forbidden Emperor flag. The aura emanating from this woman was overwhelmingly formidable, rivaling that of several of his own ancestors. While he sensed no malice from her, it was wise to remain vigilant in the presence of such a figure. He, just like your father, you are filled with suspicion towards anything unfamiliar. The woman seemed to sense the aura of the Forbidden Emperor flag and let out a light laugh. After a moment of scrutinizing him with her exquisite eyes, she slowly spoke. "Though you share your father's temperament, at least your appearance is inherited from your mother. Otherwise, if you looked like your father, it would indeed be quite dreadful." Upon mentioning Su Qian's father, a look of disdain crossed the woman's face. Hearing this, Su Qian's gaze sharpened. This woman's background was far greater than he had imagined. Her tone suggested she was acquainted with his parents. Realizing this, Su Qian chose not to act impulsively, yet he remained cautious. "All right, little one." Just then, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. "You needn't be so wary. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Strictly speaking, you should be calling me Annie." "Auntie?" A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qian's eyes. In the original novel, there had been no mention of him having an aunt. Don't you believe me? Back when you were sealed within the immortal source, I held you in my arms. As she spoke, the woman smiled and released her innate aura. Su Qian felt a familiar sensation from this aura, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. She truly is my auntie. Su Qian's heart raced. Although the original novel did not record this, he was now certain that this woman was profoundly related to him, as such similarities in innate auras could only arise between blood relatives. "Now do you believe?" A smile graced the woman's face as she stood and slowly approached Su Qian. However, Halfway there, she suddenly waved her left hand, casting a profoundly mysterious law toward him. Chapter 54. It turns out Auntie is the true powerhouse. As Yao Yu walked halfway, she suddenly let out a cold laugh and raised her hand to unleash a surge of law power towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen remained remarkably calm, for he could clearly sense that this force was not directed at him. Indeed, just as the law power was about to strike him, it abruptly veered off course and crashed into the chaos nearby, producing a series of thunderous explosions. Boom! In an instant, a gaping hole was carved out of the chaotic realm. Simultaneously, a muffled groan echoed from within the breach. The next moment, an elderly man tumbled out of the opening. My dear great-aunt, it has been several epochs since we last met. There's no need to resort to violence upon our first encounter. The old man was none other than Su Tianming, tasked by the Grand Ancestor to protect Su Chen. Yet, at this moment, he appeared rather disheveled, his garments shredded by the law power, and his face charred beyond recognition. From a distance, he resembled a beggar, utterly devoid of the domineering aura he once exuded when confronting the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone at the primordial Divine Mountain. Instead, his gaze towards Yao Yu was somewhat evasive. Humph! I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the old 10th among the 10 serpents, Yao Yu scoffed, showing no regard for Su Tianming's dignity. The Su family's forbidden 10 dragons were capable of apocalyptic destruction. Reigning supreme for an AG.to refer to them as 10 serpents. There is perhaps only Yao Yu throughout history who would dare. However, upon hearing Yao Yu's words, Su Tianming not only remained unperturbed, but greeted her with a smile, saying, "What my great-aunt says is true. If you say they are 10 serpents, then they are 10 serpents, humph." Yet Yao Yu would not relent, coldly retorting, "What, you intend to eavesdrop while I converse with my nephew? Off you go." Hearing Yao Yu's admonition, Su Tianming hastily turned to flee the chaotic realm, not daring to linger. Even after leaving the chaos behind, his face still bore traces of trepidation. After all, this great-aunt of his was no ordinary person. In the days of the Forbidden Era, when countless prodigies vied for supremacy, she was hailed as one of the strongest. With a mastery of thunderous laws, she had slain numerous prodigies along the ancient star paths, all of whom trembled beneath her feet. It was said that she could hold her ground against the unparalleled prodigy Su Tianqing, and legend has it that before she attained enlightenment, she possessed the strength to confront the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Successfully slaying one in the process. One could say, had Su Tianqing taken that pivotal step first, the ultimate fate of who would ascend as the emperor might have been quite different. At this moment, after Su Tianming's departure, the chaotic realm fell silent once more. Dressed in palace attire, Yao Yu gazed at Su Chen, her expression softening as she gently inquired, "Nephew, I didn't frighten you just now, did I?" Su Chen shook his head. His great-aunt was rather excessive in her ferocity. It turned out that she was the true powerhouse. As formidable as the 10 ancestors, she had even instilled fear in him. How terrible she must have been back in the day. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, Yao Yu waved her hand again, using her magic to draw Su Chen closer. "After slumbering for several epochs, the last time I saw you, you were merely a small infant trapped in the eternal immortal spring, only able to babble. I never expected that upon our reunion, you'd have grown into such a fine young man." Without waiting for Su Chen to refuse, she enveloped him in a grand embrace. The soft jade-like touch and a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk lingered in the air, incredibly intoxicating. Yet, Su Chen felt no impure thoughts. Instead, he felt a profound warmth. This was his closest kin in this world. After the embrace, Yao Yu released Su Chen, a smile gracing her lips as a flicker of purple lightning danced in her pupils. The next moment, as if discovering a new world, she exclaimed repeatedly, "Tisk tsk, you truly are my nephew, Yao Chen. Dual pupils, innate sacred body Dao fetus, supreme bone, imperial blood. And your supreme bone is currently undergoing an exquisite transformation. Once completed, it will surely be earth-shattering. Such talent, to say you are one in a myriad of epochs would not be an exaggeration." A glimmer of delight flashed in Yao Yu's eyes. After pondering for a moment, she casually retrieved a bottle of purple elixir from her storage space and handed it to Su Chen, stating, As this is our first meeting, I, as your great-aunt, have nothing to offer you. This elixir, crafted from thunder liquid during my trials of the supreme thunder tribulation, shall serve as your welcome gift. An elixir made from thunder liquid? Su Chun accepted the vial, astonishment evident in his eyes. It is known that the thunder tribulation is a force of destruction, a means of the heavenly Tao, heralded as the embodiment of ultimate annihilation, capable of obliterating all in existence. Yet, paradoxically, within such utter destruction often lies the seed of profound vitality. The thunder liquid, unmistakably, embodies this ultimate life force. The thunder liquid is exceedingly precious. Even a single drop is worth a fortune, capable of stirring the masses. Now, his great-aunt had presented him with an entire vial of elixir crafted from thunder liquid as a greeting gift. Furthermore, it was clear that this elixir was not made from ordinary thunder liquid but rather of the finest quality. Contemplating this, Su Chun could not help but exclaim in admiration, "My great-aunt! Truly extravagant! Oh, and here is something for you as well." As she spoke, Yao Yu tossed a token to Su Chun. It was a round, purple token, inscribed with a large character Yao in the Forbidden Era script. "What is this?" Su Chun looked at his great-aunt in confusion. "This is the supreme token of the Yao Pan sacred land. Seeing this token is akin to seeing me," Yao Yu replied. "Although when my sister and I established the Yao Pan sacred land, it was merely for fun, it seems to have developed quite well," she continued. "Now that you have emerged, this Yao Pan sacred land shall be bestowed upon you, especially since I have grown weary of managing it ever since my sister's departure." As she spoke, Yao Yu yawned widely. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death erupted from within her, a terrifying and dense energy that nearly congealed. Moreover, it harbored an incredibly fearsome imperial Tao law. "Great-aunt, what is happening?" Su Chun furrowed his brow and inquired. It had barely been a moment since her awakening, yet she was on the verge of another episode. Yao Yu murmured softly, seemingly unfazed, "No need to worry. When I slew that old rascal, the lord of the underworld, I inadvertently incurred a hidden injury. It's nothing serious. Just endure it for a few more epochs, and it will dissipate on its own." After saying this, she yawned again, and a hint of black threads appeared on her exquisitely crafted face. "What a pity, my dear Chen Chun. I had hoped to spend more time with you, but it seems I am about to fall into slumber once more." With that, she unleashed a beam of divine light, transferring all her mastery of thunder laws into Su Chun's mind. After completing this, she prepared to send Su Chun away and succumb to her internal imperial death energy. Seeing this, Su Chun hurriedly spoke, "Great-aunt, what must I do to completely expel the imperial death energy from your body?" After glancing at the comments, many readers expressed concern about typos. Here, I promise that future chapters will be free of any mistakes. For each typo that appears, a new chapter will be added. Lastly, I sincerely ask all readers to support with a free click. Chapter 55, The Cycle of Three Lives and the Supreme Token of Yao Pan. Su Chun's gaze remained fixed on Yao Yu. He could sense that the death energy within her was exceptionally formidable. It contained an incredibly dense imperial Tao law, capable of obliterating even the most elite supreme beings with the slightest touch. Yet, the quantity of death energy within his great-aunt was akin to an ocean, incessantly corroding her corporeal form, true spirit, and even the supreme laws within her being, gradually being devoured. Go think that slumber could eliminate this death energy? It was utterly impossible. Given Yao Yu's current state, she could only endure for a few more decades before the imperial laws within her would be entirely consumed by this death energy, leading to the decay of her flesh and true spirit, ultimately resulting in her demise. Dear Chin Chin, your kindness is appreciated. However, you are still too weak to resolve my predicament. If you wish to save me, strive to grow stronger. Perhaps on the day you become an emperor, there might still be a glimmer of hope for me." Yao Yu smiled. Yet, Su Chen's brow remained furrowed. The path to becoming an emperor was not so simple. Let alone decades, even hundreds of years might not suffice. Throughout history, the youngest emperor had only attained enlightenment around 5,000 years of age. Is there truly no other way? Great-aunt, Su Chun pressed on. There are methods, but they are as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Once you grow strong enough to procure the complete elixir of immortality in the legendary 3 lives and causes and effects grass, it may indeed expel the death energy from within me, Yao Yu replied nonchalantly, fully aware that such a feat was virtually impossible. The elixir of immortality was a treasure exclusive to emperor-level beings. Even the mighty Su family possessed only the fruits of such elixirs. As for the complete elixir of immortality, it likely only existed within the depths of ancient forbidden zones. However, those forbidden zones were realms of death, guarded by their respective lords. To obtain the complete elixir of immortality from their hands is, fundamentally, an impossible endeavor. Moreover, even rarer than the elixir of immortality is the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb. This is a legendary divine remedy, possessing the formidable power to reverse the duality of life and death. Its whereabouts remain unknown to all. The only historical record of the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb occurred during the distant era of the Diluo, in the hands of an invincible heavenly emperor. Since then, it has not been seen again. When Yao Yue was first injured, the great emperor Su Tianqing scoured the entire 9 heavens and the outer starry skies, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. Fear not, dear aunt. I shall undoubtedly procure the complete elixir of immortality and the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb to restore your health, Su Chun declared with unwavering resolve. In the next moment, his figure was transported from the chaotic realm to the sacred land of Yaotai. At that moment, the Lord of Yaotai and the esteemed elders had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Su Chen's arrival, they hurriedly approached, their expressions filled with excitement. The Lord of Yaotai, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, Just now, you were able to enter the forbidden area of my Yaotai sacred land. Did you encounter that one?" Her exhilaration was entirely understandable. After all, while Yaotai is a sacred land, it lacks the invincible heritage possessed by other sacred lands, immortal dynasties, and imperial clans, lacking entities akin to the supreme imperial weapons that can dominate all. If the elder residing in the forbidden area were still alive, Yaotai would not need the existence of such supreme imperial weapons and would be confident in facing any adversary of the present age. After all, that elder had once single-handedly slain the master of the underworld's forbidden zone, possessing strength of an unfathomable caliber. Observing the fervent expressions of the Lord of Yaotai and the elders, Su Chun remained silent, his mind tirelessly searching for information regarding the complete elixir of immortality and the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb. Soon, his familiarity with the original novel provided him with a lead. If memory serves, in the original text, the fated protagonist Tang Chen acquired the complete True Dragon Immortal Elixir as a reward from his system after conquering by Yao.it. Was precisely by consuming this True Dragon Immortal Elixir that Tang Chen truly rose to prominence. Experiencing a significant enhancement in his cultivation realm, and his original divine body evolved into the legendary True Dragon Immortal Body, thus becoming a true paragon, ascending with overwhelming invincibility. As for the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb, a certain fated protagonist's system had also offered such a reward, and that protagonist initially failed to recognize the herb's extraordinary nature, only realizing its unparalleled significance in the later stages of the novel. Whispering softly to himself, Su Chun quickly devised a plan. First, he would secure the True Dragon Immortal Elixir from Tang Chun, and then he could gradually formulate a strategy for the 3 lifetimes karma cycle herb. With this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he turned to the Lord of Yaotai and the elders. Slowly, he produced the supreme token bestowed upon him by his aunt. "Lord of Yaotai, esteemed elders, heed my command." Upon seeing the supreme token, the Lord of Yaotai and the elders were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, their gazes toward the token were filled with disbelief. Even the Lord of Yaotai trembled, her voice quivering as she asked, "Where did you acquire this token?" "Naturally, it was given to me by that esteemed individual within," Su Chen replied with a cold chuckle. "This is impossible. How could that existence possibly bestow this token upon you?" The Lord of Yaotai stated incredulously. This supreme token held immense significance for Yaotai. It was not only a symbol of identity. The bearer could wholly represent the existence of that individual, wielding authority that could completely surpass that of the Lord of Yaotai herself. With a mere word, she could be stripped of her position. Furthermore, this token possessed numerous functionalities, controlling the protective array of Yaotai, various forbidden areas, the most powerful supreme weapons, and even the slumbering experts of Yaotide IT can be said that possessing this supreme token equated to holding dominion over the entire sacred land of Yaotai. At this moment, the appearance of this token in the hands of Su Chun, a member of the Su family, was utterly unacceptable to the Lord of Yaotai. After all, she was the Lord of Yaotai. Why is it impossible for that esteemed individual to entrust this token to me? I am the child of the emperor of the Su family, and my mother was the founder of Yaotai. That esteemed individual is also my aunt. Su Chen articulated each word deliberately, then fixed his gaze upon the Lord of Yaotai. I ask you, why is it that this supreme token cannot be given to me? Chapter 56, The Lord of Yaotai, an unprecedented background. Su Chen stared intently at the Lord of Yaotai, each word deliberate, his expression devoid of emotion. His voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all, sending shivers down their spines. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned, their bodies involuntarily retreating, eyes bulging, breaths quickening, faces painted with disbelief. The gathered elders of Yaotai were even more astounded, their gazes towards Su Chen transforming instantaneously. Previously, Su Chen had merely been regarded as a member of the Su family with remarkable eyes. His status, albeit noble, had not reached the heights to inspire such awe, however, upon learning of Su Chen's true identity. They were collectively rendered speechless. This young man possessed an identity that was almost absurdly elevated, with connections that were staggering. The Su family's imperial son was not just a mere title. He truly was the child of an emperor. With a father as an emperor, a mother as the founder of Yaotai, and an aunt as the elder of Yaotai. Such an identity was astonishing, rivaling even the true dragons of the nine heavens. It was unlikely that anyone throughout the entire nine heavens could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Should his identity be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval, shaking the very foundations of the nine heavens. Now, I ask you all, do I not possess the qualifications to claim this supreme token and become the Lord of Yaotai? Su Chen's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a youthful god-king. The Lord of Yaotai exchanged glances with the elders, and after a brief moment, they collectively knelt before him. We pay our respects to His Imperial Highness, the Imperial Son. Yaotai was established by Su Chen's mother and aunt. Thus, it was only fitting that they referred to him as the young master. Rise, Su Chen said, nodding in satisfaction. From this moment forth, the sacred land of Yaotai would become his personal domain, a formidable weapon at his disposal. As for dealing with Tang Qin in the future, it would undoubtedly become a straightforward task. With this thought, Su Chen pondered for a brief moment before speaking directly. I have heard that the sacred land of Yaotai, while possessing a saintess, has left the position of Saint Sun vacant for many years. What is the reason for this? He had already devised a plan to confront Tang Qin, utilizing his identity to assert dominance. The Lord of Yaotai quickly responded, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but when we recruit disciples at Yaotai, we predominantly accept female candidates. Males are only admitted under special circumstances, which is why the position of Saint Sun has remained unfilled for so long. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, recently, we have indeed produced an extraordinarily gifted prodigy named Tang Qin, who has reached the peak of the divine aperture realm at a young age and has successfully completed the 8th tier of the divine ladder trial. He is now a candidate for the Saint Soendai in due time. We will hold a coronation ceremony to announce it to the world. Tang Qin? Is he the same young man from earlier? Su Chen sneered. The Lord of Yaotai, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of apprehension, recognizing the undertone of anger in the Imperial Son's voice. Suddenly recalling that during the Imperial Son's challenge of the 9th tier of the divine ladder, Tang Qin had openly provoked him. She wondered if the Imperial Son harbored ill feelings toward Tang Qin. With this thought in mind, the Lord of Yaotai felt a wave of conflict, as Tang Qin was currently the most distinguished disciple among Yaotai's ranks and held considerable esteem among the younger generation. If she were to hastily announce the revocation of his status as Saint Sun, it might be met with resistance. With this thought lingering, she prepared to counsel the imperial son. However, before she could utter a word, Su Chen calmly stated, "Inform everyone that tomorrow morning, the sacred land of Yaodai will convene a sect meeting. All disciples and elders must be present on time. Any tardiness or absence will bear consequences." After speaking, Su Chen disregarded the crowd and vanished from sight. The Lord of Yaotai, witnessing this, could only offer a rueful smile. The imperial son was even more decisive than she had anticipated. Moreover, she had a premonition that significant events were destined to unfold at tomorrow's sect meeting. Nevertheless, contemplating the imperial son's extraordinary background, she could only let out a resigned sigh. Nightfall. In the Saint Sun Pavilion of Yaotai, Tang Qin lay fuming on his bed, unable to shake off the events of the day. Damn Su Chun, that detestable Su family, despicable wielder of the... Since my journey through realms began, I have never endured such an affront. Just wait, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this, as I reflect on the events of the day. A crimson glow unexpectedly emerges from within Tang Qin's pupils, and a sinister, ferocious, and bloodthirsty aura bursts forth from his being. This is the manifestation of the demonic supreme technique he has been cultivating, now spiraling into a frenzied state. Although this technique boasts incredible power and enhances the practitioner's bloodline strength, it bears a fatal flaw. The practitioner's mind becomes increasingly influenced by the technique itself. The longer one cultivates, the greater the effect, and those lacking mental fortitude risk being consumed by the inner demons birthed from their own practice, transforming into bloodthirsty fiends. At this moment, Tang Qian appears utterly deranged. Veins bulging on his forehead, a malevolent aura enveloping him, clearly a sign of the technique's corruption. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, an ancient pendant on his chest emits a radiant light, allowing him to temporarily suppress the chaos within. The backlash from the technique is intensifying. It seems imperative to hasten my pursuit of Bai Yao, to obtain the elixir of immortality as a reward from the system, thereby eliminating the side effects of the technique once and for all. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before grave troubles arise. Murmuring softly, Tang Chun begins to devise a strategy to win over Bai Yao. Having navigated the nightlife in his previous life, he has encountered countless women and feels quite confident in his ability to charm Bai Yao, though it will require some time. Just then, the jade tablet lights up. A message arrives. Upon reading it, a flicker of joy crosses Tang Chen's face. The sect's grand assembly is to be held tomorrow, and attendance is mandatory for all members. Wait, could this mean I am to be officially recognized as the Holy Son? With this thought, a smile graces his lips. To be formally acknowledged as the Holy Son would certainly simplify his pursuit of Bai Yao. Once that is secured, with the system's rewards in hand and the beauty by his side, he would surely soar to great heights. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a smile unconsciously spreads across Tang Chen's face. He begins to envision the splendid future that awaits him, one of vast dominion and enchanting companions. Meanwhile, Su Chun sits cross-legged in a secluded chamber. System, tally the tasks. With a decisive command, the system begins to calculate the rewards. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the Yaoqi Trials Divine Ladder. Task complete, with a perfect evaluation. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Divine Ban. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Fortune Golden Dragon. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Divine Herb X10. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Top Tier Elixir X25. Chapter 57. Cataclysmic Thunder Technique, Breaking Through the Divine Aperture. The system's rewards are, as always, bountiful. Su Chun pays little heed to the other items. Divine herbs and exquisite elixirs hold little allure for him, as he lacks for nothing in that regard. After all, what others treasure as precious, he considers mere trifles. His focus narrows to the first two rewards, Divine Ban, a mysterious and special realm that only the most exceptional prodigies can occasionally touch, where only peak supremes or emperors may dwell, capable of effortlessly overpowering the strong with the weak and vanquishing celestial beings with mortals, thus subjugating worldly foes across great realms. Fortune Golden Dragon, the embodiment of heavenly destiny. Merging with the fortune golden dragon greatly enhances one's own fortune while simultaneously diminishing the radiance of the fated protagonists. Both of these rewards are immensely practical for Su Chun at this juncture. The divine ban can elevate his combat prowess. It is known throughout history that those who have touched the divine ban are invariably true top-tier prodigies, leaving a lasting mark on history. Only those who have reached the pinnacle may linger there. And now, the system's reward grants Su Chun this capability in advance. With his cultivation at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm, he can now reside within the divine ban. As for the fortune golden dragon, its effects are self-evident. It enhances one's destiny, which is crucial for everyone. Why are fated protagonists deemed as such? They bear the favor of destiny, their fortunes flourishing, effortlessly turning misfortune into fortune. Opportunities and treasures come knocking at their door, and when faced with danger, they are invariably shielded by the will of heaven. Now, with the fortune golden dragon, Su Chun's luck will soar, at the very least not inferior to that of the fated protagonists. Furthermore, beyond enhancing fortune, the fortune golden dragon has another function. After defeating a fated protagonist, it can directly absorb their fortune. Fusion, with a command. An invisible golden dragon descends from the heavens, emitting a resounding roar before gradually merging into Su Chun's being. In an instant, his body trembles. He feels a profound transformation taking place within him. This change is not immediately visible to the outside world, yet Su Chun perceives it with utmost clarity. As he fuses with the fortune golden dragon, the very laws of heaven and earth seem to grow more attuned to him, as if protecting him in an unseen manner. Moreover, after merging with the fortune golden dragon, a subtle transformation occurs in his demeanor, resembling that of a celestial sovereign. Indeed, Su Chun nods in satisfaction. After reviewing the rewards provided by the system, he retrieves the Thunder Calamity Pill given to him by his aunt. This pill, crafted from the essence of the supreme Thunder Calamity, is imbued with life force and power that can only be described as terrifying. It is time to break through. The accumulation within the Bitter Sea realm has been sufficient. Su Chun has no intention of wasting more time in this realm. He pours out all 10 Thunder Calamity Pills and swallows them whole. The Thunder Calamity Pill harbors an incredibly fearsome energy and vitality. For an ordinary practitioner of the Bitter Sea realm, consuming one requires utmost caution to avoid being overwhelmed and perishing. However, Su Chun harbors no such concerns. With the indestructible sutra cultivated to its third pinnacle, his physical resilience has reached an astonishing level. Even consuming 10 Thunder Calamity Pills simultaneously is well within his capacity to boom. As the Thunder Calamity Pills enter his body, they explode into a torrent of terrifying energy that courses through him. Su Chun hastily channels his technique to refine this energy. Simultaneously, while refining, he closes his eyes and immerses himself in his consciousness. Exploring the thunderous inheritance left by his aunt, a master of the Thunder Path, the inheritance she bestowed upon him is evidently profound. It not only encompasses a wealth of thunderous knowledge, but also contains numerous thunderous techniques, such as the Swanee Treasure Technique, the Lightning Bird Technique, and the Thundercloud Beast Technique. Even the Thunder Emperor's Technique, one of the 10 Fierce Beasts, is included. Yet, this is not its most astonishing aspect. Within this thunderous inheritance lies a technique formed by the fusion of multiple top-tier thunderous techniques, the Cataclysmic Thunder Technique. This technique is neither a technique in the traditional sense nor a mere supernatural skill, but rather a unique means of harnessing supernatural powers. Its effects are akin to the supreme bloodline within him. When wielded, the power of the techniques executed will experience exponential enhancement. Even the most ordinary of techniques, when driven by this power, can unleash unparalleled might. The Cataclysmic Thunder Technique, crafted by his aunt, is indeed a top-tier thunderous technique, capable of simultaneously mastering multiple thunderous supernatural skills. When cultivated to its zenith, it enables mastery over thunder calamities, enacting divine retribution on behalf of heaven. In terms of sheer power, this inheritance is hardly inferior to that of some imperial legacies. As he murmurs softly, Su Chun swiftly delves into comprehension. A myriad of profound symbols of the Tao circulate within his mind, transforming into bolts of thunder. In mere moments, he fully grasps the thunderous inheritance imparted by his aunt. This moment, should anyone be nearby, they would be astounded to witness countless bolts of thunder flickering around Su Chen, intertwining to form a mysterious thunder pool. Within this pool, various beings conjured from thunder do not exist: the Swanee, the Qi Long, the Tao Tai, and more. The ethereal forms of various heavenly beasts bow in reverence before Su Chen. Seated within the thunder pool, he resembles a sovereign of thunder from the heavens. Simultaneously, his aura surges dramatically: peak of the bitter sea realm, first level of the divine aperture realm, second level of the divine aperture realm, third level of the divine aperture realm. In just a fleeting moment, he ascends to the seventh level of the divine aperture realm. Within his body, strands of grand principles coalesced into peculiar apertures, connecting with the external world. The essence of the divine aperture realm lies in the concept of enlightenment. By establishing divine apertures within oneself that resonate with the cosmos, one continuously draws upon the essence of heaven and earth, refining one's own being. However, unlike others, Su Chen's divine apertures manifested within the chaotic universe of his abdomen. The 7 divine apertures evolved into 7 black holes within this chaotic realm, incessantly absorbing nutrients from the outside world, expanding their very essence. Simultaneously, as the chaotic universe expanded, stars were birthed one after another, illuminating the void with their faint radiance. This chaotic left universe is truly wondrous. Could it be that, in the end, this chaotic realm will evolve into an entirely new universe, giving rise to its own unique laws of heaven and earth? As he murmured to himself, a sudden shock coursed through his heart. If his conjecture were indeed correct, the potential of this chaotic universe would be astonishing. Yet, before he could ponder further, ding, 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 the supreme Tao bell tolled. Night faded, and the sky brightened. Upon hearing the resonant chimes, all those in the Yaoqi swiftly made their way towards the grand hall. The Yaoqi sect assembly was about to commence. Observing this, Su Chen interrupted his inner musings, slowly rising and walking towards the grand hall with a placid demeanor. The show was about to begin. For those who appreciate it, feel free to show your support for the author. Immense gratitude and kisses. Chapter 58. The Incongruous Tang Chun. Is there anyone who knows what's going on? Why has the sect assembly been suddenly convened? If I recall correctly, the assembly is typically held only when significant events transpire in Yaoqi. But this time, I have no idea what the reason is. Does anyone in the know have insights to share? Outside the sect square, a crowd of disciples buzzed with speculation, their eyes brimming with confusion. The regulations of Yaoqi are rather lax, and the sect assembly is usually convened only in times of great importance. Thus, this sudden gathering elicited a shared sense of bewilderment among all. Senior Sister Bai Yao. As our Yaoqi saintess, do you have any idea what's happening? A disciple curiously directed their gaze towards Bai Yao. Today, she donned a flowing white gown, appearing as pure and beautiful as a lotus flower. In response to her fellow disciples' inquiries, she shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the reason behind this assembly. Nevertheless, she harbored a premonition that this unexpected gathering might herald significant developments. The saint and the elders have arrived. At that moment, amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Yaoqi saint, accompanied by numerous elders, descended from the distant sky. All eyes instinctively turned towards them. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after the arrival of the Yaoqi saint and the elders, the assembly did not officially commence. Even more perplexing was the fact that the Yaoqi saint and the elders did not take their seats, but stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, as if awaiting something. This scene only deepened the collective confusion. As the lord of the sacred grounds, the Yaoqi saint held a position of immense prestige. Who could warrant such a weight from her? Surely it cannot be Senior Brother Tang Chun? Someone whispered, unable to contain their speculation. After all, thus far, the only one yet to arrive at the Yaoqi sacred grounds was the substitute saint, Tang Chun. Sigh, Senior Brother Tang is late again. But that's to be expected. As the substitute saint, he is entitled to such tardiness. The crowd murmured softly. At the Yaoqi sect assembly, regardless of circumstances, punctuality is paramount. However, as the only substitute saint in a century at Yaoqi, even if he were late, no one would dare comment. His talents are widely acknowledged, and he has the backing of a formidable elder, which grants him a status that is frighteningly high, even as merely a substitute saint. Esteemed guests, I apologize for keeping you waiting. At that moment, a light-hearted voice rang out. Tang Qin soared in on his flying sword from afar, adorned in a rare white robe, his face radiating a self-satisfied smile. Observing the Yaoqi saint and the elders still waiting, his vanity swelled with immense gratification. Senior Brother Tang has arrived. Why is Senior Brother Tang dressed in white today? Isn't he usually fond of black? One couldn't help but murmur softly. Admittedly, Tang Chun looked quite handsome in white, yet there was an incongruity about him, as if he were deliberately imitating something. The disparity between Tang Chin's appearance today and his usual self was striking. Moreover, his mannerisms exuded an air of deliberate imitation. Observant eyes could easily discern that he was mimicking Su Qin from the previous day, but this forced mimicry rendered him oddly out of place. Saint, elders, my sincere apologies for the delay. Tang Qin alighted at the seat designated for the saint, smiling as he spoke. However, the elders only cast him a fleeting glance. The Yaoqi saint then spoke softly. Did I not instruct you yesterday that today's assembly is of utmost importance and that you must not be late? Why have you still arrived after the appointed time? Tang Qin rubbed his nose and replied sheepishly, I truly apologize. I lost track of time while training yesterday. You? The Yaoqi saint wore an expression of exasperation, yet ultimately sighed in resignation, saying, You shall explain yourself to the prince of the empire later. With that, the Yaoqi saint fell silent, resuming her watchful wait. Tang Qian, however, was momentarily taken aback. Explain myself to the prince of the empire? Who is the prince of the empire? Furthermore, from the saint's words, this prince seems to hold a status that surpasses even her own. This thought flickered across his face, but his confusion was short-lived. For the next moment, roar. A colossal roar reverberated through the heavens, the sky rapidly transforming into a fiery red hue, while the surrounding temperature soared. The oppressive heat eventually distorted the very air around them. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of sanctity permeated the surroundings, causing all present to shudder uncontrollably. What is happening? Such terrifying pressure. I can barely withstand it. What level of powerhouse possesses such fearsome pressure? The crowd voiced their panic. Meanwhile, the Yaoqi saint and the elders exchanged glances, subtly apprehending the impending occurrence. Amidst the clamor of fear, the next moment revealed a massive silhouette materializing within the warped AI art. It was a fiery red Qilin, radiating an imposing aura of sanctity, appearing utterly extraordinary. Everything that had transpired was instigated by this creature, a Qilin. Good heavens, it is a fire Qilin. The legendary 10 fierce beings have appeared. What a terrifying pressure. Wait, this isn't a pureblood Qilin. It is a Qilin with traces of pureblood lineage, and it has reached the saintly level, a Qilin descending from the heavens. Could this be a good omen for Yaoqi? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their eyes wide with fear. However, what transpired next only intensified their terror. The saintly fire Qilin, upon arriving at the sect square, gradually came to a halt and then slowly knelt down. Following this, a youth clad in white descended from its back. This white-clad youth was tall and upright, and though still young, he exuded an unparalleled charisma, akin to a youthful sovereign. Moreover, what was most remarkable were his eyes. Within them, one could perceive the cycles of existence, the decay of all things, and the awe-inspiring sight of deities and demons in worship. This white-clad youth was none other than Su Qin. Chapter 59. Ascending the Throne. The new Yaoqi sovereign. At this moment, Su Qin gracefully stepped down from the back of the fire Qilin. Dressed in white, he appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Moreover, amidst this celestial aura, there lingered a hint of imperial dominance. Reminiscent of a youthful emperor, ethereal and majestic, these two contrasting qualities harmoniously blended within him. Is he, of the Su family? Why is he here? Some could not help but murmur, their eyes filled with confusion. After all, while the Su family and Yaoqi enjoyed a close relationship, this was an internal sect assembly. Yet, to be honest, he is undeniably handsome, causing my heart to race. Sister, you are over 300 years old. Leave such a paragon of youth to me. Heh, you know nothing. The saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune, and a woman 30 years older sends a kingdom. When it comes to a woman 300 years older, she delivers an elixir of immortality. This young lad might just be to my taste. I am so eager to pursue him, sisters. I am ready to make my move. Most of the disciples in the Yaoqi are women. And at this moment, upon seeing Su Chun, they can't help but display infatuated expressions. Even Bai Yao, not far away, is momentarily taken aback. As the holy maiden of Yaoqi, she considers herself well acquainted with many young talents. Yet none have ever dazzled her quite like Su Qian. Damn it, that detestable Su family dual-eyed one. Why is he here? Tang Chen's heart raged with fury, his face contorted with endless malice. Today, he had meticulously prepared to steal the spotlight at this sect conference, having rehearsed his entrance countless times in his mind. However, he failed to notice that, despite his seething hatred for Su Chun, he unconsciously mimicked his attire and mannerisms. Alas, he could not replicate the essence. At this moment, as Su Qian made his entrance, though they both wore flowing white garments, in comparison, Tang Chun appeared as a mere jester. Humph, dual-eyed one from the Su family, this is the Yaoqi sect conference. You intrude uninvited, treating Yaoqi as if it were your playground? Tang Chen glared at Su Qian with righteous indignation, his voice a low growl. Below him, some disciples quickly chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, although our Yaoqi maintains a decent relationship with the Su family, this is our internal sect conference. What qualifications do you, a Su family member, have to participate? Do you truly believe the Su family can dominate Yaoqi? Humph, how arrogant. Do not think that just because you have the backing of an imperial lineage, you can act so recklessly. These individuals were all loyal subordinates of Tang Chun, and as soon as they spoke, they launched a frenzied barrage of accusations against Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun merely glanced at them with a smile. Directing his gaze towards the holy master of Yaoqi, if a dog bites you, there is no need to retaliate. Simply strike it down. Feeling Su Chen's gaze upon him, the holy master of Yaoqi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly admonished Tang Chun and his group in a hushed tone. Silence. The dual-eyed one from the Su family is the new master of Yaoqi. Dare you be so bold? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The holy master just declared that the dual-eyed one from the Su family is the new master of Yaoqi. What does that mean? Except for a few elders, confusion etched itself across the faces of all present. The holy master of Yaoqi cautiously glanced at Su Qian. At that moment, Su Qian wore a gentle smile, but the flicker of his gaze was inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. He then proceeded to the high platform of the sect conference, where a throne awaited, originally meant for the holy master of Yaoqi. Without hesitation, Su Qian took his seat, looming over the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the crowd transformed from confusion to sheer horror. The dual-eyed one from the Su family sat upon the throne of Yaoqi's master. Moreover, the holy master showed no sign of opposition, appearing as if this were entirely appropriate. Even the elders shared this sentiment. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. What is happening? The dual-eyed one from the Su family has become the master of Yaoqi. This is utterly absurd, like a dream. What has transpired? One moment I awaken, and the dual-eyed one from the Su family is the new master of Yaoqi. This is too surreal. Am I still dreaming? The crowd murmured in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Some even rubbed their eyes as if they were witnessing an illusion. The dual-eyed one from the Su family new master of Yaoqi. Regardless of how one looked at it, this was an impossibility, yet it was happening before their very eyes. Seeing this scene, Tang Chun, the designated holy son, felt as if he had just consumed something foul. His gaze shadowed with malice. The position of Yaoqi's master was something he had deemed his own. He merely awaited the day he would officially ascend as the holy master of Yaoqi. With the backing of the elder, ensuring his future as the ruler of this sacred ground was a foregone conclusion. But now this sudden emergence of the dual-eyed one from the Su family has snatched it away from him. With that thought, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Suddenly, he shot into the air, his eyes fixed on the holy master of Yaoqi, whispering, "Holy master, That dual-eyed one from the Su family is merely an outsider. What qualifications does he possess to be our master? If he is the master of Yaoqi, I shall be the first to object. Elder Wu Yu would certainly not agree. Tang Chun spoke each word with conviction. Elder Wu Yu, his supporter in the shadows, was also his mentor, a figure on the verge of becoming a quasi-emperor. Tang Chen's brother spoke the truth. The dual-eyed one from the Su family is but an outsider, unworthy of the title of Yaoqi's master. In my opinion, only Brother Tang is deserving of such a position. The notion of the dual-eyed one from the Su family as Yaoqi's master is nothing short of absurd. I shall be the first to object. This undoubtedly reeks of conspiracy. Tang Chen's subordinates shouted loudly. The disciples below couldn't help but frown, though the dual-eyed one from the Su family possessed extraordinary talent and dazzled all. The fact remained that he was an outsider, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to suddenly become the master of Yaoqi. Many began to voice their dissent. Bai Yao, standing aside, furrowed her brow. Although she held no particular desire for the position of Yaoqi's master, having an outsider like the dual-eyed one from the Su family take it was indeed unjustifiable. Furthermore, while she admired him, her heart still belonged to Tang Chun. In her mind, the position of Yaoqi's master belonged to Tang Chun. Thus, she too spoke up. Holy Master, I also believe this matter is inappropriate. Observing the crowd of dissenting disciples below, the Holy Master of Yaoqi couldn't help but smile wryly. She had anticipated this outcome. However, when considering Su Chen's background, all the unreasonable aspects suddenly felt justified. After all, the Yaoqi sacred ground was established by his mother. In strict terms, it was his rightful domain. With that thought, her expression darkened as she prepared to admonish the crowd. Just then, however, Su Chen intervened, rising slowly and fixing his gaze upon the crowd, coldly declaring, I am unworthy of being Yaoqi's master. Ha! What a grand jest! Chapter 60. Everyone kneels. Why do you not kneel? At this moment, as Su Chen stood to speak, the previously noisy crowd fell into an immediate silence. Although he stood alone and appeared quite youthful, an invisible aura of authority enveloped him. The disciples of Yaoqi below found themselves momentarily stunned. The boy who had once seemed so youthful now exuded a domineering and powerful presence. Akin to an unparalleled emperor, the terrifying pressure even rendering many unable to breathe. In the next moment, he slowly produced the supreme order of Yaoqi, looking down upon the crowd. With the supreme order in hand, do I not have the qualifications to be the master of Yaoqi? His voice was not loud, yet it echoed in the ears of everyone like thunder, deafening. The supreme order? That is the token of Yaoqi's supremacy. To see the token is to see our ancestral founder in person. How could it be in his hands? It must be fake. How could the ancestor bestow such an important token to an outsider? This dual-eyed one from the Su family must have used deceit to obtain it from our ancestor. Tang Chen's subordinates exclaimed loudly. They could not accept this outcome. Their own ancestor had entrusted such a crucial token to an outsider. How do we know this token is genuine? Or perhaps you used some special means to seize it from our ancestor. Tang Chen's face flushed red as he glared at Su Chen. His fists clenched tightly, however. At this moment, the elders of Yaoqi looked at him as if he were a fool. How could the token be fake? Were they and the Holy Master merely idle? Could they not discern the truth? As for the notion of seizing the token by some special means, that was absurd. Their ancestor was a being capable of single-handedly slaying the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. If she did not wish to part with it, who in the world could forcibly take the supreme order from her hands? For Tang Chun to utter such words, his intelligence was indeed questionable. I can assure you, the token in his hand is authentic, personally given to him by ancestor Yao Yu. The Holy Master of Yaoqi stepped forward to affirm. How is this possible? Tang Chun felt as if struck by lightning. His subordinates turned pale simultaneously. If this were true, and they had just openly questioned Su Chen thinking of this, some began to slowly back away, seeking to distance themselves from Tang Chun. As for the disciples of Yaoqi below, while shocked, they could only accept the situation given the Holy Master's assurance. In truth, having the dual-eyed one from the Su family as the new master of Yaoqi was not entirely disagreeable. At the very least, he was pleasing to the eye, and one could not help but wonder if something might transpire. Sister, when you and he engage in something, could you possibly include me as well? Let us partake together. I too wish to join. A lovesick girl cannot help but smile dreamily, already weaving daydreams in broad daylight. Now, do you all believe I have the qualifications to become the new master of the Yaoqi? Su Chun surveyed the crowd, and no one dared to question him any longer. Even Bai Yao, who stood not far off, lowered her head in submission. Long live the imperial son. Long live the new master of Yaoqi. At that moment, it was unclear who knelt first. Shortly thereafter, the entire assembly fell to their knees, including the elders of Yaoqi and the subordinates of Tang Chun. The sound of their reverence thundered, resonating through the heavens, yet amidst the throng, only Tang Chun, positioned as the Holy Son, remained motionless, standing firm in place. Observing the kneeling multitude, a smile crept across Su Chin's face, which widened upon seeing Tang Chun still standing. As he had anticipated, after all, he was the destined protagonist of a tale. The antagonist may relinquish their dignity to survive, but as the protagonist in a tale of triumph, if they kneel before their adversary, what then can be called a protagonist? It must be said, at this moment, Tang Chun, clad in white, truly exuded an aura of integrity. Beside him, Bai Yao, kneeling on the ground, watched this scene with shifting emotions. This is the man Bai Yao has set her sights upon. A true gentleman, standing tall against heaven and earth. How could he kneel before another? However, this aligned perfectly with Su Chin's intentions. Everyone knelt. You? Why do you not kneel? Su Chin's gaze fell upon Tang Chun. Why should I kneel to you? What qualifications do you possess to command my kneeling? Tang Chin's face was filled with disdain. What of the Su family's dual pupils? What of the new master of Yaoqi? He was, after all, a transmigrator, equipped with a system. How could he casually kneel? Moreover, he had a quasi-emperor as his backing, convinced he possessed the strength to confront Su Chun head-on. What qualifications do I have to make you kneel? Heh, interesting. Then let me enlighten you regarding my qualifications to command your kneeling. A gleam ignited in Su Chin's pupils, and in the next moment, he stepped forward, a terrifying pressure erupting from his being. First, I am the new master of Yaoqi, ruling over the realm. Do not think that just because you are a mere candidate holy son, even if you were to become the holy son of Yaoqi, you would still have to kneel before me. Su Chin's voice rang out. The dreadful pressure bore down upon Tang Chun. Although Tang Chun had reached the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, under this terrifying weight, he felt an overwhelming force, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Su Chun took another step forward. Second, prior to the sect assembly, I had decreed that no one was to be absent or late. Yet you openly arrived late, provoking me. I ask you, why can you not kneel? As his words fell, the pressure on Tang Chun intensified even further. Tang Chun fought to resist, yet his legs continued to tremble, on the verge of collapsing to his knees. And just then, Su Chun took a third step. Third, you are a candidate holy son of Yaoqi, yet you secretly train in the forbidden legacy of the evil Dao sovereign. Violating the taboos of Yaoqi, did I ask you, why can you not kneel? The evil Dao sovereign, the founder of the demonic practices Tang Chun was cultivating, had reached a terrifying supreme level in his lifetime. His self-created demonic arts possessed the power to forcibly enhance one's bloodline. However, to elevate one's bloodline through this technique, there was a significant drawback. It required the consumption of others' Dao body essence, in his past. The evil Dao sovereign, with nothing but a mortal body, ascended to prominence by continuously devouring the Dao body essence of others, attaining the legendary celestial demon body, causing chaos in the world. At his peak, he had boldly claimed he would take all denizens of Yaoqi, regardless of gender, into his harem. Eventually, he was forcibly suppressed by Yaoqi's powerful figures. Yet for Yaoqi, the existence of the evil Dao sovereign was a taboo. At this moment, as Su Chun revealed Tang Chun's cultivation of the evil Dao sovereign's forbidden technique, the crowd erupted in uproar. A flicker of panic crossed Tang Chun's face. When did my secret leak out? In that moment of distraction, Su Chin's overwhelming pressure surged dramatically, and the unprepared Tang Chun could no longer bear it, collapsing heavily to his knees. Brother Tang has knelt. under the pressure of the imperial sun. He fell to the ground. All present bore expressions of shock. It was well known that Tang Chun was the strongest among the younger generation of Yaoqi. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his strength was also formidable, having once passed the 8th level of the 9-stage divine body, ranking among the top prodigies of the age. Yet in this moment, the imperial sun had simply used his own imposing presence to force him to kneel. Beside them, Bai Yao could not help but cover her mouth, her expression shifting continuously. Watching Tang Chun kneeling and listening to Su Chen's declarations, a flicker of alarm flashed in her gem-like eyes. Ah. At that moment, kneeling on the ground and feeling the gazes of those around him, Tang Chen's heart felt as if struck by 1,000 blows, and he let out a desperate roar. He struggled fiercely, attempting to rise, but the terrifying pressure emanating from Su Chen felt like a mountain pressing upon him, rendering him immobile. A futile struggle. Su Chen looked down upon Tang Chen, his eyes filled with indifference. As a disciple of Yaoqi, secretly training in the techniques of the evil Dao sovereign, tell me, how should this matter be dealt with? Su Chen returned to his seat, reclining lazily, his gaze directed towards the Yaoqi Holy Master. At that moment, the Holy Master was still in shock. She had never anticipated that her once highly regarded Tang Chun was secretly cultivating the techniques of the evil Dao sovereign. It was known that the evil Dao sovereign was a taboo of Yaoqi. Realizing this, she was consumed with fury and declared, in accordance with the rules of Yaoqi, those who cultivate the legacy of the evil Dao sovereign shall be cast into the heavenly prison, eternally suppressed. Having said this, the Holy Master fixed a cold gaze upon Tang Chun. If that is the case, let us proceed according to the rules. From this day forth, I hereby abolish Tang Chen's position as candidate Holy Son, casting him into the heavenly prison for eternal suppression. Furthermore, a thorough investigation of all disciples and elders will be conducted. Anyone found practicing the techniques of the evil Dao sovereign shall be punished alongside Tang Chun. Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze casually glancing at Bai Yao. The original novel, Bai Yao had shared insights on cultivation with Tang Chun. Although she had not directly practiced the techniques of the evil Dao sovereign, she had mastered some of the mystical abilities contained within those arts. Upon sensing Su Chen's gaze, Bai Yao's heart trembled, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Tang Chun, with a savage expression, bellowed in anger. Why? Why should my position as candidate Holy Son be revoked based solely on his word? Why must all of you revolve around him the moment he appears? What is wrong with practicing demonic techniques? Am I not worthy of recognition for my past contributions to Yaoqi? Amidst his furious shouts, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Tang Chun, flames of malevolence swirling around him. Empowered by this dark energy, he forcibly broke free from Su Chen's oppressive grasp. Rising to his feet, his gaze wild as it locked onto Su Chen and the Yaoqi Holy Master. He actually broke free? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but it was merely a fleeting moment. The Yaoqi Holy Master furrowed her brow upon witnessing this. Wretched beast, you dare to act defiantly. In the midst of her words, she prepared to intervene, intending to suppress Tang Chun directly. However, Su Chen stepped in to halt her. He would take matters into his own hands. Slowly rising, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Chun and declared, Why? Simply because I am the new master of Yaoqi. Simply because I am stronger than you, capable of subduing you with a mere gesture. In that moment, Su Chen cast aside his previous nonchalance. Exuding an overwhelming aura, looking down upon Tang Chen as if he were an exalted emperor. You are arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Who suppresses whom is yet to be determined? If you have the ability, let us engage in a fair battle. Should you lose, you shall kneel and apologize for today's events. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. Tang Chen roared, his entire being enveloped in demonic energy. Charging fiercely at Su Chen, countless tendrils of dark energy coalesced in his hands, transforming into a black spear, radiating an astonishing aura of lethality. This was his strongest technique to date, known as the Luo Ho God-slaying spear. It was one of the killing moves derived from the evil Dao sovereign's legacy, wielding darkness as a spear, intent on slaughtering gods and annihilating Buddhas. At this moment, Tang Qin unleashed a display of sheer terror. A shadow of a celestial demon subtly materialized behind him, exuding a profoundly malevolent aura. The disciples of the Yaoqi surrounding the scene were struck with fear, hastily retreating, overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from the demon's apparition. However, Su Chun remained entirely unaffected, his white robes billowing in the wind, and his long hair dancing about him, his gaze filled with disdain. The legacy of the demon? Merely a triviality. Mocking words escaped his lips as he suddenly stepped forward. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered, transforming the previously clear sky into a somber abyss, while countless bolts of lightning coiled and twisted like colossal serpents within the clouds, a palpable aura of destruction coalescing in the heavens. The 10,000 Catastrophes Thunder Technique. Su Chun directly employed this celestial art, harnessing various lightning-based powers to unleash a formidable strike upon Tang Qin. Boom! Under the influence of the 10,000 Catastrophes Thunder Technique, countless lightning techniques forcibly merged as all lightning within the dark clouds cascaded down like an immense waterfall, mercilessly bombarding Tang Qin. At that moment, Su Chun resembled a thunderous deity, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Roar! The celestial demon behind Tang Qin emitted a cry of agony, its surrounding demonic energy swiftly dissipating. The power of the thunder tribulation not only embodied ultimate destruction, but also represented the utmost rigidity and purity. Serving as the nemesis of demonic forces, as the demon's shadow faded, the god-slaying spear in Tang Qin's grasp also vanished. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the thunder, he found himself utterly defenseless. Forced to watch as the bolts struck him relentlessly. When the thunder finally subsided, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly incapacitated. Of course, this was only due to Su Chin's restraint. Otherwise, a single strike could have obliterated him entirely. Brother Tang was defeated in one move. How is this possible? He is at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm, a top-tier prodigy. The disciples of Yaoqi gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In their minds, Brother Tang, who was usually invincible, had been crushed in an instant. The Yaoqi Holy Master and the elders nearby were equally taken aback. Although Tang Chun had violated the taboos of Yaoqi, his talent and strength were indisputable, allowing him to compete with the greatest prodigies of the age. Yet now, he had been subdued in a mere moment by the prince of the imperial clan. It was not that Tang Chen was weak, but that the prince was overwhelmingly powerful. Someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, after suppressing Tang Chun, Su Chen did not cease his actions. Instead, he abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon Bai Yao in the distance, striding towards her with purpose. You? What do you intend to do? Bai Yao exclaimed, her face pale with fear. I have declared that I will thoroughly investigate everyone in Yaoqi. Anyone who practices the demonic arts shall share the same fate as Tang Chun. Su Chun spoke with an icy demeanor. Tio obtained the flawless elixir of immortality from Tang Chun. Bai Yao was equally crucial. You slander me. How could I possibly practice the arts of the demonic path? Though panic surged within her, Bai Yao vehemently denied the accusation. The disciples of Yaoqi nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. Sister Bai Yao is our Yaoqi saintess. How could she possibly practice demonic arts? I refuse to believe Sister Bai Yao is such a person. Perhaps the prince has made a mistake, compared to Tang Chen. Bai Yao held significantly greater prestige within the Yaoqi sacred grounds. Even though Su Chun had become the new master of Yaoqi, his sudden and unprovoked assault on Bai Yao still sparked a wave of dissent. Even the Yaoqi holy master and the elders were visibly taken aback, hastily speaking up. Your Highness, could this not be a misunderstanding? Bai Yao has been raised by us since childhood. She could not possibly. Yet, before they could finish their words, Su Qian interrupted coldly. Whether it is a misunderstanding can be determined through testing with that. He produced an ancient mirror from his robe. This mirror, known as the Source Mirror, was an ancient artifact capable of reflecting a person's fundamental essence. Bai Yao's face betrayed a flicker of panic, but before she could act, Su Chen activated the Source Mirror, emitting a beam of divine light that illuminated her. Buzz! The source mirror trembled, and simultaneously, a verdant pillar of light shot skyward from Bai Yao's head. This emerald light was imbued with a rich life force, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that within its core, a profoundly malevolent demonic aura writhed. This was a characteristic exclusive to those who had practiced the arts of the demonic path. How can this be? Sister Bai Yao has indeed practiced the powers of the demonic path. How could she be this way? It dawned on them that Sister Bai Yao had been closely associated with Tang Chun, who was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. In their hearts, the once pure and unblemished image of Saintess Bai Yao crumbled. Bai Yao? You? The Yaoqi Holy Master was momentarily stunned. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Yao was her direct disciple, whom she had raised with great care. She had always regarded Bai Yao as her own. Yet she never imagined that Bai Yao would secretly practice forbidden demonic arts. Disappointment washed over her face. Master, please listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Witnessing the Holy Master's look of despair, Bai Yao stammered, desperately trying to explain. Yet, the words faltered on her lips. Could it be that Tang Qian had coerced her into practicing? This was clearly impossible. She was the Yaoqi Saintess, and within Yaoqi, no one could compel her against her will unless she chose to. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. You should die. Unable to refute her predicament, Bai Yao suddenly locked her gaze onto Su Qian, releasing a frenzied roar. Ha! Blame me? What a farce! If you did not wish to practice the demonic arts, who could force you? Su Qian had no intention of engaging in further conversation with someone like Bai Yao. Silence, he declared with a low growl. Resolutely, he unleashed a torrent of heavenly thunder that coalesced into a sword of thunder tribulation. Decisively slashing towards Bai Yao, whoosh, the light of the thunder tribulation flashed. The sword's energy surged. Bai Yao's strength paled in comparison to Tang Qian's, and she could not withstand the overwhelming might of the thunder sword. In an instant, she was cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of her own blood. However, she did not perish. This was merely due to Su Qian's restraint. Had he not held back, that single strike would have obliterated her entirely. Someone, imprison them both in the heavenly prison. Su Qian spoke with an air of indifference. Immediately, two figures stepped forward. Yet, at that moment, I dare anyone to touch my disciple. A thunderous voice erupted. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of quasi-emperor power permeated the air, casting a shadow over the sky, causing every disciple of Yaoqi to turn pale and tremble, unable to withstand the oppressive force. The Yaoqi Holy Master and the elders were equally shaken. Only Su Qian remained calm, his gaze fixed upon the source of the voice. A woman appeared in the distance, clad in resplendent crimson robes, her beauty striking, her figure alluring, particularly her fox-like eyes, which added an enchanting allure to her presence. Elder Wu Yu, what is the meaning of this? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Yaoqi Holy Master stepped forward, her voice laced with authority. What is the meaning? I would rather ask you what this means. Allowing an outsider to rampage within my Yaoqi sacred ground, to harm my disciple and suppress the Saintess. As the Holy Master, how could you remain indifferent to such matters? If you cannot handle this position, I suggest you step aside. Wu Yu chastised the Holy Master sharply, showing no mercy. You? The Yaoqi Holy Master attempted to respond, but at that moment, a terrifying quasi-emperor pressure enveloped her, rendering her immobile. After delivering her words, Wu Yu's gaze shifted back to Su Qian. Humph. Although my Yaoqi has maintained amicable relations with your Su family for generations, that does not grant a junior like you the audacity to act recklessly here. As for your claim to be the new master of Yaoqi, that is even more laughable. The position of Yaoqi's master is not for outsiders. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Hand over the supreme token and leave Yaoqi. Considering the Su imperial clan, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you may remain here indefinitely. At this moment, the moonless night, though enchanting and beautiful, exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, akin to a rose adorned with thorns. Especially upon witnessing the tragic state of Tang Qian on the ground, her fury ignited, and a murderous intent flickered in her gaze. Had it not been for her concerns regarding the Su family, she might have already struck Su Chen with a resounding blow. Master. At that instant, Tang Chen suddenly regained consciousness. Gazing at the moonless figure before him, he couldn't help but murmur, "Good disciple, fret not, for I shall rescue you at once." A flicker of compassion crossed the countenance of Wu Yu as she hurried forward, intending to assist Tang Chen to his feet. However, Su Chen abruptly positioned himself in her path, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Hee. Were you just speaking to me? Chapter 63. Treading upon the dignity of the semi-emperor. Additional update. Su Chen's face brimmed with mirth as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Yu, radiating an aura of sunshine and brilliance. Yet, a closer inspection of his eyes would reveal an icy depth within. He understood Wu Yu all too well, for the original novel contained ample descriptions of her character, ostensibly the teacher of the fated protagonist Tang Chen. She was, in truth, his first consort, with a bewitchingly alluring disposition, a voluptuous figure, and an extraordinary aura. She epitomized the archetype of a top-tier seductress. Moreover, her exterior strength belied a delicate demeanor when in the presence of Tang Chen, where she constantly bestowed upon him techniques, supernatural abilities, and treasures, even to the extent of ultimately offering herself in a previous life. When the novel Lord of the Nine Heavens achieved widespread acclaim, a voting event was held to determine the most beloved female protagonist. Wu Yu consistently secured a position within the top 5. She was affectionately dubbed by a cadre of seasoned readers as the top-tier seductress who graces both the hall and the bed. Yet, what of it? As Su Chen surveyed Wu Yu's exquisite features, his heart stirred not in the slightest. An adversary, no matter how flawless, remained an adversary. The most prudent method of dealing with an enemy was to sever their head, obliterate their true spirit, and scatter their ashes to the winds. Furthermore, given Wu Yu's intimate association with Tang Chen and her attainment of the 3rd level of semi-emperor cultivation, eliminating her would undoubtedly yield a treasure trove of high-quality rewards from the system. With this thought in mind, Su Chen abruptly stepped forward, disregarding Wu Yu's semi-emperor pressure, and coldly stated, "I ask you, were those words truly directed at me?" Despite possessing only the cultivation of the divine aperture realm, Su Chen stood confidently and defiantly before the semi-emperor Wu Yu, as if she were merely a toy he could crush at will. This astonishing aura and momentum rendered everyone present momentarily breathless. In Su Chen, they perceived a glimpse of an invincible celestial emperor. Even Wu Yu found herself momentarily stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief. However, as she regained her composure, indignation surged within her. Who was she? A semi-emperor level powerhouse, among the most formidable in the realm. Yet here she was, intimidated by a mere junior of the divine aperture realm. This was nothing short of a humiliation. With a frigid tone, she advanced towards Su Chen, confronting him directly. "You, Su brat, do not presume that because the imperial Su family stands behind you, I shall refrain from acting against you. Should you provoke my imperial might further, do you believe I would hesitate to slay you on the spot?" Your Su family would have nothing to say in response. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wu Yu, coloring the sky in ominous crimson hues. The onlookers could not suppress their mounting fear. The might of a semi-emperor was indeed dreadfully formidable. Nevertheless, the forbidden imperial banner within Su Chen radiated light, rendering him impervious to her intimidation. As he regarded Wu Yu with unwavering defiance, he simply uttered, "A mere semi-emperor dares to proclaim imperial might? Truly laughable. I shall slap you." Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of all present. The son of the emperor dared to strike a semi-emperor level powerhouse? This was utterly insane. A semi-emperor was among the most powerful figures of the age. Even Wu Yu herself was momentarily taken aback, but once she regained her composure, a derisive laughter escaped her lips. "I am eager to see how you intend to slap me." Yet, the next instant, slap. The sound of the resounding slap echoed through the air. Wu Yu's laughter ceased abruptly, and 5 crimson imprints marred her previously flawless visage. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. As if a pin drop could be heard, moments later, Su Jiu materialized from the void, kneeling respectfully before Su Chen. "Your Highness, what are your commands?" Su Jia's somber voice shattered the stillness of the scene. Wu Yu had indeed been slapped, and in such a crisp manner. She was a semi-emperor, a rarity in the world, yet here she was, struck in public. Who was this individual? Clearly, the protector of the prince. So formidable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Chun smiled at Wu Yu and casually remarked, "A mere semi-emperor dares to claim imperial authority before me? Do you truly believe I cannot slay you?" Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet every person present heard him clearly. "Your Highness," so domineering. Viewing a semi-emperor as mere vermin, His Majesty possesses great ambition. The sight of Su Chun stirred the hearts of many infatuated young women, who gazed at him with raptured tea. This moment, Wu Yu also regained her senses, her expression darkening significantly. The full might of the semi-emperor erupted, a tremendous killing intent soaring into the heavens. "You have thoroughly enraged me. Today, even if the Emperor Su Tianqing were to return, I shall still slay you." With that declaration, she lunged towards Su Chun. Su Jia's earlier slap had utterly shattered her dignity. As a proud woman, she found this intolerable. Her sole recourse now was to wash away the humiliation with blood. Yet, just then, Su Jiu obstructed her path. "Impudence. The true name of the emperor cannot be uttered lightly by you. Execute!" Su Jiu commanded in a low voice. Without hesitation, he unleashed a more terrifying wave of killing intent that reverberated through the heavens, causing the very sky to tremble. Su Jiu, a master of the kill, now unleashed his full might. Wu Yu's aura was instantly suppressed, and a harrowing vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood emerged before her eye. In that moment, Su Jiu resembled an unparalleled demon lord, exuding an aura that sent shivers down her spine. Faced with the incoming palm strike, she hadn't even comprehended her peril before being struck head-on. Slap! Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Wu Yu was sent flying, her exquisite features now a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, landing in a disheveled heap upon the ground. Wu Yu was livid. Being slapped twice in such a public spectacle was tantamount to having her dignity trampled upon. Yet, as she beheld Su Jia's imposing figure, an involuntary wave of fear surged within her. Without a second thought, she unleashed a divine light, enveloping Tang Chun and Bai Yao, and prepared to flee in response. Su Jiu remained unperturbed, turning to Su Chen with utmost respect, asking, "Your Highness, how shall we deal with this woman?" "Eliminate her," Su Chen replied indifferently. Compassion for the fairer sex? Non-existent. It was far better to eradicate one's enemies completely. In the next moment, Su Jiu surged forward without hesitation. The elders of the Yao Pool, witnessing this scene, could not help but sigh. They were acutely aware of Su Chen's prowess and had long surmised the presence of an exceptionally powerful protector by his side. At this juncture, they could only lament Wu Yu's self-inflicted misfortune. Of all the people to provoke, why target the prince? Was that not courting death? "Your Highness, Wu Yu is, after all, a revered ancestor of our Yao Pool. To slay her so casually seems a tad excessive. Perhaps we could spare her life, allowing her." The Yao Pool's holy master gazed at Wu Yu, who was fleeing in disgrace, feeling a pang of compassion and wishing to intercede. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she met Su Chen's eyes, filled with a chilling intent. In that instant, she felt an inkling of death's approach. Alas, the content was subject to security review, and only now can I amend it. Chapter 64. The Slaying of Wu Yu, the Mad Tang Chun. Gazing into Su Chen's eyes, the holy master of the Yao Pool felt an icy dread wash over her. What kind of gaze was this? Countless aberrations swirled within his pupils, and the terrifying killing intent sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, an involuntary thought took root in her mind. Should she utter even a single word more, she might find herself meeting her demise at his hands. Do you presume to instruct me on how to act?" Su Chen's gaze locked onto the holy master of the Yao Pool. Spare Wu Yu? What a jest! He was no saint. He would not engage in the foolishness of sparing enemies. Moreover, had it not been for the necessity of a complete elixir of immortality to save his aunt, he would have slain Tang Chen and Bai Yao on the spot. As for the holy master of the Yao Pool, should she continue to spout her sanctimonious words, he would not hesitate to strike her down. When in doubt, slay the saint. Moreover, the Lord of the Yao Pool shares a certain connection with Tang Chun. After his demise, he would acquire a substantial amount of destiny villain points. The subordinate acknowledges his mistake. I shall never dare again. Sensing the murderous intent in Su Chen's gaze, the Lord of the Yao Pool instantly suppressed his inner thoughts, speaking with utmost trepidation. In response, Su Chen merely snorted coldly. The elders of the Yao Pool, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Although the prince looked youthful, his methods were undeniably as ruthless as those of the ancient relics. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted in the heavens. Su Jiao and Wu Yu had already engaged in battle, as top-tier combatants of the present age. The clash between these two quasi-emperors was nothing short of cataclysmic. The void trembled, the firmament swayed, and stars plummeted one after another, as the sky was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Looking up, one could witness a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Under such a terrifying spectacle, every disciple of the Yao Pool felt their spirits quiver. The battle of quasi-emperors was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Even the elders and the Lord of the Yao Pool were transfixed by the celestial display above. Such conflicts among quasi-emperors were exceedingly rare in this era, occurring only once in a century at most. Only Su Chen remained unfazed, reclining languidly upon the main seat, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. He had no cause for concern. After all, Su Jiao, a formidable being at the 7th level of quasi-emperor, could effortlessly crush Lin Lan, who stood at the brink of supreme power. How could he possibly fear a mere quasi-emperor at the 3rd level like Wu Yu? Indeed, in mere moments, the apocalyptic scene in the sky dissipated. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in crimson plummeted from above, crashing violently to the ground and creating a deep pit. The individual was none other than Wu Yu. Yet, at this moment, she bore no resemblance to the enchanting figure that had first appeared. Instead, she looked utterly disheveled, her crimson gown tattered and unable to conceal her exposed form. However, the onlookers harbored no desire to admire her. For Wu Yu was now marred with ghastly wounds, giving her a horrifying appearance, as if a multitude of centipedes were crawling upon her. Moreover, her once exquisite visage had been utterly disfigured. It could be said that Wu Yu now resembled a mere lump of flesh. Had it not been for her flowing crimson gown, it is doubtful anyone present would have recognized her. Simultaneously, as Wu Yu descended, Su Jiao also descended from the void, carrying Tang Chun and Bai Yao. At this moment, Tang Chan appeared dazed, his eyes filled with numbness, and his face streaked with tears as he gazed at Wu Yu's pitiful state, repeatedly murmuring, "Wu Yu, I have brought you harm." Wu Yu, however, upon noticing Su Chen, a remarkable hatred suddenly ignited in his previously vacant eyes. He began to struggle violently, dark energy erupting from within him. Consumed by extreme negative emotions, the malevolent techniques within him surged uncontrollably. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen, I will slay you. I must slay you. In this lifetime, no matter the distance, I shall avenge my master. Even if I must transform into a demon, sacrificing my very soul, I will ensure you pay the price. Tang Chen screamed in a frenzy, his expression wild, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Yet, Su Chen merely regarded him calmly, feeling not the slightest ripple within. The howls of a hyena? After all, empty threats are but impotent rage, and true intimidation lies in standing upon the enemy's head. As he spoke, Su Chen slowly approached the pit where Wu Yu lay, retrieving a forbidden weapon-long knife capable of unleashing a strike equivalent to a quasi-emperor's full power. Just like this, Su Chen smiled lightly at Tang Chen. Under Tang Chen's watchful gaze, he placed one foot upon Wu Yu's head and, without hesitation, swung the forbidden blade. No, blood gushed forth, staining the hem of Su Chen's garments. As Tang Chen let out a tortured roar, but what could he do, bound as he was by Su Jiao? He could merely watch helplessly. Wu Yu's head soared into the air before rolling to a stop at Tang Chen's feet. Her true spirit obliterated. I will kill you, Su Chen. I, Tang Chen, swear in this life to slay you. Tang Chen was utterly consumed by madness. Helplessly witnessing the death of his beloved before his eyes was a torment far worse than death itself for a man. In that moment, a torrent of frenzied emotions shattered his mind, and influenced by the dark arts, his cultivation unexpectedly surged to the dragon transformation realm. Yet it was all in vain. Too noisy. Silence him. With Su Chen's words, Su Jiu struck Tang Chen unconscious and, along with Bai Yao, cast them into the celestial prison. All that remained was to wait patiently. As he spoke, a faint smile graced Su Chen's lips. With his objectives achieved, he casually issued a few commands before making no further delay, vanishing from sight and returning to the secret chamber. Meanwhile, the scene was engulfed in silence. As they stared in the direction of Su Chen's disappearance, the spectators could not help but swallow hard, their throats constricting. Such overwhelming dominance. The prince was excessively formidable. He had actually beheaded the elder Wu Yu with a single strike. She was a quasi-emperor. The strongest combatant of the age. The prince's might was truly awe-inspiring. He had slain a quasi-emperor without a moment's hesitation. Such audacity is rarely seen throughout history. Even the youthful emperors of the same era cannot match the prince's unparalleled grandeur. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each face reflecting disbelief. One could only imagine the uproar this incident would cause if it were to spread, shaking the world to its core. However, it was not long before the lord of the Yao Pool and the elders took action to seal the information. After all, this matter was a scandal for the Yao Pool. If it were to leak, while the world would be astounded, the Yao Pool's reputation would plummet. Chapter 65. Blood and Qi transforming into the sun. Spirit transforming into the moon. Within the secret chamber of the Yao Pool, as soon as Su Chen returned, he retrieved the formation plate, setting up the protective array before decisively activating the system. With the system's activation, a cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have successfully slain the Master of Destiny, Tang Chen's partner. Congratulations on obtaining the Heroine Treasure Chest. The Heroine Treasure Chest is a special reward that only drops upon defeating the corresponding heroines of various Destiny protagonists. Ding! Do you confirm the opening of the Heroine Treasure Chest? Open. Su Chen decisively made his choice. Ding! You have opened the Heroine Treasure Chest. Congratulations, you have received 10 Divine Herbs. Congratulations, you have received 100,000 Extreme Spirit Stones. Congratulations, you have received Quasi-Emperor Inheritance Techniques. Congratulations, congratulations, you have received the Indestructible Golden Body Liquid. Congratulations, you have received the Supreme Holy Bodhi Fruit. The mechanical synthesized voice of the system continued to ring in his mind. One must acknowledge, the rewards from the system remained consistently generous, an abundance of resources, spirit stones, divine herbs. For an ordinary person, this could be considered an immense fortune. However, given Su Chen's status, most of the rewards were not particularly precious to him. Including the Quasi-Emperor Inheritance, it was merely of secondary importance to him. The only items worthy of mention were the last two rewards. Indestructible Golden Body Liquid, a supreme divine substance for body refinement. Soaking in this liquid can maximize the development of one's physical potential, enhancing bodily strength. Supreme Holy Bodhi Fruit, the fruit of the supreme longevity medicine. Consuming it greatly enhances the power of the soul and expands the sea of consciousness. Perfect timing. With this indestructible golden body liquid, perhaps today I can forcibly break through the indestructible scripture to the 4th level peak. In hushed murmurs, a faint smile inadvertently graced Su Chen's lips. The formidable power of the undying scripture was beyond question. Having only just broken through to the 3rd level, his physical form had already attained an astonishing strength, capable of effortlessly overpowering those at the Transformation Dragon realm with sheer bodily prowess alone. Should he succeed in breaking through to the 4th level, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. He might very well possess the ability to slay those in the Divine Ability realm with a single punch. Relying solely on his vital energy. Contemplating this, Su Chen decisively retrieved the scripture and immersed himself within its essence. Simultaneously, he produced the sacred Bodhi fruit and swallowed it whole. Having cultivated to this point, he had shattered the limits of every realm he encountered, achieving a state of perfection. However, if one were to identify a shortcoming, it would be his sea of consciousness and soul. Although his soul's strength was undeniably formidable compared to other prodigious talents, it paled in comparison to the might of his physical body. The sacred Bodhi fruit, a treasure of the Buddhist path, was the fruit of the sacred Bodhi tree, a quasi-elixir of immortality, and was known to significantly enhance the sea of consciousness and soul. It is said that before attaining enlightenment, the Buddha meditated beneath the sacred Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights, comprehending the profound truths of the Dharma. After this period, he realized the path and made grand vows to the heavens. Achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor beneath the sacred Bodhi tree, that moment. As Su Qian swallowed the fruit, it instantly transformed into a stream of pure mental energy, surging into his brain and expanding his sea of consciousness while bolstering his soul's strength. A refreshing sensation washed over him. Concurrently, the effects of the undying golden body elixir were triggered. Waves of pure vital energy surged into his body, awakening his latent potential. This vital energy was immensely powerful, so much so that it caused Su Qian's physical form to swell ever so slightly. He quickly began to circulate the undying scripture. Under the influence of the scripture, this tremendous vital energy incessantly fortified his body and primal blood essence. "Break for me!" Suddenly, Su Qian opened his eyes and shouted. He began to concentrate his primal blood essence to assault the 4th level of the undying scripture. Streams of primal blood essence surged forth like ocean waves, launching a relentless assault on the 4th level. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until finally, pop! A faint crackling sound emanated from within Su Qian. The undying scripture successfully broke through to the 4th level. In an instant, all his bones shattered into dust, and his flesh began to decay at a visible rate. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing even Su Qian to grimace and sweat profusely. Fortunately, this pain did not persist for long. A peculiar secret power emerged from deep within his bloodline and began to flow throughout his body. His previously shattered bones began to reconstitute, and the decaying flesh was rejuvenated with vitality. Moreover, the newly formed bones and flesh radiated a resplendent golden light at that moment. The terrifying vital energy coursed through his body. Su Qian carefully sensed his current state. Strong, incredibly strong, strong to the point of being unfathomable. He felt a surge of confidence. Even when facing a true dragon of the same realm, if it came to a contest of physical strength, he could easily subdue them. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could have conceived such a heavenly technique. Su Qian took a deep breath, marveling at the terrifying nature of the undying scripture as he continued his cultivation. He then directed his focus inward, delving into his sea of consciousness. After the transformation brought about by the sacred Bodhi fruit, his sea of consciousness had expanded immeasurably, resembling an endless ocean. Additionally, the strength of his soul had reached an astonishing level. While not as outrageous as his physical form, it was certainly no longer a weakness. At that moment, something even more extraordinary occurred. A tremendous suction emanated from the chaotic universe within his abdomen. Subsequently, all of his primal blood essence and mental energy were drawn into it. The golden primal blood essence gradually coalesced within the chaotic universe, forming a magnificent golden sun, while the absorbed mental energy transformed into a pitch-black full moon. One sun, one moon, yin and yang, opposing yet complementing each other, emitting a soft, flickering light. What is happening? Su Qian, recovering from his astonishment, was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he could sense that his primal blood essence and mental energy had not vanished. They remained within him. Moreover, with the formation of the sun and moon within the chaotic universe, both his vital energy and mental power underwent a remarkable transformation. The ultimate yang, the ultimate yin. How wondrous! Su Qian murmured softly. Though he could not comprehend why this change occurred, he could feel that this transformation was not detrimental. Rather, it made him even stronger. In the chaotic universe, the essence of chaos permeated, and countless stars drifted within, emitting a soft, flickering light. Among these stars, a sun and a moon shone the brightest point. One radiated an intense, scorching energy. The other exuded a chilling coldness. The two were in opposition yet intertwined, subtly emanating the aura of the laws of heaven and earth. Surrounding them, All the celestial stars revolved in harmony. The sun and the moon, opposing yet merging. Drawing his gaze back from the chaotic universe within his abdomen, Su Chun could not help but say he sensed that the chaotic universe, which had evolved from the sea of bitterness, had become increasingly enigmatic, potentially evolving into a true universe in the future. Contemplating this, Su Chun inhaled deeply. If that were to come to pass, the chaotic universe would undoubtedly become one of his most crucial trump cards. Yet, he also understood that evolving the chaotic universe into a genuine universe would not be a simple task. For him at present, it remained a distant prospect, one that could only be approached step by step. The supreme trial grounds, the 3,000 celestial realms, perhaps they would be the key to further strengthening the 3,000 universes. Whispering to himself, Su Ming chuckled and shook his head, then expanded his consciousness, locking onto the celestial prison within the Yao pool. Tang Qin, do not let me down. In the Yao pool, within the celestial prison. Dark, damp, oppressive. At this moment, Tang Qin lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking utterly disheveled, akin to a stray hound. Beside him, Bai Yao was in a pitiful state, her eyes filled with despair as she huddled in the corner, repeatedly murmuring, Su Qian, Su Qian, it's all your fault. Everything is your doing. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. She incessantly repeated these words, until at last, she screamed, Su Qian, I will definitely kill you. In that moment, she had lost all semblance of the sanctity she once held as the holy maiden of the Yao pool, her demeanor resembling that of a madwoman. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chun could not help but express a flicker of disgust in his gaze. However, when he heard the name Su Chun, an astonishing killing intent also surfaced in his eyes, even causing the demonic cultivation technique within him to instinctively activate in response to the overwhelming negativity. Su Chun, you humiliated my dignity, killed my master. The grudge of today shall not go unavenged. When I attain the Tao in the future, I will surely raise your Su family and make you kneel before me in repentance, returning 100-fold the humiliation of today. As he recalled the events of the day, his negative emotions surged. The death of his master, Wu Yu, meant little to him. It merely caused him a momentary sorrow. What he could not bear was the utter degradation he experienced at Su Qian's hands in front of the crowd. Losing all face, however, he took solace in the fact that his adversary had not completely annihilated him but had instead imprisoned him in this celestial prison. This provided him with a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Su Qian, you will undoubtedly regret not killing me today. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Bai Yao not far away. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated incessantly in his mind. Ding dong, the host is detected to be in the same room as the target of the. This is the perfect opportunity for, please seize it promptly. Upon completing the strategy, one shall reap exceedingly generous rewards. The true dragon immortality elixir, a century of cultivation, a quasi-emperor weapon, and a cross-dimensional space talisman. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Tang Chun could not help but feel a surge of delight. The existence of the system was his most profound secret, and it was the key to his confidence in rising to prominence in the future. Once again, the system proved to be formidable, offering rewards of extraordinary value. The true dragon immortality elixir, a century of cultivation, and a quasi-emperor weapon would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to an alarming degree in a short span of time. As for the cross-dimensional space talisman, it was crucial for his escape. However, all of this hinged on successfully conquering Bai Yao. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Bai Yao, who, at that moment, was left with only half her body. Her hair disheveled, her countenance twisted and frenzied, presenting an indescribable sight. A flicker of disdain crossed Tang Chen's eyes, but upon recalling the system's generous rewards, he suppressed his revulsion and, with great effort, approached Bai Yao. Embracing her. After all, in his previous life, he had long navigated the nightlife, relying on this very trade. Not to mention someone like Bai Yao. Even a 300-pound wealthy individual would not deter him, Bai Yao. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I have brought this upon you. But rest assured, I shall employ every means possible to rescue you, even if it means descending into hell. Tang Chen's voice was exceedingly gentle. He excelled at soothing women. Yet, despite his words, deep within, his true intentions were to escape the moment he completed the system's task and claimed his rewards. As for Bai Yao, with her in such a state, who would care for her? Junior brother Tang. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Bai Yao's eyes brimmed with emotion, as if a flicker of light had pierced through her darkness. Senior sister Bai Yao, rest assured, I shall slay Su Chen and avenge you and our master. I believe in you, she declared, embracing Tang Chun in return. Observing Bai Yao's condition, Tang Chun realized he was on the verge of breaching her last line of defense. And he immediately said, Senior sister Bai Yao, there is something I have long hesitated to tell you. In truth, I have always held feelings for you. Will you be my Dao partner? I am willing. Junior brother Tang, Bai Yao responded, deeply moved, her current state rendering her vulnerable. Yet Tang Chun remained steadfastly by her side. At this moment, a glimmer of joy flashed across Tang Chen's eyes, for at the instant Bai Yao consented. The system's notification rang out. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully conquering the target. Rewards received, True Dragon Immortality Elixir. Received rewards, Century of Cultivation. Received rewards, Demon Subduing Halberd. Received rewards, Cross-Dimensional Space Talisman. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Tang Chen's expression turned ecstatic, disregarding Bai Yao beside him, as he promptly chose to claim his rewards. In the next moment, the True Dragon Immortality Elixir, the Demon Subduing Halberd, and the Cross-Dimensional Space Talisman all materialized in his hands. His aura surged instantaneously, propelling him to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Chapter 67. A Turtle in a Jar, the unbelievable Tang Chun. At last, it is completed. Gazing at the rewards in his grasp and the explosive growth of his cultivation akin to a volcanic eruption, a smile of uncontainable delight crept across Tang Chen's face. This wave will propel me to the skies. Su Chun. In the future, you shall surely regret not killing me today, Tang Chen sneered. Subsequently, he cast the True Dragon Immortality Elixir and the Quasi-Emperor weapon into his storage ring. And without hesitation, he took out the cross-dimensional space talisman and crushed it in the next instant. A rich power of space emanated from the shattered talisman, forming a portal before him. Farewell, Su Chun. One day, when I rise, I shall return here to seek you out, he murmured with a cold smile, stepping through the portal without a second glance at Bai Yao. Had it been the former Bai Yao, he might have considered taking her along. But now, faced with Bai Yao's ghastly and twisted visage, he could only feel a wave of nausea. Him, Bai Yao had become merely a tool he had exhausted, one that needed to be discarded. However, at that moment, thunder roared. In the next instant, Su Chen's figure appeared out of thin air, shattering the space portal formed by the cross-dimensional space talisman with a bolt of lightning. Heh, you think you can escape my five-finger mountain? Su Chun regarded Tang Chun with an indifferent expression. He had been observing every move within the celestial prison using his divine sense. Upon witnessing Tang Chun complete the task and retrieve the True Dragon Immortality Elixir, he had rushed over without delay, a turtle in a jar. He could not let such an opportunity slip by. You, Su Chun. Upon seeing Su Chun, a surge of animosity flooded Tang Chen's heart, and the evil demonic cultivation technique within him surged uncontrollably. But before he could utter a word, Bai Yao beside him shrieked first. Ah, Su Chun, I shall kill you. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, none of this would have transpired. Bai Yao howled in a frenzy. In her mind, her current plight was entirely Su Chen's doing. Had he not existed, she would still be the exalted saintess of the Jade Pool, rather than languishing in this celestial prison. She continued to curse, her face twisted with bitterness. Noisy. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Bai Yao, unhesitatingly unleashing a bolt of lightning from his finger. The bolt rapidly expanded into a dark purple spear of lightning, hurtling toward Bai Yao. As the dark purple spear approached, a sense of impending doom surged within her. She quickly turned to Tang Chun. Junior brother Tang, save me. However, Tang Chun did not even spare her a glance. Why would he save a tool that had lost its value? Moreover, given Bai Yao's current ghastly appearance, he would much prefer her demise. You, junior brother Tang. Seeing Tang Chen remain unmoved, disbelief filled Bai Yao's eyes. She wished to say something, but before she could articulate her thoughts, the dark purple spear of lightning struck her head. The dark purple lightning flickered, obliterating her sea of consciousness, and her true spirit dissipated. Bai Yao, perished, ding. You have successfully slain the protagonist Tang Chen's harem member. Congratulations, you have received the female protagonist treasure chest. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Xu Qian temporarily set aside his focus, locking his gaze on Tang Chun. That moment, a smirk unexpectedly graced Tang Chen's lips. Su Chun, I must admit, you possess remarkable courage. You dare to come alone to confront me? A mere 3 days apart, and I am no longer the same person. Now, I can effortlessly crush you. Observing that Su Chun stood alone without any protectors nearby, and with his cultivation having just surged to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, Tang Chun felt a rush of exhilaration. In his estimation, with his current strength, if Su Chun lacked any guardians, he could easily overpower him. With this thought, fearing that hesitation might lead to missed opportunity, Tang Chin dashed forward without hesitation. Countless demonic energies erupted from his body, casting him as a formidable demon king. Die! With a thunderous roar, a myriad of demonic energy coalesced into a massive black hand, crashing down upon Su Chin with ferocity. The towering demonic energy obscured the sky, and this hand, known as the Celestial Demon Palm, was an unparalleled skill from the legacy of the evil demon Dao, renowned for its astonishing lethality, claiming that with a single strike, myriad beings would perish. However, Su Chin did not even glance at it. Not even using his magical power, he allowed the black hand to descend upon him. Arrogant, witnessing this scene, Tang Chun could not help but scoff, increasing the force of his palm. But in the next moment, a terrifying realization struck him. As the celestial demon palm made contact, Su Chin's physical body erupted with golden vitality, weaving together to form a golden domain around him. The demonic palm, enshrouded in swirling energy, began to dissolve the moment it touched the golden barrier, as if ice met with raging fire. This is impossible. Tang Chin's face was a mask of disbelief. His celestial demon palm, even against cultivators at the divine aperture realm, would have been lethal, yet Su Chun remained unscathed, standing still as if unaffected. How was he so powerful? That strike was commendable, but alas, it lacked a bit of force. Su Chen remarked indifferently. After the unyielding scripture reached its 4th level, his physical form had attained an unfathomable strength. Tang Chen's attack could not even breach the golden domain that naturally enveloped him, let alone injure him. Illusion. It must be an illusion. I refuse to believe it. Tang Chun let out an incredulous roar. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm, he found his cultivation to be vastly superior. Yet he was still unable to match his opponent. In a fit of rage, he charged at Su Qian with fervent determination. It was important to note that he was usually the one who fought beyond his level. He could hardly believe that. At this moment, with his own peak dragon transformation cultivation, he could not even breach the corporeal defenses of someone at the divine aperture realm. Nevertheless, despite his disbelief, the harsh reality lay before him. Every attack he unleashed failed to penetrate Su Chin's golden domain. The 4th layer of the undying scripture truly provided a remarkable enhancement to the physical body. Su Chan mused silently. He then lifted his gaze to Tang Chun and spoke slowly. Now, it is my turn. With that, he unleashed a punch without hesitation. This strike was executed purely with the strength of his physical body, devoid of any magical energy or grand principles. Boom. A terrifying surge of golden vitality erupted forth, accompanied by a resonant sonic boom that caused the entire prison to tremble faintly. Not good, Tang Chen shrieked, sensing an immense threat within Su Chen's punch. He felt an ominous premonition that if he chose to confront this blow head-on, his fate would be sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly invoked his divine powers to evade to the side. However, Su Chen's punch was too swift. Amidst the tumultuous golden vitality, he ultimately found himself a step too slow. The golden fist struck his shoulder with tremendous force. In an instant, the overwhelming power coursed through him, shattering the lower half of his body with a gruesome explosion of blood and gore. Chapter 68. The true dragon's elixir is in hand. The chaos must be quelled. Additional update, boom. The golden vitality erupted as Tang Chun, unable to dodge, had half of his body obliterated. A pained howl escaped him. His expression twisted in agony. He actually managed to evade it. Su Chen glanced at Tang Chun with a hint of surprise. Yet, he quickly followed up with another punch. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated. A terrifying surge of golden vitality manifested above Su Chen, forming a golden illusory dragon. This was an invincible fist technique known as the Dragon Fist, a supreme divine ability imparted to him by the sixth ancestor during their time in the Chaos Ancestral Land. Although its name seemed ordinary, its power was astonishing, representing the purest ancient body-refining technique capable of maximizing one's physical strength. The golden illusory dragon was an embodiment of his primordial vitality. The moment it appeared, it surged forth towards Su Chen. Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? Tang Chen growled, fully aware that, with only half a body remaining, he could not evade this strike. With a fierce roar, he desperately activated the demonic path sovereign technique, conjuring a shield of dark energy before him. This shield was extraordinary, being the pinnacle defensive technique of the demonic path sovereign, known as the king of the underworld's guardian. Even a typical dragon transformation cultivator could withstand a full-force strike from a divine aperture expert with it. This moment, Tang Chun unleashed it with all his might, and amidst the swirling dark energy, an illusory figure of the king of the underworld materialized, enveloping him in protection. I refuse to believe you can break through this. Tang Chen gritted his teeth and growled, swiftly consuming a pill. This pill, known as the Heavenly Demon Pill, was a treasure of the demonic path that significantly enhanced one's dark energy. As the pill took effect, Tang Chen's dark energy surged violently, causing the illusory figure of the king of the underworld to swell, emanating an aura of invincibility. Come on, today you cannot kill me. In the future, I will make you pay. Tang Chun had completely succumbed to madness, bellowing loudly. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself rendered speechless. The golden illusory dragon, born from Su Chen's primordial energy, pierced through the king of the underworld with chilling ease. The primordial vitality was not only a manifestation of physical strength, but also the most rigid and positive force in existence, capable of countering all forms of malevolence. Moreover, Su Chen's golden vitality was particularly unique, enhanced by the innate sacred body and the secret power derived from the sun within the chaotic universe. All methods of malevolence were utterly futile before him. The king of the underworld's guardian, which appeared formidable, was akin to paper before him, easily punctured. Boom. The golden illusory dragon obliterated Tang Chun, who fell lifelessly. Unable even to emit a final scream, ding dong. You have slain the destined protagonist Tang Chun, earning 1 destiny treasure chest, ding dong. The system has detected the demise of the destined protagonist Tang Chun. The goddess strategy system within him has collapsed and is beginning to devour. Please hold on during the process of absorption. Upon completion, the host will receive substantial rewards. The mechanical synthesis sounds from the system echoed incessantly in his mind. However, Su Chen was momentarily disinclined to focus on these notifications. He swiftly approached the nearly obliterated corpse of Tang Chun, undeterred, and began to search. Soon, he located Tang Chen's storage ring. With formidable mental strength, he forcefully erased the spiritual imprint left behind by Tang Chen. Then opened it swiftly. Inside, a palm-sized true dragon lay quietly. This was none other than the true dragon's elixir, the elixir of immortality. Finally obtained. Without a second thought, Su Chen seized it. The true dragon's elixir possessed a spirit of its own, and upon being taken out, it attempted to struggle free. However, Su Chen held it firmly and decisively tossed it into the system's spiritual herb garden. After completing these actions, he let out a long sigh of relief. That night, within the Yaoqi secret chamber, Su Chen sat cross-legged upon an ancient yellowish mat. This mat appeared to be an ordinary one, yet it emanated a faint aura of the Tao. Meditating upon it not only prevented one from falling into madness, but also enhanced the probability of comprehending the Tao, making it a peerless treasure. If placed in the outside world, Even the lords of sacred lands and the emperors of unending dynasties would be tempted. Yet, within Su Qian's storage ring, he possessed several such Dao mats, all gifted to him by the seventh ancestor, Su Tianqing, during their farewell, who, with the complete elixir of immortality in hand, all that remained was the final 3 lives and causes reincarnation grass to eradicate the lingering death energy from his aunt. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian was not in a rush. Possessing the memories of the original novel, he already knew the approximate location of the destined protagonist who possessed the 3 lives and causes reincarnation grass. Moreover, he was confident that once he reached the opponent's territory, he would not need to seek him out. The protagonist would reveal himself willingly. With this thought, he decided not to dwell on it further. Opening the system, 2 colorful treasure chests were distinctly stored within the system space. He retrieved both chests simultaneously and opened them at once. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the lids of the chests sprang open. In the next moment, a series of mechanical prompts resonated in Su Qian's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully opening the Destiny treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully opening the system treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Chaos quelling technique. Congratulations on receiving the reward. 9 nether proud egg, not yet hatched. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Cultivation method for breaking through the divine aperture realm. Congratulations on receiving 300,000 points of Destiny villain points. The quantity of items awarded from this treasure chest was not excessively large, yet each one held immense value. The Chaos Quelling Technique. One of the 4 ancient sword techniques, specializing in the primordial spirit, transforming the primordial spirit into a sword form, capable of severing all adversaries' primordial spirits. 9 nether proud egg, not yet born. One of the 10 ancient fiends, with a wolf-like head, cow-like horns, vertical eyes, capable of emitting destructive divine light. Covered in scales, with 9 tails connected to a dragon head, cultivation method for breaking through the divine aperture realm. Humans possess 9 apertures that connect to heaven and earth. When the 9 apertures unite, the 10th can be opened. Gazing at the system's descriptions, Su Qian could not help but take a deep breath. This was truly remarkable. Each item was astonishing. The Chaos Quelling Technique, one of the most powerful ancient sword techniques, was on par with the Burial Heaven Sword Technique, the Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique, and the Grass Character Sword Technique. Among these 4 sword techniques, the Chaos Quelling Technique was the most mysterious and renowned, known for its razor-sharp sword energy that primarily targeted the primordial spirit, and it could even cultivate the primordial spirit to an unfathomable level. There were legends that during the distant era of imperial desolation, a dark emperor emerged, attempting to incite a dark upheaval and wreak havoc upon the world. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a mysterious powerhouse intervened, utilizing an incredible sword technique to slay the Dark Emperor above the heavens and quell the chaos. The sword technique employed by that mysterious powerhouse was none other than the Chaos Quelling Technique. From this alone, one could discern the unparalleled strength and extraordinary nature of the Chaos Quelling Technique. P.S. The promised updates may be delayed, but they will certainly not be absent. Chapter 69. The Illusion of Breaking Through the Divine Aperture Realm, Future Mount Reservation, Jiuyo Ao. With the successful acceptance of the system reward, Su Qian almost instantaneously mastered the calming technique. Countless flowed through his mind, each emitting an exceptionally fierce sword aura, akin to a divine sword soaring into the sky. As these emerged, they began to revolve around Su Qian's, eventually merging into it. Su Qian felt a jolt within his, and in the next moment, his transformed into a golden figure, identical to himself, seated above his spiritual sea. Simultaneously, as this golden figure took shape, the fierce sword aura of the calming technique intertwined, transforming into a black 3-inch sword embryo. This sword embryo shared the same origin as Su Qian's. Though it appeared rather ordinary, a careful sensation would reveal the terrifying sword aura contained within. Moreover, most astonishingly, at the moment this black 3-inch calming sword embryo formed, it exuded a faint yet unique mysterious power, enveloping Su Qian's. Su Qian could distinctly feel that under the influence of this mysterious power, the strength of his began to increase continuously. At the same time, the spiritual sea below gradually contracted, becoming more solid. Truly, This is the most mysterious existence among the ancient four great sword techniques. Not to mention its formidable killing power, the ability to continuously enhance strength alone is sufficient to surpass 99% of the treasures and divine abilities in the world, as he murmured softly. A smile unconsciously played upon Su Chen's lips. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Chen focused on the method provided by the system for breaking through the divine aperture realm. The essence of the divine aperture realm lies in the concept of opening the apertures. With 9 apertures in a person, when all 9 are opened and the divine essence is nurtured within, one can reach the pinnacle of this realm. However, while this process sounds simple, it is exceedingly difficult in practice. Ordinary cultivators typically open 7 apertures to reach their limit and may then attempt to break through to the next realm. The extraordinary prodigies, however, can go a step further, opening all 9 apertures and nurturing an innate divine being within each one. During battle, with all 9 apertures opened and 9 innate divine beings providing mysterious power, their combat strength can easily overpower all cultivators of the same realm. To advance further in this realm, one must break through the ultimate limit. According to the system's records, after opening all 9 apertures, one should not immediately nurture divine beings within them, but instead open a 10th external aperture, merging the 10 into one, and finally nurture a singular true divine being within this soul aperture to break through the ultimate limit. As he murmured softly, Su Chen's mind autonomously circulated methods for opening the 10th aperture and merging the 10. After a brief overview, Su Chen instantly comprehended. However, he did not attempt it immediately. Currently, he was merely at the 7th level of the divine aperture realm and had not yet reached the limit of this realm. He could still accumulate and settle for a while longer. Of course, if he wished, he could break through at any time. However, such a blind breakthrough would yield far less power than one achieved after accumulation. With this thought, Su Chen shook his head and turned his gaze to the last reward from the system. It was a black egg, palm-sized yet brimming with vibrant life, infused with a terrifying aura of malevolence. This egg was none other than Jiao Ao, one of the ancient 10 fiends. Each of the ancient 10 fiends is immensely powerful, representing the 10 most potent bloodline forces in the world. Their bloodline strength rivals that of legendary physiques such as the Chaos Body, Innate Saint Body, and Eternal Immortal Body. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of these fiendish beings is that once they mature, regardless of whether anyone in the world achieves enlightenment, they can directly ascend to the Emperor realm. Indeed, there is even a legend that in a time long before the fall of the Emperor era, when the immortal realm still existed, these 10 fiends could directly transcend to become immortals upon maturity, achieving the status of an immortal fruit, with the strongest among them even rivaling the great figures among immortal kings. This alone is enough to demonstrate the immense power of the 10 fiendish beings. Among them, Jiao Ao is considered the most malevolent, with a wolf-like head, dual horns, vertical eyes on its brow, and 9 tails, each ending in a dragon's head. Its strength is beyond words to describe. At this moment, the egg awarded by the system, Jiao Ao, has a loyalty level that is inherently maxed out and locked, ensuring it will never betray its owner once it hatches. This means that once Jiao Ao matures, it will undoubtedly become a formidable ally. With this in mind, Su Chen placed the Jiao Ao egg into the system's spiritual herb garden, a place rich in spiritual energy and abundant with divine herbs, making it the ideal location for hatching. After completing all of this, Su Chen rose and left the secret chamber, proceeding directly to the forbidden grounds of the Ao Pool. Amidst the swirling chaos energy, a crystal coffin floated in the void, within which lay Yao Yu in a deep slumber. However, her current state appeared quite dire. Countless deathly energies swirled around her, emanating a profound scent of decay, as if she could fall at any moment. Yet, upon sensing Su Chen's presence, she stirred from her slumber. "Dear nephew, what brings you to see your aunt?" Yao Yu smiled as she sat up from the crystal coffin. Gazing at Su Chen with a gentle expression, at this moment, she looked remarkably haggard. Without further ado, Su Chen produced the true dragon immortal elixir. "Aunt, this is the complete elixir of immortality. In due time, I will bring you the 3 lifetimes cause and effect reversal grass." Su Chen's tone was exceedingly calm. Yao Yu accepted the true dragon immortal elixir, her expression equally composed. She had yet to fully comprehend However, as soon as she did, she could not help but exclaim, "What did you say? This? This is the complete elixir of immortality." A look of immense shock washed over Yao Yu's face. This, truly, is the complete elixir of immortality. The true dragon immortal elixir. Dear nephew, how did you come by this? Did you infiltrate those life-forbidden zones? That's impossible. With your current cultivation, you wouldn't last 3 days in those life-forbidden zones. Yao Yu spoke in rapid succession, looking at Su Chun with disbelief. Her heart was stirred by a tempest of emotions. This was indeed the complete elixir of immortality, a treasure exclusive to emperor-level powerhouses, capable of extending the peak life of an emperor-level being. Across the entire Nine Heavens realm, there are but a few. The few known to exist are all controlled by the various life-forbidden zones, held by their respective masters. In today's world, unless an emperor revives, no one or force can seize them from their grasp. Even those sacred places that have inherited countless epics, imperial clans, or immortal dynasties, even if they tried their utmost, could not achieve it. Yet, her own nephew, in just a matter of days, produced a true dragon immortal elixir. This was like a dream. Chapter 70. Goodness, you actually have it all. Looking at the true dragon immortal elixir in her hand, Yao Yu's feelings were incredibly complex. Previously, when Su Chen told her he would find the complete elixir of immortality and the 3 lifetimes cause and effect reversal grass for her, she took it as mere youthful bravado, not taking it to heart. She never believed Su Chen possessed such capability. Though her nephew was indeed rare in both talent and disposition, he was still quite young. Perhaps in the future he could achieve it, but for now, it was absolutely impossible. Yet, to her utter astonishment, he had truly accomplished it, finding the complete true dragon immortal elixir for her in less than 3 days. It is known that even the top sacred places, immortal dynasties, and imperial clans could not achieve even a fraction of this feat. However, her nephew managed to do it. Although she did not know exactly how he accomplished it, she had no intention of prying too deeply. After all, everyone has secrets they cannot share. She only needed to know that her nephew had indeed brought her the true dragon immortal elixir. Taking a deep breath, Yao Yu couldn't help but break into a breathtaking smile, slowly saying, "The true dragon immortal elixir can indeed suppress the death energy within me for a considerable time. Since that's the case, I shall not be modest." Yao Yu did not refuse but graciously accepted it. She was not the type to be overly polite, and moreover, she was in dire need of the true dragon immortal elixir to suppress the rampant death energy within her. Otherwise, it would not be long before the death energy within her erupted completely. After all, it was specifically sought for her, so there was no need for formality. Su Chen responded with a smile, stating that while the elixir of immortality is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the lives of those around him. By the way, I assume you've already consumed the thunder tribulation pill I gave you. Yao Qiyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Without waiting for Su Chen's reply, she produced a bottle of thunder tribulation pills from her bosom and tossed it over to him. Here at my place, there aren't many other items, but thunder tribulation pills are plentiful. Upon receiving the bottle filled with thunder tribulation pills, Su Chen noticed that this batch appeared remarkably extraordinary, exhibiting a faint golden hue and exuding a robust aura of vitality and thunder. This batch of thunder tribulation pills was condensed from my own original divine thunder. Not only does it contain immense vitality, but it also embodies a thread of true intent of the thunder path. Consuming this original thunder tribulation pill will significantly enhance your practice of thunder techniques, Yao Yu casually remarked. However, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Despite Yao Yu's nonchalant demeanor, he was acutely aware that this particular thunder tribulation pill she had gifted him was far from ordinary. As a supreme master of the thunder path, how could a pill forged from her core original thunder be anything less than remarkable? He speculated that even the most elite of supreme beings would experience substantial effects upon consuming it. With this thought in mind, Su Chen resolved to accept it without hesitation. As for politeness? That was out of the question, by the way. How have you progressed with the thunder techniques I taught you? It would be an opportune moment for me to guide you, especially since after I consume the true dragon immortality elixir, I may fall into a deep slumber for a while, Yao Yu stated. When it comes to thunder techniques, she would not hesitate to call herself the foremost expert of the AGI. In fact, even among the 10 fiends, the Thunder Emperor, known for executing heavenly punishments, might not surpass her prowess in the art of thunder. After all, the Thunder Emperor possessed an innate ability to command thunder. And though formidable, he could not quite compare to Yao Yu, who had ascended to her current strength through her own comprehension and relentless effort. Aunt, I have already grasped the thunder techniques you imparted to me. The results are quite astonishing, Su Chen replied earnestly. That you've grasped them already. So soon? Are you currently mastering the lightning bird technique, the thunder cloud beast technique, or perhaps the swan and eye technique? Yao Yu inquired with keen interest. In her eyes, her nephew not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also exceptional comprehension. Tio have initially grasped a thunder technique of the celestial tier within less than 3 days was remarkable. Given time, he might well reach her level in the art of thunder. However, Su Chen shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Not a celestial tier beast technique? Could it be one of the ancient species techniques? Well, that would still be impressive, though initially grasp an ancient species technique in under 3 days might not be unprecedented, but it was certainly extraordinary. Moreover, with her assistance as his aunt, his future achievements in the realm of thunder would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, Su Chen continued to shake his head. Also an ancient species technique? Yao Yu's brow furrowed slightly. However, she quickly considered a possibility. All the thunder techniques she had taught him were at least of ancient species quality. Now, if he was neither practicing an ancient species technique nor a celestial tier beast technique, could it be the Thunder Emperor technique? The mere thought sent waves of astonishment through her. It was worth noting that even she had taken a full 7 days to initially grasp the Thunder Emperor technique back in her day. And even then, she had been hailed as the foremost talent in thunder techniques, a rarity throughout history. If her dear nephew truly managed to initially master the Thunder Emperor technique in just 3 days, his talent in the art of thunder would be alarmingly formidable. It would merely be a matter of time before he surpassed her. With this in mind, Yao Yu looked at Su Chen with incredulity. My dear nephew, please tell me you aren't saying that in these 3 days, you have initially mastered the Thunder Emperor technique. Not at all, Su Chen replied decisively. Then what exactly have you mastered? Bai Yao, perplexed, looked at him, her eyes brimming with confusion. I've already mentioned it. Aunt, I have initially grasped all the thunder techniques you taught me, and I have also reached a proficient level in those techniques you referred to. Su Chen stated calmly, his large eyes shimmering with innocent curiosity. How strange. Why does my aunt think I only mastered one technique in 3 days? What did you just say? You have mastered all the thunder techniques I imparted to you. Yao Yu was momentarily stunned, her heart racing with disbelief. She even rubbed her ears, questioning whether she had misheard. She had initially thought that Su Chen had merely grasped 1 or 2 techniques from her teachings. Incredible! To have mastered them all? This astonishing talent of her nephew seemed almost otherworldly. His future achievements in the realm of thunder would surely be boundless. It was likely that he would surpass her in no time. With this realization, Yao Yu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her astonishment. Dear nephew, since you have mastered all the thunder techniques, I shall now pass on my ultimate skill to you, the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique. Chapter 71. My 1,000-year efforts, you mastered in less than 3 days? The 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique is the cornerstone of Yao Yu's thunder mastery. It is a technique that resonates through time, rivaling the most esteemed imperial legacies. Particularly in its mastery of thunder, it is unparalleled throughout the ages. When she first created the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, it even attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, which descended thunder to obliterate her. After all, reaching the pinnacle of the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique is immensely powerful, capable of executing heavenly punishments, effectively usurping the authority of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, the heavenly Tao would not allow its existence. Thus, it unleashed the heavenly thunder tribulation, yet for Yao Yu, the heavenly tribulation posed no threat whatsoever. Instead, it inadvertently aided her, allowing her to elevate the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique to an extraordinarily profound level. At this moment, gazing at Su Chen, Yao Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, still unable to believe that her dear nephew could master her signature technique in such a brief span of time. The 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique? Aunt, I have initially grasped this technique, and I must say, it is indeed formidable, commanding heavenly thunder and executing divine punishment, Su Chun exclaimed sincerely. Although he had only initially grasped the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, the power unleashed while simultaneously wielding multiple thunder techniques surpassed even that of techniques of the Tin Fiend's level. What did you just say? Yao Yu's expression shifted, her eyes momentarily glazed over in disbelief as she rubbed her ears. Her dear nephew had just claimed. He had initially grasped the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique? Surely, she must have misheard. Ha ha, it must be a figment of my imagination. It is the essence of my life's work. The culmination of my thunder mastery. To create the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, I had meticulously studied numerous ancient thunder scriptures, even delving into the original techniques of celestial tier beasts like the lightning bird, thundercloud beast, and swan and I. Effectively synthesizing the best of all. It took me thousands of years to truly create this thunder technique. And now, what is this? To have condensed my 1,000-year efforts into the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, and my dear nephew managed to initially grasp it in less than 3 days. This is utterly absurd. No, it is beyond absurd. It is simply outrageous. Even those exceptionally gifted young emperors could not achieve such a feat. With this thought, she cautiously turned to Su Chen, asking delicately, "Dear nephew, are you certain you just said you have initially mastered the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique?" "Indeed," Su Chen replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "How is it that my aunt, being a supreme being, sometimes struggles to hear clearly? Is it the residual energy within her body?" Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative response, Yao Yu took a deep breath. At this moment, the only words that could encapsulate her feelings were shock and disbelief. Initially, she believed her dear nephew was blessed with rare talent and roots. However, seeing now, his comprehension was even more astonishing than his innate gifts. Yet, to confirm the truth, she pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "Dear nephew, since you have initially grasped the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, why don't you demonstrate it by unleashing a strike using the technique?" "All right." Su Chen wasted no time. He decisively activated the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Technique, amalgamating all the thunder techniques he had mastered, and hurled them into the chaotic void, boom, in the originally silent realm of chaos. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the void. Countless bolts of lightning manifested, swirling around Su Chen like a tempest. Soon after, these bolts began to coalesce rapidly, ultimately transforming into a colossal phantom of a thunder emperor. Surrounded by a myriad of peculiar thunder beasts, each embodying various divine lightning techniques, with a low growl, Su Chen decisively struck forth with a palm, mirrored by the thunder emperor's phantom behind him. Boom! As the thunder surged, an overwhelming aura of destruction radiated outward, forcibly creating a massive chasm in the chaotic expanse, with terrifying chaotic winds raging from within. Not far away, Yao Yu watched in astonishment. Indeed, this was the unparalleled Calamity Thunder Technique, and furthermore, he had not merely grasped its fundamentals. It seemed he was not far from mastery. With a wave of her hand, Yao Yu filled in the chasm created by Su Chen's earlier strike. Her heart brimming with excitement. Her dear nephew's comprehension could no longer be described as extraordinary. It was truly beyond the heavens. His future accomplishments would surely be astounding, perhaps even surpassing his father, Su Tianqing, and attaining immortality. Should her dear nephew achieve the status of an immortal, he might even breach realms unknown and reunite with her sister. At this thought, Yao Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. Humph. One day, I shall ascend to the heavens and seek vengeance for your annihilation. As time flowed slowly, a week had swiftly passed. During this week, Su Chen remained by Yao Yu's side, diligently learning the unparalleled Calamity Thunder technique. With Yao Yu, the originator, guiding him and his own remarkable aptitude, his understanding of the technique advanced at an astonishing pace. He had now reached a level of mastery where he could summon heavenly thunder to smite his foes with ease. During this week, Yao Yu's initial shock transformed into a profound numbness. She was aware of her dear nephew's astounding potential, yet it was only upon imparting the teachings that she truly grasped the essence of a peerless genius. Remarkably, the technique she had poured her heart and soul into mastering had been fully comprehended by her nephew in a mere 10 days. Tio put this into perspective. During the Forbidden Era, she had been hailed as the foremost goddess of the 9 heavens, ranking among the top 3 in both talent and comprehension among her contemporaries. However, compared to her dear nephew, she felt utterly foolish. "All right, dear nephew, I have imparted all that I can teach you during this time. The remaining knowledge depends solely on your understanding. Your aunt is about to enter a deep slumber." Yao Yu gazed at Su Chun with a hint of fondness. He was now her only family in this world. Oh, and take this. Before returning to her crystalline coffin to sleep, Yao Yu suddenly handed a deep blue ancient talisman to Su Chun. "Aunt, what is this?" Su Chun looked at Yao Yu with a hint of confusion. "This talisman seals a fragment of my original divine thunder. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, this talisman will transform into my avatar. While it may not be able to contend with the Supreme, it will wreak havoc on those beneath that level," Yao Yu said with a smile before lying back in her crystal coffin. Slipping once more into slumbered as for the immortal elixir, she had infused it into her body using her formidable powers, absorbing the deathly aura. A flash of divine light passed, and Su Chun was transported from the chaotic realm. Looking at the ancient talisman in his hand, a smile crept upon his lips. The talisman gifted by his aunt, along with the burial sword energy sealed within him. Now, even if I were to face a supreme being, I could likely overpower them with ease. Chapter 72. The Supreme Trial Grounds open, talented individuals assemble. Su Qian emerged from the chaotic realm, where Su Jiao had been waiting for some time. "Greetings, His Highness the Son of the Emperor." Upon seeing Su Qian, Su Jiao respectfully knelt, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He keenly sensed that in just a few days, the aura emanating from His Highness had grown even more profound, subtly imbued with an overwhelming force of destruction that sent shivers down his spine. Truly, His Highness was exceptional. His talent was simply terrifying. Su Jiao marveled inwardly. Born during the Forbidden Era, he had followed Su Tianqing into battles across the celestial expanse, witnessing countless prodigies. Yet, those prodigies paled in comparison to His Highness. It would not be long before His Highness surpassed me. Su Jiao couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qian remained oblivious to Su Jiao's inner thoughts. With an indifferent expression, he boarded the 9 dragons carriage prepared by Su Jiao. Now that Tang Qian had been dealt with and the deathly aura within his aunt temporarily suppressed, all that remained was to await the opening of the Supreme Trial Grounds. As they spoke, the 9 dragons carriage slowly ascended, gliding towards Su Qian's exclusive palace in the Yao Pool. Along the way, all the disciples of the Yao Pool revealed expressions of respect upon seeing Su Qian in the carriage. Time passed gradually, and half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Qian rarely made an appearance in the Yao Pool, instead choosing to seclude himself in a chamber, patiently awaiting the opening of the Supreme Trial Grounds. On one particular day, he was abruptly jolted from his meditation. Boom! Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, and a terrifying aura of imperial might spread throughout the air. "This is..." Su Qian rushed out of the chamber, standing above the Yao Pool. As a beam of divine light shot forth from his eyes, in the distance, at the edge of the earth, a haze of chaos began to rise, bursting forth with countless rays of brilliance. The Supreme Trial Grounds are about to open. At this moment, not only Su Qian, but everyone was stirred, gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon at the edge of the earth, their faces alight with excitement. The Supreme Trial Grounds were established by an invincible emperor during the ancient era, a designated testing ground for young prodigies. Within, countless opportunities awaited, and it was rumored that the invincible emperor had left behind his legacy within. Once every 1,000 years, a grand event such as this unfolds, and today is the day. The supreme legacy, immortal elixirs, imperial gifts, a myriad of opportunities await you. Whether to bravely advance and seize the title of supreme or to bide your time and survive, the choice is yours. An ancient expert raised his arms in exhilaration. Though the Supreme Trial Grounds were primarily intended for young supremes, The opportunities contained within stirred the hearts of all present. Consequently, some legendary figures and forbidden characters would nurture outstanding inheritors to compete for these chances. At the distant edge of the earth, countless rays of brilliance intertwined, gradually coalescing into swirling vortices of energy, which were, unmistakably, the entrances to the supreme trial grounds. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos as everyone sprang into action. Countless beings appeared simultaneously, some majestic divine monkeys soaring into the sky, towering giants racing across the land, and vermilion birds unleashing divine flames as they descended. However, the majority were still human, as this grand event of the 9 heavens drew forth the heirs of ancient clans and top sects alike. Even those from the foremost sacred lands, immortal empires, and unrivaled imperial clans rode in ancient war chariots, making their way toward the entrances. "Your Highness, the son of the Emperor, the carriage is ready." Sujia's figure appeared behind Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, stepping directly onto the carriage. In the next moment, roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the 9 dragons' carriage transformed into a streak of golden light. Slicing through the void. In almost an instant, they arrived near the energy vortices. It's him, the dual pupil heir of the Su clan. Someone recognized the 9 dragons' carriage and couldn't help but exclaim. The term dual pupil seemed to hold a magical allure, instantly drawing the attention of all. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. With the 9 dragons pulling the carriage, it was indeed the unparalleled dual pupil heir of the Su clan. With dual pupils that opened the heavens, he was invincible since ancient times, undefeated. Who in this trial could possibly contend with him? Everyone else was destined to play a supporting role. Some couldn't help but let out a bitter sigh. With his fists, he subdued the serpentine dragon, and with his feet, he trampled upon the golden glory, sending the Western Buddha's disciple reeling. Though still young, the Su clan's dual pupil heir already exhibited an aura of invincibility, capable of suppressing the top prodigies of this era. Not necessarily. This epic is exceptionally unique, with a dazzling era unfolding and all prodigies converging. While the dual pupil is powerful, that does not guarantee invincibility. Some voiced differing opinions. At the very least, I can name a few individuals in this supreme trial grounds who may not be weaker than the dual pupil heir of the Su clan. The Netherworld's Yomi, the dragon Aotion of the ancient divine mountain, the Qingyue fairy of the Chongyue dynasty. These individuals possess unparalleled talents, rare throughout history, and can stand against the dual pupil heir of the Su clan. Moreover, there are those ancient anomalies with deep-rooted legacies. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and just then, boom. Once more, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar. The void, where the energy vortices connecting to the supreme trial grounds resided, simultaneously unleashed a terrifying force of spatial power. The passageway was opened, and the supreme trial grounds were officially activated. It was the moment to enter. An ancient relic let out a deep growl. Its inheritor transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards an energy vortex, eager to be the first to enter. Following closely, a colossal sky-devouring python soared into the sky, vanishing within the violet mist. Shortly thereafter, 100-meter-long Tianpong let out a long cry, morphing into a flash of lightning, leaving a phantasmal trace in the void. In that instant, myriad beings sprang into action, all charging towards the energy vortex in the void, each desiring to be the first to enter the trial grounds and seize the greatest opportunity. However, the number of energy vortices was limited, while the multitude of beings was overwhelmingly vast, making it impossible for all to enter at once. Countless beings were left stranded outside. Moreover, in their desperation to secure a position, some began to attack those around them. Boom! Amidst the swirling aura of the underworld, a young man burst forth from the crowd. He was tall and imposing, clad in ancient battle armor, wielding a massive halberd. Surrounded by a chilling aura of the underworld, his wild hair fluttering as if he were a demon incarnate. "All of you, get lost!" he bellowed, sweeping his halberd with ferocity. In an instant, the raging underworld power cleaved through all beings in his path. "It is he, the underworld child." Rumors had it that he was born of corpses, his origins formidable. Upon witnessing him, it was clear he was extraordinary. The crowd gasped in astonishment and hastily dispersed, unwilling to confront him. Amitabha! The resonant chant echoed as the figure of the unheavened Buddha appeared mysteriously among the throng. He radiated an astonishing Buddhist aura, appearing benevolent, yet his methods were exceptionally ruthless when he acted. Countless streams of Buddhist light transformed into various divine soldiers, weaving through the chaos, leaving a cascade of severed limbs and flesh to fall from the space. The unheavened Buddha of the Western Spirit Mountain. It was said he was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. The crowd was filled with terror, hastily retreating towards another passageway. Without a doubt, he was a harbinger of death. Chapter 73. The Battle of the Prodigies commences. Striking down the fated female protagonist early, the supreme trial grounds had officially opened, and all prodigies and monsters surged forward, vying to be the first to enter the trial grounds and attain their fated fortunes. The battle of prodigies commenced at this very moment. Countless beings clashed fiercely. The battle was exceptionally brutal, cries of slaughter echoing incessantly, torrents of blood raining down from above, resembling a rain of crimson. Among them, figures like the underworld child, the unheavened Buddha, and Long Outyin surged ahead, ruthlessly dominating the throng as they charged towards the passageway. Humph! All of you, get lost! Long Outyin, hailing from the ancient divine mountain lineage, brandished his divine spear, his demeanor exuding unparalleled arrogance. Bearing the bloodline of a true dragon and possessing part of a forbidden legacy, he unleashed his full power, rendering all foes beneath the point of his spear powerless. It is time for me to make a move. Su Chen gradually rose from his nine-dragon palanquin, his expression serene, clad in flowing white garments that fluttered ethereally, resembling an immortal untouched by worldly affairs. In the next moment, two wings, one gold, one black, materialized behind him, stretching over 1,000 meters, exuding immense power, a sight to behold. These were the Kuanping wings, forged from the Kuanping technique, possessing astonishing might. The scion of the Su family with the dual pupils has made his move. What is that? It bears a trace of Kuanping's essence. Could it be the legendary Kuanping technique? The crowd gasped in horror. Whoosh! In the next instant, with a flap of his Kuanping wings, Su Chen shot skyward like a streak of light, racing towards the energy vortex with astonishing speed. Yes, the fastest among the living in terms of speed. Su Chen's full exertion rendered his velocity terrifyingly swift in the blink of an eye. He arrived before the energy vortex. What a terrifying speed! This is bad. We must stop him. Some attempted to intervene, desperate to prevent his early entry. Humph! Seeking death, Su Chen scoffed coldly, with a mere tremor of his Kuanping wings. A terrifying aura erupted. The Kuanping technique, not only the fastest of its kind, but also possessing unparalleled lethality. Boom! Those who attempted to strike him instantly exploded, reducing to a mist of flesh and blood. Flecks of crimson stained the corners of his white garment, drenched in moonlit white. In that moment, Su Chen resembled a demonic deity, emanating an air of dominance and power. The dual-pupiled one is indeed formidable. With just a single strike, he has slain so many prodigies. His strength is utterly terrifying. The saying, with dual pupils, invincible since ancient times, never facing defeat, is clearly not mere words. The elders below exchanged glances, all shaken by Su Chen's overwhelming prowess. However, some of the ancient relics could not help but snort coldly. Among those slain by Su Chen were indeed their disciples. Yet, they could only huff in resignation. After all, in a fair fight, their disciples were outmatched, and they had no grounds for complaint. Moreover, the imperial Su family's dominator was not someone they could provoke. Humph! What of the dual-pupiled one? I shall slay you. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the void. A young woman clad in black attire, exuding a refreshing and valiant charm. Humph! They say the dual pupils are invincible, never seen to suffer defeat. I simply do not believe it today. I shall slay you and prove my path. This woman, though exceedingly beautiful, spoke with a commanding presence that rivaled any man. It was she, the Saintess Yi Zhirua of the Void's sacred land. Rumor had it she possessed a natural body of the void, ranking among the top 50 in the myriad of physical constitutions, skilled in the path of the void. Elusive and powerful beyond belief, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Clearly, this suddenly appeared woman was extraordinary, renowned as the saintess of a sacred land. It is her. Su Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. In the original novel, Yi Jiruo was destined to be one of the fated protagonist's consorts. Who would have thought he would encounter her here ahead of time? I wonder what impact it would have on the fated protagonist if I were to eliminate her now. Su Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixed with murderous intent upon Yi Jiruo. Although she was indeed a beauty of celestial caliber, what did that matter? She had openly declared her intent to kill him to attain her path. And he certainly would not let her off. Pity for the fair? Not in this lifetime. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen launched his attack. The Kuanping wings flared, his figure transforming into a streak of light. Charging straight towards Yi Jiruo with an alarming speed, imperceptible to the naked eye, die. Yi Jiruo similarly shouted, drawing forth a bronze spear, shimmering within the void, as she too charged towards Su Chen. Though she was a woman, her aura rivaled that of any man. The bronze spear in her grasp erupted with blinding divine light as she melded with the void, launching a fierce thrust at Su Chen from an astonishing angle. In that instant, a terrifying power of the void surged forth, converging upon the spear in her hand. At that moment, the void trembled, and her bronze spear seemed to transcend space, directly appearing above Su Chen's head. Boom! Su Chen let out a long howl, unafraid, and directly swung both fists, unleashing a golden and black energy that flickered within his fist, truly astonishing. This was the power of the Kuanping, embodying the true essence of the Kuanping technique. A harmonious blend of yin and yang, exponentially amplifying its might. Boom. His fists collided with the spear in the void, both the power of the Kuanping and the force of the void erupting simultaneously. In that instant, the space in the vicinity fractured with delicate fissures.